In the parallel universe of Beast Mastery, upon his arrival, Yuan awakened extraordinary potential. However, he faced disdain from his childhood companion for his inability to form a pact with a beast. Just when despair began to engulf him, a system exclusive to traversers emerged. Emperor's Codex absorbed the remains of extinct creatures to create juvenile contracts. The Qilin unleashes the soul-burning flames of the underworld. The Thunder Wolf Lord commands the heavens' thunder, shattering darkness. The Void Overlord wields a terrifying power that corrupts all. The Abyssal Leviathan awakens the world's primal fear of the ocean. Years later, when Yuan stood at the pinnacle of Beastmasters, he had forged an army of beasts comprised entirely of extinct species. Chapter 1. Awakening the System, Beast Codex. Provisional Life, Yuan. Chungfeng Beast Master Academy, Student Evaluation Room. The female instructor adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses and gazed at the striking young man before her, stating, "The Academy has afforded you 2 years to attempt forming a pact with a beast. As the time draws near, are you still unable to achieve it?" "Yes," Yuan replied, a flicker of self-mockery crossing his eyes. "Perhaps there simply exists no beast in this world that can match me." The instructor stamped his personal file with a fail mark. "Given this, according to Academy regulations, you may choose to forego participation in tomorrow's autumn test." She continued, "After the test concludes, a shuttle will take you back to the city center." With that, the instructor closed the file, signaling for him to leave. "Instructor, I wish to participate in the autumn test," Yuan declared, standing firm with clenched fists. "After all, it was during the autumn test 2 years ago that I first arrived. I have always believed in seeing things through. Being eliminated in this test would also serve as a conclusion to this period of my life." He did not voice the last 4 words. The instructor fell silent, a flicker of pity in her eyes. Who could have imagined that 2 years ago, during the awakening ceremony, this young man, heralded as a supernova, would find himself unable to pass even the most fundamental entrance examination 2 years later? Every year, Lin Yun City hosts an awakening ceremony. All high school graduates who have reached the age of 18 are eligible to participate. The sole purpose of this ceremony is to determine whether graduates possess the qualifications to become Beastmasters, specifically the aptitude of their soul power. Soul power aptitude is categorized into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and extraordinary. As long as one can barely reach the lowest level, they qualify to apply to the Beastmaster Academy. 2 years prior, Yuan made a stunning impression during the awakening ceremony. He shattered Lin Yun City's century-old record, becoming the first to attain extraordinary soul power aptitude. This event stirred significant commotion. Not only did the most prestigious Chungfeng Beastmaster Academy extend an invitation for him to enroll, but numerous elite institutions also sought to secure exorbitant contracts. With him, that year, many believed they witnessed the birth of a Beastmaster supernova. However, fate played a cruel trick on him. Despite his extraordinary soul power aptitude, he was unable to form a pact with any beast. Soul power and beasts are interdependent. No matter how exceptional the aptitude, it is rendered useless without a beast to control. In a mere day, he fell from the heights of a supernova to the depths of ridicule as a failure. Exiting the evaluation room, Yuan's somewhat disheartened figure weaved through the academy. Whispers from other students occasionally reached his ears, drawing a sardonic smile to his lips. Surely, he must be the unluckiest traverser of all? Reflecting on the past, when he first arrived at the age of 3, he had harbored grand ambitions. Time flew, and now at 20, his future appeared shrouded in darkness. In this world dominated by beasts, unable to become a beastmaster and lacking any influential background, his ultimate fate seemed to fade into obscurity. Surrounded by bustling crowds, he felt forgotten by the world. Joy and passion were foreign to him. Yuan sighed helplessly. Is this truly the end? Beep, detecting host predicament, awakening the Emperor's Codex beast system. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Yuan's despondent eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The exclusive advantage for traversers had finally arrived. System binding in progress. Beep. Binding complete. The Emperor's Codex beast system is at your service. As the notification faded, an ancient tome materialized within Yuan's mind. Emperor's Codex. The host can absorb the remains of Emperor-level creatures and unlock corresponding information within the Codex. Note: upon unlocking information, if the completeness of the absorbed remains exceeds 30, the host can replicate the juvenile form of the emperor creature for contract. The higher the completeness of the remains, the purer the bloodline of the replicated emperor beast. Replicating emperor-level creatures. These 7 words thundered through Yuan's mind. In this world, the civilization of beast mastery has matured over millennia. People categorize beast bloodlines into 8 grades: low, medium, high, extraordinary, overlord, legend, myth, and emperor. The grade of the bloodline dictates the maximum potential a beast can achieve in its lifetime. Presently, the highest bloodline that can be artificially cultivated is merely at the legend level. As for myth-level beasts, they're a rare find that Yuan's knowledge. Few possess myth-level beasts in today's world. As for emperor-level creatures, they have long been extinct, leaving only remnants behind. Now, with the awakening of the Emperor's Codex, Yuan would one day create an Emperor Beast army that would shake the world. The thought ignited a fervor within him, as if his very blood was boiling. Eagerly, he opened the Emperor's Codex in his mind. On the yellowed pages, the first square depicted a turquoise mythical beast. The remaining squares were all black, labeled with the words to be unlocked. This first turquoise emperor creature was evidently a gift from the system for beginners. Yuan. Just as he was about to examine the creature's information, a clear voice broke through. He looked up to see Lin Yunjia, with long black hair and fair skin, striding towards him. Her appearance immediately drew the attention of many students. "Are you going to participate in tomorrow's autumn test?" Lin Yunjia frowned, her eyes filled with disdain and indifference. "What on earth are you doing? Can't you just quietly leave? For the past 2 years, I have been mocked because of you." Her hysterical outburst left Yuan utterly disheartened. He and Lin Yunjia had grown up in the same orphanage, a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. In this world where he had no one else, he valued this relationship deeply. Ironically, Lin Yunjia's aptitude barely reached the medium level. According to Triumphant Beastmaster Academy's admission rules, she was ineligible to enroll. It was only because Yuan awakened extraordinary aptitude that the Academy made an exception to admit Lin Yunjia alongside him at that time. Yuan, considering her feelings, chose to conceal his true potential. This led Lin Yunjia to always believe that her own potential was the reason the most prestigious Beastmaster Academy made an exception. What does extraordinary aptitude matter? Yuan, without the ability to form a pact with a beast, you can never become a Beastmaster. Lin Yunjia's gaze was icy, her tone haughty. "Rather than embarrass yourself in front of everyone tomorrow, you might as well leave quietly now to avoid tarnishing my reputation." Ever since the news of his inability to form contracts with beasts spread for the past 2 years, not only had the Academy students ridiculed him, but even she had abandoned her previous attitude, becoming disdainful and cold. Witnessing this ugly facade, Yuan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, pain coursing through him. Since the conversation had reached such a point, there was no need for him to show any further clemency. Raising his gaze, Yuan's eyes swept over Lin Yunjia's disdainful countenance. Leave that Yuan's tightly clenched fists gradually unfurled. "What?" Lin Yunjia's delicate face froze in disbelief. "From this moment forth, remove yourself from my sight." Yuan's tone was devoid of emotion, and after speaking, he simply bypassed her and strode away. Lin Yunjia was taken aback after all these years. Yuan had never uttered a harsh word to her. "You are nothing but a worthless individual incapable of forming a contract with a beast. How dare you tell me to leave? I shall see who is truly meant to depart when the autumn test takes place tomorrow." Regaining her composure, Lin Yunjia paid no heed to her image. She was determined to let everyone know that she and Yuan had no connection whatsoever. Ignoring the whispers and peculiar gazes that surrounded her, Yuan hastened toward the dormitory. The academy was expansive, with 6 dormitory buildings alone. The layout of the dormitories was primarily 4-person rooms, with only a select few outstanding Beastmasters granted the privilege of double or even single accommodations. Yuan was a provisional student, sharing his quarters with 3 other provisional students. Upon opening the door, he found the dormitory empty due to the time of day. Perfect. Yuan closed the window, drew the curtains, and locked the door. Before him, the Imperial Beast Codex materialized. Chapter 2. The Contract with the Emperor's Beast. The Emperor's compendium slowly turned to the first page, and without hesitation, Yuan plunged his consciousness into the image of the extraordinary beast depicted in the first slot. After a moment of disorientation, he suddenly regained his senses and found himself in a chaotic void. Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his pupils contracting in shock. Before him stood a square platform about 1 meter high, upon which rested a skeletal form seemingly carved from jade. This skeleton emanated a faint azure light, its massive frame resembling that of a steed, though its leg bones were rather short. It was difficult to ascertain the creature's identity merely from its skeletal structure. However, the clarity of the bones, shimmering with a blue luminescence, conveyed an eerie, cold yet warm aura upon closer inspection. It was anything but ordinary. At that moment, a status panel appeared. Creature, Skull Phantom Beast. Species, Qilin, Auspicious Beast. Bloodline, Emperor level. Attribute, Fire. Characteristic, immune to fire attribute damage. Other data, lost. Despite having prepared himself mentally, Yuan could not suppress his astonishment. Detected that the integrity of the Skull Phantom Beast's remains is at 100. Would you like to immediately replicate a perfect juvenile form? Replicate. Yuan responded without hesitation. As his words faded, a dazzling light erupted from the bones. Simultaneously, a terrifying wave of energy spread, causing the air around him to grow oppressively hot. With eager anticipation, Yuan awaited the system notification. Detected that the host has successfully replicated an Emperor-level creature for the first time. Reward. Remains of the Emperor-level beast, Star Peak Griffin. With 30 integrity. A griffin? Such a creature existed in ancient times. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Soon after, a juvenile beast. Entirely silver-white and resembling a cross between a deer and something else, materialized before Yuan. The replication of the Qilin juvenile was complete. This young creature stood about 1 meter tall, its robust body adorned with silver scales. Unique azure flames surged across its form, accentuating its striking features. A pair of emerald horns sprouted from its forehead, while azure mane billowed from its neck, resembling an eternally blazing azure inferno. Yuan reached out to touch it, and as he drew near, he felt a wave of intense heat. At that moment, the juvenile beast tilted its head upwards, as if inviting him to touch it. Yuan hesitated briefly, then gently placed his hand upon its head. The scorching heat radiated from his palm, warming his nearly frozen heart. A smile spread across his face. After 2 long years, he had once again awakened the dormant soul power within him. In that instant, drops of fresh blood welled from his palm, coalescing into a complex mark. He was about to forge a contract. Little one, let us together awe this world. He lightly pressed his palm, sending the mark into the center of the juvenile beast's forehead. The creature's emerald eyes sparkled with brilliance, raising its head in response to his words. As the mark made contact, a resonant hum echoed from the depths of their souls. A swirl of azure smoke suddenly enveloped the back of Yuan's right hand. An indescribable burning sensation surged through his hand as a blue mark began to form. Meanwhile, in the outside world, at the Feng Beast Academy, the previously clear sky was suddenly engulfed in dark clouds. Thunder rumbled. The inky clouds churned ominously, punctuated by deep, resonant booms, akin to the wrath of deities. A fierce wind swept through the academy, leaving countless students bewildered, unsure of how the weather had transformed so drastically. Suddenly, from the roiling clouds, beams of azure-green light began to pour forth, illuminating every nook and cranny of the academy. In an instant, the institution was bathed in an eerie green glow reminiscent of the underworld. Following this, the air became stiflingly hot, and within mere moments, students broke into a sweat, each feeling a surge of dread gripping their hearts. Earlier, in the principal's office, the bespectacled instructor, holding a file, reported to a middle-aged man regarding the new students. Yuan. He wishes to complete tomorrow's assessment before departing. The middle-aged man, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, slowly turned around. Indeed, principal. As he approached, Instructor Zhang and I promptly handed over Yuan's personal information. The principal scanned through Yuan's profile, his gaze lingering on the soul power qualification section. Unmoving for quite some time. It is indeed a pity that someone with exceptional qualifications cannot contract a beast, remarked Zhang and I. It is more than just a pity, sighed the principal. If he could contract any beast, I would spare no resources in nurturing him. Upon hearing this, a flicker of elusive emotion crossed Zhang Ni's eyes. Before she spoke again, Principal, the city competition is set for early next year. I wonder if our Linyun city can place within the top 20 this year? It is unlikely, the principal replied, shaking his head, as if reluctant to discuss the matter further. Noticing this, Zhang and I prepared to leave. Suddenly, the abrupt change in the sky halted her in her tracks. Such a powerful phenomenon. Someone in the academy is contracting a beast? Zhang and I exclaimed, turning to look at the principal. The principal exuded an air of calm composure, though a storm brewed within his brows. He gazed at the rapidly changing weather, his eyes reflecting contemplation. The disturbance is close. It is from the southeast corner of the academy, the boys' dormitory? Zhang and I closed her eyes, furrowing her brow. seemingly activating some form of perception ability. A few days ago, Zhang Heng found a beast egg in the Withering Valley. Could this be related to him? Zhang and I glanced at the principal. He remained silent, still gazing at the sky, deep in thought. To provoke such a celestial phenomenon, it must be that the beast's bloodline is at the Overlord level, or perhaps even beyond. The Overlord level. Zhang Ni's heart trembled. This was the strongest level beneath legend. As far as she knew, the principal possessed only one beast of Overlord bloodline. Zhang Heng is my cousin. The thought that her cousin's contract with a beast caused this celestial phenomenon filled her with pride. A smile broke across her face as she skipped out of the principal's office. Zhang Heng, you say? The principal stood by the window, his brow furrowing slightly. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared as a majestic eagle landed on his shoulder. To the dormitory area. As soon as he spoke, the eagle vanished in an instant. He closed his eyes, and after about 2 minutes. No, this bloodline fluctuation exceeds the Overlord level by far. It is legendary. Zhang Heng, what immense fortune. He furrowed his brow even tighter. The contract was nearing its conclusion. Wait, this is not Zhang Heng's soul power fluctuation. The principal's expression shifted in surprise as he urged the eagle to dive toward the dormitory area. This Beastmaster's soul power is exceptionally dense, with a hint of familiarity. It is just like. Suddenly, the principal opened his eyes, his pupils sparkling with realization. Yuan. Is it really him? Chapter 3, The Autumn Test. Due to his intense focus during the contract, Yuan was entirely unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Congratulations, host, for successfully contracting your first Emperor-level beast. The Emperor's Compendium is about to upgrade. Upon completion, new functions will be unlocked. Estimated time, 1 minute. Now, on the back of his right hand, a blue mark glimmered. The Beastmaster's mark, prior to the establishment of a beast space, is the sole means by which Beastmasters can summon and release their beasts. He had finally awaited this day. Within him, the vast and turbulent soul power seemed to be entirely awakened, a terrifying force gradually boiling within. At tomorrow's autumn test, I shall surely astonish everyone. He aspired to shine once more in this most prestigious Beastmaster Academy, just as he had 2 years prior. Yuan's heart surged with fervor. Once he became a student, he would be able to learn the methods of harnessing soul power. Possessing an extraordinary concentration of soul power, his potential is immeasurable. Surrounding him are young beasts of vibrant green hues, as if they too sense the joy within his heart. Yuan's gaze fixates on the young beast, and its attribute panel immediately appears. Creature, Goeming Yu Beast, Juvenile. Race, Qilin Rarity Beast. Bloodline, Emperor level, Perfect. Attribute, Fire. Traits, immune to fire attribute damage, possessing a unique soul-burning Netherflame. Talent, Auspicious Beast, slightly increases the Beastmaster's luck. Flame Lord, doubles the power of released fire attacks. Skill 1, Flame Storm, unreservedly unleashes the nether flame within, incinerating everything around. Skill 2, Dread, utilizes the pressure of the Imperial bloodline to intimidate any creature of lower bloodline rank. Path to Advancement, to grow to the adolescent stage, must consume a nether ghost seed. All information laid bare before him. Yuan's eyes linger on the bloodline section, falling into contemplation. The bloodline of beasts varies in rank. While Beastmasters are categorized by the intensity of their soul power, from the 9th rank entry level to the 1st rank pinnacle. Presently, as a contract Beastmaster, he has just entered the 9th rank. With his current identity, he cannot yet comprehend the distinctions among Beastmaster ranks. However, 2 points are abundantly clear to him. First, the higher the bloodline rank of the beast, the more diverse the talent entries it possesses. Perhaps, when the young beast advances to adolescence, it will unlock new talents. Second, the rank of the Beastmaster determines the extent of power the beast can exert. Even the highest bloodline beast, if contracted with a low-ranked Beastmaster, would be powerless against formidable foes. Thus, Yuan's primary goal is to swiftly comprehend the methods to refine his soul power, elevating it to a higher rank. To achieve this, there is but one way: to astonish everyone in tomorrow's autumn assessment. 1 moment, please. Yuan collected his thoughts, gently patted the young beast's small head, and the mark on his hand shimmered. As he opened his eyes, he sat up from the bed. The sky was approaching dusk. After restoring his dormitory to its original state, he lay back down. Yuan closed his eyes, placing the back of his right hand against his forehead. Clumsily channeling the soul power within, he directed it towards the Beastmaster imprint on his hand. In the next moment, his consciousness arrived in the chaotic space from earlier. The Qilin juvenile beast was curled up, resting. Upon sensing his aura, the young beast suddenly leaped up, circling him and occasionally jumping to nudge his face with its head. All right. Yuan laughed as he sat cross-legged, and the young beast dove into his embrace. He gently stroked it and said, "I think I shall give you a name." The moment he laid eyes on the young beast, he contemplated whether to choose a name of grandeur or something more intricate. Ultimately, he found his answer. Ming. A simple yet profound name. What do you think? Yuan initially intended to consider its traits and other aspects, but ultimately, he was met with a jumble of names. After much thought, combining its soul-burning netherfire trait, he decided on Ming. Upon hearing this name, the little creature's eyes lit up, and it immediately displayed an exuberant demeanor. Seeing its excitement, Yuan chuckled. After frolicking with Ming for a while, he exited the Beastmaster imprint. As he opened his eyes, he overheard chatter in the dormitory. "I heard the sky turn green because someone made a toxic oath and angered the deities." "No way. Is that true? I thought the sky changed color all of a sudden. It startled me. What on earth is going on?" That sky illuminated the academy in a verdant hue. Resembling the underworld, it's too eerie. "Hey, do you know anything? I heard it was because of Zhang Hong." "Zhang Hong? The vice principal's son? That bully who throws his weight around every day?" "Yes, I heard it was Zhang Hong." Yuan slowly sat up, and the conversation among the group halted. Then several of them urged a blonde-haired boy. "Come on, tell us, what did Zhang Hong do?" Yuan perked up his ears. Intrigued. From the sound of it, something seemed off about the sky earlier. "What happened?" prompted by others. The blonde-haired boy's eyes sparkled with intelligence. The sudden change in the sky was because Zhang Hong contracted a beast of the sovereign bloodline. "No way. That's just nonsense. Sovereign? Can he really contract a sovereign beast? Come on." The group's skepticism irked the blonde-haired boy. "Look at your jealous expressions. Zhang Hong went to the Withering Valley a few days ago and got a beast egg. Surely you've heard of that? It said that the beast egg hatched into a creature with a sovereign bloodline. The entire academy is buzzing with it. Damn it. Why does Zhang Hong have such good luck?" Hearing this name, Yuan's eyes glinted with coldness. Zhang Hong, relying on his father's position as vice principal and his own modest talent in beast mastery, has been tyrannizing students without backgrounds in the academy. 2 years ago, when Yuan was at the peak of his power upon entering the academy, Zhang Hong had given him no small amount of trouble after his fall from grace. A beast egg with a sovereign bloodline? Yuan frowned, pondering the credibility of the blonde-haired boy's information. The dormitory gossip continued late into the night, and soon the air was filled with rhythmic snoring. Yuan rested his hands behind his head, gazing out at the thick night sky, feeling an overwhelming anticipation for tomorrow's assessment. The night passed without incident. The next day, at precisely 9 in the morning, a resounding, powerful horn sounded, and the previously tranquil academy seemed to erupt once more. The autumn assessment, the day all students awaited. Countless dark horses and new stars would shine brilliantly in this test. Today, the sky was clear and bright. Yuan donned a set of black attire, his handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile, radiating youthful vigor. He made his way towards the square alongside a throng of students. The autumn assessment would take place in the Academy's square, which could accommodate thousands of people. At that moment, the square was bustling with students, and in the center stood 2 stages. Presiding over the testing process was the Academy's Director of Instruction, Lu Xinyue. At the age of 25, a single woman, she was affectionately referred to as the fairy sister by male students, not only for her striking beauty, but also for her lively and gentle personality. Furthermore, she is ranked among the top 3 Beastmasters in Lingyun City. As Lu Xinyue, clad in a pink gown, descended from the sky on a pink eagle beast, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. The long-awaited autumn assessment was finally about to commence. "Hello, students. It's that time of year again for the annual autumn assessment. Are you excited?" Lu Xinyue's voice was melodious, her smile brimming with vitality, pleasing to the eye. The autumn assessment consists of 2 main agendas. The first agenda is the soul power concentration test and the beast bloodline rank assessment. The second agenda is the arena challenge. Lu Xinyue's voice resonated in everyone's ears, enhanced not only by the sound system, but also by her soul power. Now let us begin with the first agenda, the soul power concentration test and beast bloodline rank assessment. Lu Xinyue glanced at the list in her hand, furrowing her brow before announcing, "The first test participant, provisional student, Yuan." With this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Yuan? How could this incapable individual, who cannot even contract a beast, still be here? Chapter 4, shocking the crowd. The square, filled with thousands, was in uproar. Amidst countless gazes, Yuan, with his striking features clad in black, stepped onto the high platform. What could this waste possibly want, considering he doesn't even have a beast? Perhaps it was an attempt to remind everyone of his exceptional soul power aptitude. After all, it was the only thing he could boast about. For one who cannot contract a spirit beast, any amount of talent is utterly futile. Perhaps he merely wished to exchange a few words with the divine sister before departing. The crowd below was rife with derision, scorn, and schadenfreude. Countless gazes converged upon Yuan, eager to witness his exit. "Prepare yourself, Yuan," Lu Xinyue spoke gently as he stepped up to the soul power testing platform. Above, there stood a stone circular platform entwined with verdant vines. Standing upon it would activate the tester's inner soul power. As Yuan ascended, he was met with countless pairs of eyes poised to witness his embarrassment. As the stone platform emitted brilliant light, an indescribable, terrifying aura erupted within Yuan. Invisible to the naked eye, the presence of many felt their souls tremble, and the previously clear sky dimmed slightly. Some who had yet to experience such phenomena gasped in astonishment, while seasoned students scoffed. "Humph, this is all he has to show off. Let us see how he handles this next." They jeered, their disdain palpable. A worthless individual who cannot even summon a spirit beast dares to stand on the stage. Lin Yunjia, amidst the crowd, harbored similar contempt. What purpose does it serve to seek momentary glory? Everyone in the academy for over half a year was well aware of Yuan's true nature. As the radiance of the soul power testing platform began to wane, an ethereal voice emerged from the circular platform. "Soul power aptitude, special grade." Yuan maintained his composure as he stepped down from the testing platform. "Here it comes. Let us see what the waste will do next." The thought of him failing to summon a spirit beast provoked laughter. How unfortunate for the divine sister to waste her breath on such a fool. Lu Xinyue refrained from proceeding to the next spirit beast test, as she sought to treat every student's feelings with fairness. To her, Yuan's immediate departure was the wisest choice. However, unexpectedly, Yuan called out to her. Lu Xinyue paused, her beautiful eyes resting upon the young man's handsome face. "I am prepared to undertake the next test," Yuan declared with a smile. Lu Xinyue regarded him strangely before nodding. "Next, we shall conduct the spirit beast bloodline level test." This announcement rippled through the crowd like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up numerous waves of reaction. Did I hear that correctly? Yuan is to undergo the spirit beast bloodline test. No way. He contracted a spirit beast? It became clear why he would willingly subject himself to humiliation. He was emboldened by a hidden confidence. What arrogance! Even if he did contract a spirit beast, what of it? I wager his bloodline level is at most mid-tier. Let us not forget, Yuan possesses special grade aptitude. What of that? Ultimately, it comes down to soul power strength in spirit beasts, does it not? Have you forgotten what transpired yesterday? Indeed, the celestial phenomenon when Zhang Heng contracted his supreme spirit beast was terrifying, and despite Yuan's special grade aptitude, he would not stand a chance against Zhang Heng. The celestial phenomenon from yesterday was indeed quite alarming. Amidst the murmurs, a light laugh resonated across the square. Shall we not waste our time on this worthless individual? As this voice rang out, silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes turned to the front, where a handsome young man stood with his hands in his pockets, smiling lightly. Zhang Heng, the son of the vice president of the Feng Spirit Beast Academy. Even if this waste truly possesses a spirit beast, it is not worth delaying our autumn test. Zhang Heng wore a disdainful smile. Does the head instructor not recall that the autumn test is our domain as senior students? Let this fool wait until the spring test. Upon his words, many in the crowd echoed their agreement. The din below grew tumultuous as Lu Xinyue furrowed her brow, looking at Yuan. Do not pay them any mind. Continue and summon your spirit beast. Compared to the provocations of the little tyrant, this divine sister seemed to possess greater authority. Upon hearing her speak, the clamor below fell silent. Zhang Heng's lips curled into a cold smile as he cast a deep glance at Lu Xinyue. At last, when the crowd quieted, Yuan slowly raised his right hand. As a blue-green mark materialized on the back of his hand, it sparked considerable commotion. He truly had contracted a spirit beast. Many began to anticipate what sort of spirit beast this genius with special grade soul power had contracted. Lin Yunjia narrowed her eyes. Realizing he had silently contracted a spirit beast, no wonder he had spoken so boldly yesterday. Humph, what spirit beast could he possibly summon? Surely it is of the lowest tier. An undesirable creature. Yuan remained unfazed by the voices from below. He closed his eyes and silently recited, Ming. Today marks the beginning of our names resonating throughout the world. Arise, Ming. As his words fell, the air grew heated. Then, under the gaze of thousands, a young Qilin, pure white as snow and shimmering with a delicate greenish hue, gradually took form from the starlight, standing proudly beside Yuan. Ming's body was adorned with snow-white scales, and the greenish flames within outlined the perfect shape of its scales. With a neck adorned in greenish mane swaying in the wind, Ming proudly lifted its head, its pair of emerald antlers refracting brilliant light in the sun. This was a spirit beast of unparalleled uniqueness. The emergence of Ming rendered the square, filled with thousands, utterly silent. Everyone was left in a state of shock. Those who had anticipated his embarrassment now stood dumbfounded before this extraordinary spirit beast. Below, astonishment flickered in Zhang Heng's eyes, soon replaced by a glimmer of greed. The creature beside Ji Yuan was simply too captivating. Lin Yunjia, standing amidst the crowd, was wholly captivated by Ming's exquisite appearance. What a beautiful spirit beast. Her heart raced. She found herself enamored by this creature. On stage, Lu Xinyue, closest to the spectacle, also displayed a moment of astonishment before her expression turned grave. Only she could perceive the intense waves radiating from this seemingly graceful spirit beast. Taking a deep breath, she extended her fair hand, conjuring a handheld scanning device from thin air. This was a spirit beast bloodline testing device, a commonly used portable apparatus. As she aimed the device at Ming's forehead, she explained to Ji Yuan. Initially, Ming attempted to evade, but at Ji Yuan's gesture, it consented. Upon contact, the testing device erupted with brilliant light, and under the gaze of countless spectators, it shattered with a sharp crack. Chapter 5. What is arrogance? What is this? Ji Yuan mused, perplexed. He had never seen such a device before. If it shattered, how could it still be tested? Lu Xinyue's eyes widened with shock at the moment the device shattered. Such convenient devices were designed to withstand the bloodline fluctuations of supreme-level spirit beasts. She fixed her gaze upon the unique spirit beast beside Ji Yuan and, after a brief moment, announced to the entire assembly, Ji Yuan has contracted a spirit beast with a bloodline level of supreme or above. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Heavens, did you hear that? It's a supreme-level spirit beast. Goodness, a supreme-level beast. Where on earth did he acquire such a creature? Ji Yuan had feigned being a waste for 2 years, only to unveil a grand revelation during this autumn test. Did you not hear? The Divine Sister stated supreme or above. Perhaps this spirit beast's bloodline is even more extraordinary. No wonder this spirit beast appeared so remarkably different. Lin Yunjia listened to the howling wind, her fair hands clenched until they turned crimson, her gaze fixated on the figure of Ji Yuan on the stage, sparkling with an extraordinary light. She never anticipated that the slap of reality would come so swiftly. Just yesterday, she had asserted that Ji Yuan would be expelled from the academy during the autumn finals. Yet now, possessing exceptional soul power and having contracted a dominant beast, he would undoubtedly leap to become a prime candidate for the academy's cultivation efforts. On stage, Ji Yuan smiled in astonishment. If such commotion arose merely from a dominant beast, one could only imagine the uproar if they were to discover the true bloodline level of Ming. Congratulations, Ji Yuan, on successfully acquiring your own beast. Please step down. Lu Xinyue said, her chest rising and falling momentarily as she gestured for him to exit the stage. However, Ji Yuan shook his head. Director, I recall a rule regarding the autumn finals. I wish to apply to become the champion of the challenge. His tone was calm, yet it sent shockwaves through the audience once more. According to the rules of the autumn finals, any student could apply to be the champion. The second agenda item was the challenge competition, intended to allow students of all levels to display their abilities and earn rewards allocated by the academy based on their performance. However, once someone became the champion, they would face all eligible students in the challenge. The champion needed to defeat all challengers to be declared victorious. A champion who emerges triumphant would receive immensely generous rewards from the academy, yet failure would ban them from participating in the autumn finals for 2 years. Historically, only a handful of prodigies had accomplished the feat of defending the title. No one expected Ji Yuan to exhibit such audacity. Was he out of his mind? Had the years of suppression driven him to madness? How arrogant, Ji Yuan. So what if you possess a dominant beast? You are merely a 9th-tier Beastmaster. The crowd erupted, many students venting their frustrations. Lu Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened. This usually composed director had been shocked innumerable times since the test began. Are you certain? Ji Yuan nodded. Indeed. His decision was not impulsive, it was well considered. Before Lu Xinyue could announce, Zhang Heng could no longer contain himself. I want to be the champion too. He leapt onto the high platform, his face flushed, glaring fiercely at Ji Yuan. He would not allow anyone to be so brazen before him. If both of you wish to be champions, then you must battle. The victor will defend the title, while the loser will withdraw from this test, Lu Xinyue said softly, her demeanor returning to its usual gentleness. Ji Yuan regarded Zhang Heng with a cold smile. Do you dare face me? Zhang Heng arrogantly raised his chin, utterly disdainful. He had spent 3 years in the academy, acquiring considerable proficiency in controlling beasts and mastering soul power. Confident that Ji Yuan, after 2 years of stagnation, was no match for him, even with a dominant beast. Why would I be afraid? Ji Yuan laughed heartily. As his laughter echoed, Ming enveloped him in a whirlwind of azure light. Soaring towards the expansive challenge stage at the center of the plaza, the azure light collided with the surface of the stage, revealing Ji Yuan's proud figure. On the other side, Zhang Heng was equally unyielding. As the mark of his beast manifested, a silver-white figure leaped and landed steadily on the challenge stage. It was a robust silver wolf, larger than Ming, standing around 2.5 meters tall. The silver wolf assumed a pouncing stance, its eyes glowing with ferocity. A low growl emanating from its gaping maw fixated on Ming. "You are far too complacent, Ji Yuan," Zhang Heng sneered. "What does it matter if your beast's bloodline is formidable? The soul power level of the Beastmaster determines the outcome." Zhang Heng had become a Beastmaster 3 years prior and now stood at the pinnacle of 8th tier soul power. He pointed at his poised silver wolf, asserting, "Its bloodline may only be high level, but with my enhancement, it can easily handle your dominant beast. After all, Ji Yuan, you have only just become a Beastmaster, barely reaching 9th tier soul power. What good is your exceptional talent against me?" "Such meaningless chatter," Ji Yuan replied calmly. The correlation between a Beastmaster's soul power level and their beast capabilities could only be fully understood after becoming a formal student. Zhang Heng's superior combat knowledge might be commendable, yet Ji Yuan held cards that were unfathomable to his opponent. For instance, everyone believed that Ming's bloodline level was merely dominant. Suddenly, a flash of pink light appeared, and a pink eagle beast descended between the two. Lu Xinyue, kneeling atop the eagle beast, surveyed the two and said, "Since you have reached a consensus, let this challenge be a splendid spectacle." With that, the eagle flapped its wings and flew outside the stage. "Zhang Heng will win. Zhang Heng will win. Zhang Heng will win." The deafening cheers erupted from the audience. "Why is no one calling your name? Do you not need it?" Zhang Heng gloated. Ji Yuan scoffed. "Your sycophants can only incite these mindless individuals." Zhang Heng, realizing he could not outwit Ji Yuan, glared with fierce eyes. "I will see whether your strength matches your bravado." Instantly, the silver wolf charged like a bolt of lightning, mouth agape, ready to strike. "Such a beast dares to show its fangs before us." Ji Yuan chuckled lightly. With a sudden explosive force, Ming tilted its head slightly. An indescribable aura of terror emanated from its being. Skill 2, Intimidation, unleashed the oppressive force of the imperial bloodline to intimidate any creature with a lower bloodline than itself. In an instant, the silver wolf, baring its teeth, was buffeted by the aura, its silver fur standing on end. The wolf froze, its previously fierce gaze transforming to one of clarity. Gradually, it began to crawl submissively on the ground, inching towards Ming, occasionally emitting low whimpers, resembling a creature seeking favor. Completely bereft of its earlier ferocity, the entire arena fell silent at this sudden turn of events. Everyone was astounded, including Zhang Heng, who stood dumbfounded. "Silver Moon, what in the world are you doing?" Chapter 6, Zhang Heng, "Your beast is stolen." "Silver Moon, what are you doing?" In the hushed plaza, only Zhang Heng's incredulous and enraged roar reverberated. Ji Yuan smiled faintly. Although his soul power level was barely 9th tier, the gap in bloodlines between beasts invoked an instinctual dread deep within the soul. How embarrassing. Zhang Heng's forehead pulsed with veins. He surmised that the dominance of Ji Yuan's bloodline had rendered the silver wolf powerless. Immediately, he gestured with his right hand, and the silver wolf's figure transformed into scattered starlight, vanishing. "Don't get too smug. Do you think I have only this useless one?" Zhang Heng's expression shifted, as a deep blue icy crystal mark suddenly appeared on his right hand. In that moment, the air, once heated by Ming's presence, began to chill. Standing before Zhang Heng was a gorilla enveloped in a cold mist, its fur shimmering with deep blue ice crystals. This gorilla was not particularly massive. It crouched with its arms resting on the ground, bending over, and a frigid aura expanded from its vicinity. "Hiss, it's the snow crystal gorilla." Zhang Heng actually summoned it. It was rumored that this beast had been a gift from his father, raised meticulously, and never before summoned in public. It is incorrect. A level 8 Beastmaster can contract only 2 beasts at most. If Zhang Heng already possesses 2, then the celestial phenomenon from yesterday must undoubtedly have been caused by Ji Yuan. Indeed, just look at the brilliance emanating from Ji Yuan's beast. It resembles the celestial anomaly from yesterday to a T. My goodness, truly deserving of the special grade aptitude. Ji Yuan is likely to shed the title of a waste and soar to great heights from this point onward. It may be premature to proclaim such a triumph. First, he must overcome Zhang Heng's obstacle. Below the stage, whispers filled the air. Zhang Heng's eyes glinted with malice. The Xueqiao Bingxing was originally his trump card, but it was the silver wolf that proved inadequate. Fortunately, the Xueqiao Bingxing possesses a unique talent: perception dullness, which allows it to ignore any bloodline suppression. Note, this talent is ineffective if the bloodline levels differ by more than 2 grades. The bloodline level of the Xueqiao Bingxing is advanced, just 1 tier below Ji Yuan's beast, making perception dullness perfectly applicable, without the pressure of bloodlines. Let us see if this abominable creature can still be arrogant. A smile crept across Zhang Heng's lips, as if he had foreseen the tragic fate awaiting Ji Yuan's beast. Cover your fists with the frost power and launch a direct assault. It will surely falter. At that moment, Zhang Heng issued his command. The Shui Qiao Bingxing rose to its towering height of nearly 2 meters, its fist, the size of a basketball, encased in a layer of ice crystals. With a roar, the blue-furred gorilla bellowed to the heavens and charged towards Ji Yuan like an earthquake. A chill washed over the area as Ji Yuan remained unfazed, his gaze surpassing the Shui Qiao Bingxing and landing on Zhang Heng's confident visage. I shall now make you confront reality. Ji Yuan's calm voice resonated throughout the square. In the next instant, everyone beheld the azure beast beside Ji Yuan step forward with measured grace. As it faced the oncoming blue-haired gorilla, its emerald green pupils sparkled with intensity. In that fleeting moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A torrent of terrifying, azure green heat surged forth from within the beast, engulfing the entire arena in an instant. The arena was surrounded by a defensive barrier, yet even so, the spectators felt the searing waves of heat. The azure green tempest enveloped the stage, and all that could be heard were the echoes of anguished cries. The Shui Qiao Bingxing, at the heart of the inferno, writhed in agony, clawing desperately at its own head. The azure green flames were not only scalding, but seared its very soul. The dual torment of spirit and flesh caused it to roll its eyes back and faint. At Ji Yuan's behest, this terrifying heat did not engulf Zhang Heng. Standing amidst the raging flames, his countenance turned grim. He sensed through the beast's mark that the Shui Qiao Bingxing's state had shifted from vigorous to lifeless. How can this be possible? Around him, the azure flames gradually receded. Why must I lose to him? I am a peak level 8 Beastmaster. Why? Why? Zhang Heng, consumed by fury, lost control of his expression, clenching his fists tightly, his teeth grinding. Can we announce the results now, Director? In the stillness of the square, Ji Yuan's calm voice broke the silence, bringing everyone back to their senses. The battle did not last long. In fact, from the moment they ascended the stage to its conclusion, only 5 minutes had passed. All eyes were fixated on the unconscious Shui Qiao Bingxing. Initially, they believed it would be a crushing victory for Zhang Heng. Yet, 5 minutes later, it was Zhang Heng who had been effortlessly defeated. The sound of wings flapping filled the air as the eagle beast descended gracefully onto the stage. Lu Xinyue's expression was complex as she gazed at Ji Yuan, her eyes filled with astonishment. After a moment, her lips parted slightly. The victor of the arena contest is Ji Yuan. Each word she uttered made everyone truly accept this reality. Ji Yuan, the student who had joined the academy 2 years ago with special grade soul power, had once again blossomed into brilliance after 2 years of silence. Wait a moment. Zhang Heng's eyes blazed with fury as he stepped forward, gritting his teeth. You despicable thief. You stole the beast egg I brought back from the Withering Valley and hatched this azure green fire-type beast, forming a contract with it. Zhang Heng pointed at Ji Yuan, his expression twisted with agitation. You stole my belongings and even dared to use it in the autumn test. Do you truly think I am oblivious to your actions? Unable to accept his swift defeat, in the throes of emotion, he regrettably blurted out his accusations. However, once the words escaped, the damage was done and could not be retracted. No way. Could it be that Ji Yuan's beast is indeed stolen? When one contemplates it, it seems quite plausible. Ji Yuan had remained silent for 2 years, and just when Zhang Heng's beast egg went missing, he suddenly acquired a beast. It is difficult not to raise suspicions. His words stirred a tempest, and the previously silent crowd erupted into accusations, only willing to believe what they wished to believe. Among the crowd, Lin Yunjiao pursed her lips, a look of disdain flashing in her eyes. After all this time, it turns out it was stolen. The chorus of condemnation was relentless. Ji Yuan's handsome visage remained unperturbed, as he had long since grown accustomed to the ridicule of others over the past 2 years. Lu Xinyue furrowed her brow, surprised that Zhang Heng could not accept defeat. Having lost, he resorted to throwing mud in anger. She was one of the few who knew that the beast egg Zhang Heng brought back from the Withering Valley was lifeless. However, Zhang Heng was the vice principal's son, and as a mere director, she chose to remain silent. At that moment, amidst the uproar of accusations, sensing the director's silence, Ji Yuan suddenly moved. He casually approached Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng glared with fury, yet his heart quaked with fear, forcing him to retreat slowly. In the next instant, with a resounding slap, Ji Yuan's right hand swung out with formidable force, striking Zhang Heng's cheek. The shouts of the crowd fell silent in an instant. Chapter 7. The Notion of Fairness. Zhang Heng felt the burning sting on his cheek, his pupils trembling. Ji Yuan dared to strike him. Scanning the audience, a multitude of incredulous eyes were fixed upon him. Instantly, Feelings of humiliation and rage surged through him, prompting him to shout and raise his hand to retaliate. But Ji Yuan swiftly seized his arm and once more swung his right hand forcefully towards Zhang Heng's face. Smack! This slap sent Zhang Heng crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. The crowd gasped collectively. Even Lu Xinyue took a few steps back. A singular thought echoed in their minds. Ji Yuan has lost his mind. Since Zhang Heng entered the academy, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on him. After all, the vice principal was notoriously protective of his own. A cold snort suddenly echoed throughout the academy. What a ruthless kid. This voice, laden with anger, caused the students to instinctively shrink back. It was the vice principal, Zhang Jilin. Ji Yuan is doomed. With a flash of white light, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and adorned with black and gold glasses appeared on the stage. The newcomer was none other than Vice Principal Zhang Jilin. Director Zhang. Upon seeing him, Lu Xinyue immediately greeted him respectfully. She then summoned her eagle beast and departed from this place of chaos. After Zhang Jilin arrived, his gaze was sharp as he fixed it upon Ji Yuan. Since the establishment of the Changfeng Beastmaster Academy, there has never been a student with such despicable conduct as yours. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the high-ranking Beastmaster. Ji Yuan remained calm. Meeting his gaze with a gentle smile, Vice Principal, upon what basis do you deem my actions despicable? Zhang Heng lost the battle and, in a fit of humiliation, accused me of theft. Are you truly willing to overlook right and wrong to protect your own? Confronted by the imposing Vice Dean, Ji Yuan stood tall, neither servile nor arrogant. For 3 years, Zhang Heng had taken advantage of his status, bullying the weak and exerting his influence. Why had no one intervened then? This Vice Dean truly exhibited double standards. How contemptible. Nevertheless, amidst the crowd, there remained a handful of clear-minded individuals. Impudent. Zhang Jilin's sharp gaze swept across the audience, prompting several to obediently fall silent. Among classmates, it was commonplace to sustain injuries during sparring on the arena. Zhang Jilin stated calmly, I have emerged because Zhang Heng has accused you of suspected theft. The academy places great importance on personal integrity. Since there is suspicion of theft, we must uncover the truth. Though he uttered these words, he secretly longed to slap Zhang Heng, this ungrateful child, into silence. It was truly his own indulgence that had led to this moment. Losing was one thing, but to slander another in front of the entire faculty and student body was intolerable. The only course of action left for him was to compel Ji Yuan to substantiate the theft. Otherwise, Zhang Heng's reputation within the academy would be irretrievably tarnished. I never wrong any student, Zhang Jilin declared, chin held high, hands clasped behind his back. Zhang Heng, before all present, explain why you believe Ji Yuan has stolen your beast egg. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Heng. The latter's eyes flickered, understanding his father's implication, and quickly spoke up. The beast egg I retrieved from the Withering Valley emits a greenish glow. I kept it in my dormitory, where it has been in a state of imminent hatching. Upon returning from the reading room yesterday afternoon, I discovered it was missing. Until yesterday afternoon, Ji Yuan had not yet contracted a beast. Yet after the celestial phenomenon appeared today, Ji Yuan possesses a beast I have never seen before. It is based on this that I conclude Ji Yuan must have stolen the beast egg. Zhang Heng strained to present his case with a semblance of credibility. Upon his conclusion, Zhang Jilin turned to Ji Yuan. Is there anyone who can attest that you contracted this beast prior to yesterday? He inquired further. Or can anyone confirm that you were not contracting a beast when the celestial phenomenon occurred? Observing the father-son duo in their orchestrated performance, Ji Yuan shook his head with a smile. To fabricate charges is to find excuses at will. Who in the entire academy is unaware that I have no friends? How does Vice Dean Zhang expect me to find someone to testify? Zhang Jilin maintained a calm demeanor and replied, So, you do not intend to deny it? He then scanned the crowd, his voice resonating. All provisional students residing with Ji Yuan stepped forward. At his command, a blonde-haired youth and 2 timid boys ascended the arena. Heads bowed. Where were you when the celestial phenomenon occurred? Zhang Jilin questioned. The trio hastily responded, Vice Dean, we were in the training hall at that time. Did you see Ji Yuan? No, we did not. However, we witnessed Ji Yuan exiting Zhang Heng's dormitory yesterday morning. Suddenly, several boys in the crowd raised their hands. Zhang Jilin gestured for them to come forward. Ji Yuan scrutinized them. These so-called witnesses were all sycophants of Zhang Heng. You all, in front of the faculty and students, recount what you observed. Zhang Jilin instructed the sycophants, his tone measured. Should anyone dare to frame Ji Yuan, I will not be lenient. The Vice Dean's words carried an unmistakable air of fairness. At his signal, the sycophants began to testify, predictably asserting that they had seen Ji Yuan take something from Zhang Heng's dormitory. At this juncture, Ji Yuan found himself at a loss for words. What? Ji Yuan was caught red-handed stealing. This was a clear case of being caught in the act. Alas, Ji Yuan's reputation was utterly destroyed. The crowd's intense gaze bore down on Ji Yuan, filled with disdain and contempt. Lin Yunjia, please come forward. Just then, Zhang Jilin spoke again. Among the crowd, Lin Yunjia, suddenly called upon by the vice dean, felt a rush of surprise as she nervously ascended the arena under countless scrutinizing eyes. Vice Dean, she stammered, bowing her head submissively before Zhang Jilin. I have heard that you and Ji Yuan grew up together in the welfare home. You should know him best, to avoid injustice. I ask you, how was Ji Yuan's conduct during his time in the welfare home? Zhang Jilin inquired slowly. Lin Yunjia's mind went blank as she briefly glanced at Ji Yuan. The accusation of theft against him was nearly solidified. Surely, the vice dean had no need to orchestrate such a scene. Was it merely to deliver a fatal blow to Ji Yuan's character? Her thoughts raced. If Ji Yuan's beast was indeed stolen, no matter how powerful, it would ultimately have to be returned to Zhonghong. The Chengfeng Beast Academy was the most prestigious institution in Linyun City. The principal rarely made appearances, with the vice dean managing all affairs. Perhaps the principal had tacitly approved of today's events? Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yunjia made her choice. To Vice Dean Zhang, she stood tall. Casting a glance at Ji Yuan before addressing Zhang Jilin, Ji Yuan has a long-standing habit of stealing others' belongings since childhood in the welfare home. I have always refrained from associating with him for this reason. This served a dual purpose, pleasing the vice dean while distancing herself from Ji Yuan. Thus, the matter was settled. An orphan with despicable habits since youth had arrived at the academy, proving that a dog cannot change its nature. Disdain rose in the hearts of all present. As gazes filled with scorn and disgust converged on Ji Yuan, they pierced him like daggers, his fists clenched in trembling rage. During his time at the welfare home, he had been the most beloved, understanding, and well-behaved child. He could hardly believe Lin Yunjia would choose to lie at such a moment. Ji Yuan, do you have anything else to say? Zhang Jilin loomed over him, eyes glinting with mockery. You are too naive to challenge me. Now, annul your contract and return the beast that rightfully belongs to Zhonghong. Zhang Jilin's tone was nonchalant, yet carried an undercurrent of menace. In the background, Zhang Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could hardly fathom how powerful he would become upon reclaiming that azure beast. However, at that moment, Ji Yuan slowly raised his head, locking eyes with the vice dean. You claim this beast belongs to your son, do you? A brilliant azure light emerged, and Ming's form materialized beside Ji Yuan. With witnesses in abundance, do you still wish to dispute this? A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang Jilin's eyes. This beast was indeed captivating. Were it not for his overwhelming paternal love, he would hesitate to benefit his foolish son. What a splendidly orchestrated performance. Suddenly, Ji Yuan laughed. What if I tell you I possess more than just this beast? In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chapter 8. The farce concludes. Thunder rumbled. The clear sky once again transformed ominously. The daylight abruptly changed to darkness, as if night had fallen in an instant. The celestial phenomenon. Zhang Jilin narrowed his eyes, his brows furrowing as a sense of unease washed over him. You lowly creatures, open your eyes and behold. Ji Yuan laughed heartily. In the next moment, the clouds parted, revealing a bizarre and resplendent cosmic galaxy. Another celestial phenomenon. What was happening? Ji Yuan had just commanded the onlookers to witness closely. Could it be? Could it be due to him? My heavens. This is the first time I've witnessed a manifestation of the cosmic galaxy. What sort of beast? What level of bloodline could summon such a phenomenon? On the arena, Zhang Jilin squinted, the fierce winds sweeping across the square, causing the crowd's clothing to flutter and their hair to dance wildly. Zhang Heng and Lin Yunjia, along with others, gazed upward in astonishment, rendered speechless. Suddenly, a peculiar roar reverberated through the skies. A shadow descended rapidly from the cosmic phenomena above. As the shadow landed steadily beside Ji Yuan, the entire arena seemed to hold its breath. Before them stood a magnificent creature, a fusion of lion and eagle, adorned with a pair of golden wings. The beast's robust lion-like body was complemented by the formidable head of an eagle, its fur gleaming like the midday sun, utterly mesmerizing. In that moment, everyone appeared to be choked, mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. This creature was the Xingfeng Shizhou, a reward from the system when Ji Yuan formed a contract with the Ming. Upon the completion of the initial contract, the Imperial Codex had upgraded, granting the ability to briefly summon any Imperial-level creature recorded within it. Such summons would evoke celestial phenomena, rendering the Imperial beings vividly real, albeit at the cost of consuming the integrity of the relics. Though Ji Yuan was reluctant to utilize this power, who could have anticipated that this father-son duo would so utterly distort right and wrong? Zhang Heng, is this beast of yours as well? Ji Yuan's cold voice echoed across the plaza, leaving Zhang Heng pale, unable to meet anyone's gaze. What a formidable Ji Yuan! At this moment, Zhang Jilin felt as though he had been publicly slapped. As his eyelids trembled, he realized that Ji Yuan possessed not just one, but multiple beasts of such caliber. It seemed there was but one recourse left. An immense wave of soul power surged within Zhang Jilin, as if he intended to summon his own beast. How lively! Just then, a light chuckle broke the tension. Zhang Jilin's expression darkened instantly. There was no opportunity left. The celestial phenomena stirred by the Xingfeng Shurjiao began to dissipate, revealing a clear sky once more. Concurrently, a figure descended from above. A middle-aged man, his hair streaked with silver and his brow harboring storms, approached. Ji Yuan tilted his head slightly, and upon catching sight of what lay behind this man, his pupils constricted. The sudden arrival of this middle-aged man revealed a pair of wings sprouting from his back. A fourth-rank Beastmaster. Ji Yuan had heard tales that a fourth-rank Beastmaster could manifest any part of their contracted beast using soul power, though this act required immense expenditure of soul energy. Appearance was paramount. As the middle-aged man landed just 3 steps away from Ji Yuan, Zhang Jilin, previously assertive, took a half-step back and softly uttered, "Dean Tan." The figure was none other than Tan He, the true headmaster of the Changfeng Beastmaster Academy. This leader of Lingyun City had always been more concerned with urban development, rarely involving himself with academy affairs. Why was he here today? Zhang Jilin's mind raced as he suddenly realized, glancing towards Ji Yuan. It was the dean. In my 4 years at the academy, this was my first encounter with him. Did I not see correctly? The dean has wings. Fool. That is the ability of a 4th-rank Beastmaster. The unexpected appearance of this elusive dean caused quite a stir. Ji Yuan watched his silhouette, his fists gradually clenching. He has finally arrived. It was he who had led Ji Yuan into the academy when Ji Yuan awakened his exceptional soul power aptitude. Today, Ji Yuan exerted all his effort to compel the dean's presence, for only he could provide the utmost assistance. Then he bore a smile, exuding the demeanor of an approachable mentor. He approached Ji Yuan, his gaze sweeping over the imposing Shurjiao and the stunning Ming. Quite impressive indeed. At that moment, both beasts instinctively took a half-step back, seemingly wary of this man. Tan He extended his hand, gently patting the Shurjiao, which instantly transformed into starlight and vanished. What matter requires Vice Dean Zhang to personally intervene? Tan He turned, momentarily locking eyes with Ji Yuan. Throughout Lingyun City, all were aware that Zhang Jilin held the title of Vice Dean, but only Tan He had the privilege to address him thus. Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Jilin, expressionless, shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Heng, gritting his teeth, interjected loudly, "Dean." This Ji Yuan, Zhang Heng, unwilling to relent, had escalated matters to this extent, determined to solidify Ji Yuan's guilt of thievery. However, before he could finish, his father's hand swiftly struck his face. The sharp sting returned to his cheek, leaving the pampered young man in a daze. Zhang Jilin maintained his composure, yet in his heart, he wished to strangle this foolish son on the spot. "Dean Tan, it is merely a misunderstanding." Zhang Jilin's tone was flat, yet tinged with a hint of explanation. Tan He continued to smile. "As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, you have no further business here. Depart." This brusque dismissal left Zhang Jilin to silently nod, and with a flash of white light, his figure vanished. The headmaster's gaze swept across the gathered crowd, lingering a moment longer on Lin Yunjia before he spoke. "Zhao Yun, Li Peng, Lu Yi, Zhou Kuan, you 4, habitual liars, have fabricated falsehoods to frame your fellow students. From this day forth, Changfeng Beastmaster Academy shall expel you." The 4 named were none other than Zhang Heng's sycophants. In that instant, their faces drained of color, for this was the dean's decree. Who would dare to oppose it? At once, the 4 could only cast pleading looks towards Zhang Heng. Yet they seemed to forget that even his father dared not utter a word before this man. What could Zhang Heng possibly do? "Zhang Heng." At this moment, the dean's voice resonated once more. "Now, inform the entire faculty and student body. Did Ji Yuan steal your beast egg?" His tone and gaze remained calm, yet when they focused on Zhang Heng, a shiver ran down his spine. "Dear Dean." Zhang Heng's complexion turned ashen. Should this matter be revealed, he would be forever marked in the annals of shame. Then he furrowed his brow, his eyes suddenly sharp and piercing. "And no, I did not steal." Zhang Heng felt as though all strength had drained from him, his head bowed in total capitulation. As the onlookers learned that this farce was merely the result of his stubbornness and fabricated lies, their gazes shifted. Contempt, disdain, and disgust filled their expressions. The glances that had once been directed at Ji Yuan now pierced Zhang Heng's skin without reservation. "I said Ji Yuan, despite having wasted 2 years, is fundamentally upright. How could he possibly steal from others? You were the loudest in your accusations. What is this? What does this even mean? I, Lu Hongtao, have never insulted Ji Yuan." The plaza erupted once more into lively chatter, But this time, the discourse shifted to praise Ji Yuan while deriding Zhang Heng. After restoring Ji Yuan's reputation, he turned his gaze to the final individual, Lin Yunjia. Chapter 9. I shall provide you with all resources. Lin Yunjia. Tanny's voice rang out. Lin Yunjia, clutching her garment tightly, trembled slightly. Thoughts of potential expulsion filled her with regret. The dean was evidently backing Ji Yuan. What was she to do? She could not be expelled. In that instant, she suddenly heard the dean say, Ji Yuan, how would you like to handle this person? In that moment, it felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. She abruptly lifted her head, meeting Ji Yuan's gaze. Lin Yunjia bit her lip, her eyes pleading, her delicate face etched with distress. She recalled that in any previous instance, whenever she adopted such a stance, Ji Yuan would invariably forgive her, regardless of her transgressions. Expulsion from the academy. Yet when Ji Yuan calmly uttered those 4 words, Lin Yunjia's expression crumbled instantly. Why, you have no right to expel me, she screamed. No right. Ji Yuan smiled. Lin Yunjia, do you not know in your heart? With your meager soul power aptitude, what qualifies you to enter the Changfeng Yusho Academy? Had it not been for my intercession with the dean, your barely intermediate soul power would hardly merit admission. These words struck Lin Yunjia's mind like a bolt of lightning. For 2 years, she had believed her potential was the reason for the Academy's exception. Little did she know that everything would turn upside down with the dean's appearance, bringing this farce to an end. The expelled Lin Yunjia and her companions left the arena in a daze. Zhang Heng buried his head deep in his chest, retreating further amidst the multitude of mocking gazes. On the arena, only Ji Yuan and the dean remained. The autumn test proceeded as usual. Tan Hufeng, calm and collected, inquired, before we proceed, does anyone wish to challenge Ji Yuan, the champion? Silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone recognized the absurdity of the dean's favoritism towards Ji Yuan. Moreover, Ji Yuan possessed 2 spirit beasts capable of invoking celestial phenomena. Anyone daring to challenge him would be nothing short of foolish. Come to the dean's office, Tan Hufeng remarked, glancing at Ji Yuan with a smile as no one responded. Then, a pair of majestic wings unfurled. As the dean departed, Ji Yuan also descended from the arena. At that moment, in the bustling square filled with thousands, a path was made for him, the gazes cast upon him imbued with reverence. The autumn test would last for a week. Moments later, within the dean's office of Changfeng Yusho Academy, Ji Yuan gently knocked on the brown wooden doors. Enter. Upon opening the door, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air. The office was exquisitely decorated, with a spacious reception area to the left upon entry. Tan Hufeng sat on the sofa, holding a teacup. Given that Zhang Heng is the vice dean's son, it would be inappropriate to overly reprimand him. You have no objections, do you? Ji Yuan shook his head, knowing he dared not voice any dissent. In 3 months, a citywide competition would be held. Just as he settled down, Tan Hufeng stated directly, I need you to represent Changfeng in the competition and secure at least a top 10 finish. Tan Hufeng wasted no time. In fact, 2 years ago, upon Ji Yuan's entry into the academy, the same words had been uttered. Sipping his tea, Tan Hufeng gazed at Ji Yuan and continued, prior to that, I will utilize all city resources to cultivate you. As the most authoritative dean of the Spirit Beast Academy in the city, he also held the position of mayor of Linyun City, making such a promise feasible. I have but one question, Ji Yuan said, lifting the warm tea to his lips. What incentive shall I receive for placing in the top 10 of the citywide competition? Flattering words could not compare to tangible rewards. Ah, clever lad. Tan Hufeng seemed taken aback by his response. Are you aware of the concept of a super academy? Under the millennium-long Spirit Beast civilization system, an abundance of Spirit Beast academies have been established nationwide. Among them, only 3 can be deemed super academies: Zhuling Academy, Lantian Academy, and Shengtian Academy. The citywide competition serves as a qualifying selection set by the super academies to recruit fresh talent. Should you excel in this competition, the benefits are self-evident. Tan Hufeng continued, to be candid, if a participant from the city enters the top 10 as a cultivation reward, the mayor stands to receive a legendary Spirit Beast egg of bloodline rank. After 30 years as a Spirit Beast Master, I possess the highest bloodline rank Spirit Beast. Yet it is merely at the Overlord level. I am in dire need of a legendary Spirit Beast egg. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan's pupils subtly constricted. He had not anticipated that even a 4th-tier Spirit Beast Master like Tan Hufeng lacked a legendary bloodline Spirit Beast. Seemingly reading Ji Yuan's thoughts, Tan Hufeng sighed. Do you think everyone possesses such extraordinary luck as you? The Imperial bloodline Spirit Beasts have been extinct for centuries, and mythical Spirit Beasts are even rarer. In this world, the only cultivable legendary bloodline Spirit Beast eggs command a price equivalent to the entirety of Linyun City. Is it truly that outrageous? Ji Yuan furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of danger. Fortunately, Most spirit beasts possess unique bloodline advancement paths. Tanhoofing waved his hand, and a massive hunting dog covered in black thorns materialized within the spacious office. This is my strongest spirit beast. In 2 years, its bloodline will advance further from Overlord to Legendary. He recalled the hunting dog and remarked, most legendary bloodline spirit beasts are carefully nurtured by spirit beastmasters, consuming immeasurable resources for their advancement. I will not pry into your secrets. Tanhoofing fixed his gaze on Yuan. I can provide you with all the resources of Linyan City, but I require you to secure a top 10 finish in the competition. Director Tan, do you have such faith in me? Yuan met his gaze. Tanhoofing rose with a smile, approached Yuan, and patted his shoulder, saying, not only in you, but also in your exceptional soul power aptitude. Exceptional soul power aptitude. To be honest, Yuan had yet to feel any extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he simply lacked sufficient knowledge? After pondering for a moment, he stood up and nodded earnestly. I agree. Simultaneously, he extended his hand toward Tanhoofing. The latter was taken aback, asking, what is this for? I require the access card for the reading room. Half an hour later, in the Chungfeng Yusho Academy reading room, after leaving the dean's office, Yuan immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. As he perused specialized texts, he finally gained a clear understanding of the disparities in ranks among spirit beastmasters, including detailed explanations of the differences in soul power aptitude. He had entered the reading room around 10 in the morning, and when he finally left, it was already deep into the night. Rubbing his weary eyes and yawning as he hurried towards the dormitory area, Yuan unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. Lin Yunjia. Yuan, you're here? Lin Yunjia exclaimed, her face lighting up as she approached him eagerly. I've been waiting for you all day. With a smile, she reached out to link her arm with his. However, Yuan took a step back, completely ignoring her as he made his way toward the boys' dormitory. Yuan. Lin Yunjia's voice quivered behind him. Memories of her once bright, innocent face flooded his mind. Ultimately, Yuan halted his steps. Seeing this, Lin Yunjia seemed to perceive a glimmer of hope and hurried forward. Yet before she could utter a word, Yuan's cold voice interrupted. You should leave, Lin Yunjia. With that, he decisively turned away. Behind him, muffled sobs echoed, but Yuan's heart remained unperturbed. Following his stunning performance in the autumn test, he was assigned to a new single dormitory. The dormitory's layout was rather luxurious, equipped with a computer, television, air conditioning, and a bathroom, everything one could desire. Lying on his bed, Yuan summoned Ming. As the little creature appeared, the temperature in the dormitory warmed significantly. It surveyed the room with its emerald green eyes, seemingly fascinated. This shall be our temporary abode. Yuan smiled, and then called forth the Imperial Atlas. The griffin's integrity had diminished by 5 due to its transformation during the autumn test. I will certainly do my utmost to gather your remains. As his fingers brushed over the illustration of the griffin, a low growl emanated, as if in response to his words. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands together, resting them on his abdomen, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Now let us commence. Today's reading had primarily focused on the rank advancements of spirit beastmasters. According to the textbooks, soul power was the foundation of a spirit beastmaster. To advance, there is but one method: to temper one's soul power. According to the teachings in the book, to elevate from the 9th rank to the 8th, one must gather the scattered soul power within the body and refine it into a sphere the size of a tennis ball. Closing his eyes, Yuan began to perceive the freely flowing soul power within him, guiding it to converge in his abdomen. Then, with utmost caution, he compressed this light, gray soul power, consolidating it into a small orb. Perhaps due to his innate aptitude for soul power, he found the process effortless. Feeling none of the pressure described in the book that would cause discomfort in the abdomen, the gathering of soul power proceeded remarkably smoothly, and the resulting sphere was significantly larger than a tennis ball. As stated in the text, if this orb of condensed soul power does not dissipate upon relinquishing control, it signifies success. After a brief pause, Yuan gradually withdrew his control over the soul power. To his astonishment, the orb not only remained intact, but began to expand once more. This was quite unexpected. He quickly recalled the content of the textbook and immediately grasped the answer. Am I truly ascending to the 8th rank? This seems rather too effortless. An 8th rank Beastmaster can contract 2 beasts, allowing for a more efficient mobilization of soul power. In Yuan's understanding, soul power resembles the mana bar in games. When summoning beasts, the soul power within the Beastmaster depletes over time. Excessive consumption can lead to dizziness and even the risk of death due to overexertion. The elevation of rank corresponds to an increase in the upper limit of one's mana bar. The higher the rank, the more abundant the soul power. Similarly, as ranks gradually increase, A Beastmaster not only gains the ability to contract multiple beasts, but can also command several beasts simultaneously in battle due to a significant enhancement of their mana bar. The impact of innate soul power aptitude is even more pronounced. Beastmasters of average or below average aptitude possess merely half the mana bar of those with superior aptitude. However, those with superior and extraordinary aptitudes have identical mana bars. Yet, extraordinary aptitude boasts unique soul power density and an astonishing recovery rate. The density of soul power grants Yuan an advantage when facing opponents of the same rank. The higher the rank, the greater the disparity. As for the recovery rate, for instance, a superior aptitude Beastmaster consumes 1 mana per second and recovers at the same rate, maintaining equilibrium. In contrast, an extraordinary aptitude Beastmaster consumes 1 mana per second but recovers 3. It is no wonder that Tan He has placed his bets on him. An 8th rank Beastmaster can contract 2 beasts. Yuan gazed at his hands, realizing that he could now clearly perceive the soul power within him without needing to focus deliberately. To enter the 8th rank so effortlessly, aside from his aptitude, his innate talent also played a significant role. The next task was to seek the remains of an Emperor-level creature. In the city competition 3 months hence, he must not only reach the 6th rank, but also contract another beast. Ideally, he would locate a complete Emperor-level remains, which would greatly enhance his chances of ranking within the top 10 of the city competition. This information regarding the remains must remain undisclosed to anyone. The best approach is for me to search alone. The Emperor's Codex, after its upgrade, has added numerous new functionalities. Among them is the ability to locate Emperor-level remains within a 1-kilometer radius of Yuan. This is undoubtedly what he needs most at present. While the Emperor-level remains sound precious, in today's context, their only value lies in research. Yuan is the sole individual in this world with alternative uses for them. However, Emperor-level remains are seldom found in urban areas. Most excavations are reported in mountainous regions. Indeed, the mountains and forests, the Jiaoling Valley. Linyun City is surrounded by mountains, with a unique geographical position, and aside from the city center, there are several towns. The entrance to Jiaoling Valley is located in a town called Fenghen. During his online browsing, he had come across numerous posts regarding Jiaoling Valley. The valley boasts a complex ecosystem and unique geology, being the only area around Linyun City that retains a primeval forest ecosystem. It is said that many Beastmasters venture into Jiaoling Valley to hunt wild creatures. With a stroke of luck, one might even tame some extraordinary beings as beasts. For instance, Zhang Heng recently discovered a beast egg in Jiaoling Valley. Although it was a dead egg, it sufficiently proves the ecological diversity within the valley. At once, he rose and opened his computer to search for information related to Jiaoling Valley. Seeing him get up, Ming, who had been bouncing around in the dorm, quickly approached. With keen beast-like eyes, he fixated on the computer screen, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his gaze. After scrolling through posts for a while, Yuan suddenly encountered an eye-catching title. Local of Fenghen, 6th rank Beastmaster, experienced, professional guide to and from Jiaoling Valley. Interested parties, please follow and message in the upper right corner. Chapter 11. Unexpected Developments. You intend to go to Jiaoling Valley? The next morning, at 9 o'clock, Tan He was silent for a moment before saying, I will arrange for someone to take you. It is safer that way. After hanging up the phone, Yuan drove the vehicle that Tan He had arranged for him, heading straight for Fenghen town. Along the way, he paused only at a supermarket, using the card provided by Tan He to purchase a plethora of outdoor camping gear, food, and drinking water. The sensation of spending someone else's money without the obligation to repay is quite delightful. By the time he arrived in Fenghen town, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Following the address sent by Tan He, Yuan found that it matched precisely with the location marked in the post he had seen the previous night. It appeared to be the same person. This spot was located near the edge of the mountain, styled somewhat like a farmhouse. The popularity of Jiaoling Valley had drawn many Beastmasters to visit, but due to the treacherous terrain and the presence of exotic beasts in the mountains, many either became lost or met their demise at the hands of these creatures. Consequently, local Beastmasters in the Fenghen area quickly capitalized on this opportunity, forming a complete guide industry chain. The guide introduced by Tan He was a man named Yuan. He himself was a 6th rank Beastmaster and quite a well-known guide in Fenghen town. Apart from Yuan, there were 2 others accompanying him, 1 male and 1 female. Once everyone had gathered, Yuan summoned a rhinoceros the size of an off-road vehicle. The mountain trails were difficult to navigate, making driving impractical, and it would be challenging to deal with any unexpected situations. After a brief explanation, Yuan leapt onto the broad back of the rhinoceros. For Yuan, this was his first time riding such a beast, and he found it rather novel. Upon climbing onto the rhinoceros's spacious back, He was astonished to discover that Yuan had even customized a saddle-like seat for comfort. Wow, boss, you are quite particular. A young man named Zhaoshan followed suit, expressing his amazement. Once the only girl settled comfortably, the four-person makeshift team mounted the rhinoceros and set off toward the mountains. The speed of the rhinoceros was not much slower than that of a vehicle, and the smooth ride made Yuan nod in approval. After traversing a stretch of open ground and delving into the forest, Zhaoshan turned to Yuan and asked, "Are you planning to camp in Diaoling Valley?" Throughout the journey, Zhaoshan had been the most talkative, engaging Yuan in conversation, and now it was finally Yuan's turn. He gazed at Yuan's travel bag, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. "Take me along, I adore camping." "Not bro, aren't we familiar?" Yuan immediately shook his head. "Sorry, I only prepared supplies for one person." Upon hearing this, Zhaoshan pouted and then turned his attention to the girl who had not spoken a word since the beginning. "Hello, my name is Zhaoshan." The girl had long, lustrous black hair, her gaze fixed on the passing scenery, remaining silent. The atmosphere fell into silence. Zhaoshan cleared his throat a couple of times, nonchalantly turning back to engage with Yuan, who was the only one to respond to him. After approximately 10 minutes, Yuan distinctly felt the temperature shift from humid warmth to refreshing coolness. As the colossal rhinoceros approached a steep slope, it suddenly halted its advance. The slope ascended sharply, with dense shrubbery to the left and an unfathomable cliff to the right. The abrupt stop of the rhinoceros caught Yuan's attention, and his expression turned grave. The giant stone had sensed a peculiar aura and warned everyone to exercise caution. It was strange. This path should not pose any danger. However, just as he finished speaking, a shadow erupted from the left, darting with astonishing speed through the thick underbrush. With a resounding thud, Yuan felt a chilling wave wash over him before he could react. It felt as if a cannonball had struck him in the chest, and an overwhelming force sent him hurtling uncontrollably towards the precipice. Just then, a powerful hand grasped his arm. Yuan quickly looked up to see a slender, brown-haired gibbon holding on to him. "Whose beast is this? Thank heavens." Yet, before he could revel in relief, his expression changed as he pointed behind him and shouted, "It's coming again." From the thicket, a surge of dark shadows surged forth, a veritable tide of blackness rushing toward them. The gibbon was instantly swarmed by these shadows and, in a reflexive action, released its grip. Panic gripped Yuan as he felt the loss of restraint. Everything unfolded too swiftly. His body plummeted like a boulder rolling down a mountainside, hurtling into the abyss below. The terror of weightlessness enveloped his senses, and he could only perceive his accelerating descent. With the howling wind screaming past his ears, the sky gradually shrank to a mere point of light before vanishing entirely. Slowly, darkness encroached upon his vision. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yuan snapped back to reality, his cheek pressed against the icy, unforgiving ground. A warm entity was persistently pushing against him. He pushed himself up, and upon seeing him rise, the gibbon emitted a joyful low growl. "Am I unharmed?" He hastily retrieved his phone, only to discover it wouldn't turn on, leaving him uncertain if it was broken or simply out of battery. Nevertheless, reassured by his safety, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to assess his predicament. Thanks to the gibbon's radiant green glow, he could discern that the air was thick with mist. The ground beneath him was uneven and comprised of hard stone, and in every direction, darkness loomed, making it impossible to discern a path forward. His travel bag, containing water and food, was also missing, leaving him in dire straits. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to move forward and gradually seek a way out. Proceeding cautiously, Yuan and the gibbon soon arrived at a fork in the path. To the right, dense fog obscured any view of what lay ahead. To the left, a black rock face was adorned with luminescent vegetation. Opting for caution, Yuan chose the left path. Just as he stepped onto this route, a notification chimed in his mind. The Emperor's codex has detected the presence of Emperor-level biological remains nearby and has marked them for the host. Almost simultaneously, a light appeared in his line of sight, conveniently located not far down this path. It seemed like a fortunate stroke of luck. Yuan beckoned the gibbon to advance. The ground was relatively even, although it was intermittently marred by peculiar, white-filled depressions. The glowing plants on either side of the black rock walls provided ample visibility. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they finally reached the location indicated by the system's marker. Curiously, the marker was positioned on the right, within the verdant rock face. Were the remains hidden behind this rock wall, or was there a cave entrance concealed behind the foliage? As these thoughts emerged, Yuan heard a strange noise. Simultaneously, the gibbon emitted a low growl, and its body ignited with emerald flames. Taken aback, Yuan quickly realized that 2 rows of crimson points had appeared behind the glowing plants. As thick, dark purple limbs, as stout as tree trunks. emerged from behind the foliage. He felt a surge of terror wash over him. It was a spider. A colossal spider, to be precise. Chapter 12, The Spider's Lair. As the dark purple, hairy legs unfurled from behind the plants, every hair on Ji Yuan's body stood on end. Before him loomed a gigantic spider, entirely dark purple and as large as the front of a truck. Its 2 rows of blood-red eyes each were the size of an adult's fist. In an instant, a mass of white liquid shot towards him. Ji Yuan instinctively turned his head to evade it. The liquid struck the ground behind him, revealing itself to be a silk thread as thick as an arm. When he turned back, he saw the massive spider scuttling towards him, its mouth revealing 2 fangs dripping with white goo, poised to pounce. Beside him, the gibbon appeared momentarily paralyzed by the spider's size, frozen in place. Ming, scare it away. Ji Yuan shouted urgently, unable to afford any hesitation. At the sound of his voice, the gibbon snapped back to focus, its emerald pupils narrowing sharply. With a rush, the pressure of its emperor-level bloodline erupted. Although the gigantic spider was intimidating, its bloodline rank could not be excessively high. As the storm carrying the imperial pressure surged toward it, the spider, initially poised to attack, froze in place. Its rows of crimson eyes quivered slightly, as if struggling against an unseen force. Quickly, unleash the flame storm, Ji Yuan commanded. At that moment, scorching, soul-searing, ethereal flames erupted, cascading toward the gigantic spider. In an instant, it was engulfed in a blazing azure fireball, plummeting from the rock wall. The resounding crash echoed as the immense spider hit the ground, its 8 hairy legs thrashing wildly in a desperate struggle. Under Ji Yuan's direction, the ethereal flames maintained their intensity, warping the air with their terrifying heat. Only after the spider ceased its thrashing and continued to burn for several seconds did the gibbon gradually extinguish the flames. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, causing Ji Yuan to grimace as goosebumps erupted across his skin. If there was a creature that repulsed him the most, it was undoubtedly spiders. The gibbon also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, tilting its head and blinking at Ji Yuan. Being a young beast, it had never encountered a creature of such size, and it was understandable that it was momentarily intimidated. Ji Yuan smiled and patted its head, reassuringly saying, "It's all right, I was scared too." At that moment, Ji Yuan noticed that the spot from which the giant spider had emerged was indeed a cave. Faint blue lights flickered deep within the cavern. For the sake of the emperor-level remains, he would have to muster his courage and venture inside, regardless of his reluctance. Ming led the way, with emerald flames faintly illuminating their surroundings. The cave was irregularly shaped, with the black rock walls adorned with white silk threads. Fortunately, the gibbon's fire attribute was well suited for dissolving these threads. As they delved deeper, the walls of the cave began to widen. After walking a distance, Ji Yuan and Ming halted in their tracks. Before them lay a massive chamber, entirely enveloped in white silk threads. Within this lair, grotesque, desiccated corpses lay ensnared in the webs, creating a chilling sight. Ji Yuan's gaze shifted to the depths of the lair, where, amidst the white webbed expanse, he spotted basketball-sized black spiders scuttling about. He instantly recognized them as the very creatures that had attacked them on the back of the rhinoceros. In the area where the small spiders congregated, 2 figures wrapped in silk were writhing in struggle. Were they Yuan and the others? After observing for a moment and determining that there were no other creatures in the lair besides the small spiders, Ji Yuan signaled to Ming. The ethereal flames surged forth, sweeping through the lair, incinerating every silk thread in their path. The small spiders, busy with their tasks, were instantly reduced to ashes. The flames raged for a full 5 minutes before Yuan and Ming dared to advance, ensuring that no dangers lingered. As the spider silk was incinerated, the original visage of this lair, a natural cavern, gradually came into view. This cavern was a labyrinth of passages. Aside from the entrance Yuan had taken, there were no fewer than 8 other openings. He hastened to the center, where 2 figures lay motionless. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the pair consisted of the loquacious Zhao Shan and a taciturn girl. Yuan surveyed the surroundings and, aside from some desiccated corpses, saw no trace of Yuan. Could it be that he had perished? Yuan dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on the 2 individuals. Their breathing was steady. They had merely lost consciousness. He then shifted his gaze toward the other side, where the system had marked the location of the remains. Faint outlines became discernible. Ming, stay with them and keep watch. After leaving Ming to guard the unconscious duo, Yuan cautiously made his way toward the remains. This time, no further disturbances arose. Upon reaching the remains, he felt a twinge of disappointment. It was merely a bone the thickness of an arm, so indistinct that he could not even identify the part it belonged to. Well, something was better than nothing. With a sigh, Yuan absorbed the bone. Remains absorption complete. Relevant information has been recorded in the Emperor's Codex. Rising to his feet, he retraced his steps while mentally perusing the codex. Following the Xingfeng Lion Griffin, the codex illuminated a third frame. Creature, Ongranwood Lizard. Species, Giant Lizard. Bloodline, Mythical Level. Attribute, Wood. Trait, upon maturation, the bloodline will elevate to Emperor level. Other data, lost. Integrity of remains, 15. Does the catalog also encompass creatures with the potential to ascend to Emperor level bloodlines? A score of 15 is somewhat low. Nevertheless, better to have something than nothing. He did not expect to find remains with 100 integrity immediately. As he stowed the codex away, he noticed that among the unconscious individuals, the silent girl had sat up. It was the first time Yuan had beheld her visage, an exquisitely pale, oval face, unadorned yet radiantly beautiful. Her clear eyes now reflected alarm. Her complexion pale as if utterly frightened. At that moment, she sensed the warmth beside her. Her gaze shifted, and upon seeing Ming, her pupils quivered slightly. How beautiful! This was nearly every girl's first thought upon encountering Ming. You are awake? As Jiyuan approached, Ming joyfully trotted toward him, prompting the silent girl to notice the striking young man. She nodded silently, rising to survey her surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of any spider traces, she exhaled in relief. Did you save me? Thank you. She returned her gaze to Jiyuan, scrutinizing him for a moment before finally uttering her first words. Jiyuan waved his hand dismissively, countering, was it a swarm of spiders that sprang from the bushes above? At the mention of spiders, the girl's expression shifted slightly, as if still reeling from the shock, but she merely nodded. Observing her demeanor, Jiyuan felt little inclination to pursue the matter further. He was about to attempt rousing Zhao Shan when suddenly, what the hell? Zhao Shan abruptly sprang up, screaming and stomping his feet in a frenzy. His palms shimmered with light as he summoned his beast. Chapter 13, Quick, punch me to death. As the light flickered, the first summoned beast appeared, a lanky gibbon that had caught him before he plummeted off a cliff. The second was a gorilla enveloped in icy mist. Its fur a chilling blue. This gorilla was the same type that Zhang Heng had summoned during their battle yesterday, the snowy ice gorilla. Upon manifesting, the gibbon and the snowy gorilla initially bore fierce expressions, ready for combat. However, upon seeing only Jiyuan, Ming, and the silent girl, both beasts froze in place. Zhao Shan, still shouting, sensed the odd atmosphere and paused, his eyes widening. After a few seconds of realization, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. I apologize. Zhao Shan awkwardly scratched his head. I have an intense fear of spiders. Please forgive me. This fellow seemed somewhat unhinged. Jiyuan scrutinized him closely before inquiring. Have you seen Huoyin? Good news. 3 out of 4 in their party remained unscathed. Bad news. The sole guide capable of finding an escape route was missing. Who can recall so many details? Those disgusting spiders might have some kind of hypnotic venom. All I remember is you being thrown away. In the blink of an eye, I was covered in spiders, and then I lost consciousness. Zhao Shan recounted, still in a state of shock. Meanwhile, the silent girl shook her head, seemingly devoid of useful information. Jiyuan frowned. This lair was a maze, and aside from the tunnel he had entered, the other passages were ensnared with spider silk. While Ming could dissolve it, he was uncertain if a giant spider lurked at the end of the other tunnels. Jiyuan recounted the events he had encountered on his way here. Upon hearing about the truck-sized spider, Zhao Shan's face turned ashen. You can't be serious. How could a spider possibly be that large? The silent girl also gazed wide-eyed, struggling to believe. The pressing matter isn't the spider. We must find a way out. Jiyuan felt exasperated. Where were their priorities? Brother, if you can handle a spider the size of a truck, you can choose our path. Zhao Shan earnestly replied. Just then, the silent girl suddenly spoke up. I cannot summon my beast. With that, her petite form began to topple sideways. Jiyuan reacted quickly, catching her just in time, but noticed beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. It's poison, Zhao Shan exclaimed. And only then did Jiyuan notice 2 dark purple wounds on the girl's right arm, visible toxins creeping up from the injury. Wait for me, just a moment. Zhao Shan closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, he revealed a blue ring that shimmered, producing an oval-shaped white pill in the palm of his hand. The Beast Ring. Jiyuan squinted upon witnessing this. The Beast Ring is a ring with an independent storage space. Such an item is not inexpensive. It seemed Zhao Shan's background was quite remarkable. Zhao Shan placed the white pill into the girl's mouth. The pill was peculiar. It melted upon contact with her lips. Then, a wondrous scene unfolded. The toxins on her right arm swiftly receded, ultimately oozing out from the wound and pooling on the ground. I am from Hongling City. As long as it's not certain deadly toxins, there's a remedy. Noticing Jiyuan's gaze, Zhao Shan smiled as he rolled up his sleeve, revealing 2 scabbed wounds on his arm. I see. Jiyuan nodded. It was said that beneath the urban area of Hongling City lay a complex network of massive mineral veins. These veins contained numerous creatures harboring toxins. And as Hongling City developed the mines, it also engaged with poisonous substances, thus becoming one of the foremost cities in terms of detoxification methods. Zhao Shan was about to say something more when a rustling sound suddenly echoed throughout the lair. This sound did not originate from a single direction, but came from all around. Almost instantaneously, both Ming and Zhao Shan's beasts exhibited signs of agitation. This is bad. Jiyuan's heart leapt. Zhao Shan, puzzled, soon heard Jiyuan's chilling voice. Didn't you doubt the existence of a truck-sized spider? Watch closely. Without waiting for Zhao Shan's reaction, Jiyuan scooped up the silent girl and dashed back toward the tunnel he had come from. What does this mean? Zhao Shan was still perplexed by his actions when he suddenly turned pale as a sheet. As he beheld the myriad of expansive entrances, a multitude of colossal, furry-legged spiders emerged. A shriek erupted from behind, startling Yuan, who turned to witness a terrifying spectacle. Scanning the scene, he observed that the gigantic arachnids, of various hues, red, green, and even gold, were crawling out from the depths of the caverns. To his dismay, there were more than 8 of them. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Shan had stowed away his Shui Xiao Bingxing and was wildly sprinting towards Yuan atop the back of a long-armed ape. The creature moved with remarkable speed, and as it passed Yuan, it scooped him and the silent girl into its embrace. Yuan swiftly returned Ming to the Beastmaster seal. Where do we run to? Zhao Shan's terrified voice echoed above. Yuan hurriedly pointed towards the entrance they had come through, shouting, "That way, that way." The long-armed ape surged forth at full speed towards the cave. Yet, as they neared the entrance, a massive dark purple figure descended from the sky, abruptly blocking their escape route. What the hell? Why is this one so enormous? Zhao Shan's voice trembled with fear. His dread of spiders overwhelmed him. Had he known it would come to this, he would have refused to embark on an adventure in the Dialing Valley. He was not mistaken. Yuan too was taken aback, for the dark purple spider before them was significantly larger than the one they had incinerated earlier. In an instant, their retreat was obstructed, and the ominous sound of countless creatures crawling behind them sent shivers down Zhao Shan's spine. Good brother, didn't you burn one of your beasts? Think of a way out. Where the hell do you expect me to find a solution? Yuan's expression mirrored his discomfort. Ming had already exerted all its strength to unleash the infernal flames. Such a level of consumption was beyond the capacity of a young beast. Noticing Yuan's silence, Zhao Shan's heart sank, and he seized the ears of the long-armed ape, shouting, "Tuan Tuan, quick, just kill me with one punch. I would rather perish by your hand than be drained slowly by these disgusting creatures." He had watched a documentary about spiders. These ghastly beings liquefy their prey before consuming them. In this moment of despair, Zhao Shan's frantic words amused Yuan, who couldn't help but chuckle at his comical nature. Soon after, Yuan's expression turned serious as the Beastmaster seal glowed. He prepared to deplete his soul power. After all, if no one stepped forward, the 3 of them were surely doomed. "Quick, get down." Just then, the weak voice of the silent girl broke through. "I will handle it." Chapter 14, Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard. When this girl, who had been mostly silent, finally spoke, both Yuan and Zhao Shan were taken aback. Without hesitation, Yuan returned Ming to its seal and promptly took cover. Simultaneously, Zhao Shan summoned his long-armed ape, mimicking Yuan's actions to lie flat on the ground. Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard. Use Rift Slash. As the weak voice of the silent girl resonated, Yuan and Zhao Shan felt an overwhelming surge of soul power erupt. In that instant, blinding golden light enveloped their vision, accompanied by a piercing sound that penetrated their eardrums, striking at their very souls. In a flash, the golden light dissipated, and the world fell silent, devoid of any sound. Yuan sensed a fleeting moment of disorientation in his consciousness. "It's done." As he regained his senses, a gentle force tapped upon his shoulder. Raising his gaze, Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. The spider lord that had previously obstructed their escape was nowhere to be found, and on the black rock wall, a deep fissure marred the surface, as if carved by a sharp object. Within the crack, flecks of golden light twinkled, refusing to fade. He staggered to his feet and turned back. Behind the silent girl stood an enormous panther, its entire body entwined in golden light, exuding an overwhelming aura. A powerful bloodline presence enveloped him. This was the first time Yuan felt an extraordinary energy from a beast. Holy shit. Zhao Shan looked at the silent girl with suspicion. "Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard, are you from the Su family?" The girl raised her elegant wrist, turned her palm, and the imposing panther vanished. Only then did she nod slightly. "My name is Suzine. Thank you for the antidote." "No problem. Having the Su family owe me a favor is quite a blessing." Zhao Shan laughed heartily. However, Su Xian's expression remained impassive as she replied coolly. I saved you just now. We are even. It seemed that the revelation of her identity had instilled a hint of distance and coldness in her tone. Ji Yuan scrutinized her closely. Given the panther's imposing presence and Zhao Shan's words, he could surmise that the Su family must be a prominent and distinguished lineage. Perhaps this sunlight thundercloud leopard was an ancestral beast of the Su family. All right then. Zhao Shan shrugged nonchalantly, then turned to Ji Yuan, extending his hand. Brother, we have been through life and death together. Let us properly introduce ourselves, shall we? Seeing Zhao Shan's enthusiasm, Ji Yuan relented and grasped his hand, saying, Ji Yuan, a local from Lingyun City. Heh, Zhao Shan, from Hongling City, a 7th-tier Beastmaster and an expert in poisons. I am terrified of spiders. Zhao Shan rambled on without pause, prompting Ji Yuan to quickly release his hand and inquire, since neither of you are ordinary individuals, do you have a way to contact the outside world? Perhaps a family message or something? To his surprise, Su Xian turned away, falling silent. Zhao Shan chuckled as he patted Ji Yuan's shoulder. Brother Ji Yuan, have you read too many web novels? In this secluded valley, the only way to contact the outside world is through a phone, but there's no signal here. All right, perhaps I was overthinking it. Ji Yuan rubbed his temples, pondering their next steps. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that the three of them should return to the fork in the path they had originally taken and explore the other direction. On their return journey, Zhao Shan's chatter resumed, his mouth never ceasing even if Ji Yuan and Su Xian remained silent, not hindering his self-dialogue. By the way, Su Xian, what tier are you currently at? Zhao Shan directed the conversation towards her. After a brief pause, she replied, peak of the 7th tier. Oh, just a bit higher than me. And what about you, brother Ji Yuan? 8th tier. An 8th tier individual dares to venture into the Jialing Valley alone? I mean, no offense. You saved me, which is truly impressive. However, what kind of beast do you possess? Its bloodline presence is quite strong, resembling a horse, yet like a deer. It wouldn't happen to be a hybrid, would it? My apologies, I didn't mean to pry. To be honest, your beast looks incredibly striking and impressive. I really like it. After only receiving a couple of words in response, Zhao Shan continued to chatter like a machine gun, leaving Ji Yuan feeling overwhelmed. Eventually, the three of them arrived at the fork in the path. Ji Yuan pointed to the right, stating, I woke up in the middle of this path. Let us proceed straight for now. If it's a dead end, we can return and try this way. Zhao Shan and Su Xian had no objections, but the fog ahead was thick, limiting visibility. Let Tuan Tuan go first. Its bloodline may only be intermediate, but it is immune to toxic gas. And I fear this fog may be poisonous. To this end, Zhao Shan summoned the long-armed ape to lead the way. Tuan Tuan ventured into the fog, disappearing from the trio's sight within mere steps. Zhao Shan, have Tuan Tuan call out. Upon seeing its figure vanish, Ji Yuan suggested. Zhao Shan complied, and through the bond formed by the Beastmaster seal, he was able to communicate with his beast. Soon, he turned to Ji Yuan. It made a sound. It seems that this fog not only obstructs vision but also hinders sound transmission. With a wave of his hand, Tuan Tuan transformed into a speck of light and was recalled. There's no issue in the fog, but isn't it too dangerous for us to proceed like this? Zhao Shan looked intently at Ji Yuan, awaiting his decision. To be prudent, let us explore the other path first. Ji Yuan shook his head. The fog was peculiar, capable of blocking sound, and he was not willing to take unnecessary risks. The trio immediately turned around and headed towards the direction where Ji Yuan had awakened, traversing the path to its end. Bad news, it was a dead end. Zhao Shan conceived an idea. His two beasts, the Changbi Yuan and the Shueqiao Bingxing, were adept climbers. They might as well attempt to scale the rock face. Without hesitation, he mounted the neck of his Changbi Yuan and signaled the Shueqiao Bingxing to ascend alongside him. The steep, uneven rock wall provided them with ample footholds. Before long, the trio along with their beasts vanished from sight. Ji Yuan and Su Xian remained in silent anticipation. However, as time gradually passed, approximately half an hour later, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from above. Ji Yuan, still haunted by the memory of the giant spider, felt a surge of tension as he instinctively glanced upward, only to behold the silhouettes of the ape and the monkey slowly descending. Damn, this is outrageous. Zhao Shan's voice echoed. There's a ceiling above. This cursed place was, unexpectedly, sealed off. What? Ji Yuan furrowed his brow. The Changbi Yuan and the Bingxing landed steadily, and Zhao Shan jumped down, his expression grim. Indeed, we barely climbed about 7 or 8 meters before hitting a wall. We then continued along the path leading to the spider's lair, but there was no exit whatsoever. How could this be possible? Ji Yuan had fallen from the cliff. If this place was sealed, how had he ended up here? What should they do now? Return to the spider's lair, risking the intricate maze of tunnels, or venture into the dense fog? Zhao Shan glanced at Ji Yuan, awaiting his decision. It was peculiar. Ji Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps delving into the fog might be a more prudent choice than confronting the spider's lair. Chapter 15. The Era of Great Mysteries. Can you still summon the Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard? Ji Yuan inquired of Su Ziyin, who still bore a pallid complexion. Summoning it consumes too much energy. It's impossible for the time being, she replied, shaking her head. Recognizing this, Ji Yuan articulated his thoughts. If we return to the spider's lair and encounter a swarm of spiders again, we would struggle to defend ourselves. I suggest we cautiously tread along the fog-laden path. What do you think? He turned to the two. Zhao Shan immediately concurred. As long as we avoid dealings with spiders, I'm on board. You have no idea. My Changbi and Bingbing are terrified of spiders. Meanwhile, Su Ziyin's delicate face was ashen, seemingly still recovering from the ordeal. Yet she had no objections. Just as the two expressed their agreement, a thick strand of spider silk suddenly shot down from above. Unprepared, the silk swiftly ensnared Zhao Shan. What the hell? In an instant, he was yanked into the air, dragged by an unseen spider, hurtling rapidly towards the fog-enshrouded path. Help me! Help me! Within mere moments, Zhao Shan vanished from sight. Ji Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately pursued after him. In this perilous place, losing even one person meant a significant reduction in their combat strength. Shurian K, target the spider silk and unleash fireballs. Su Ziyin suddenly shouted from behind. Boom! A searing fireball soared above Ji Yuan's head, aimed at Zhao Shan's direction. However, due to the distance, the fireball missed its target, and Zhao Shan's cries faded into the distance. Just then, a gasp sounded from behind. Ji Yuan quickly turned around, only to see Su Ziyin being lifted by another strand of spider silk. Fortunately, the Shurian K summoned by Su Ziyin reacted swiftly, unleashing fireballs that accurately struck the spider lurking above. Instantly, the ignited spider flailed desperately before plummeting from the heights. Su Ziyin was directly below the spider. If it landed, she would be crushed beneath its flaming body. In this critical moment, Ji Yuan seized the opportunity, lunging forward to embrace Su Ziyin and roll aside. After tumbling a distance on the ground, they separated, and Ji Yuan staggered to his feet, grasping Su Ziyin's icy hand to pull her up. Thank you, she stammered, her petite face even paler after the ordeal. Her delicate frame trembled slightly, whether from the cold or sheer fright, he could not tell. Seeing her shiver, Ji Yuan removed his outer garment and draped it over her. Simultaneously, he gazed towards the direction where Zhao Shan had disappeared, letting out a long sigh. The sudden turn of events had left their group reduced to just two. What should we do now? Su Ziyin tightened her grip on Ji Yuan's jacket, her voice fragile. With only two of them remaining, the lair was no longer an option. They had no choice but to take the risk and attempt the fog-laden path. Ji Yuan advanced forward, and Su Ziyin hurriedly kept pace beside him. To prevent any unforeseen occurrences, her Shurian K remained vigilant overhead. Upon reaching the threshold of the fog, Ji Yuan grasped Su Ziyin's hand firmly. Initially taken aback, she instinctively tried to pull away. The fog is too dense. We must avoid getting separated, Ji Yuan explained. Puzzled by her reaction, wondering if he appeared to be someone taking advantage of the situation. Oh, upon hearing his reasoning, Su Ziyin's flustered demeanor softened, and she ceased her struggle. Holding her cool, delicate hand, Ji Yuan's expression grew serious as he signaled for Shurian to lead the way. Should anything unexpected occur, he would promptly recall Shurian back into its beast seal. Prepared, he took a step forward. As soon as he entered the fog, a chilling aura enveloped him, making him involuntarily shiver. After a few steps, he sensed Su Ziyin's hand tremble. Visibility in the fog was exceedingly poor. Turning back, he could only see her wrist. He gently squeezed her hand to reassure her. Thus, Ji Yuan remained vigilant, keeping an eye on Shurian as they advanced step by step. Uncertain of how long they had walked, the fog showed no signs of dissipating. If anything, it thickened further. Suddenly, Ji Yuan noticed the azure glow emitted by Shurian vanish. And before he could react, the ground beneath his feet inexplicably disappeared. A terrifying sensation of weightlessness struck again, and Su Ziyin's terrified scream echoed in his ears as they plunged hand in hand into the endless darkness below. Moments later, splash. The icy, piercing water engulfed them. Ji Yuan still held on to Su Ziyin's hand. Realizing she was thrashing wildly, he understood she could not swim and quickly pulled her closer. He wrapped his arms around her slender figure and, disregarding her frantic resistance, swam desperately upwards. When they finally broke the surface, Ji Yuan first heard a roar and, following the sound, discovered Shurian pacing anxiously on the shore. Reaching the bank, he hoisted Su Ziyin up first, then crawled onto the land himself, collapsing onto the cold ground. Gasping for breath, he had merely intended to take a gamble in the withering valley, yet he had encountered such a series of events. Rascal! Nearby, Suzine sat on the ground, hugging her knees, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her pale face seemed to have acquired a hint of rosy hue due to their intimate contact in the water. Yuan, recalling the awkward moments of their frantic struggle, felt a tinge of embarrassment and rubbed his nose, opting not to respond. Detection of complete imperial biological remains near the host. Marked. At that moment, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Yuan stood up, his pupils dilating. This time, the notification revealed 2 new keywords. Complete. Truly. A blind cat had stumbled upon a dead rat, striking fortune by chance. At this instant, they felt as though they were within some subterranean palace. The ceiling, floor, and walls were all adorned with neatly arranged black stone bricks. Embedded within the walls, at regular intervals, were luminous objects. Simultaneously, Yuan noticed that both the ceiling and floor also featured sculpted lion heads carved from white jade at regular intervals. So that's how it is. Suzine's voice rang out in astonishment. He turned to see her clad in casual attire, her hand adorned with an emerald beast ring, enduring the dampness of his garments. He asked, "What is happening? We find ourselves in an ancient secret realm." Secret realm? Have you read too many online novels? Yuan was somewhat taken aback. One could hardly blame him. After all, with over 100 cities across the nation, Lingyun's city ranked outside the top 90. And there were indeed some obscure pieces of information he was unaware of. Suzine extended her slender finger towards the lifelike lion head carved from white jade, declaring, "I have seen this in my family's texts. It is the Beast King's medal." The texts recount that in the ancient epic, the unparalleled Beastmaster, the Beast King, issued an invitation to the world as his life waned. He placed all the extraordinary treasures and wealth he had gathered over a lifetime within a secret realm that could leap and move. Wait, this sounds somewhat familiar. Could this Beast King be named Galuojia? The era of great secret realms has commenced. In Chapter 16, let me handle it. Yuan, after indulging in a solitary jest in his heart, was astonished to witness an expression of excitement emerge on the silent girl's face. Treasures held no allure for him. In his view, a flickering silver light marked the complete remains of an imperial creature. Shall we proceed? Suzine gazed at Yuan, her starry eyes shimmering with light. Behind them lay an unfathomable pool of water, with only one path ahead. Naturally, Yuan would not refuse, for the remains lay just ahead. This singular passage twisted and turned, devoid of diversions or an end. The atmosphere was oppressively silent, with only the sound of their breaths filling the air. Neither Yuan nor Suzine shared the easy familiarity of Zhaoshan, who could chat endlessly regardless of topic. At this moment, Yuan found himself somewhat nostalgic for Zhaoshan's incessant chatter. After walking for approximately 20 more minutes, and observing Suzine's still pale complexion, Yuan finally initiated a conversation. "Your soul power has yet to recover?" Suzine nodded, unwilling to extend the topic. Yuan, understanding the unspoken cue, fell silent but felt a twinge of curiosity. Logically, as a peak 7th grade soul power wielder, she should not have suffered such a severe depletion against the daylight thundercloud leopard. Once again, silence enveloped them. After traversing the winding corridor for an undetermined duration, the path ahead finally transformed into a straight and wide passage. Just as he prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, an odd noise suddenly erupted from their right side. Suzine was startled, instinctively leaning closer to Yuan. He too tensed, and Ming appeared, both man and beast peering curiously. "Huiyan?" Yuan exclaimed in shock. For at the entrance to this straight passage were 3 openings. The guide Huiyan leaned against the wall, blood staining his lips, his eyelids drooping. On the verge of collapse, Yuan hurriedly supported him, taking in his battered form. Huiyan was covered in wounds. "Quick, run!" Huiyan, clearly unprepared to encounter them here, roared as if grasping at a lifeline. At that moment, Yuan noticed a mass of dark entities surging from the passage behind him like a tide. Witnessing this scene, both Yuan and Suzine's expressions changed drastically as they helped Huiyan rush down the straight corridor. Fortunately, despite his severe injuries, Huiyan did not hinder their flight. Oh well, just as the trio escaped, Yuan joyfully heard Zhaoshan's voice from behind. "Damn it, wait for me. Everyone, wait up." Yuan turned to look, nearly stumbling at the sight of Zhaoshan. He was riding on the neck of a creature named Tuan Tuan. His black hair tangled with cobwebs, his face a mottled blue and purple, as if poisoned. Tuan Tuan, the long-armed gibbon beneath him, was equally covered in brownish-yellow hair entangled with spider silk, bearing numerous bite marks from spiders. The expressions of both man and gibbon conveyed sheer terror. Even more unsettling for Yuan was the swarm of medium-sized spiders following closely behind them. Each was the size of a fish head. Fortunately, Tuan Tuan was remarkably swift, quickly catching up to them and taking Huiyan into its embrace. Without Huiyan, Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin unleashed their full speed. Zhao Shan led the charge atop Tuan Tuan. At that moment, ominous sounds echoed from the passage behind them. It was evident that the strange entities pursuing Huiyun had encountered the spiders. When they finally reached the end of the corridor, an expansive enclosed space unfolded before them. As they surveyed the area, they beheld greenery, pools of water, arching bridges, resembling an indoor park. Yet, Ji Yuan's gaze transcended all, fixating on a high platform constructed of pristine jade in the distance. This platform, approximately 4 stories high, housed the complete skeletal remains marked by the system. There. We can escape. Huiyun weakly raised his hand, pointing directly at the platform. Just as they prepared to move, a sharp cry pierced the air. Ji Yuan looked up to see a massive shadow descending upon them with a fierce wind. Dodge! Zhao Shan grasped Tuan Tuan's fur, rolling aside. Ji Yuan noticed Su Ziyin frozen in place and swiftly pulled her to safety. Boom! The ground trembled, dust swirling. The colossal shadow that fell from the sky obstructed their path. The terrifying noises from the corridor behind them grew increasingly ominous, and once again, they found themselves trapped between 2 threats. Ji Yuan turned to Su Ziyin, whom he had just saved once more, and could not help but speak sternly. Focus. Your current state will only impede us. Yes, I'm sorry. Su Ziyin lowered her head, her expression obscured. As the dust settled, Ji Yuan's pupils constricted. The immense shadow was a fusion of a lion and an eagle, a creature he recognized well. It was the second Imperial-grade creature from the Empire's Bestiary, the Xingfeng Lion Griffin. Xingfeng Lion Griffin? ISNT, that creature extinct. Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin exclaimed in unison. Then, Huiyun, with great effort, explained. It is a manifestation of the bones, summoned to unleash the full power of the Beastmaster. It will not be overly strong. Manifestation of the bones. Upon hearing this key term, Ji Yuan's eyes brightened. However, Bing Bing and Tuan Tuan were heavily poisoned and lacked combat strength. Zhao Shan grimaced. This meant that only Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin could confront this griffin. My flame-devouring sparrow is merely of intermediate bloodline. Su Ziyin similarly shook her head, suggesting she could only summon the daylight thundercloud leopard once. Let me handle it, Ji Yuan declared at a critical moment. The Empire's Bestiary contained all pertinent information regarding the Xingfeng Lion Griffin, including its weaknesses. He turned to Su Ziyin. Concentrate and follow my lead. With that, Ji Yuan stepped forward, summoning Ming, charging toward the Xingfeng Lion Griffin. Roar! Ming's body appeared as an ant before the griffin, which flared its wings, its beastly eyes radiating menace. Intimidate! Ji Yuan commanded within his mind, unleashing the Imperial bloodline. The griffin's eyes widened in surprise before it too released its bloodline aura. Boom! The 2 Imperial-level auras collided, generating intense, silent ripples that swept outward, causing the expressions of the 3 observers to shift. Soon, the aura from Ming surged, overwhelming the griffin and striking its massive form, causing a momentary imbalance. After all, the Xingfeng Lion Griffin was merely a manifestation of bones, unable to contend with the pure bloodline essence of Ming. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Yuan commanded, "Release, fiery storm." Ming raised its head high, the ghostly flames surging forth once more. The intense heat distorted the air, and the griffin, evidently wary of the flames, flapped its wings, preparing to ascend into the sky. Now, bring it down, Ji Yuan shouted. Beside him, Su Ziyin, with her mind focused, raised her left arm, revealing a crimson mark. Chirp! The crisp chirping of sparrows filled the air as a fiery bird, engulfed in crimson flames, dove from the sky, colliding with the massive form of the Xingfeng Lion Griffin. This impact caused the Xingfeng Lion Griffin to lose its balance and plummet back to the ground. Simultaneously, the searing flames of the underworld surged forth, engulfing its colossal body in a sea of azure fire. In the midst of this azure inferno, the immense form of the Xingfeng Lion Griffin gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. When the underworld flames subsided, a bone, the length of a forearm, remained on the ground. The entity known as Ming appeared somewhat fatigued, and noticing this, Ji Yuan promptly summoned it back into his beast tamer seal for rest. He then picked up the bone and turned to his companions, urging them to move quickly. Zhao Shan was the first to regain his senses, gripping the tuft of fur and hoisting Huiyun along with him. Su Ziyin, trailing behind, gazed at Ji Yuan's silhouette, her eyes reflecting confusion. Could he truly be a resident of a small city beyond the 90th district? She had observed the clash of bloodlines between Ming and the Xingfeng Lion Griffin with clarity, and she was almost certain that Ji Yuan's beast had a bloodline rank comparable to that of the Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard, both being of mythical caliber. Ahead, Ji Yuan discreetly absorbed the bone, and a stream of information promptly appeared. Bone absorption complete. Integrity of the Xingfeng Lion Griffin's remains increased to 40. The forearm-length bone had augmented the integrity by 15, which was satisfactory. Although exceeding 30 would enable the replication of a contract, his psychological expectation lingered around 70. And he dared not hope for 100. After all, the ancient monarch beasts had existed for millennia, and finding a complete skeleton would be nearly impossible. Throughout the journey, they encountered no further obstructions, and they ascended the steps to the jade platform with ease. The platform was expansive, capable of accommodating several trucks. At its center lay an enormous skeleton, shimmering silver and remarkably intact. "Who guide us? There's nothing but this broken bone. How do we leave?" Zhao Shan scanned the nearly empty platform, anxiety etched across his face. From the vantage point of the platform, countless unknown, eerie creatures surged forth like a tide. Advancing towards them, Tuan set Huiyun down, who retrieved an oval stone glimmering with a deep blue hue from his pocket. "It's ready." Huiyun raised his hand and struck the stone against the jade platform. Yuan felt a surge of urgency, intending to call out for him to wait. However, when a crisp sound rang out, nothing happened. Huiyun abruptly lifted his head, scanning left and right, and his face paled as he spotted a dark creature on the platform. "What are you doing? Can't we leave from here?" Zhao Shan, noticing the delay, grew anxious. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and hurried towards the remains, just as Huiyun's voice, filled with despair, echoed. "This jade platform is a teleportation device, but it only activates if there are humans on the surface." Pointing to a corner, Huiyun indicated a pitch-black creature that was crawling. The creature was the size of a manhole cover, sporting two large pincers, resembling a crab. "Forbidden crab?" Su Ziyin seemed to recognize the creature, exclaiming in alarm. "Damn it, can't I just kick it out?" Zhao Shan immediately stepped forward, but Huiyun yanked him back. "The forbidden crab is immune to all attacks, nearly indestructible. It's futile." Huiyun glanced down at his own body, covered in wounds, seemingly illustrating the consequences of the forbidden crab's assault. At that moment, Yuan reached the silver remains and faintly heard the rumble of thunder echoing within the skeleton. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast. Species, Lord of the Wolf Pack. Bloodline, Imperial level. Attributes, Thunder, Electricity. Traits, immune to thunder attribute damage. Other data, missing. With information almost identical to that of Ming, Yuan felt a surge of excitement as he extended his finger, mentally reciting, "Absorb." Instantly, the silver remains began to visibly dissolve. Fortunately, the attention of Zhao Shan and the others was captivated by the forbidden crab, and they did not notice the anomaly. Soon, the remains were completely absorbed. Detected integrity of the Thunder Emperor Beast's remains, 100. Would you like to immediately replicate a perfect juvenile form? Glancing at the prompt, Yuan chose to delay for now. In such a crowded and chaotic environment, absorbing the remains was his greatest secret, one he could not afford to reveal easily. "This is truly the end," Zhao Shan cried out, and Yuan swept his gaze around. The platform had been surrounded by a dense swarm of black forbidden crabs, advancing towards them. "What? Is there no other way?" Zhao Shan summoned Tuan and Bing Bing, and the long-armed gibbon and gorilla swung their fists, knocking some of the faster forbidden crabs aside. Yet, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, and since they could only be knocked away without inflicting harm, exhaustion would ultimately lead to their demise at the claws of the forbidden crabs. Huiyun chuckled bitterly, lamenting, "It's all my fault for being too greedy. My beasts have perished in this secret realm." The forbidden crab could only be resisted by beasts with two specific attributes. He looked at the trio and inquired, "Thunder and wind. Does anyone possess beasts of these attributes?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan immediately turned to Su Ziyin, recalling, "If I'm not mistaken, the sunlight thundercloud leopard possesses both wind and thunder attributes, right?" The mention of the sunlight thundercloud leopard sparked a glimmer of hope in Huiyun's eyes, as if he had seen a ray of light. At that moment, the hope of survival rested solely on Su Ziyin. However, she shook her head, whispering, "I actually do not have a contract with the sunlight thundercloud leopard. What I used in the spider's nest was merely an illusion." Illusion? Zhao Shan and Yuan suddenly understood. A second-tier beast tamer could utilize their soul power to condense the illusion of a contracted beast. The illusion was not restricted to combat. It could be invoked at any time. This illusion primarily served as a means for the tamer to safeguard their precious wards. No wonder Su Ziyin had not summoned it after their encounter in the nest. "Father, had I known, I would have listened to you and not left Hongling City." Zhao Shan collapsed to the ground, adopting a posture of resignation. Su Ziyin buried her head, obscuring her expression. Huiyun appeared ashen-faced, having lost all his beasts, and now, even his life was in jeopardy. As despair loomed over their hearts, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly surged forth upon the platform, accompanied by an extraordinarily thunderous roar. The three, engulfed in hopelessness, trembled and raised their heads. Before them stood a striking young man, proud and resolute, his eyes flickering with rolling thunder. Next to him, a robust black wolf with glossy fur and deep blue pupils appeared, its coat crackling with electricity. In the astonished gazes of the three, Yuan slowly raised his hand. A deep blue beast tamer seal materialized on the back of his hand. He pointed towards the endless swarm of forbidden crabs and softly commanded, "Use, Dance of Lightning." In an instant, the deafening thunder resonated in their ears, and the dark tide of forbidden crabs was met with surging waves of deep blue lightning. The lightning spread through the swarm like a contagion, quickly engulfing the entire platform. As a pungent, burnt odor wafted through the air, the forbidden crabs that had yet to ascend the platform retreated in fear of the thunderous pressure until they completely vanished. "Brother, my dear brother, Yuan, you are truly my brother." Chapter 18, A Brief Respite. This sudden turn of events left the three in a state of shock. "I love you." Only Zhao Shan was the first to react, rushing towards Yuan with tears in his eyes. "Get lost." Yuan laughed while scolding and skillfully withdrew the Thunder Emperor beast, which had been on the brink of danger. Thus, the beast seal on his palm transformed back to a verdant hue, and then the figure of Ming appeared. "You concealed it too deeply. Since you possess two beasts, why not summon them directly?" Zhao Shan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "You are mistaken." Yuan shook his head, gently caressing Ming's body. "Just now, it merely switched to another attribute. The Thunder Emperor beast is to be his strongest trump card, only to be summoned in life and death situations." "What?" Zhao Shan's eyes widened as he inspected Ming as if examining a treasure. "I have seen beasts with dual attributes, but one that can switch attributes. Surely it cannot be an extinct royal creature? It merely fortuitously attained a legendary bloodline. It cannot be that mystical." Yuan smiled faintly. Yet a bead of sweat formed in his heart. Without a means of self-preservation, should anyone discover that his beast possesses royal-level blood, not only the beast, but he himself would be captured for study. After all, royal-level creatures are extinct. He was fortunate that these beings became extinct early, leaving behind ambiguous information. Otherwise, his future path would be fraught with difficulty. "Regardless, in this cursed place, you have saved me more than once. I, Zhao Shan, acknowledge you as my brother." He looked at Yuan with utmost seriousness and remarked, "Once we leave here, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out in Hongling City." Zhao Shan noticed Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing tossing the corpse of the forbidden crab at each other and became furious. "You two fools, what are you playing at?" After he left, Huiyun approached, scrutinizing Yuan closely after surviving the calamity, then patted his shoulder. "Now I understand why he placed his bets on you." He gazed at Yuan, his eyes filled with anticipation. "You must fight for our city's honor in next year's district competition." After saying this, Huiyun summoned Zhao Shan, instructing his two beasts to clear the forbidden crab carcass from the platform in preparation for departure. The district competition. Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Now possessing two royal-level beasts, it should be no problem for him to break into the top 10. The only thing left to do is diligently enhance his soul power level. During this journey, he sensed the significance of level on the prowess of beasts. "Thank you." At this moment, a soft voice broke the silence. Yuan promptly interrupted the other party. "Thank me again? We are acquainted. No need for such formality." Su Xin blinked, gazing at his smile, silently nodding, choosing not to speak further. Approximately 10 minutes later, the swarm of forbidden crabs on the platform was finally cleared away. The long-armed gibbon and snowy ice ape were exhausted, panting with their tongues out. Zhao Shan cursed as he recalled them into their beast seals, only to realize the silver skeleton on the platform had vanished. Upon inquiring, everyone shook their heads, having not noticed anything amiss. Ready. This time, there were no more obstacles. Huiyun, gripping a deep blue stone, struck it forcefully against the white jade platform. In an instant, Yuan felt as if his consciousness was being infinitely stretched, twisted, and swayed. In a prolonged haze, time seemed to come to a halt. When he regained his senses, a familiar courtyard came into view, and a silver sedan was parked before him, the very car he had driven to Fenghen Town. "I'm back in Huiyun's courtyard. This sensation of teleportation is unbearably uncomfortable. Ugh." Zhao Shan's voice echoed as he bent over, retching. Su Xin appeared unaffected. At this moment, Huiyun emerged from the house, holding a phone and seemingly engaged in conversation. "We spent 2 days in the secret realm." After hanging up, Huiyun turned his phone towards the three. Upon hearing this, an indescribable weariness and hunger surged within them. The peculiar secret realm seemed to possess a unique flow of time. Yuan retrieved a new set of clothes from the car's trunk, took a shower, and changed out of the still damp attire. Half an hour later, Huiyun had a fire going in the yard and prepared a bowl of noodles for himself. As night fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars, and the four of them sat quietly around the fire. You're saying this is your second time entering the secret realm? After finishing his soup, Zhao Shan looked at Yuan with satisfaction. Yuan replied, this secret realm is quite strange. I stumbled into it last time as well, and throughout my journey, I did not encounter spiders or forbidden crabs. Of course, aside from this teleportation stone, I didn't gain any other benefits. Zhao Shan sighed in relief, glancing at Yuan across the fire. Thankfully, Yuan was here this time. Otherwise, I would have likely turned into a dried corpse. Indeed, without you, we would have met our end on the teleportation platform. Yuan also patted his shoulder with a sense of nostalgia. Su Zin crossed over the fire, her gaze similarly focused on Yuan. As the four chatted, the drowsiness began to fade. Yuan returned to the house to fetch a grill, and feeling it was insufficient, he also brought back several bottles of red wine. Zhao Shan mocked him, questioning who pairs barbecues with wine. After experiencing life and death crises in the secret realm, the four of them fully relaxed, enjoying the barbecue while drinking wine. Laughter ringing throughout the night. After a while, Su Zin furrowed her brow as she took a few sips, her fair face flushing with color, and she became quite talkative. By the way, after some time, Yuan, with a mouthful of alcohol, embraced Yuan and said to the others, did you know? This kid Yuan once caused a sensation in Linyan City. Is that so? You must tell us more. Zhao Shan, slightly tipsy, immediately showed interest. Yuan gestured for him to drop the subject. In a moment of joy, having drunk a bit too much, Yuan felt his head spinning. I'll say 4 words, you can guess the rest. Yuan raised his wine cup again, exclaiming, soul power aptitude. Zhao Shan scoffed at this. ISNT aptitude divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high. If it caused a sensation citywide, it must be high. Zhao Shan, you're drunk. Su Zin said with a charming smile. There's also a special grade, you know? Miss Su is correct. Yuan's soul power aptitude is indeed special grade. Yuan's laughter stunned both Zhao Shan and Su Zin. Special grade soul power aptitude is an exceedingly rare existence, not only in Linyan City, but even in their own location. No wonder this fellow is so extraordinary at the 8th rank. It turns out there's a reason behind it. At that moment, Su Zin appeared somewhat melancholic, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, softly saying, my soul power aptitude is merely at the low level, within my family, among the prestigious clans. This aptitude is evidently insufficient. One could only imagine the scorn she faced in the Su family. None of that is important. Suddenly, a soft laugh reached her ears. Su Zin looked up in surprise, and beyond the flickering flames, she saw Yuan's handsome face adorned with a smile. Before meeting you all, I was merely a waste who couldn't even contract a beast. What does special grade aptitude matter? During those 2 years, I endured endless mockery. To some, I was even inferior to a dog. Yuan smiled gently. Do not be overly concerned with others' opinions of you. What does low-level aptitude matter? Look at me. My soul power level is only at the 8th rank, even lower than yours. His comforting words stirred ripples in Su Zin's heart, and a glimmer flickered in her eyes. After a moment, she quietly lowered her head, choosing not to speak further. Chapter 19, a challenge that must be won. A night passed without incident. The 4 stayed overnight at Yuan's home. Yuan slept until the afternoon. After tidying up, he prepared to leave when he discovered Zhao Shan and Su Zin had also just risen. Before departing, the 3 exchanged phone numbers. Unless something unexpected occurs, they would meet again at the district competition in 3 months. Zhao Shan, seated in a convertible, waved goodbye to the 2 while donning sunglasses, then pressed the gas pedal, gradually driving away. Su Zin seemed noticeably different after a good sleep. From beginning to end, he did not cast another glance at Yuan, merely carelessly uttering a farewell. After bidding farewell to Yuan drove back to the city, during which he received a call from Tan He. According to Tan He, Yuan's starting point was exceedingly high, surpassing the standards of young beast tamers in Linyan City. Even the most prestigious Changfeng Beast Taming Academy could not impart anything particularly novel to him. The nurturing, care, and soul power concentration of beasts, along with advancements, were all knowledge that could be derived from books. Rather than confining him in a special student class, it would be more beneficial to let him explore on his own. Tan He anticipated that he would eventually be accepted into one of the 3 super academies, and at that point, starting afresh would be more advantageous. Yuan readily accepted this notion. Are you nearing the city? Tan He's voice came through the phone. Just exited the expressway. Don't return to the academy just yet. Come to the municipal building. Understood. After hanging up, Yuan speculated that Tan He likely had something to present to him. He was aware that Tan He held multiple positions, not only as the academy's principal, but also as the mayor of Linyan City. Along the way, he noticed an abundance of billboards, all related to beast tamers. Initially, he paid little attention until he turned onto the busiest street in the city. at which point he slammed on the brakes. What on earth? The city's most bustling shopping center displayed a colossal screen. Previously, this screen showcased popular advertisements, but today, it bore Ji Yuan's large portrait, accompanied by the text, Supernova Ji Yuan exclusive certification for hydrated beast skin, use Deschon brand Beast Taming shower gel. An inexplicable sense of embarrassment washed over him, and Ji Yuan took a deep breath, speeding towards the municipal building. Along the way, he realized that in just 2 days, there were no fewer than 5 advertisements featuring him as a spokesperson. The issue was, he was completely unaware. Upon arriving at the municipal building, he was led by a long-waiting male secretary to the mayor's office, where he found Tan He beaming with a smile. Before Ji Yuan could speak, Tan He handed him a black gold card. I have negotiated a few endorsement deals for you. The payment is included within. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, thinking, now that sounds more like it. He accepted the card, scrutinizing it carefully. It was as thin as paper and made from a delicate material, unlike any ordinary bank card. How much is on it? Ji Yuan inquired curiously. You will see for yourself, Tan He replied. Just drop a drop of blood on the card. How intriguing. He promptly complied, pricking his fingertip to extract a drop of blood. The moment the blood made contact with the card, a radiant black gold light flickered, and Ji Yuan was astonished to see the card transform before his eyes. In an instant, it shrank into a black gold ring. Simultaneously, an unusual space suddenly appeared in his mind. Within that space lay a small mountain of cash. Ji Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the black gold ring, exclaiming, is this a beast ring? He turned to Tan He, who nodded in affirmation. It is the highest grade beast ring, possessing not only a storage space, but also the capability for ring payment. Listening to his explanation, Ji Yuan contentedly slipped the black gold beast ring onto his finger, the amount of cash within the ring instantly materializing in his mind. 5 million. It was worth noting that the average salary in Linyun City was merely 2,000 yuan per month. There's one more thing, Tan He interjected, breaking into his thoughts. Prepare yourself. Tonight at 8 o'clock, you will face a challenge. A challenge? Indeed. There is only one slot available for the city competition, and a candidate had already been selected. However, after I confirmed you, the other party was unsatisfied. Ji Yuan silently nodded in understanding. Tan He moved to the window, gazing out at the cityscape. The city competition, held every 3 years, was essentially a contest determining the rankings among 120 cities nationwide. If you represent Linyun City, your final results will dictate the city's national ranking for the following year. If you ask me what the ranking is worth, the answer is simple. The higher the ranking, the more development and resources the city receives. He turned back to Ji Yuan, speaking with utmost seriousness. Thus, this matter concerns not only you but the entire city. What was this? Preparing oneself mentally, Ji Yuan maintained a calm demeanor. What was Linyun City's best result in previous years? He vaguely remembered hearing countless voices cursing in the streets before he awakened his soul power. His inquiry caused Tan He to shake his head. Since I took over, the best result has been 88th. 88th? It seems that breaking into the top 10 in this city competition will be more challenging than anticipated. But do not feel too much pressure. Even if you do not meet the expectations, simply surpassing this historical best result will suffice. Tan He spoke earnestly before adding another matter. Understanding the significance of the city competition rankings will help you comprehend why the other party wishes to challenge you. The challenger, named Su Jie, is from the Tingyun Beast Taming Academy. Tingyun Beast Taming Academy? This institution had recently gained a reputation in Linyun City, seemingly surpassing Chengfeng. Its growth was closely tied to Zhang Jilin, who had been supporting it from the shadows. I see. In reality, I have long since lost interest in managing the academy. The roles of principal and mayor cannot be balanced, so I have turned a blind eye to Zhang Jilin's support for a new Chengfeng. My current focus is solely on one matter. Tan He's gaze fell upon Ji Yuan. The city competition. Su Jie had been deliberately promoted by Zhang Jilin a year ago, boasting the title of a 7th-tier beast tamer and signing numerous major endorsements. Thanks to my arrangements over the past few days, most have chosen to place their bets on you, opting not to renew contracts with Su Jie. The upcoming battle will be under the scrutiny of the entire city. The only thing you need to pay attention to is one point. Ji Yuan's expression remained unchanged. What is it? Su Jie's beast. Tan He appeared grave. His beast is the soul spirit scorpion, a creature dwelling deep within the Valley of Decay, naturally immune to fire-type attacks. He was aware that Ji Yuan's greenish-blue legendary beast was of the fire type. Tan He was uncertain if Ji Yuan had gained anything from his journey to the Valley of Decay. Now, he sought to observe his reaction. Immune to fire attributes? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, initially thinking such a trait was rare. The soul spirit scorpion excels in soul attacks. You have 4 hours to devise a strategy. Noticing Ji Yuan's silence, Tan He sighed, contemplating how to rescue him should he falter. After all, Encountering such a targeted attribute, even with a high bloodline level, could render one powerless. Chapter 20. Falling Behind. Is Yuan in danger? At 8 o'clock sharp, the largest beast taming arena in Linyun City was packed to capacity. Hosts, judges, live broadcast equipment, everything was in place. As Tanhe had stated, this was a challenge that had captured the attention of all Linyun City residents. Dubbed the most outstanding beast tamer of the younger generation, he was challenging a supernova with exceptional soul power qualifications that had stirred the city 2 years prior. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, and you watching the live broadcast at home, welcome to the Digimon Qilin Beast Arena. Tonight at 8, we bring you the most anticipated showdown in the city. The lights illuminated, and the elegantly dressed host, microphone in hand, delivered an exaggerated and passionate introduction. The combatants were ready to enter the arena, and now, allow me to present them to you. Within the specially designed arena, on the left side, the spotlight shone down. Connecting to the backstage, the first to enter was a dark red giant scorpion, its size comparable to an off-road vehicle. The scorpion was encased in a hard armor, its large pincers reflecting a cold gleam. The most striking feature is the sharp, venomous stinger dangling from its back. The emergence of the giant scorpion elicited shrieks from the audience, with countless glow sticks swaying in harmonious rhythm. Now, accompanying this fearsome creature is the highly esteemed QPNYSHUSH, XG, hailed as the most outstanding Beastmaster of the younger generation. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue as the crowd erupted into frenzied chants of XG. 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 Once XG and his summoned beast entered the arena, the host gestured to the right, continuing with heartfelt exuberance. Meanwhile, please direct your gaze to the opposite side and welcome the special grade talent, BPNYSHUSH, JUN. As these words faded, the audience's fervor noticeably diminished, yet many still waved their arms in encouragement. Under the spotlight, JUN strolled nonchalantly into view, dressed in casual attire, his handsome face calm and collected. Just as he approached the arena, a surge of emerald flames erupted around him. The flames danced around his form, and moments later, they expanded into a graceful creature standing nearly 2 meters tall. Wow, JUN's summoned beast is absolutely stunning. The appearance of Ing drew gasps from the audience. Its snow-white body entwined with emerald flames. Though not particularly robust, its beauty was undeniable. At that very moment, far away in a luxurious villa, Ing watched the live broadcast on television and saw Ing's emergence. Damn it, JUN, where on earth did that summoned beast come from? Clenching his fists tightly, Ing glanced at his indifferent father beside him and quietly asked, Dad, XG will win tonight, right? ZHLN, lounging with his legs crossed and engrossed in his phone, replied without looking up, JUN's fire-type summoned beast is perfectly countered by the soul spirit scorpion. There's no need to watch. But didn't he have a new summoned beast from the autumn test? Despite his father's words, Ing still felt uneasy, as if it were himself about to battle. That summoned beast is merely an illusion. AQPNYSHUSH can control soul power for combat. JUN is only BPN, and if his summoned beast is restrained, he will undoubtedly lose. ZHLN set his phone down and fixed a cold stare at the television screen, where JUN's face was displayed, saying, I have already instructed XG that this battle must end JUN or his summoned beast. He understood TNH. Even if JUN lost this duel, TNH would still forcefully preserve him for the city competition. Only by completely incapacitating JUN could he leave TNH with no options. Should XG successfully represent LNYN City in the city competition, the mayoral position for the following year would likely change hands. On the other side, in the arena, both sides were prepared. With the host's departure, the battle bell rang. Bang! In an instant, the soul spirit scorpion surged forward towards XG. Ing did not lag behind, transforming into a streak of emerald light, shooting forth. Just as they were about to collide, Ing's pupils focused, and the Emperor's pressure erupted, but the scorpion remained unfazed, continuing to sweep its massive pincers toward it. Realizing the intimidation was ineffective, Ing quickly retreated, releasing a torrent of ghostly flames from within. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, as the ghostly flames ignited, the soul spirit scorpion swung its tail fiercely, dispersing the flames with the gust of wind it created. This was, thus far, the strongest opponent Ing had encountered. There's no need to rush. Take it slow, JUN murmured to himself from the back. After a brief initial clash, Ing ceased its frontal assault and began a strategy of evasion. The soul spirit scorpion was massive, yet every time it seemed poised to strike Ing, it narrowly avoided the attack. Oh dear, ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? Yuan's summoned beast stands no chance against XG's giant scorpion. Forced into a desperate retreat, the host frowned, relaying the unfolding situation live. In the audience, those who had chanted XG's name erupted into mocking laughter. It seems that this special grade talent is of little use. Indeed, this summoned beast is merely a pretty face, good for show but useless in a fight. Hearing the jeers from outside, XG maintained a cold demeanor, undeterred by any influence. He gazed at the unflappable Yuan across from him, scoffing inwardly. What a pretentious fellow. You think you can compete with me? Allow you to play the part a little longer, and I shall finish this tedious battle in mere 10 seconds. Seconds ticked by as the two summoned beasts engaged in a game of chase, devoid of spectacular clashes or thrilling battles. Even the host found himself at a loss for words, reminiscing about past exhilarating matches. Just then, the audience erupted in astonishment. The host quickly glanced towards the arena, his eyes lighting up. Oh? It seems XG can no longer tolerate such a dull duel. He intends to seize the initiative while both summoned beasts are entangled. XG clenched his fists and charged at Yuan. Let me remind everyone that a QPNYSHUSH can channel soul power into their limbs, making their punches significantly stronger than an average person. The host raised an eyebrow. It appears XG intends to take the fight directly. Let us not forget, our rising star possesses only BP in soul power. In a direct confrontation, Yuan can withstand at most 3 punches. Just kidding, just kidding. The host seemed to regain his enthusiasm, eagerly awaiting XG to swiftly conclude this tedious contest. Only by eliminating you can my position be further solidified. In the arena, a fierce glint emerged in XG's eyes as he approached Yuan, unleashing a powerful right fist aimed squarely at Yuan's cheek. Simultaneously, he commanded the Soul Spirit Scorpion, no more games. Hey use MLCHUHN. He aimed to bring about the simultaneous downfall of Yuan and Ming. Return to the ranks of the useless, Yuan. But just as his soul-infused fist was about to collide with Yuan's face, a sudden clap resounded. XG's pupils constricted. His fist had been caught by Yuan. Then, he heard a light chuckle. Apologies, but I too am a QPN. Chapter 21. The Turnaround. Special grade soul power, nearly invincible among equals. As XG's expression changed dramatically, he hastily attempted to withdraw his right fist. However, Yuan's grip was as unyielding as iron claws, preventing any escape. You opened your champagne too early. Yuan's expression remained calm as he delivered a punch, right into XG's astonished gaze. Bang! My heavens! What am I witnessing? Outside the arena, the host clutched the edge of the stand, leaning forward in utter disbelief, exclaiming, XG's proactive attack was effortlessly neutralized by Yuan. Moreover, Yuan retaliated with a heavy punch that knocked XG to the ground, simultaneously conveying to the audience that he, too, was a QPN. This sudden twist left everyone dumbfounded, unable to believe their own eyes. After being struck, XG felt dizzy and could not utter a word before a piercing scream echoed from afar. My heavens! Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? Not only did the Beastmaster experience a reversal, but even the two summoned beasts, previously locked in combat, were about to determine a victor. Shock flashed in XG's eyes as he turned frantically to his soul spirit scorpion, disregarding Yuan before him. He saw that the scorpion, which should have been immune to fire-type damage, was now engulfed in searing emerald flames. The scorpion shrieked in agony from the flames, its body writhing and crashing against the arena walls, causing cracks to form. How is this possible? My Hayam is immune to fire-type damage. Why is this happening? XG was perplexed, but at that moment, he heard Yuan chuckle softly. Why, you ask? Go home and figure it out for yourself. After meeting with TNH at the municipal building, Yuan returned to the academy dormitory. He searched online for information regarding the Hunling Emosia, a creature that indeed possesses the characteristic of immunity to fire attributes, merely due to the layer of dark red armor covering its surface. He examined the relevant attack methods of the Hunling Emosia, discovering a particular skill that extracts the opponent's soul using soul power. This is how the creature acquired its name. Consequently, Yuan quickly grasped the situation. The Ming's Netherflame is no ordinary fire. Once this Emosia unleashes its soul power, it shall be utterly consumed by the Netherflame. As for advancing to the 7th rank, perhaps it is due to the quality and talent of his soul power. The key to promotion is to expand the soul power orb within his body, ensuring that the soul power constantly suffuses his limbs. Some 8th rank Beastmasters often find themselves in chaos when attempting this, resulting in the collapse of their soul power orb. However, Yuan managed to master this sensation in merely 2 hours. Only upon reaching the 7th rank did he comprehend why Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin had outpaced him in the secret realm. The enhancement of limbs brought by soul power, while not excessively extraordinary, is indeed significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. At that moment, unable to accept the impending failure, Su Jie clenched his palm, and the Mo Xie, which had been howling in the distance, was instantly recalled. Feishing, come forth. As his palm glowed with a crimson light, a fiery red-winged bird descended from the heavens, diving towards Ji Yuan. Ji and K? Ji Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, showing no signs of movement. When Ming returned to his side, the oppressive aura of imperial bloodline caused the bird to halt in its tracks, retract its wings, and land on the ground. The pressure of bloodline rank instills a fear deeply ingrained in one's bones. Only a minuscule fraction of beings can overcome such terror. Damn it! I forgot that his beast is of a dominant bloodline. Su Jie struck the ground weakly with his fist. The atmosphere in the arena became taut. Do you still have any beasts? Ji Yuan's tone remained unchanged throughout, his expression consistently calm. After a struggle within himself, Su Jie clenched and then released his fist, ultimately resigning to the realization, I have lost. Outside the arena, the previously quiet atmosphere shattered at that moment, as countless voices erupted in cheers for Ji Yuan. The host solemnly announced the outcome of the contest. That night, Ji Yuan's name resounded once more throughout Linyan City, and no one dared to voice any dissent regarding his representation in the district competition. Zhang Heng sat before the television, squeezing an orange so hard that juice dripped everywhere, gritting his teeth in disbelief that Ji Yuan had advanced to the 7th rank. What infuriated him even more was that Ji Yuan had only become a Beastmaster for less than a week, yet had managed to leap 2 ranks. Meanwhile, he himself had taken 3 years to barely step into the 7th rank just yesterday. What an impressive Ji Yuan. Behind him, Zhang Jilin spoke calmly. If we let him participate in the competition, he might genuinely break into the top 20. It seems we must devise a plan to eliminate this threat beforehand. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhang Heng exclaimed with excitement, Father, are you planning to have Uncle D intervene? But Uncle D's influence lies in Hongling City. They cannot possibly come to Linyan City. If Tan he detects anything unusual, therefore, you must return to the academy and thoroughly investigate Ji Yuan's every move. Zhang Jilin directed his adopted son. As long as we can get Ji Yuan out of the city, we will have an opportunity to act. Initially, when he went to the Jiaoling Valley, I arranged for some personnel. Unfortunately, that brat did not appear in the valley. A glint of malice flashed in Zhang Jilin's eyes as he noticed Zhang Heng's reluctance and scolded. It is merely a matter of losing face. Once I become mayor, you can join the Tingyun Beast Academy. All right. Zhang Heng recoiled, for after all, his father was his father, and he did not dare defy his words. On the other side, after leaving the arena, Ji Yuan entered a black business vehicle amidst a throng of gazes. Well done, kid. He had been waiting for a long time. Upon his arrival, he personally poured him a glass of champagne. Because you won so decisively tonight, the Cody Group, which has never engaged with any Beastmaster for investment, has decided to make you their lifelong spokesperson. The Cody Group controls 70% of the beast industry chain in Linyan City. Tan he smiled as he raised his glass. I've reviewed the contract on your behalf. There are no issues. Each year, Cody will pay you a 10 million endorsement fee. Thank you, Mayor. Ji Yuan raised his glass to clink with his. He knew that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by Tan he behind the scenes. There is no such thing as free goodwill in this world, and Ji Yuan was acutely aware of this. However, that did not prevent the sincerity of the gesture from touching him. Call me uncle. Tan he waved his hand, genuinely surprised by this young man's ability to surprise him. Initially concerned about how he would break the stalemate, he had not anticipated Ji Yuan's breakthrough to the 7th rank. He had truly placed the right bet this time. Uncle Tan, I am seeking something, and I wonder if you have heard of it. Ji Yuan promptly changed his tone. What is it? Yuming Guizhong, the material required for Ming's ascension to the young stage. Chapter 22, Establishing a Fund, Giving Back to the Welfare Institute. Yuming Guizhong? Tan he pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have no recollection. I will ask someone to help you inquire. If you have free time in the coming days, you can also check the reading room at the academy. All right, Ji Yuan replied, sensing that this item might not be easily found. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ji Yuan released Ming. After some contemplation, the deep blue beast mark emerged on his hand. Accompanied by a low, rumbling sound of thunder, his second beast once again revealed its form. The Thunder Wolf was larger than Ming, its deep blue eyes flickering with lightning, and its sleek black fur crackling with thunder, exuding an imposing presence. The appearance of the Thunder Wolf prompted Ming to step forward, tilting its head and blinking its eyes with immense curiosity. Roar! It seemed that it was too close. The Thunder Wolf emitted a low growl. Swish! In the next moment, the two creatures surprisingly pounced on one another, engaging in a playful tussle. Seeing this, Ji Yuan hurriedly prepared to intervene but soon realized, upon witnessing their playful combat, that before the beast space was established, the contracted beasts coexisted within the same beast mark. It appeared that their relationship was quite amicable. Ji Yuan's gaze fixated on the Thunder Wolf, and after a while, its attribute panel emerged. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast, Juvenile Stage. Species, Thunder Wolf Lord. Bloodline, Imperial Level, Perfect. Attributes, Thunder, Electricity. Traits, 1 immune to Thunder attribute damage, 2 capable of controlling lightning, 3 commands and intimidates wolf-type beasts, ineffective if bloodline ranks are equal. Talent, Soul Link, grants the Beastmasters traits, can only choose one. Thunder Lord, lightning and electric attacks released are doubled in might. Skill 1, Dance of Lightning, transforms into lightning to strike, generating chain lightning upon hitting the enemy, paralyzing and devastating them. Skill 2, Thunder Judgment, conjures a mass of thunderclouds, unleashing torrential lightning to obliterate any enemy. Note, consumes half energy when released during thunderstorm weather. Path to Advancement, consume Thunder attribute creatures' flesh and blood, 0-100. It was evident that this beast's attribute panel differed from Ming's, as the Thunder Emperor beast emphasized absolute offense, aligning perfectly with its thunderous attributes. With a mere thought, the two creatures ceased their playful scuffle, positioning themselves on either side of Ji Yuan. He extended his hand, stroking the Thunder Emperor beast's smooth fur, pondering. What name should I give you? Recalling the heart-stopping moment of forming a pact with it in the secret realm, Ji Yuan quickly settled on a single word, Puh. However, simply calling it Puh seemed somewhat peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yuan had an idea and turned to the Thunder Emperor beast with a smile. Sing. From now on, you shall be known as Shan Puh. What do you think? Shan Puh. The deep blue eyes of the Thunder Emperor beast sparkled with brilliance, and then it tilted its wolf-like head back and let out a howl. Owl. The sound was deep, yet it contained a hint of joy. Shan Puh is not too unpleasant, is it? Ji Yuan mused with a faint smile, and after interacting with the two beasts for a while longer, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, sunlight streamed onto his face, rousing him from sleep. After washing up, Ji Yuan departed from his dormitory. Just as he reached the door, he heard Zhang Heng's voice. Ji Yuan, wait for me. He raised an eyebrow and turned around, only to see Zhang Heng running toward him with a beaming smile. Hee, where are you off to? Can I join you? Ji Yuan shot him a perplexed glance before striding away. Such a sudden change in demeanor usually indicated mischief, and Ji Yuan was too disinterested to entertain him, as he had important matters to attend to. Within the academy, students who encountered him were exceedingly warm, rushing over to greet him, some even requesting to add him as a friend. Previously, everyone in the academy would avoid him. This transformation was nothing short of ironic. With a gentle smile, Ji Yuan responded to each greeting until he finally arrived at the parking lot. He drove towards the outskirts of the city. After 10 minutes, he found himself at the modest, overgrown old orphanage. Ji Yuan stepped inside, gazing at the familiar scene before him, feeling somewhat dazed. Since entering high school, he had not returned. 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The orphanage comprised a single 4-story building with 26 rooms, housing orphans and the elderly together. Back then, his days were spent playing in the vacant lot behind the courtyard. Xiao Yuan, a voice filled with surprise rang out. He turned to see an elderly woman holding a broom, staring at him in astonishment. Aunt Qin. This woman was none other than the director of the orphanage, Qin Qin. Her establishment had been a sanctuary for countless orphans in Linyun City, providing Ji Yuan with a warm childhood. Upon seeing her familiar face, Ji Yuan smiled and said, "Aye." Smack. The elderly woman tossed aside the broom, her eyes reddening as she approached him and grasped his hands, which were lined with wrinkles. I know. I saw you on television. Our Ji Yuan has made something of himself." She pulled him toward the courtyard, exclaiming, "Our big star has returned." At her words, many elderly individuals leaning on canes or sitting in wheelchairs began to emerge. The children playing in the back courtyard also rushed over. In no time, the hall was filled with people. "It's Xiao Yuan. Haha, once a little child, and now you've grown into quite the young man. Our Xiao Yuan is a big star now, truly proud of you." The children surrounded Ji Yuan, their innocent eyes filled with curiosity. Ji Yuan retrieved the items he had prepared from his space ring, which included health supplements, fruits, and snacks. Aunt Qin. After dispersing the children, Ji Yuan finally had the opportunity for a peaceful conversation. Sitting in the hall, the elderly chatted animatedly about Ji Yuan's childhood. Looking at the smiling Qin Qin, Ji Yuan softly said, "I purchased a nursing home in the city center, and after renovations, I hope you and everyone can move there. It will still be called Blue Sky Welfare Institute. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the hall fell into silence. The smile on Qin Qin's face gradually froze. What? What did you say? This is impossible. You're only in your early 20s. This is the time for you to spend money. How could you? Yuan shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, Aunt Qin. This is not just my personal wish. It is also the mayor's intention. Our city desperately needs a large welfare institute to provide shelter for the elderly and orphans. Indeed, after understanding Yuan's intentions, Tan He immediately helped finalize the matter. Not only was a Yuan charity fund being established to specifically aid orphans and the elderly, but he also secured a prime location in the city center. Yuan's finances were currently ample, and unlike ordinary Beastmasters, his beasts did not require excessive funds for various nutritional supplements. For him, any excess money merely allowed him to live a slightly better life. However, his current existence was already satisfactory, and he desired to utilize these funds to do something meaningful for the Welfare Institute that had sheltered him. As the days passed, after arranging all matters concerning the Welfare Institute, Yuan awaited the completion of renovations for the new facility. Nowadays, Beastmasters could be found in every profession, ensuring that the renovation progress would not lag behind. Upon returning to the academy, Yuan spent his days immersed in the reading room, poring over various Beastmaster advancement materials and honing his soul power. The 6th rank was a watershed moment among Beastmaster ranks. Only upon reaching the 6th rank could one be deemed a Beastmaster who had transcended the ordinary. To attain the 6th rank, 2 tasks were required. First, the external projection of soul power. After half a month of practice, he had already achieved this. Second, the external projection of beast soul power. Throughout this time, Yuan had been training Ming and Shan Pe, yet they still lacked that final spark. After much contemplation, Yuan finally identified the issue: the juvenile phase. For a 6th rank Beastmaster, a crucial enhancement was the ability to teach beasts new skills, in addition to those they already possessed. To learn new skills, one must rely on the projection of soul power to absorb knowledge points. Clearly, the 2 little ones in their juvenile phase were not yet capable of this. Thus, during this period, Yuan dedicated himself to searching for the Yuming Guizhong and Thunder-type creatures, yet found no leads. Time passed. A month after returning from Fenghan Town, the construction of the Blue Sky Welfare Institute in the center of Linyun City was completed. Yuan received an invitation from Qin to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. During the event, Qin spoke endlessly about Yuan, her demeanor akin to a proud mother eager for the world to recognize her child's achievements. Remaining true to one's roots and giving back to the Welfare Institute undoubtedly elevated Yuan's reputation in Linyun City. After a busy morning, the afternoon arrived. In a 50-square-meter office designated for the director, Yuan reclined on the sofa, gently furrowing his brows. He vowed never to participate in another ribbon-cutting ceremony again. Xiao Yuan, I personally arranged the decor for this office. It's quite nice, isn't it? Director Qin entered the room. Yuan had intended for her to continue managing the Welfare Institute, but she insisted on him taking the role of director, her resolve unwavering. Unable to refuse, Yuan relented. Rest assured, you need not worry about anything. I will manage the Welfare Institute well. Qin assumed he was troubled about the Institute's affairs, smiling as she spoke. Yuan shook his head. With you here, I am naturally at ease. By the way, Aunt Qin, you mentioned during the ceremony that you had something to give me, correct? Oh, right. I meant to give this to you the last time at the old Welfare Institute. Qin produced an envelope from her pocket and handed it to Yuan. Qingro, do you remember? This is a letter she left for you. Yuan accepted it. The envelope was thin and felt icy to the touch. The name Qingro stirred memories long buried. A youthful, pure, and vibrant face flashed in his mind. Yes, Jiang Qingro. During their time at the orphanage, this girl, 2 years his junior, had been his best companion. After entering high school, there was no word from her. The year you graduated, Qingru was adopted by a wealthy family and taken to another city. Qin's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Thank you, Aunt Qin. Yuan did not open the envelope, but instead tucked it into his pocket. Just as he was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing this, Qin stood up and exited. Uncle Tan. Upon answering the call, Yuan felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that Tan He had found the item he was looking for. Kid, I've gathered information on the Yuming Guizhong for you, but you'll have to wait a bit longer. Why? The Yuming Guizhong is a unique mineral material. Once it leaves its habitat, it wilts instantly. I've managed to inquire about some new deep ore veins recently discovered in Hongling City, and it said that many rare minerals have been found there, including Yuming Guizhong. Just wait a little longer, and I will think of a way to have someone bring it back for you. Hongling City? Yuan's heart stirred. He then asked, Uncle, didn't you say it would wilt once it leaves its habitat? How do you plan to do that? Of course, we will excavate it along with its habitat. So simple and crude? That sounds a bit off, Yuan quickly replied. Uncle, there's no need to go through all that trouble. I'll make the trip myself. Before Tan he could refuse, Yuan continued, "Don't worry, when I went to Jialing Valley, I met a local from Hongling City. With him to look after me. I'll be fine." Zhao Shan was also from Hongling City, and from their interactions, it was evident that his status there was certainly not simple. Reliable? Then he sounded somewhat skeptical on the other end. Yuan chuckled, "Absolutely reliable." After hanging up, he immediately called Zhao Shan. However, after 2 attempts, there was no answer. Just as Yuan was beginning to doubt whether he had been given a false number, the call was suddenly returned. "Yuan, you wouldn't be calling for no reason, right? Are you in Hongling City? Quickly tell me where you are. I'm coming right now." As soon as the call connected, Zhao Shan's rapid-fire questions bombarded him like a machine gun. Yuan quickly called for silence and, feeling somewhat speechless, said, "You ask so many questions at once. Do you not give anyone a chance to speak? You haven't contacted me since that day. I'm just excited." Zhao Shan cleared his throat. "This time, I indeed have something to ask you." Yuan got straight to the point. "I heard that newer veins have been discovered in your city recently? Wow. You are well informed. These veins were just uncovered 3 hours ago, and you already know?" "Zhao Shan, is it true that there is Yuming Guizhong among these veins?" "Yuming Guizhong? I believe there is, but you need to go deep into the mines, and this stuff is particularly special, once it leaves." "All right, I understand all that. I'll arrive in Hongling City tomorrow morning. Can we meet?" "You're coming to Hongling City? Then it's a must. Don't worry. I promise to arrange everything comfortably for you." Zhao Shan's excited voice echoed in Yuan's ear. After chatting for a bit longer, Yuan hung up. From Zhao Shan's tone, it was clear that these veins were not what he initially thought. It seemed that the veins were categorized by elemental attributes. "Xiao Yuan." Just as he was lost in thought, Chen Qin knocked on the door. "Come in, Aunt Qin." Chen Qin entered, first glancing at Yuan's expression before speaking. "Yunjia? That girl, she wants to apply to be our nurse." On the day she was expelled, Lin Yunjia returned to the old welfare institution, but after learning the details, Chen Qin scolded her and chased her away. Expelled from the Beast Taming Academy, Lin Yunjia could not enroll in any other academy in Linyun City. Having watched her grow up, Chen Qin felt a pang of pity for her as she found herself with no way forward. "You decide, Aunt Qin. From now on, you can take charge of these matters." Yuan's expression remained calm. He understood her feelings. After saying this, he stood up to leave. Before he departed, he added, "I will be away from Linyun City for a while. If anything comes up, remember to inform me." Chapter 24. Reunion with Old Friends. Hongling City boasts a uniquely intricate terrain. The entire city is established on a vast, flat expanse. However, a deeper understanding reveals the city's complexities. As the city with the richest mineral veins in the nation, its ranking consistently remains within the top 10. It can be said that the people of Hongling City are all exceedingly wealthy. Even if you are not a local, as long as you have connections. Working here for 2 years can yield substantial profits. Yuan arrived in Hongling City on the earliest flight. As soon as he disembarked, he spotted Zhao Shan, wearing sunglasses and a black trench coat, standing at the arrival's gate. "Good brother. Everything in Hongling City is in my hands. I guarantee you will eat well, drink well, and sleep well." While seated in Zhao Shan's convertible, he led Yuan on a tour around the urban area, ultimately being a top 10 city. The urban prosperity starkly contrasted with Linyun City. A single street here could rival the city center of Linyun City. That day, Zhao Shan truly arranged the best for him. The finest restaurants and the most luxurious hotels, allowing Yuan to indulge thoroughly. That evening, as they returned to the hotel, they began discussing Yuan's purpose for visiting. "So that's it. Your beast needs Yuming Guizhong to advance." Zhao Shan suddenly understood, realizing that Yuming Guizhong was indeed a unique advancement material for certain fire-type beasts. "Let's do this. We'll head to the mines tomorrow, and I'll accompany you." His unwavering agreement moved Yuan, who softly replied, "Thank you." After a day of understanding, he learned that although everyone in Hongling City was affluent, each descent into the mines required a gamble with life. The mines harbored countless bizarre and elusive creatures, and one careless moment could cost one their life. According to Zhao Shan, the highest-ranked beast tamers who perished in the mines had reached the 3rd grade. The fact that Zhao Shan readily agreed to accompany him despite the inherent dangers genuinely touched Yuan. "Are we really that close? If it weren't for you back in that ridiculous secret realm, would I still be lying here alive? No need to worry. I'll take care of everything." Zhao Shan patted his chest, appearing completely unperturbed. However, when the next day arrived, Yuan began to understand why Zhao Shan remained so unconcerned. The following morning, at the municipal building in Hongling City, in the mayor's office, Yuan, "My young friend, Mayor has always spoken highly of you. Now that I see you, you truly are quite the handsome talent." Yuan stared blankly at the amiable and approachable middle-aged man before him. He never would have guessed that Zhao Shan was, in fact, the mayor's son. "Dad, we agreed not to call me by my childhood name. Mayer is such an awful name. I'm a pure man. Zhao Shan's face turned exceptionally awkward beside him. Zhao Tianhou cast a sidelong glance at him before extending his hand to Ji Yuan. Seeing the gesture from this esteemed individual, Ji Yuan quickly grasped his hand, appearing both reserved and polite as he said, "Uncle, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary person from a small city. You are Mayer's savior. Calling me uncle is too formal. From now on, call me godfather." Ji Yuan was taken aback. "Indeed, Ji Yuan, considering our deep bond. We are closer than brothers." Zhao Shan laughed as he wrapped an arm around Ji Yuan's shoulder. Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. It seemed he had come here to recognize relatives. Immediately, he shot Zhao Shan a glance, and the latter quickly caught on, clearing his throat before addressing Zhao Tianhou dad. Ji Yuan came to Hongling City, seeking Yuming Guizhong. He wants to advance his beast. That's simple, Zhao Tianhou replied nonchalantly. "I'll have Lu Hen accompany you down the mines." After saying this, he picked up his phone to make arrangements. Soon, a towering figure clad in a black tank top entered the office. "Lu Hen, a 5th-grade beast tamer. He will accompany you." Zhao Tianhou issued a few brief instructions to Lu Hen before taking his leave. "Uncle Lu, I have everything prepared. We can depart at any time." The imposing figure known as Lu Hen seemed disinclined to engage in conversation. After giving Zhao Shan a slight nod, he stepped out first. Despite his demeanor, Uncle Lu was the most reliable. Zhao Shan stretched lazily and suggested, "Shall we be on our way?" "Certainly, Mayor," Ji Yuan replied. Inside the municipal building, chaos erupted. As Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan playfully bantered on their way to the parking garage, Zhao Shan's phone suddenly rang. "What the?" He glanced at the caller ID, astonished. "What's wrong?" Ji Yuan inquired, leaning closer to see. "Suziyin?" After exchanging curious glances, Zhao Shan answered on speakerphone. "Zhao Shan." A melodious voice, as crisp as the sound of ice clinking, resonated from the other end. "Miss Su, what brings you to call me?" "I'm currently in Hongling City and have some questions for you. Do you have time to meet?" Zhao Shan pondered for a moment before responding. "I'll send you the address." After hanging up the phone, he turned to Ji Yuan, perplexed. "Why is she also in Hongling City? Did you two arrange to meet?" "Impossible." Ji Yuan shook his head, then considered a possibility. The news of several newly discovered mineral veins in Hongling City has spread widely. Perhaps she is here for one of those veins. What mineral could the Su family not locate? Zhao Shan muttered. At that moment, Lu Hen drove up and parked in front of them. "Uncle Lu, let us make a stop at Jishu CAF first." Once inside the vehicle, Zhao Shan excitedly began discussing the developments in Hongling City with Ji Yuan, who chose to listen attentively this time. However, while Ji Yuan wished to learn more about the underground mineral veins, Zhao Shan continued to chatter about food and entertainment. Approximately 10 minutes later, the vehicle came to a gentle halt. Zhao Shan instructed Lu Hen to wait, and the two made their way towards a bustling shopping plaza. Jishu CAF occupied a prime location, its spacious interior filled to capacity, with only a few tables available outside. Zhao Shan seated Ji Yuan at one of those tables before disappearing inside. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a striking young woman clad in a floral long dress. The girl bore a resemblance to Zhao Shan, her cheeks radiating youthful vitality. "This is my sister, Zhao Shui," Zhao Shan said proudly, raising an eyebrow at Ji Yuan. "What do you think? Beautiful, right?" "Very beautiful," Ji Yuan replied, standing politely and offering genuine praise. "I've heard him mention your name often. I didn't expect you to be such a stunning beauty." Zhao Shui brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, flashing a sweet smile. "Hee. This CAF is my sister's venture. She has built it from the ground up." Zhao Shan beamed with pride. After exchanging a few words, Zhao Shui returned to her duties inside the CAF. At that moment, Ji Yuan's gaze shifted to the distance. "Here they come." Su Xin approached, adorned in a flowing black gown, her long, dark hair cascading casually over her shoulders, her flawless, oval face captivating. Beside her walked a handsome young man in a white shirt. Upon spotting the familiar figure of the dashing young man, Su Xin's pupils widened in surprise. He is here too. "Long time no see, Miss Su," Zhao Shan waved, his smile friendly yet lacking the warmth he had shown Ji Yuan. "Long time no see." Su Xin stepped forward, nodding at Zhao Shan, but her gaze was unfocused, completely disregarding Ji Yuan. This behavior left Zhao Shan slightly puzzled as he glanced at Ji Yuan, who was equally bewildered. Since parting ways with Yuan, Su Xin had seemed somewhat off. "Have I offended her?" Ji Yuan pondered, wondering if it was due to the incident when she fell into the water in the secret realm. "Shao family, Shao Lingjue," the young man beside her lifted his chin, exuding an air of self-importance. Zhao Shan leaned closer to Ji Yuan and whispered, "Isn't that the Shao family? What else with the attitude?" Ji Yuan smiled quietly, reflecting on the significance of the surname Shao. Before his journey, he had known a fiery young man with the same last name. Zhao Shan, returning to the topic, asked, "What brings you here this time?" Su Xin appeared distracted and did not respond. Xiao Lingjue, intrigued by her demeanor, took over the conversation. We heard that a vein of Yuming Guizhong was discovered in Hongling City, and we are here for that. At this juncture, Su Xin finally spoke up. We wish to explore the mine. Can you recommend someone? With the Su and Xiao families being prominent, did they truly need to personally explore the mine? Zhao Shan jested, his intention innocent, but Xiao Lingjue perceived it as an affront, irritation flickering in his eyes. If it were any other transportable minerals, we wouldn't need to come ourselves. But the Yuming Guizhong is different in quality. As a local, you should know this. Though his expression remained composed, a hint of sarcasm lingered in his tone. Not stopping there, Xiao Lingjue turned to Su Xin and added, your friend here seems rather unreliable. Perhaps we should find someone else. Zhao Shan scratched his head, glancing at Ji Yuan, questioning whether he had misspoken. Ji Yuan smiled silently, and then addressed Xiao Lingjue, suggesting, your brother makes a good point. It may be prudent for you to seek other professionals from the locality. He emphasized the word professionals. How absurd. Even the mayor's son wasn't deemed a professional, so who else could be? Moreover, while Xiao Lingjue appeared calm, his condescending tone and demeanor indicated he looked down upon them. From the outset, he had treated them with disdain. Was this sense of superiority truly a common trait among the scions of wealthy families? Are you all planning to explore the mine as well? Su Xin finally lifted her gaze to meet Ji Yuan's. Yet, in an instant, she hurriedly averted her eyes. Yes, Ji Yuan affirmed. Then, let us go together, Su Xin murmured softly. Are you serious? Xiao Lingjue frowned. The mine is fraught with danger. Do you truly wish to venture down with someone so unqualified? Hearing his words, Su Xin's demeanor grew cold as she replied, I never intended to accompany you. You may leave now. Xiao Lingjue, evidently angered by her attitude, scowled and retorted, should any danger arise, don't say I didn't warn you. Save your breath. The response came not from Su Xin, but from Ji Yuan, who was genuinely disenchanted with the haughty airs of those from noble families. Humph. After casting a deep look at Ji Yuan, Xiao Lingjue turned and departed. Zhao Shan muttered as he watched his retreating figure, what a peculiar fellow. Why do these young masters all carry themselves with such arrogance? Look at me. I am also a young master, yet I am approachable and amiable, he boasted. While Ji Yuan merely smirked in silence, Su Xin voiced her agreement, remarking, in the 5 major Beastmaster families, the younger generation often exhibits an inexplicable sense of superiority, which I find equally distasteful. Regardless, we 3 are teaming up again, and that feeling is truly delightful. Zhao Shan grinned, wrapping an arm around Ji Yuan, while Su Xin stood quietly beside them, her gaze wandering. Subsequently, the trio met up with Lu Hen at the designated location. Zhao Shan took the passenger seat, while Ji Yuan and Su Xin occupied the back. Throughout the journey, Su Xin kept her head lowered, her fair hands clutching her skirt, appearing quite anxious. Ji Yuan rested his chin in his hand, gazing out the window, lost in thought. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle came to a gradual stop. Through the window, they could see a bustling market filled with throngs of people. With no towering buildings around, dust swirled everywhere, and various peculiar minerals were displayed outside countless shops. At that moment, a man briskly emerged from the market, his face lighting up with a warm smile upon spotting Zhao Shan and Lu Hen, leading them down a narrow path. Ji Yuan observed as the barren ground unexpectedly revealed a descending opening, and Lu Hen drove their vehicle into it, following the lead of the man. As they entered this peculiar passage, the clamor of the market faded away, replaced by strange noises. The interior of the tunnel glowed with a soft blue light, and after a while, an expansive subterranean world unfolded before their eyes. Ji Yuan's pupils reflected the pale blue radiance, and he couldn't help but widen his gaze. In this azure-tinged underworld, countless train tracks and endless shops sprawled out. In stark contrast to the dusty stalls above, the wares displayed here were far more bizarre and extraordinary. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Lu Hen and Zhao Shan stepped out. It was only when Zhao Shan opened the door for him that Ji Yuan snapped back to reality. The mundane items above paled in comparison to this, the grandest mineral trading market in Hongling City, Zhao Shan explained with a smile. Ji Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how fascinating the outside world was, realizing that the ordinariness of Lingyun's city had limited his imagination. Under Lu Hen's guidance, the group ventured deeper. Along the way, Ji Yuan encountered a myriad of peculiar minerals, many of which he could not name. Normally, one would face numerous obstacles to enter a mine, but due to Zhao Shan and Lu Hen's unique status, they received a direct green light. Upon entering an exquisitely decorated waiting lounge, Zhao Shan suddenly tossed a circular ring to Ji Yuan. A protective ring? Ji Yuan caught it, looking at him in confusion. It contains essential items for mining, Zhao Shan replied, and as Ji Yuan delved into the contents of the protective ring, he discovered 3 items: a small black a wristband, and a handgun. You can keep this protective ring. While it may not be the highest grade, it is still quite valuable. Zhao Shan's voice warmed Ji Yuan's heart. After retrieving the items, Ji Yuan tossed the ring back to him, raising his finger. Thanks, but I already have a protective ring. Zhao Shan was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the black gold protective ring on Ji Yuan's finger, his eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, black gold. This is the top-tier protective ring. He stepped closer, inspecting Ji Yuan's ring with curiosity. My father wouldn't even buy me one of these. Where did you get it? Ji Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss that later. First, tell me about the 3 items necessary for mining. Chapter 26 Ji Yuan. I am truly seeing the world anew. These 3 items are interrelated and difficult to explain clearly. You'll understand once you use them. Zhao Shan remarked, glancing at Su Ziyin. There is a changing room here. I suggest you change into something more practical. Wearing a dress while mining is rather inconvenient. About 5 minutes later, Su Ziyin emerged in casual attire, her petite figure perfectly complemented by her flawless features, leaving no room for criticism. Ready? Let us go? Zhao Shan said, leading the two through a brown wooden door. Behind it was an elevator, where Lu Hen was already waiting. Once they stepped inside, Ji Yuan noticed the elevator had only 3 buttons, top, middle, and bottom. At that moment, the bottom button was illuminated, indicating a direct route to the mine. In the cramped space, Zhao Shan's chatter was unceasing, discussing a variety of topics until Ji Yuan and the others began to feel overwhelmed. Finally, the elevator came to a stop. As the doors opened, a strong scent of earth mixed with an odd stench assaulted their nostrils. Ji Yuan managed to hold his composure. But Su Ziyin turned pale, clearly struggling. Use this. Zhao Shan quickly produced a black dot the size of a fingertip. One of the items he had just given Ji Yuan. He placed the black dot on Su Ziyin's temple and pressed gently. Instantly, to Ji Yuan's astonishment, a semi-transparent protective mask materialized, enveloping her face. Wait, has technology advanced to this extent? Ji Yuan exclaimed. You should put one on too. Zhao Shan urged, and upon turning, Ji Yuan saw that both he and Lu Hen were already wearing theirs. He hurriedly retrieved one from the protective ring and pressed it on. In an instant, the foul air dissipated, and Ji Yuan was amazed to discover that the protective mask not only filtered the air, but also provided night vision capabilities. More importantly, it felt completely weightless, with no obstruction to his line of sight. Put on the wristband, Zhao Shan instructed, and both Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin complied. As soon as Ji Yuan donned it, a line of text materialized before his eyes. Welcome to the KG Yuan product, connecting to the detection wristband. Connection complete. Synchronizing map information. As the text vanished, Ji Yuan noticed a circular icon appearing in the upper right corner of his vision, with a bright green dot in the center. This scene resembled the map interface found in certain video games. The wristband will scan the terrain within 100 meters and generate a real-time map displayed in the upper right corner of your masks, Zhao Shan explained. The highlighted green dot represents yourself. He approached Ji Yuan and tapped his wristband against Ji Yuan's. Immediately, Ji Yuan saw a blue dot appear on the map. The blue dot indicated those with whom he had made contact, meaning his teammates. After a moment, Ji Yuan gazed at the 3 blue dots on the map, feeling somewhat dazed. This was truly astonishing. Had Lingyun City really fallen so far behind? What about this? Su Ziyin asked curiously, holding the handgun. It seemed to be her first encounter with such advanced technology. That is a mining gun. It's essential for cutting minerals. Zhao Shan pointed at the mask and reassured them. Don't worry. Once you locate the minerals you need, the mask will display cutting lines. Just follow the lines to cut. With everything prepared, the 4 of them exited the elevator. Thanks to the mask's night vision, the dark mine was incredibly bright. Suddenly, an oddly shaped creature appeared. It was Lu Hen summoning his beast. This creature resembled a cheetah, but had 4 slender front legs and 2 robust hind legs. This is the poison wind phantom leopard, a beast tamed by Uncle Lu in the mines long ago, Zhao Shan explained. The poison wind phantom leopard can detect the scent of rare minerals, guiding us to avoid unnecessary detours. Every competent beastmaster in Hongling City chooses to tame one. With it, locating rare minerals would be significantly more efficient. The mines are not like other places. We must exercise caution, Zhao Shan warned solemnly, summoning his long-armed gibbon. Upon seeing Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin, the gibbon excitedly shook its head. At that moment, azure flames flickered, and the figure of Ming materialized. Su Ziyin also summoned her flame-devouring sparrow, and the appearance of these 2 fire-type beasts warmed the previously chilly atmosphere of the mine. Lu Hen's gaze lingered on Ming for a moment before slowly shifting away. He then summoned another peculiar beast. Ji Yuan looked over in surprise to find it was a robust kangaroo, its muscular build striking. What astonished him further was that this kangaroo wore 2 diamond-encrusted golden knuckle dusters on its fists. Wow, This trip to Hongling City is truly eye-opening. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Hen's imposing figure, inwardly lamenting how much the kangaroo resembled its owner. Thus, with the poison wind phantom leopard leading the way and the muscular kangaroo following, this quartet was well protected. Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin trailed behind Lu Hen and Zhao Shan as they cautiously advanced. Along the way, they encountered several individuals. Lu Hen seemed to possess a certain prestige, as all the miners they passed greeted him respectfully, calling him Brother Lu. The so-called mine vein resembles an artificial subterranean passageway, with walls adorned with luminescent objects and signs indicating exits to prevent one from losing their way. Ji Yuan has been attentively monitoring the map in the upper right corner of his visor, which refreshes every 5 seconds, revealing routes akin to intricate tree roots. As they traverse deeper, the sensation of descending becomes increasingly pronounced. After approximately an hour of travel, Su Ziyin's breath quickens, fatigue evident in her demeanor after such prolonged exertion. Zhao Shan, ever considerate, allows the long-armed gibbons to carry her on their shoulders as they continue onward. As they delve deeper, Ji Yuan observes a notable decline in both signs and luminescent objects. We have entered the newly discovered vein. Stay alert, Lu Hen remarks for the first time. His voice rich and resonant. The air grows progressively colder, impervious even to the cooling presence of Ming and Shiyan Quebec. Suddenly, a shadow shoots from the wall to Ji Yuan's right, hurtling toward his head with alarming speed. There is no time to react. A direct hit would be fatal. In that critical moment, a dazzling diamond-studded golden finger strikes like a cannonball. Boom. The muscular kangaroo at the rear delivers a powerful punch, sending the shadow crashing into the wall, creating a substantial dent. Ji Yuan's cold sweat pours. Had it not been for the kangaroo, he might have met his end. Are you all right? Zhao Shan, equally startled, quickly inquires. Ji Yuan shakes his head, his gaze shifting to the large dent in the wall, his expression shifting slightly. Within the dent lies a creature resembling a mouse, but with a sharp horn protruding from its forehead, a black entity. Be cautious. These Youjiao mice appear in swarms. Lu Hen's deep voice resonates as, in an instant, unusual sounds emanate from all directions. Shadows surge forth from countless angles. Chapter 27. What a coincidence. I need his life as well. Tu Hen, deploy the wind breath barrier. Lu Hen commands. Whoosh. A tempest arises within the depths of the mine, forming a visible protective barrier that encircles Ji Yuan and his companions. The Youjiao mice, launched from multiple directions, are repelled upon contact with this wind breath barrier. With their initial strike thwarted, these cunning creatures attempt to flee. Quick, command your fire-type beast to attack. In truth, Ji Yuan had already signaled Ming to act, even before Lu Hen issued the command. Inferno Storm. The terrifying emerald flames engulf the entire mine in an instant. Upon contact with the wind breath barrier, the flames spread rapidly, leaving the Youjiao mice with no time to escape. As the spectral flames sweep through, the mice are reduced to mere ash, not a trace remaining. Well done. Lu Hen's gaze lingers on Ming for a moment before he nods at Ji Yuan. Having just faced a life-threatening crisis and then responding immediately upon the activation of their defense showcases remarkable composure for a young person. Indeed, Uncle Lu must think highly of me. Would I praise someone mediocre? Zhao Shan observes Lu Hen's admiration for Ji Yuan and grins with pride. Su Ziyin stands at the back, quietly watching Ji Yuan's silhouette, her thoughts unknown. Ji Yuan, however, focuses more on the presence of the poison wind phantom leopard, having sensed a moment of formidable energy when it deployed the wind breath barrier. He speculates that both the poison wind phantom leopard and the muscular kangaroo possess bloodlines of at least the Overlord level. As the mayor, Tan He's beasts are only at the Overlord level, suggesting that resources become increasingly skewed towards higher-ranked cities. Once assured of their safety, Lu Hen instructs the poison wind phantom leopard to withdraw the wind breath barrier and continue deeper into the mine. Along the way, they encounter several more attacks from the Youjiao mice. These little creatures not only hold grudges, but are particularly treacherous. However, having learned from their previous encounter, they are no longer caught off guard. As they navigate through the mine, the soft earth slows their pace. The walls are intermittently adorned with oddly shaped, vividly colored minerals. Stop, Lu Hen suddenly whispers. The group halts, and Ji Yuan notices the poison wind phantom leopard lifting its head, seemingly sniffing the air intently. After a moment, it turns to Lu Hen, revealing its teeth. Ahead lies a nest. You, come forward. Lu Hen gestures for Ji Yuan to approach. Zhao Shan quickly steps aside, secretly giving a thumbs up. Make us proud. Ji Yuan passes him, gazing into the distance where a nest shimmers with a faint blood-red hue, approximately 50 to 60 meters away. Due to the distance, he can only discern that a swarm of some reptilian creatures, glistening with crimson spots, occupies it. At this moment, The poison wind phantom leopard opens its mouth, a small whirlwind materializing and floating before them. Project your soul power outward. Condensing it into a ball the size of a fingernail, Lu Hen instructs, without considering whether Ji Yuan can manage it. Ji Yuan blinks in surprise, then extends his palm. Dark gray mist emanating from his hand and gradually coalescing. Exceptional aptitude, Lu Hen notes, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes upon seeing the dark gray mist. Once Ji Yuan condenses his soul power to the instructed size, Lu Hen points to the whirlwind produced by the poison wind phantom leopard and says, "Direct your soul power into the whirlwind." Though perplexed, Ji Yuan complies. However, the moment his soul power contacts the whirlwind, a resounding explosion reverberates through the passage. The visible dark gray soul power transforms into rapid waves, surging toward the reptilian nest. Ji Yuan is astonished to see the crimson glow within the nest extinguish instantaneously. The creatures within, known as blood lizards, can emit lethal toxic mists capable of dissolving any flesh in an instant. If threatened while conscious, they will self-detonate in succession, leaving no living being within a 300-meter radius. Lu Hen explains in a low voice, the optimal method is to induce them into a state of coma before extermination. The fusion of soul power and wind attribute will unleash a wave capable of stunning relatively weaker beings. Naturally, this is not limited to the wind attribute. A Beastmaster's soul power can resonate uniquely with any attribute. In that moment, Ji Yuan is shaken. This is an incredibly practical combat technique, one not documented in any textbook. He looks at Lu Hen, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin share his astonishment, as it seems that even these distinguished young masters and ladies were unaware of such a method of utilizing soul power. Simultaneously, they are even more surprised that Ji Yuan has already mastered the projection of soul power. Goodness, exceptional aptitude, and it enhances perception as well. Zhao Shan mumbles, feeling that his own soul power aptitude is moderately high, yet he finds himself stuck at the threshold of soul projection. Although he can project, he cannot solidify it like Ji Yuan can. This is no secret. Lu Hen, unfazed, instructs the poison wind phantom leopard to produce another whirlwind, this time larger. Ji Yuan comprehends the signal, and Ming's Netherflame is unleashed. As it passes through the whirlwind, the flames rapidly spread, engulfing the blood lizard nest in an instant. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening crash emanates from the wall behind them. As dirt flies, the corpse of a mining creature appears. Hey, Digo, impressive strength. These subterranean beasts prefer ambushes rather than open confrontations. With a sharp laugh, another team emerges through the passage created by the corpse. This team also consists of 4 members. However, Ji Yuan raises an eyebrow, recognizing the 4th member as the previously encountered master of the Shao family, Shao Lingjue. "Oh, Lu Gu, do you also lead people into the mines?" The man at the front of the group grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. His gaze lecherously sweeping over Su Ziyin, exuding a strong aura of a ruffian. Su Ziyin frowned, a flicker of disgust flashing in her eyes, retreating behind Ji Yuan. As the gold-toothed man's gaze shifted to Ji Yuan, a barely perceptible glimmer of surprise crossed his face. "Zhangdi, do not create too much noise deep in the mine," Lu Hen merely coldly stated upon seeing the newcomers. "Sure thing, Lu Gu. As you say, we happen to be leaving as well. May we accompany you for a distance?" Zhangdi said with a smile, polishing his gold tooth with his finger. "No," Lu Hen replied curtly, leading Ji Yuan and the others toward the blood lizard's lair. Zhang Di and his entourage watched them depart, while Shao Lingjue, standing at the back, furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is this person's background, so audacious? Young Master Shao, you dare venture into the mines without knowing even the local bullies of Hongling City?" Zhang Di scoffed, staring at Ji Yuan's retreating figure. "Young Master Shao? Is that handsome young man the one you wish to teach a lesson?" "Yes, it would be best if he could remain buried in this mine forever." A chilling glint flashed in Shao Lingjue's eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Di smirked, whispering to himself, "It seems fortunate that someone has entrusted me with his demise." Chapter 28, Peril at Hand. As they traversed the blood lizard's lair, Lu Hen turned to Ji Yuan and asked, "Zhang Di, do you have a grudge against him?" Ji Yuan replied, somewhat puzzled, "No, I have never encountered this person before." Speaking of which, Zhang Di is also from Lingyun City, Zhao Shan interjected. "I do not know him." Ji Yuan shook his head. Perhaps it is due to Shao Lingjue. At this moment, Su Ziyin unexpectedly spoke up. "You mean to say that just because I had a few words with Ji Yuan, he has taken a liking to us?" Zhao Shan replied, somewhat speechless. "Are you nobility so petty? Who are you calling petty?" Su Ziyin shot him a glare, looking somewhat adorable. "I am." Just as she was about to explain, a sudden, violent tremor shook the vast lair. Behind them, An enormous giant scorpion had emerged in the passageway they had come from. The giant scorpion, wielding two massive pincers, charged toward them recklessly. Soul Spirit Scorpion? Yuan's brows knitted tightly. Was this not a creature dwelling in the Withering Valley? He quickly realized. It is Zhang Di. Whoosh. As a figure darted forward, the muscular kangaroo at the rear lunged toward the Soul Spirit Scorpion, its powerful arms swinging fiercely at the creature. Bang! The sound of collision resonated as the kangaroo's fist struck the scorpion, merely pushing it back a short distance, seemingly inflicting no substantial harm. Zhang Di, do you wish to die? Lu Hen's voice was laced with coldness upon witnessing the Soul Spirit Scorpion. Apologies, Lu Ge. But someone has placed a bounty on this fine young man's life. I truly have no choice. Zhang Di and Xiao Lingjue emerged behind the scorpion. Xiao Lingjue, do you have no shame? To everyone's surprise, Su Xin scolded in a delicate voice, as she believed it must be Xiao Lingjue's doing. This has nothing to do with me. Xiao Lingjue stood at the back, maintaining distance from Zhang Di, raising his hands innocently. Yuan was puzzled as to why only the two of them were present. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet gave way. Get away from there, Lu Hen shouted. But it was too late. The ground where Yuan stood appeared to have been hollowed out from below, and he plummeted directly into the abyss. He vanished from the sight of the others. Yuan, Su Xin, and Zhao Shan rushed forward in alarm, only to find the ground intact, showing no signs of disturbance. Seeing this, Su Xin looked up, glaring into the distance, and shouted, Xiao Lingjue, what have you done to him? When Xiao Lingjue saw her so emotionally agitated over one person, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yet he shook his head to distance himself from the matter. I do not know. This has nothing to do with me. After saying this, he turned and left. Hey! Zhang Di, upon witnessing Yuan's disappearance, grinned widely, exposing his gold teeth, and began to retreat as well. The Soul Spirit Scorpion, entangled with the muscular kangaroo, emitted a piercing roar, its sound waves seemingly laced with a spiritual assault. The muscular kangaroo covered its ears and retreated, only to see the scorpion's thick tail sweep toward the top of the lair. Boom! Countless fragments of rock and earth cascaded down, and upon seeing this, Lu Hen's expression darkened as he pulled Zhao Shan and Su Xin to run, all the while ensuring to take back the muscular kangaroo and the poison wind phantom leopard. The lair began to collapse under the deliberate destruction of the Soul Spirit Scorpion. Due to the distance, it was no longer possible to pursue Zhang Di, and they could only sprint forward. In the midst of the falling debris, Lu Hen dragged the two of them into the passage at the last moment before the lair's collapse. Dust swirled around, burying the entrance of the passage. They were trapped deep within the mine and had to seek another route to escape. Before that, they still needed to find Yuan. Uncle Lu. The light of Yuan appeared on the map, indicating he was directly beneath us. What should we do? Zhao Shan asked anxiously. Su Xin appeared equally tense. Under their scrutiny, Lu Hen shook his head. There is no need to panic. The light still indicates he is safe. We will first scan the surrounding environment clearly. Then we can go find him. In a wide passageway. Cough. Yuan stumbled to his feet, his handsome face now dirty, his hair and clothing covered in mud. The figure of Ming materialized. Thankfully, he had returned Ming just before the fall. A rustling sound reached his ears. Yuan turned to see a small golden beast, the size of a wheel, in the corner. This little creature was covered in golden scales and had sharp claws. At this moment, it was scraping its claws, still coated with mud. It seems this creature is the culprit behind my fall. Zhang Di, why does he want to kill me? Yuan scanned his surroundings. This was a straight mining passage, and through the map, he realized he was quite far from Zhao Shan and the others. Hee hee. Laughter echoed from both front and back. Two members of Zhang Di's team encircled him, their eyes filled with mockery. With a surge of soul power, they summoned their beasts. In front was a fire wolf engulfed in flames, and behind was a rare bird radiating coldness. Yuan. At this moment, the sharp laughter rang out once more as Zhang Di, with his mouth full of gold teeth, and Xiao Lingjue appeared from behind. You are quite poor at making friends, offending both the young master of the Xiao family and me simultaneously. Zhang Di stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Ming. How about this? Dissolve the contract and hand over your beast to me, and I shall grant you a chance to live. He laughed heartily, exuding an air of someone in control of the situation. You promised me you would not let him leave here. Xiao Lingjue frowned. Young Master Xiao? Just because I do not act against him does not mean my men will not. Zhang Di replied shamelessly, his two lackeys chuckling alongside him. A young master from a prestigious family does not understand even this. What will you do, kid? Zhang Di looked at Yuan, filled with mockery, completely disregarding him. Did Zhang Jilin send you? Yuan's expression remained calm. Zhang Di's expression did not change, but a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Ming. Just as Yuan's words fell, a surge of bloodline energy erupted, and then, Both man and beast shot forward, charging toward the fiery wolf ahead. Do not underestimate him. This young man is not as simple as he appears. Zhang Di's voice came from behind, while his lackeys dismissed it, viewing him merely as a young fool, incapable of any significant abilities. Immediately, he commanded the fiery wolf to prepare for an attack, only to discover that the wolf was howling in distress, its tail tucked between its legs under the pressure of Ji Yuan's bloodline. Ji Yuan's objective was strikingly clear. He found himself ensnared in a nearly lethal predicament, where direct confrontation offered no possibility of survival. The sight of Huo Lang, heedless of commands, incited chaos among his subordinates. As Ji Yuan and the eerie green beast drew near, the panic on his face abruptly transformed into a triumphant grin. This is not good. Realizing the impending danger, Ji Yuan halted abruptly. Yet, it was ultimately a moment too late. From above, a small golden beast leaped forth, its razor-sharp claws piercing Ji Yuan's right shoulder. Blood flowed freely. Ji Yuan was on the brink of peril. Chapter 29. How to Break the Deadlock. Haha. You na-ve young fool. Do you truly believe you can use me as your breakthrough? The subordinate laughed heartily. For the golden beast's claws were laced with poison, capable of inducing paralysis. However, in the next instant, to everyone's astonishment, Ji Yuan burst forth. Despite the claws embedded in his shoulder, blazing flame storm. At that very moment, Ming unleashed a torrent of ghostly flames, engulfing the entire corridor in an instant. The subordinate clearly did not anticipate that this 7th-tier youth could still move under the influence of poison, given the proximity. He could only watch in terror as the teal flames surged toward him, spreading instantly across his body. The scorching heat seared both flesh and spirit, akin to countless insects gnawing at him, as the subordinate and his 2 summoned beasts cried out in agony. Amidst the roaring flames, a hand suddenly emerged, gripping his face and forcefully slamming it to the ground. Thus, a 6th-tier Beastmaster paid the ultimate price for his arrogance, losing his life in the depths of the earth. That fool. Behind them, a towering wall of icy chill obstructed Zhang Di and his companions. The subordinate's final cries resonated in Zhang Di's ears, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within him. He had long been informed about Ji Yuan's summoned beasts by Zhang Jilin and had warned these 2 not to underestimate him. Xiao Lingjue's expression hardened. Initially, he assumed the screams belonged to Ji Yuan, but upon seeing Zhang Di's altered demeanor, he swiftly realized the truth. Pursue. As the flames dissipated, the ice wall shattered, and Zhang Di summoned a dark purple, 4-legged panther-like beast, racing forth. This too was a poison wind specter panther. Ahead, Ji Yuan, clutching his wound, retrieved 2 brown pills from his beast ring under Ming's concerned gaze, swallowing one for detoxification and the other to staunch the bleeding, gifts from Zhaoshan before entering the mine. Suddenly, an eerie sound howled from behind. Ji Yuan and Ming felt their souls tremble, their minds momentarily clouded. Turning around, they beheld Zhang Di riding a poison wind specter panther. A sinister grin plastered on his face. The earlier soul tremor was a technique taught to him by Lu Hen not long ago. It seemed Zhang Di's level was at least on par with Lu Hen. Whoosh. At that very moment, a blazing projectile resembling an arrow streaked through the corridor, aimed directly at Ji Yuan. This was Xiao Lingjue's first offensive, yet he could not discern the nature of this fiery arrow. Ming leaped into action, the ghostly flames flickering, immediately intercepting the fiery arrow. Its innate properties granted immunity to all fire-based damage. The blazing flame storm reignited, as Ming and Ji Yuan, their minds intertwined, understood that escape was no longer an option. They could only fight to the bitter end. However, as the ghostly flames surged once more from the void, a radiant crystal-clear light erupted. Immediately following, an extreme chill akin to the depths of the abyss swept through, extinguishing the teal, ghostly flames. Leaning against the earthen wall, Ji Yuan focused his gaze, and before Zhang Di stood a unicorn encased in ice crystals. Frosty breath billowed from the unicorn's nostrils, and its sharp horn shimmered with chilling brilliance. The poison wind specter panther's advance gradually halted. Zhang Di leaped down, positioning himself between the unicorn and the panther, flashing a golden grin at Ji. Kid, I'll give you one more chance to dissolve the contract. Don't let such a beautiful creature perish with you in this forsaken place. When a Beastmaster dies, their beasts perish alongside them. According to the intel provided by Zhang Jilin, this was a legendary bloodline beast, and Zhang Di was naturally tempted. Ming pressed closely against Ji Yuan, emitting a low growl, seemingly conveying his willingness to face death. Fear not. Faced with the life and death crisis, a slight smile graced Ji Yuan's lips as he gently patted Ming's forehead. He unfolded the Emperor's compendium, gazing at Zhang Di and his companions, his heart whispering. Within his mind, the Emperor's compendium materialized. His consciousness lingered on the 3rd emblem, depicting a verdant, life-infused giant lizard, the very skeletal remains of the lush wood lizard absorbed in the Beast King's secret realm within the spider's nest. The final function of the Emperor's compendium upon its first upgrade was to consume the entire integrity of a corpse, temporarily manifesting the creature. Previously, he had believed he would not require this function. Lush wood lizard skeleton integrity. 15. Would you like to fully consume it to manifest an adult lush wood lizard? Yes. At that moment, Zhang Di's patience completely wore thin. If you refuse, then let it accompany you to death. The poison wind spectre panther lunged forward, its gaping maw unleashing a dense cloud of poisonous mist toward Yuan. The crystalline unicorn's horn gathered a terrifying radiance. Xiao Lingjue wore a shallow smile as another fiery arrow shot forth, aimed directly at Yuan's heart. This was the consequence of provoking me. Buzz. Just as they believed Yuan was doomed, an unexpected transformation occurred. A dazzling emerald light erupted, prompting them to instinctively shut their eyes. Boom. Following this, a cataclysmic rumble echoed, as Zhang Di was the first to open his eyes, staring incredulously at the scene before him. The mind tunnel had been inexplicably filled with a verdant entity. What the hell? Zhang Di signaled for the subordinate beside him to investigate. Whoosh. Yet, as the subordinate took a step forward, a pink object shot out from the front, ensnaring him and retracting instantly. Ugh. The subordinate was initially bewildered, only to let out a harrowing scream. Zhang Di's expression shifted as he focused on what was before him, his gaze locked onto a pair of ghastly yellow eyes, leaving him dumbfounded. What the hell? Where did this giant lizard come from? This colossal lizard completely filled the mind tunnel, gnawing its jaws. Its ghastly yellow eyes fixed on Zhang Di and Xiao Lingjue, motionless. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind echoed as another pink entity shot forth. This time, Zhang Di realized with clarity that this strange object was the giant lizard's tongue. Release the wind barrier. He urgently shouted to the poison wind spectre panther before the barrier could form. Yet, in an instant, the pink tongue effortlessly entwined the panther and retracted. Damn it, that was the beast I had painstakingly tamed. Zhang Di's complexion paled dramatically, as the unicorn immediately unleashed a blast of icy brilliance towards the ghastly yellow eyes. However, this attack yielded no effect, leaving him to watch helplessly as his poison wind spectre panther was engulfed whole by the giant lizard. What is this? Behind. Xiao Lingjue stood in shock. He had never encountered a beast of such size. What the hell, run? Zhang Di felt the Beastmaster mark of the poison wind spectre panther dissipate, his heart bleeding. He recalled how the unicorn's attack had been utterly ineffective and immediately considered a possibility. Zhang Jilin had mentioned that Yuan possessed some extraordinary ability to manifest beasts. But damn it, wasn't it said that the beast he manifested was a griffin? Why was it now a giant lizard? Zhang Di recalled the unicorn and fled frantically. Xiao Lingjue's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Zhang Di's retreating figure, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 30. The Spoils After Escaping. Phew. On the other side of the mine, Yuan leaned against the wall, his complexion pallid as he gasped for breath. The vibrant Huanhua Yangran Mushi had drained half of his soul power, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Ming approached, its beastly eyes filled with concern. I am fine. Yuan reassured, smiling as he patted it. Glancing at the map, he noted that he was further away from Zhao Shan and the others. It seemed he could only proceed slowly. Following the route indicated by the map, he navigated the upward mining passage. Upon emerging from a nearly vertical tunnel, he found that the distance between himself and Zhao Shan's trio had diminished significantly. However, a wall of black rock obstructed their path. Damn it, this wall is too thick. I cannot communicate with him. Can Uncle Lu break through it? Zhao Shan leaned against the rocky surface, looking towards Lu Hen. This is bedrock, incredibly hard and unbreakable. Lu Hen replied, glancing to the right. Let's find a way around. Yuan was on the move. Could he be encountering danger again? Su Ziyin remained vigilant, her eyes scanning the map with concern. Detected remains of an Emperor-level creature. Detected remains of an Emperor-level creature. Yuan was surprised to discover that bones were buried in such a place, and at this moment, multiple markers illuminated before him. Following the markers, he traversed a narrow, crowded mining passage, only to be met with a wall blocking his way. Cracks adorned the wall, and a faint glow seeped through. The marker was just beyond it. He kicked it. Bang! The wall, already unstable, collapsed under the impact, revealing a vast cavern. Through his visor, countless colorful lights flickered throughout the cave. He approached the nearest mineral, a red crystal embedded in the soil. Chihua stone, a material for advancing fire-type beast tamers. Average market price, 50,000. The visor provided helpful information. Simultaneously, a white line appeared on the crystal, presumably the mining cut line Zhao Shan had mentioned. He retrieved his mining gun and gently squeezed the trigger. A beam of special light, about 2 centimeters wide, shot forth. Following the line, he began to slice into the red crystal. Sparks flew as he cut through the outer layer, revealing an object the size of a palm nestled within. Yuan cautiously extended his hand. The Qihua stone was oval and irregularly shaped, weighing roughly as much as a bottle of water. After experiencing the sensation of mining, he stored the Qihua stone in his beast ring and proceeded towards the marker indicating the remains. He remained vigilant, observing their surroundings alongside Ming, relieved to find that this cavern appeared devoid of any creatures. Upon nearing the first marker, he discovered a severed arm broken at the elbow. It resembled human bone. Did Emperor-level creatures have humanoid forms? Puzzled, he absorbed the remains, and immediately, the Emperor's Bestiary sprang to life, unlocking a new entry. Creature, Juwei Yaohua. Race, Yaohua. Bloodline, Emperor level. Attribute, Wind. Characteristic, Enchanting Illusion, can bewitch any creature with wavering will, including beast tamers. Other data, lost. Remains integrity, 10. It turned out to be the severed arm of a Jiuwei Huli. Due to the consumption of the Huanhua, Yangran Mushi's remains. This creature was still listed after the Thunder Emperor Beast Shansuo, marking it as the 4th Emperor-level creature in his bestiary. Soon, he arrived at the next set of remains. This time, the remains were even stranger, a long, curved bone resembling a tusk. The bone was dark purple, a color he had never encountered before. He crouched down and absorbed it. The Emperor's bestiary popped up, unlocking the 5th entry, revealing a fearsome and shocking creature. Creature, Shukong Lingzhu. Race, Shukong Longzhu. Bloodline, Emperor level. Attribute, Void. Characteristic, Lost. Other data, lost. Remains integrity, 1. The Void Lord? Yuan's pupils constricted. What manner of creature was this? He had never seen a void attribute creature, nor had he encountered any mention of it in literature. He gazed at the image in the Emperor's bestiary, but due to the low integrity of the remains, only an outline was visible. Yet, Yuan could still discern that this so-called Void Lord was a colossal dragon with wings. This mining expedition had proven immensely beneficial, broadening his understanding of technology and adding a new species to his bestiary. Retrieving the bestiary, Yuan lifted his gaze ahead, where the final set of remains awaited. A robust bone, caked with dirt and grime, lay before him. After absorption, a line of information emerged. Remains absorption complete. Star Peak Griffin remains integrity increased to 55. Oh? Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised to find it was the Star Peak Griffin. It seemed he had a profound connection with this creature. Just as he prepared to access the Emperor's bestiary to examine it further, a sudden, heavy wheeze echoed nearby, causing his hair to stand on end. He quickly glanced at Ming, who was staring intently at something not far off, its beastly eyes wide as it slowly retreated. Following its gaze, Yuan finally discerned a colossal creature sleeping in the depths of the cavern. Its skin blended seamlessly with the earth, had it not been for the earlier wheezing. He might have failed to notice. What filled him with dread was the realization that merely its nostrils were the size of a heavy truck's wheels. Swallowing hard, Yuan cautiously began to retreat with Ming. The cavern was eerily silent, so much so that the sound of a falling pin would be audible. As he and Ming backed away roughly 10 steps, a sudden clatter echoed from behind them. Yuan did not dare turn around, for he caught sight of a pair of diamond-shaped black pupils. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous noise, a gigantic serpent emerged. It had been awakened, now raising its head and coiling its massive body, fixating Yuan and Ming with its gaze. This gray-black serpent was so enormous that it was thicker than the largest water tank by several folds. The serpent's head nearly occupied a quarter of the cavern's space. Yuan. At that moment, Zhao Shan's roar echoed from the entrance behind them. This undoubtedly relieved Yuan's anxious heart. However, with the giant serpent's gaze locked on him, he dared not turn or move. You, what the hell? Zhao Shan's astonished voice rang out, followed by his shout, Uncle Lu, Uncle Lu. Yuan cursed the fool in his mind. The commotion was far too great. But suddenly, the giant serpent moved. Chapter 31, Thunderpool. In that instant, it felt as if several trains had simultaneously begun to move beside him. Although the serpent's movements were slow, they stirred up terrifying gusts of wind that sent Yuan's hair flying. Strangely, the serpent did not attack. Instead, it slithered past Yuan and Zhao Shan, positioning its massive head at the entrance. Su Xian's terrified scream pierced the air. She had likely just entered the tunnel and encountered the fearsome serpent's head. You bastard! Zhao Shan rushed up, grinning widely, circling around Yuan and inspecting him from head to toe. Ultimately, upon noticing the wound on Yuan's right shoulder, his expression soured. Is that injury serious? Zhao Shan asked with concern. I'm fine. I took antidotes and hemostatics, Yuan replied, shaking his head. His gaze shifted towards the entrance, astonished to observe that Lu Hen seemed to be communicating with the gigantic serpent. At the same time, Su Xin approached, her fair, oval face displaying a placid expression as she tilted her head slightly, her gaze flitting over Ji Yuan. Upon noticing the wound on his right shoulder, her eyes sharpened. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her crimson lips moved slightly, yet she uttered not a word. "You certainly know how to choose your spots," Zhao Shan remarked, patting Ji Yuan's back and gesturing toward Lu Hen. "This giant python is one of the ley lines of Hongling City. It serves as a guardian beast, which we commonly refer to as ley lines." Guardian beast? At that moment, Ji Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the outside world, filled with all manner of marvels. Soon, the robust figure of Lu Hen approached them. Simultaneously, the giant python retracted, its body visibly shrinking. "Since we've inadvertently wandered into its territory, let it accompany us for a while." Lu Hen's deep voice instilled a sense of security. In the blink of an eye, the python's form diminished to about 1 meter in length. Now resembling a small snake, it coiled around Lu Hen's arm, lifting its head to occasionally flick its tongue near his ear, as if conversing. At that moment, the spot where it had previously slumbered revealed an opening. Lu Hen moved forward, listening intently while nodding. Ji Yuan and the others followed closely behind. "There'll be a surprise for you outside." Zhao Shan raised an eyebrow. "What?" Ji Yuan inquired, but Zhao Shan feigned mystery, refusing to divulge despite Ji Yuan's persistent questioning. Noticing this, Ji Yuan playfully grappled with Zhao Shan. After some time, Ji Yuan sensed a gaze fixed upon him and turned to find Su Xin hastily averting her eyes to another direction. "By the way, I haven't asked, are you here for the Yuming Guizhong?" Ji Yuan asked with a smile. Su Xin hesitated, her gaze wavering, her demeanor somewhat peculiar as she stammered, "No, not at all." Zhao Shan regarded her oddly. "You scolded me the entire way, and now you're stuttering? You nonsense," Su Xin exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to Zhao Shan's ear, her fair cheeks flushing crimson. "Scolding? Really?" Ji Yuan found it hard to imagine Su Xin in a scolding mood. "No, wait. Didn't she call me a rogue last time?" Ji Yuan mused, realizing that her earlier reticence was simply due to their unfamiliarity. Zhao Shan, seizing the opportunity, remarked to Ji Yuan, "You have no idea. She was blaming me and Uncle Lu for not helping you sooner." Before he could finish, Su Xin seized his ear, and a wailing cry echoed through the depths of the mine. "I suggest we just twist his ear off." Ji Yuan laughed heartily, adding fuel to the fire. Zhao Shan, hearing this, quickly begged for mercy. "Su Nai, I was wrong. Why do all you girls love pulling others' ears? My sister does the same. Ouch, that hurts." Laughter and cries for mercy reverberated through the passage. The trio forged their bond during a valley expedition, and this journey through the mine further solidified their friendship, destined to last forever. Ji Yuan laughed until tears streamed down his face, gently wiping his eyes. He had never laughed so heartily in the past 2 years. Just then, the trio's playful antics came to an abrupt halt as they noticed Lu Hen had stopped in his tracks. He turned and said, "Several newly mined veins have emerged, one of which indeed contains the Yuming Guizhong. However, the path to the Yuming Guizhong is obstructed." Lu Hen glanced at Zhao Shan and continued, "We need to contact Brother Tianho. He may need to come personally." "Is it that serious?" Zhao Shan immediately adopted a serious demeanor, his expression grave. He was well aware of Lu Hen's strength, and if even he had no confidence, it's as if some creature has blocked the way. Lu Hen tilted his head, listening to the small snake's unique language. After a moment, he spoke. "The necessary route to the Yuming Guizhong vein is blocked by an insurmountable thunder pool." "So that's the case." Zhao Shan promptly retrieved a satellite phone the size of a brick. Just as he was about to dial, Ji Yuan stopped him. "Thunder pool? Perhaps we need not trouble Uncle Zhao. Let us first investigate." Lu Hen turned to Ji Yuan, and after a moment's silence, he said nothing further and continued to lead the way. "I almost forgot. Your beast is of the thunder attribute," Zhao Shan also realized. When Lu Hen halted again, a pool of crackling thunder surged before them. Though referred to as a thunder pool, it was merely a depression filled with thunder attribute energy. The only way to traverse it was for a thunder attribute beast to absorb the power within. Lu Hen stepped aside, and Ji Yuan advanced a couple of steps. With a thunderous boom, the Thunder Emperor beast revealed itself for the first time. Its emergence resonated with the thunder pool, causing a surge of thunderous energy that even made Lu Hen take a few steps back. What a magnificent thunder attribute beast! Lu Hen's eyes gleamed. Such a sight was rare for him. He cast a deep glance at Ji Yuan, realizing that Brother Tianho was right. Zhao Shan was fortunate to befriend such a talent. "Wait, isn't that the greenish-blue chimera?" Zhao Shan, realizing, leaned closer. "You weren't being honest with me, were you?" As Ji Yuan entered his loquacious mode, he seemingly ignored Zhao Shan and issued a command. The Thunder Emperor beast leaped forth. Its attribute immunity to thunder damage allowed it to navigate the thunder pool with ease. In merely 20 seconds, the energy within the pool dimmed and eventually dissipated. The Thunder Emperor returned, its imposing figure enveloped in thunder. With the energy gone, the thunder pool reverted to its original pit-like shape, and Yuan recalled the Thunder Emperor into its beast seal. After crossing the 1-meter diameter depression, they were greeted by flickering emerald luminescence ahead. At last, we have found the Yuming Guizhou. Chapter 32, A Life and Death Moment. For hours had elapsed since their descent into the mine. The vein of Yuming Guizhou was quite peculiar. Unlike other minerals scattered haphazardly, it was a vast expanse of emerald crystals clustered together, shimmering with brilliance. These crystals resembled watermelons in shape, though gathered, each retained its distinct size. This is the Yuming Guizhou. Summon your beast, Lu Hen instructed, standing before one of the crystals, extracting a unique mining gun to commence excavation. Ming stood beside him. Gazing upward, the vibrations of these crystals held an unusual allure for it. The hardness of the Yuming Guizhou crystals seemed exceptional. Cutting through them alone took 20 minutes. Yuan watched intently, and as the outer shell of the crystal was completely severed, Lu Hen's hand moved swiftly, plunging into the crystal's interior to retrieve a bundle of emerald material, which he unceremoniously shoved into Ming's mouth. As his hand withdrew, Yuan observed the Yuming flames surrounding Ming begin to flicker. Simultaneously, Ming's eyes slowly closed, its body swaying before finally collapsing to the side. Did it just advance? Lu Hen regarded Ming thoughtfully. With their objective achieved, shall we depart? Zhao Shan yawned. What about Su Ziyin? What were you seeking in Hongling City? Yuan, having recalled Ming, turned to the silently contemplative girl standing by. Oh, we obtained what we were looking for on the way to meet you. Su Ziyin stammered, her gaze flitting and her words somewhat disjointed. What was wrong with her? Yuan and Zhao Shan exchanged puzzled glances. Ultimately, Zhao Shan provided the explanation. On our way to meet you, we passed through a Shengling vein. She came here for Shengling stones. Then let's go, Yuan concluded. Since everyone's goals have been fulfilled, there's no reason to linger. What? At that moment, Lu Hen voiced his surprise for the first time. The trio turned to see the burly figure furrowing his brow, staring intently at the small snake on his arm. The creature swarm is going berserk? But the time isn't right. Why? The creature swarm is going berserk? Zhao Shan's expression changed dramatically, and he proceeded to explain to the bewildered Yuan and the others. In general, the creatures within the mineral veins each have their own nesting habitats, exhibiting a strong territorial awareness and not straying far from their nests. However, periodically, these creatures would suddenly go into a frenzy, wreaking havoc in every corner of the mine and tearing apart any living being they encountered. He looked at Yuan with utmost seriousness, reminding him, do you remember I mentioned that a third-tier Beastmaster once perished in the mineral vein? He met his end during one of these frenzies. Although this incident occurred many years ago, since then, his father had discerned the pattern of these frenzies. Every 2 months, he would seal off all entrances to the mine until the chaos subsided. Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing that there were such unpredictable variables within the mine. Moreover, judging by the expressions of Lu Hen and Zhao Shan, it was evident that the frenzy was not currently underway. Zhao Shan, Lu Hen exclaimed in a deep voice. Quickly contact Tian Ho Ge and inform him that we will exit from mine number 1. Understood. Zhao Shan immediately retrieved his satellite phone. Subsequently, the small snake on Lu Hen's arm returned to the ground and began to crawl forward. Keep up. Lu Hen led the way, with the poison wind phantom leopard and the muscle kangaroo reappearing. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense, with only the sounds of footsteps and heavy breathing echoing through the mine tunnel. Upon returning to the previous mine entrance, the small snake's body gradually expanded, transforming once more into a giant python. It will block this entrance for us. The exit of mine number 1 is not far ahead. We must quicken our pace. Lu Hen urged as he sped through the tunnel with Yuan and the others. Suddenly, a shadow shot out from the surrounding earthen walls, heading straight for Su Ziyin's head. Watch out. Yuan, closest to her, reacted first, and amid a surge of thunder, Flashbit bit down on the shadow. Upon closer inspection, Yuan realized the attacker was none other than the elusive Youjiao mouse. However, this Youjiao mouse was different from the one they encountered earlier. Its eyes were dark purple, and its body was covered with dark purple patterns. Corrosive toxic mist. Lu Hen's voice rang out as the poison wind phantom leopard exuded white mist, enveloping the mine walls. Some Youjiao mice hiding within disintegrated into gas upon contact with the poison, leaving behind no remains. Roar. The aura of the poison wind phantom leopard erupted, seemingly attracting other creatures, and a chilling, terrifying roar echoed from behind in the tunnel. Run. Lu Hen shouted again. Zhao Shan, clutching the satellite phone, finally got through to his father, and relayed the dramatic changes occurring within the mine. As Ji Yuan and Flashbit prepared to leave, they noticed Su Xian's face had turned pale, seemingly stunned by the recent events. Hurry! With no time to ponder, as the sounds grew increasingly closer, Ji Yuan grabbed her hand and pulled her along to catch up with Zhao Shan. Su Xian stared blankly at his back, allowing him to drag her as they fled in panic. As one of the 5 great Beastmaster families, the Su family, no one could understand why she always traveled alone. Everyone was focused on fleeing, as various terrifying and bizarre roars resonated throughout the mine. The sound was so intense that it could easily terrify the faint-hearted into a state of shock. Ji Yuan and the others felt their scalps tingle and their hearts race. Upon suddenly emerging from the confined mine tunnel into a spacious area, Ji Yuan spotted a shaft for an elevator. Finally made it. At that moment, the area was brightly lit, and an old but functional elevator awaited them. Turning back, they saw the mine tunnel they had come from was ablaze with strange, colorful lights, as bizarre creatures with dark purple eyes chased after them. Thankfully, entering the elevator would allow them to escape this dark abyss. Suddenly, a purple beam of light flashed through Ji Yuan's line of sight from above. Boom. Following that, he heard a deafening and terrifying crash. No. Lu Hen's roar echoed through the space. Ji Yuan looked ahead, his expression shifting dramatically. He saw that the elevator shaft had been severed by some immense force. And amidst the rising dust, a colossal creature covered in dark purple patterns stood where the elevator shaft had been. Ape Demon. Lu Hen's eyes brimmed with fury as he turned to Ji Yuan. You all must endure the frontal assault. I will have to exert all my strength to hold this creature back. With that, Lu Hen summoned the muscle kangaroo and the poison wind phantom leopard and charged towards the massive ape demon. Ji Yuan's heart sank. For what they faced was not merely a single frenzied creature from the mine. A glance revealed that the space connected to mine number 1 encompassed at least 10 tunnels. Moreover, the frenzied creatures surged forth like a tidal wave. Chapter 33, A Desperate Struggle. The bizarre and fantastical creatures from the depths of the mine surged forth like a tsunami, causing Ji Yuan and his companions' hearts to race uncontrollably. How do we stop this? Dance of Lightning. With Ji Yuan's command, Flashbit let out a low growl, transforming into pure lightning as it charged into the frenzied beast tide. A deep blue flash of electricity spread out, causing countless creatures to scream in agony, with some of the weaker ones fainting instantly. Wild creatures, when faced with Beastmasters and their contracted beasts, unless they were exceptionally powerful themselves, would invariably be at a disadvantage. Go for it. Seeing Ji Yuan take action, Zhao Shan immediately summoned the long-armed monkey. As soon as it appeared, it was taken aback by the scene before it. What are you staring at? Get moving. Use the great whirlwind. As the beast master of the long-armed monkey, Zhao Shan understood its thoughts well and immediately barked. The long-armed monkey shook its body, gritted its teeth, and charged forward, spinning its arms like a whirlwind, sending every creature it touched flying. Fiery explosion. Meanwhile, Su Xian also regained her composure and raised her arms, shouting. The flame-eating sparrow soared high above, spewing fireballs down upon the beast tide. The combination of fire and lightning caused violent explosions amidst the beasts, and the trio's initial combined effort indeed bought them a little time. Suddenly, before they could celebrate, some creatures unable to advance from behind began to spray deadly venom or launch various bizarre spikes at the 3 of them. Ji Yuan immediately warned Su Xian and Zhao Shan to dodge, but the target size of the long-armed monkey was simply too large. It was soon struck by various toxins and spikes. A painful howl erupted. Had it not been for the long-armed monkey's innate ability to be immune to toxins, it would have likely perished on the spot. Seeing this, Zhao Shan could only retract it back into the Beastmaster seal. What now? My Bing Bing is in the process of advancing. I have no beasts left. Ji Yuan sighed inwardly, as Ming was also in an advanced slumber phase. Otherwise, its intimidation would be incredibly useful at this moment. Wait, intimidation. Ji Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Directing his gaze at a part of the beast tide where a small pack of wolves with light yellow fur was situated. Flashbit's characteristic entry stated, Wolf Lord's authority, able to command and intimidate wolf-type creatures or beasts, can only be immune if the bloodline level is on par. Clearly, the wolves deep in this underground realm could not possess a royal bloodline. Flashbit shared a mental connection with Ji Yuan, immediately raising its head and letting out a sharp, passionate howl. An invisible wave spread out, and the snarling wolf pack suddenly froze. Then, the dark purple glow in their beastly eyes faded, replaced by confusion. Unrestricted attack. With Ji Yuan's mental command, the wolves mixed within the beast tide opened their maws and madly began to tear into the surrounding creatures. That section of the beast tide descended into chaos. What the heck? They're fighting amongst themselves? Zhao Shan exclaimed in shock as he witnessed this scene. Su Ziyin remained focused, commanding the Xiang to launch its assault. With a portion of the beast tide diminished, the pressure from the front was noticeably alleviated. Ji Yuan glanced at Zhao Shan, who was hiding behind, and couldn't help but comment, as the son of the mayor of Hongling City. How is it that you have contracted two monkeys? It was not that he looked down upon Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing. Rather, these two spirit beasts seemed somewhat incongruous with the identity of this young master. To his surprise, Zhao Shan simply smiled mysteriously at his remark, offering no retort or explanation. This demeanor sparked a thought in Ji Yuan's mind. Could it be that these two apes harbored hidden evolutionary paths? No time to ponder that now. Su Ziyin's voice rang out, and Ji Yuan quickly turned his attention to the front, where the paralysis effect from the dance of lightning was waning, and some formidable creatures were beginning to break free. He glanced towards Lu Hen's direction, where the battle was raging fiercely, with Lu Hen himself even joining the fray. However, he noticed the bloodied state of the magic ape, its eyes glazed over, on the verge of collapse. Just a little longer, Uncle Lu will finish soon. Ji Yuan signaled for Shining to initiate the dance of lightning once more. Yet, these subterranean creatures seemed to have developed resistance, the effect far less potent than the first time. My soul power is nearly depleted. Su Ziyin's delicate face grew increasingly pale. Her low-grade soul power could not sustain prolonged combat. This meant that Ji Yuan would have to face the terrifying beast tide alone. It seemed he had no choice but to take a leap of faith. With a sigh, Ji Yuan silently called out, Shining, unleash judgment of thunder. Boom. In an instant, thunder erupted from nowhere. Shining's magnificent form stood before everyone, and a terrifying force of thunder surged forth from within it, coalescing into ominous dark clouds high above. Ji Yuan's complexion turned ashen. This skill demanded great expenditure from both him and Shining. Boom. As the dark clouds took shape, torrents of thunder rained down upon the beast tide. In the blink of an eye, the thunderous elements surged and exploded among the beasts, unleashing waves of violent energy. Some creatures struck directly by the lightning were instantly reduced to ashes, unable to even emit a cry. Above, Su Ziyin's Xiang flickered out of existence, signaling her exhaustion of soul power. Zhao Shan stepped forward to support her as they both faced the chaotic scene of thunder. Su Ziyin stared blankly at the young man standing beneath the thunder, as if transported back to the Beast King's secret realm a month prior. It was he who had stepped forward in their moment of despair, turning the tide. Once again, it was he who emerged when the team's strongest combatants were restrained, and he and Zhao Shan found themselves powerless to respond. Meanwhile, Zhao Shan gazed at Shining's imposing figure, a singular thought occupying his mind. My good brother possesses such a spirit beast. How incredible! Ji Yuan panted heavily, as the thunder fell with great might. Yet certain mantis-like creatures moved with such speed that even the thunder could not strike them. They surged forward, riding the tide of beasts. What should I do? At that moment, Ji Yuan looked up at the dark thunderclouds, suddenly recalling what Lu Hen had said earlier. Yes, soul power. Soul power can resonate with any attribute. Now, I have no choice but to try. He raised his palm, channeling all his remaining soul power. Ultimately, he could only condense it into a mass the size of his palm. A strong wave of dizziness washed over him, yet he endured, hurling it towards the thunderclouds with all his might. Boom. Suddenly, the thunderclouds roiled violently, not only accelerating the descent of lightning, but also causing each crack of thunder to send tremors through the souls of all creatures, instilling involuntary fear that halted all movement. Even Lu Hen, who was entangled with the magic ape, felt a sudden pulse of trepidation. Similarly, the already weakened magic ape momentarily became disoriented due to the thunder infused with soul power. A killing intent ignited in Lu Hen's eyes, seizing this fleeting opportunity. The muscular kangaroo's fist shot towards the magic ape's head like a cannonball. The poisonous wind phantom leopard transformed into a whirlwind, colliding with the magic ape's chest. Thus, the magic ape met its demise. Ji Yuan. At the same time, Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin's astonished exclamations rang out. Lu Hen turned around, witnessing the staggering Ji Yuan, who had single-handedly held back the beast tide. Had he just resonated his soul power with the lightning attribute of his spirit beast? Chapter 34. Divine Weapons Descend. His vision blurred, consciousness wavering. Ji Yuan swayed unsteadily. This was the first time he had nearly exhausted his soul power. The sensation of overexertion was truly uncomfortable. In his daze, he felt someone steady him. Turning his head, he saw the worried expressions of Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin, and he managed a weak smile. I'm fine. Just a bit overexerted. Due to his exhaustion, Shining had already been forced back into the spirit beast seal. In the sky, the thunderclouds dissipated. The rampaging creatures continued to surge forth, impossible to wipe out entirely, and the driven wolf pack had long been annihilated. Fortunately, Lu Hen had freed his hands to engage directly. Aside from the poisonous wind phantom leopard and the muscular kangaroo, he summoned another robust spirit beast. Remarkably, this muscular beast bore resemblance to a dog. To be precise, it was an exceptionally strong and fierce husky. The notion that a husky could be trained to such an extent left one to ponder whether Lu Hen harbored some peculiar obsession. Nevertheless, this muscular husky was extraordinarily ferocious. It charged into the beast tide, creating chaos. A fifth-tier Beastmaster can control up to 3 spirit beasts simultaneously. Aside from the husky, the muscular kangaroo also swirled through the beast tide, evident excitement visible in its expression. Lu Hen kept the poisonous wind phantom leopard by his side, vigilant. He then approached Yuan, noticing his pale complexion, and couldn't help but inquire, "Did you just resonate your soul power with the spirit beast attribute?" Lu Hen's expression was peculiar, a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Upon seeing Yuan nod, he immediately declared, "Do not return to Lingyun City, stay here." Lu Hen's demeanor was exceedingly serious. "With your talent, combined with our resources, you will become the youngest 4th-tier beast master in the world." In his eyes, the conditions for promotion from 5th to 6th tier were trivial for this young man. Among the 3 present, only he understood how terrifying it was for Yuan to resonate with spirit beast soul power. Although Yuan had previously resonated with the wind attribute of the poisonous wind phantom leopard, it was because he was a 5th-tier beast master. This young man, at most a 6th tier, should not be able to resonate with spirit beasts at all. Yuan was taken aback. He did not comprehend Lu Hen's expression. Zhao Shan was equally eager, hoping that Yuan would choose to remain. "Don't rush your answer. Think it over. I will ask you again once we leave this place." With that, Lu Hen took the poisonous wind phantom leopard and moved forward. Are you all right?" Su Ziyin stood beside him, her beautiful eyes filled with concern for Yuan. "I am fine. My soul power recovers rapidly." Yuan replied with a smile. "After all, with my exceptional aptitude, the speed of recovery is unimaginable." The number of rampaging creatures was gradually increasing. According to Zhao Shan, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Shan explained that the giant python had deliberately emitted its aura, which was why numerous rampaging creatures had not rushed towards the first mine. Su Ziyin expressed some confusion. "If the rampaging creatures intentionally avoid the giant python, why not have it follow us? You do not understand. Unless it encounters a beast master of Uncle Lu's caliber, it will not shrink its form." Zhao Shan's explanation left Su Ziyin puzzled. Yuan added, "In other words, the giant python must maintain its maximum size to instill fear in the rampaging creatures." "Exactly," Zhao Shan nodded. After a brief pause, Yuan summoned the flash again. With Lu Hen facing him directly, he no longer needed to exert himself as he had previously. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, yet the masks they wore rendered them unable to detect it. Yuan commanded the wolves of the beast tide through the flash, providing assistance to Lu Hen. Time passed slowly. The number of beasts did not diminish. Rather, it increased, and if this continued, even Lu Hen would struggle to endure. "Where is Tian Ho go?" Lu Hen's brow furrowed tightly. Controlling 3 summoned beasts was exhausting, and he could not hold on much longer. Yuan's soul power was nearly depleted again. While Su Ziyin had summoned the flame-eating sparrow twice during this time, Zhao Shan, unable to summon beasts, frantically dialed on a satellite phone, trying to contact Zhao Tian Ho. Just as Yuan's soul power was about to run out and cold sweat began to bead on Lu Hen's forehead, a terrifying tremor suddenly resonated from above. Looking up, Yuan noticed the lights near the elevator shaft flickering ominously, and the ground was shaking violently with scattered debris. Bang! The next moment, the ceiling exploded. "Quickly avoid it." Lu Hen lunged to tackle Su Ziyin, helping her dodge a falling boulder. Countless fragments, mixed with dust, cascaded down, leaving only the terrifying sound of destruction in their ears. Yuan retracted the flash and dove to the side as well. Zhao Shan, clutching his head, screamed in panic. When the chaos finally subsided, Yuan hastily lifted his head, his pupils constricting in shock. Before him, dust swirled. Suddenly, a pair of resplendent golden wings unfurled amidst the dust, and a powerful gale blew away the haze, revealing a perfectly proportioned body. This colossal creature not only boasted wings, but also bore a head reminiscent of a mighty eagle. Its lion-like, robust form was adorned with golden fur, dazzling at first glance. Yuan recognized this creature, a griffin. Beside him, upon seeing the majestic griffin, Zhao Shan's eyes lit up, and he spread his arms, shouting, "Dad! You troublesome brat." A light chuckle emanated from the griffin's body, and at that moment, Yuan noticed a middle-aged man standing with his hands clasped behind his back atop the griffin. The griffin was roughly the size of a bus. Zhao Tian Ho appeared diminutive on its back, yet as he turned to face the stalling beast tide, an overwhelming aura of dread instantly enveloped the area. "You beasts! Scatter now. His calm words sent the underground monsters fleeing in all directions. With a single command, he repelled the beast tide. One day, I too shall become such a figure. Yuan gazed at the silhouette, his eyes ablaze with fervor and aspiration. Zhao Tianhou leaped down from the griffin and approached the group. Lu Hen, looking disheveled, stepped forward. Old Lu, you look quite disheveled. Zhao Tianhou's lips curled into a teasing smile, devoid of the earlier coldness and authority he had displayed while driving off the beasts. Lu Hen shook his head, seemingly accustomed to this demeanor. Subsequently, Zhao Tianhou slapped Zhao Shan on the back of the head, saying, "You little rascal, what help did you provide this time, huh?" Zhao Shan, pouting in grievance, replied, "Dad, how did you know? Out of the four of you, your clothes are the cleanest, and your complexion the most rosy. Need I say more?" Zhao Tianhou laughed while scolding. Finally, his gaze settled on Yuan, revealing the gentle smile he had shown during their first meeting. "Adopted son, you performed excellently this time, especially in your resonance with soul power and thunder, providing old Lu with the opportunity to slay the ape demon. Truly outstanding." His words caught Yuan off guard. How did he know? Haha. As if guessing Yuan's thoughts, Zhao Tianhou beckoned to Zhao Shan, and a faint green light flitted from Zhao Shan's collar into his hand. "You actually used the ghost butterfly to spy on us?" Zhao Shan exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 35. Quick, let's take a photo. What did you say? Zhao Tianhou shot him a glare. "I was simply concerned for your safety, so I could intervene at the first sign of trouble. Do you understand?" After saying this, he feigned a strike, causing Zhao Shan to shrink back, wary of further comment. So he had been watching all along. Yuan's heart was clear. No wonder he had waited until now to reveal himself. "Miss Su, did you find this journey satisfactory?" Zhao Tianhou turned his gaze to the last person. Su Zine slightly bowed her head and respectfully replied, "Uncle Zhao, just call me Zine. I am immensely grateful for your and Uncle Lu's protection during this trip." "Ah," Zhao Tianhou said, waving his hand with a smile. "These are trifles. I am aware of your circumstances in the Su family." Then, he looked at Yuan with a mischievous glint in his eye, chuckling. "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, inform my adopted son. For items like the Holy Spirit Stone, I'll have him deliver them personally to you." "What?" Yuan felt a bit dazed. "How did I get dragged into this? And when did I agree to be an adopted son?" Su Zine's cheeks flushed, understanding Zhao Tianhou's implications, and she lowered her head, too shy to respond. Subsequently, the group settled onto the griffin's broad back, and as its wings flapped, Yuan and the others descended into the pit created by the griffin, departing. Outside, night had fallen. From a high vantage point, the urban landscape of Hongling City sparkled with lights. The fierce wind howled, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Zhao Shan, seated in front of Yuan and Su Zine, shouted, "Quick! This is a rare opportunity. Let us take a picture." He raised his hand excitedly. Behind, Su Zine's long hair fluttered, and upon seeing him raise his phone, she quickly hid behind Yuan. "Don't hide. I've regretted not taking a photo after emerging from the secret realm this month," Zhao Shan shouted, his chatter unceasing even against the howling winds. Yuan, feeling exasperated, reluctantly agreed. Fine, let us take the picture." Upon his consent, Su Zine paused for a moment, her gaze flickering before she ceased to tidy her hair, allowing it to dance in the wind. Then, she gently tilted her head, revealing her delicate face right next to Yuan's shoulder, adorned with a sweet smile. Yuan casually gave a thumbs up. In front, Zhao Shan grinned widely. Moonlight bathed the three of them, and Zhao Shan pressed the shutter, immortalizing the moment. "I'll create a group chat and post the photo there." Back at the hotel, Yuan collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. It wasn't he until a series of urgent knocks awoke him. Yawning, he glanced out the window. The night sky was as dark as ink, dotted with stars. How long did I sleep? He wondered, puzzled that it was still night after having gone to bed earlier. The knocking persisted, and upon opening the door, he saw Zhao Shan grinning. "Come on, I'm taking you all for a late-night snack." Behind him was a still sleepy Su Zine. Yuan checked his phone and realized only an hour had passed since they returned to the hotel. "I'm so tired, can we order takeout?" Su Zine yawned continuously, her suggestion earning Yuan's approval. Half an hour later, Yuan gazed at the myriad of late-night snacks filling the room, unable to restrain himself from asking, "How much did you order?" "This is enough to feed 30 people. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shan's response nearly left them speechless. This ISNT hours. It's the late-night snack for Tuan Tuan and the Flash. What? 10 minutes later, the hotel suite had been designed with the needs of Beastmasters in mind, ensuring ample space and furnishings for larger summoned beasts. Moreover, the suite Zhao Shan arranged for Yuan was of the highest standard, spacious enough to resemble a large apartment. At that moment, Yuan rested his chin on his hand, contemplating the scene before him. Tuan Tuan, the long-armed monkey, sat cross-legged, shoving a large skewer of meat into its mouth with its left hand, while the right hand offered another skewer to the flash. In the room, the golden-furred gibbon and the deep black-furred wolf lord were indulging in a delightful feast. Observing the contented expression on the face of Shanpa, he realized he had overlooked an important point. Typically, the beast companions required only the provision of soul energy. Food was merely a matter of taste for them. Seeing Shanpa enjoying the meal so joyfully, Yuan came to understand that they, like humans, occasionally needed such things to provide emotional value. Once Ming advanced to his youth phase, he would allow him to experience the same. Subsequently, Zhao Shan prepared several local delicacies from Hongling City and even retrieved 2 bottles of exquisite red wine from the beast ring. You all drink. I am feeling tired and will head to bed first. Upon seeing him take out the wine, Su Xin hastily departed, fearing she might say something inappropriate after drinking too much. Before leaving, she turned to Zhao Shan and said, "Make sure to post the pictures in the group chat." Upon returning to her room, her phone soon vibrated. She quickly opened it to find Zhao Shan had shared the photos in the group chat. Sitting on her bed, she enlarged the image, her gaze fixating on Ji Yuan's handsome face, and she found her cheeks gradually warming to a rosy hue. "Haha, Lao Ji, you truly are silly." On the other side, Zhao Shan was laughing heartily, pointing at the photo of Ji Yuan giving a thumbs up. Ji Yuan remained calm, savoring the so-called vintage red wine. Truth be told, he could not discern any difference. He could only blame himself for not being adept at drinking. "By the way, did you not say there would be a surprise for me after we got out?" He noticed Zhao Shan was still engrossed in the photos, feeling a bit annoyed. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Tomorrow, we shall visit Uncle Lu." Zhao Shan put away his phone and said with a smile, "Do you remember Zhang Di, who is in the same city as you? After I escaped using my methods, I never saw him pursue me again. Have you encountered him?" "Hee, you guessed correctly. We ran into him on our way to meet you, just when Su Xin was excavating the Holy Spirit stones." Zhao Shan recalled. It was first Uncle Lu who sensed that something was amiss, and when we arrived, guess what state Zhang Di was in? "Stop teasing and get to the point." Ji Yuan detested when people spoke only halfway. Near death, Zhao Shan's eyes flashed with seriousness. He had a large hole in his abdomen, and his right arm was entirely gone, leaning against the mine tunnel, gasping for breath. "Initially, we thought it was your doing, but to our surprise, Zhang Di was cursing someone fiercely." This time, he did not tease further, fixing his gaze on Ji Yuan and articulating clearly, "Xiao Lingjue." According to Zhang Di, it was Xiao Lingjue who had ambushed him and inflicted such grave injuries. Xiao Lingjue? Ji Yuan recalled that when he had transformed into the lush wood lizard. Aside from Xiao Lingjue, Zhang Di should have had another little brother with him. Could it be that these two were each harmed by Xiao Lingjue? However, from Zhang Di's words, it seemed Xiao Lingjue was not in a much better situation. They must have mutually inflicted severe injuries on one another. Regardless, tomorrow we will find Uncle Lu. He has Zhang Di confined within the beast ring, and you can inquire yourself then. Zhao Shan waved his hand and raised his wine glass. Ji Yuan nodded silently. Chapter 36, An Unexpected Outcome. The following morning, guided by Zhao Shan, Ji Yuan and Su Xin arrived at Lu Hen's residence, a 3-story villa. As they entered, Ji Yuan immediately spotted the muscular kangaroo in the villa's garden engaging in a battle of wits and strength with a massive wooden post. Upon entering the house, aside from various fitness equipment, there were no complicated decorations, aligning perfectly with Lu Hen's style. "You're here?" Lu Hen invited Zhao Shan and Su Xin to sit casually before leading Ji Yuan into a sealed room. With a wave of his hand, Lu Hen summoned a gigantic frog, which, unsurprisingly, was also muscular and quite exaggerated. Wow! The frog opened its large mouth, expelling a Zhang Di, who was covered in slime. As Zhao Shan had said, his right arm was indeed missing, and the wound on his abdomen appeared to have bled out due to the slime, leaving his face devoid of color, on the brink of death. When the fainted Zhang Di regained consciousness, the first person he saw was Ji Yuan. He hurriedly shouted with all his might in a hoarse voice, "It's Zhang Jiling. He promised me that once I succeeded, I could return to Lingyun City and support me as the principal of Chengfeng Beast Academy." Zhang Di was never a good person, and in his near-death state, he understood that only Ji Yuan could save him. Without needing Ji Yuan to speak, he divulged everything. Zhang Jiling intended to oust Tan He and become the mayor himself. He had been plotting for many years, and now he was at the most crucial step. "To be cautious, he wanted me to kill you." After finishing his breathless confession, Zhang Di gasped for air, seemingly trying to demonstrate his sincerity. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan had already heard about these matters from Tan He, making it of little significance to him. "How were you injured so severely by Xiao Lingjue?" He surveyed Zhang Di's mutilated body and inquired. Upon mentioning the young master of the Xiao family, a fierce hatred surged in Zhang Di's eyes. "If it weren't for that scoundrel's ambush, how could I possibly be in this state?" At this point, He cursed Ji Yuan inwardly. Had it not been for Ji Yuan's transformation into the giant lizard, which devoured his toxic wind phantom leopard, he would have undoubtedly been able to leave Xiao Lingjue dead in the depths of the mine. What is the most crucial step in Zhang Jiling's plan? Ji Yuan posed his most pressing question. If I tell you, will you let me go? Zhang Di lifted his head. Fine, Ji Yuan replied. Lu Hen furrowed his brows at the side, but did not speak. You promise to let me go? Zhang Di fixed his gaze on him intently. You have no other choice, Ji Yuan said flatly. Zhang Di's eyes flashed with rage. If not for his grievous injuries, would he allow himself to be at someone else's mercy? Damn it, as long as I can leave alive, I will find an opportunity to kill you, he silently vowed. Then quietly said, Zhang Jiling plans to besiege Tan He at the City Alliance Summit. What? Ji Yuan's expression changed. I also received an invitation to the siege, but a couple of days ago, Zhang Jiling suddenly changed his mind and instructed me to keep an eye on you in Hongling City. According to Zhang Jiling, he wants me to kill you. Zhang Di hung his head. Having revealed this greatest secret, he seemed to lose all his strength. Meanwhile, Lu Hen frowned. Zhang Jiling is quite audacious. He actually dares to besiege the mayor? Every Beastmaster above rank 5 is registered. Does he not fear repercussions from the Beastmaster Alliance? If he dares to do so, he must have his own plans. I do not know about that. Zhang Di raised his head, looking at Ji Yuan. I have said everything. You promised to let me go? Of course, Ji Yuan replied. Yet before Zhang Di could express his joy, he heard Ji Yuan continue. Uncle Lu, I will leave this person to you to handle. Ji Yuan, you are untrustworthy. Zhang Di's face turned pale, and he screamed hysterically. You little scoundrel, how can you go back on your word at such a young age? You are inhuman. Oh. Ji Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. I promised to let you go, but Uncle Lu never said so. Don't misunderstand. I learned this trick from you as well. After speaking, he walked straight out, leaving Zhang Di in a state of despair. Zhang Di's hoarse cries echoed behind him, quickly transforming into a mournful wail, eventually ceasing. What is the City Alliance Summit? Exiting the room and entering the garden, Ji Yuan found the two of them. Zhao Shan replied, in simple terms. It is an important meeting presided over by the mayors, typically held only in districts ranked outside the top 90. I heard my father mention that the essence of such summits is to discuss how to improve standings in the district competitions. As for specifics, I am unaware. What's wrong? Did you uncover something? So, Zhang Jiling has allied with several other districts? But on what basis? A mere vice principal. What capability does he possess to persuade other districts to partake in such actions? Ji Yuan took out his phone and hurriedly dialed Tan He's number. But it rang for quite a while without anyone answering. According to the timeline suggested by Zhang Di, today marks the third day of his arrival in Hongling City, coinciding with the ongoing City Lianfeng conference. In his growing anxiety, Tan He returned his call. He quickly answered, only to hear the voice of a male secretary on the other end. Mr. Ji, this is Secretary Lin. In accordance with Mayor Tan's instructions, I am to inform you not to be anxious or concerned. Since your mineral exploration journey has concluded, please return to Linyun City immediately. Shortly, I will send you an address. For further specifics, please contact me via text upon your arrival at the designated location. Goodbye. Secretary Lin spoke rapidly before abruptly hanging up. Looking at his phone, Ji Yuan furrowed his brows. Was Tan He already aware of Zhang Jiling's intentions? Without further delay, he explained the situation to Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin, then booked the earliest flight. While waiting at the airport, Zhao Shan shared some news. Lu Hen had cracked Zhang Di's phone and discovered correspondence that appeared to involve Zhang Jiling. He attached a few screenshots, which revealed a peculiar chat history between Zhang Di and Zhang Jiling. Their conversation revolved around seemingly trivial matters like purchases and gifts, hinting at some form of coded language. The last screenshot dated a day prior, with Zhang Jiling asking, has the cauliflower I wanted arrived? Zhang Di's response came 10 minutes later. There is stock. It has already been loaded. Beneath these messages were crimson annotations. Has the cauliflower arrived? Implied, how is the matter you were tasked with? While there is stock, it has already been loaded suggested, the person is dead. Should we confirm? Zhao Shan explained that these annotations were meant to ensure Ji Yuan understood, and Zhang Di's reply was also a response from Lu Hen. Such specialized terminology would likely not arouse suspicion, leading others to believe Ji Yuan was indeed deceased. He sent a final message expressing gratitude to Uncle Lu, stating he would return to Hongling City for drinks at a later time. After sending his last message, Ji Yuan boarded the plane. He rested briefly, and by the time of landing, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Without hesitation, he proceeded to the address provided by Secretary Lin. It was a unique courtyard located on the outskirts of Linyun City, nestled in the mountains. The courtyard exuded a vintage charm, starkly contrasting with the steel and concrete of the urban area, consisting merely of simple wooden houses and stone tiles, surrounded by dense woods. Had he not followed the address, he might have never discovered such a hidden gem in the outskirts. He messaged Secretary Lin to inform him of his arrival. Shortly after, he received a reply. Good, Mr. G. Please be patient. Should anything arise, you must ensure to control it at the first opportunity. Remember, you must act immediately. Chapter 37. Who is the target of control? Is it Zhang Qilin? Ji Yuan speculated to himself, finding a concealed spot to hide, and began to wait quietly. Time passed. He remained vigilant from the sun's zenith until the sun dipped below the horizon. As night fell and the pale moonlight scattered among the trees, a hurried footstep disrupted the chirping of the insects. Instantly alert, Ji Yuan peered through the grass where he was concealed and saw a figure anxiously rushing towards the courtyard. The figure glanced around, and as it drew closer, Ji Yuan squinted. It was Zhang Heng. Unexpectedly, it was him who had arrived. Observing, Ji Yuan noted Zhang Heng's disorganized steps and mumbled words as he rushed into the courtyard. What secret lay within this courtyard? Ji Yuan suppressed the urge to act and decided to observe further. Soon, Zhang Heng emerged from one of the rooms carrying a blue circular platform about the size of a well cover. The platform appeared metallic, emitting a blue glow. Exuding a high-tech aura, Ji Yuan watched as Zhang Heng's hands trembled, placing a black object at the center of the circular platform. Why is there no response? Zhang Heng muttered in panic before slapping himself hard. Right, the moonlight. At this moment, Ji Yuan noticed that the trees surrounding the courtyard seemed deliberately pruned, revealing a circular opening. A beam of moonlight poured unobstructed into the courtyard center as Zhang Heng positioned the circular platform beneath it. As the moonlight met the platform, a peculiar electrical sound resonated, and Ji Yuan witnessed the platform begin to rotate. In the next moment, with a pained wail, blood trickling from his lips and eyelids drooping, Zhang Qilin materialized in the courtyard seemingly from thin air. The platform was a teleportation device. Ji Yuan suddenly recalled the means of escape they had used in the Beast King's secret realm. He remembered that this teleportation technology belonged to a faction known as Yuan. Had Tan He anticipated Zhang Qilin's appearance here? Given Zhang Qilin's current state, controlling him would indeed be effortless. Father, how are you, father? In the courtyard, Zhang Heng stared at his father in shock. After swallowing hard, he trembled as he spoke. After the plan failed, what will happen to us? Zhang Qilin, with his head bowed, replied in a hoarse, weak voice, your mother. What? Did your mother leave? Oh, she has left, following your arrangements. She transferred most of the assets, and this afternoon she already. Before Zhang Heng could finish, a sudden sound of footsteps startled him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, You, Ji Yuan. The mention of this name startled Zhang Qilin, who was gravely injured. He struggled to lift his head. As he caught sight of the striking young man illuminated by the moonlight, a bitter taste surged in his mouth. Zhang Dihe, he is dead. Ji Yuan's calm voice echoed in the ears of the father and son. He regarded Zhang Qilin, whose clothes were tattered, breathing shallowly, and gravely injured. What was Tan He's intention? To have him lie in wait here, was it to ensure Ji Yuan could personally send Zhang Qilin on his way, or? At this moment, Ji Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, Zhang Heng, gritting his teeth, summoned a ferocious silver wolf. The silver wolf, previously intimidated by the aura of the abyss, bared its fangs towards Ji Yuan once more. But with a cold snort from Ji Yuan, an invisible intimidation instantly clarified the wolf's vicious gaze. In that moment, the Ji Yuan in its eyes transformed into a robust wolf king with glossy black fur. Then, under Zhang Heng's bewildered gaze, the silver wolf tucked its tail and lay on the ground, whimpering submissively towards Ji Yuan. You fool! Open your eyes and see clearly. He is a man, not that abominable creature. Zhang Heng stomped in frustration, unable to comprehend why this waste, who had been bullied and humiliated for 2 years, could ascend to such heights in just a month. Ji Yuan's ability to intimidate the silver wolf without summoning his beast stemmed from one of his innate talents, Shanpe. This talent allowed Ji Yuan to selectively possess its characteristic attributes. Thus, he could not only intimidate, but also command. With a mere thought, the silver wolf shifted its target and pounced on Zhang Heng, pinning him down. Ji Yuan. As Zhang Heng screamed in panic, Zhang Qilin's voice rang out furiously. Do you think Tan He genuinely intends to cultivate you? You are merely a pawn he is exploiting. Once Zhang Di succeeds in Hongling City, he will merely prop up another rising star in Linyan City. You are nothing but bait released to provoke me into action. As he spoke, Zhang Qilin bitterly smiled at his own naivety. Having held a high position for too long, he had oversimplified everything, only to realize the truth upon seeing Ji Yuan after the plan had failed. Now I find myself in your hands, free to be killed or tortured as you wish. Then he has eradicated all of my beasts. He staggered to his feet, tilting his head back, exuding an aura of menace as if he were there to slay me. You all may leave. To my surprise, Yuan spoke calmly. You. Zhang Jilin froze, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Is this also Tan He's scheme? Yuan did not respond, retracting his control over the silver wolf. Once freed, the silver wolf eagerly licked Zhang Heng's cheek, attempting to regain its master's favor. Rising to his feet, Zhang Heng gazed at Yuan with a hint of trepidation in his eyes. Zhang Jilin observed this striking young man, and after a moment, with Zhang Heng's support, he gradually moved away. As he watched the two vanish from sight, laughter echoed in his ears. Why did you spare Zhang Jilin? With a slight turn of his head, the white-haired Tan He appeared beside him, seemingly having materialized from thin air. Though appearing middle-aged, his chiseled features still hinted at a former dashing youth. You think that way too? Yuan chuckled softly. He had been contemplating since he first saw Zhang Jilin. Initially, it was mentioned by Lu Hen that Beastmasters above the 5th rank would be held accountable by the Beastmaster Alliance. Then, Secretary Lin emphasized the word control repeatedly over the phone. Yet why? Tonight, Tan He was enveloped in a strong scent of blood, and recalling Zhang Jilin's demeanor. The so-called ambush must have been dismantled by Tan He. He certainly did not strike one as a merciful individual. Do you wish to know why I did not kill him? Tan He seemed to deduce Yuan's thoughts. Zhang Jilin is a 4th-rank Beastmaster, and moreover, he is a collateral descendant of the Zhang family, one of the 5 prominent Beastmaster clans. Though he holds little weight, his death would ultimately invite complications. Additionally, you will come to understand this in due time. However, Tan He waved his hand. Accompanied by a flicker of silver light, a large, shimmering corpse of a creature appeared in the expansive courtyard, crackling with thunderous energy. This was the apex-level lightning-type beast, the Inshui Lei Shou, which Zhang Jilin had nurtured for 10 years. He smiled casually. Did you not mention that the second beast must consume the flesh and blood of lightning-type creatures? This is the strongest lightning creature below the legendary bloodline. It will surely satisfy your beast's advancement. I have had my eye on it for a long time. And only today did I have the chance to slay it, saving it for you. Chapter 38. Could it be that he is truly a genius? The silver beast's corpse resembled that of a hound, with 2 sharp, curved fangs protruding from its jaw, presenting a rather fearsome appearance. However, atop its fearsome head, there was a glaring blood hole, indicating it had met its demise from a single strike. After nurturing it for 10 years, Yuan's eyelids twitched. No wonder Zhang Jilin appeared so despondent and resigned to death. Without hesitation, he summoned his beast, Shan Po. The so-called consumption was not as Yuan had imagined it. It was not a mere frenzy of eating. Shan Po's sleek, black fur bristled as it bared its teeth, its beastly eyes gathering lightning energy. In an instant, an ethereal form, colossal compared to it, materialized from the gathered thunder, descending upon the silver beast's corpse. In the blink of an eye, both vanished together. Following this, Shan Po let out a low growl towards Yuan, curled up, and fell into slumber. Thus, both of his imperial-level beasts commenced their metamorphosis, and once complete, Ming and Shan Po would both advance to their youth phase. A sense of anticipation welled up within Yuan. He could hardly wait to witness the youthful forms of these 2 creatures. On the return journey, the atmosphere was somewhat muted. Following Tan He to the municipal building. Upon entering the mayor's office, Yuan inquired, Uncle Tan, what about the municipal summit? Naturally, I did not attend. Tan He sat back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Appearing somewhat fatigued, Zhang Jilin had utilized the last vestiges of his connections within the Zhang family to seek out a few individuals, intending to ambush me midway. A bland smile crept across his face. It has been quite some time since I truly fought without holding back. Yuan's pupils constricted. Recalling Zhang Jilin's demeanor alongside Tan He's current state of calm, without further thought, he could discern the fate that awaited the participants in this ambush. Tan He's rank was undoubtedly higher than he had imagined. While he pondered silently, Tan He remarked, how was this mining expedition? Not bad. But I have some questions I would like you to clarify. Yuan seized the opportunity to voice his deepest confusion. In what aspects does the disparity in soul power rank among Beastmasters manifest? This has truly been the most perplexing matter for him during this period. After experiencing several battles within the Beast King's secret realm and the mining vein, he increasingly felt that the bloodlines of beasts held paramount importance in combat. Yet, if this were the case, why should there still be a rank for soul power? He always sensed that in a one-on-one situation, he could potentially match Lu Hen and Zhang Di. To summarize, in the recent battles, aside from the soul power and attribute fusion taught by Lu Hen, he had not observed any other manifestations of soul power rank. Because your starting point is too high. Tan He retracted his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. The special grade soul power qualification grants you soul control and recovery speeds that far exceed those of others. I do not know the origins of your 2 beasts, but their bloodline levels are likely beyond mere legend. Ji Yuan did not respond, tacitly agreeing. With a special grade qualification, coupled with beasts of mythic bloodlines, one would be hard-pressed to find another such combination among millions. Speaking as he stood, Tanhi approached the window. From 9th rank to 7th rank, it is insignificant to you. One could say that with a special grade qualification. From the moment you contracted your beasts, you were already at the 6th rank. However, you must understand that after the 6th rank, the disparities between each subsequent tier become unfathomably vast. Tanhi turned his head, gazing deeply at him, and said, "Do you not think that the gap between a 5th-rank Beastmaster like Zhang Di and yourself is not substantial?" Accurately hitting the mark, Ji Yuan nodded. "Indeed, you are gravely mistaken," Tanhi stated. "A 5th-rank Beastmaster has already established a beast space, enabling them to command up to 3 beasts in battle simultaneously, while allowing their beast attributes and soul power to resonate. Just based on these 2 points, you cannot hope to defeat any 5th-rank Beastmaster." Ji Yuan fell silent. Indeed, his thinking had been somewhat naive. Wait. He lifted his head, looking at Tanhi with curiosity, prompting a raised eyebrow from the latter. "What is it, Uncle Tan? You just mentioned that allowing the attributes and soul power of beasts to resonate is a characteristic of 5th-rank Beastmasters? Of course. While 6th-rank Beastmasters can externalize soul power, their beast attributes at the 6th rank cannot resonate with soul power. Only when a Beastmaster reaches the 5th rank and awakens their beast space does the power of their beasts undergo a qualitative transformation." Listening to his words, Ji Yuan was left in a daze. A scene flashed through his mind of when he faced the beast tied at the bottom of the mine, using soul power to resonate with Shanpe. So that was it. No wonder Lu Hen had looked as if he had seen a ghost back then. Tanhi was somewhat puzzled by Ji Yuan's expression, but suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. Could it be that you now? Tanhi's eyes flickered with disbelief. In an instant, he witnessed Ji Yuan nodding earnestly at him. Hiss. At that moment, the mayor, who had seen countless storms, inhaled sharply. He had underestimated this striking young man. Could it be that he is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigious Beastmaster? Before even reaching the 5th rank, he is capable of performing feats akin to those of a 5th rank. This was simply unheard of. Show me an example right now. Just as the mayor's words left his lips, he remembered that both of Ji Yuan's beasts were currently undergoing their advancement slumber, realizing he had perhaps become overly excited. Nevertheless, Ji Yuan proceeded to recount every detail of his resonance with Shanpe at the bottom of the mine. Surprisingly, after hearing it, Tanhi exhaled deeply. "This revelation has truly taken me aback. Perhaps you could attempt to control 2 beasts in battle at the 6th rank." He extracted a palm-sized, translucent orange crystal from the Yugia. This was a skill core, containing a unique ability that required both a Beastmaster and 2 beasts to manifest. Tanhi looked at him and said, "Once your beasts have completed their advancement, dedicate yourself fully to mastering this skill. It shall become your trump card." Ji Yuan extended his hand to receive it cautiously. He had seen skill cores numerous times in books. These items were classified into 4 levels based on color: blue, purple, orange, and gold. Orange and gold were exceedingly rare. He refrained from examining it immediately and instead tucked it away in the Yugia. Almost forgetting, he added, "Beasts of the Dominator level and above require their masters to accompany them during critical advancement periods. Your beasts, 1 fire and 1 thunder, possess very domineering attributes. You must prepare yourself mentally. There are indeed Beastmasters who have perished during their beast's advancement." "Is that so?" Ji Yuan looked at him in astonishment. "Do you think advancement is simple? For beasts, it signifies a transformation and rebirth. During this time, refrain from wandering about. Stay in Linyun City and await the commencement of the district competition." After finishing, Tanhi waved his hand, fatigue evident on his brow. "All right." Ji Yuan took the hint and departed. Chapter 39. The Advancement of Ming into Youth. Life returned to its mundane routine. Ji Yuan obediently refrained from unnecessary excursions, waiting daily for the moments when Ming and Shanpe required him. Without his beasts, he felt somewhat idle. His social interactions dwindled to merely sharing meals with Zhao Shan and Su Xin. A month had passed since their conversation in the municipal building, and he had not seen Tanhi again. All matters were communicated via phone, with Tanhi frequently inquiring, "Has your beast completed its advancement yet?" As the district competition drew closer, Tanhi's sole concern was this matter. One day, after a month of seclusion in the academy dormitory, Ji Yuan decided to visit the Blue Sky Welfare Institute. After all, he held the position of acting director. Although Chen Xin managed the institute, he felt it necessary to make an appearance. Upon entering the Blue Sky Welfare Institute, several caregivers recognized him and greeted him warmly. "Director Ji, is it that you have come to the institute today since Vice Director Chun is resting?" "Nothing much, just came to take a look. We happen to be free. Let us accompany you." In the company of the enthusiastic caregivers, Yuan toured the facility. Whether it was the environment or the arrangement of sections, everything under Chunqin's management appeared commendable. As they passed through a garden, a bright laugh made Yuan pause. Glancing to the side, he saw a strikingly beautiful woman, Lin Yunjia, joyfully playing with a group of children. Caregiver Lin is quite popular among the children in our institute, several caregivers explained, noticing his gaze. Yuan's heart remained unperturbed as he stepped forward. At that moment, Lin Yunjia also spotted him, her smile freezing. She hurriedly encouraged the children to continue playing and swiftly approached him. Yuan, wait for me, Lin Yunjia called out anxiously. When she saw Yuan actually stop, her heart leapt with joy. Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, observing her. Lin Yunjia gazed at his handsome face and, after a moment, spoke softly, I'm sorry. I truly realized my mistakes from before. I am genuinely sorry. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Yuan, she choked on her words, only to be abruptly interrupted. Enough. Before him, the handsome young man's eyes were filled with indifference. Continue with your work. With that, he turned and walked away. Yuan, Lin Yunjia wanted to say something more, but Yuan turned his head, his tone cold. Mind your address, caregiver Lin. All right. Director G. Lin Yunjia lowered her head in despair, standing rooted to the spot. The caregivers following Yuan exchanged glances, not daring to speak. After leaving the Welfare Institute, he casually found a restaurant for lunch. During this time, their small group of 3 received new messages. Upon opening, he saw Zhao Shan grinning widely in a selfie, accompanied by the text, Old G, Miss Su, what are you up to? He followed suit, sending a photo of his lunch, which soon elicited Zhao Shan's laughter. Ha! As expected, it's fried rice again. Old G, does Lin Yun City produce an abundance of eggs? He calmly replied with 2 words, get lost. Simultaneously, Su Zin chimed in. Zhao Shan, that is quite disrespectful. Oh really? My apologies. Old G, I was just joking, please don't take it to heart. Actually, I love fried rice too. After this, Zhao Shan sent another cheerful selfie. Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was simply a live wire. Suddenly, a searing sensation surged through the back of his right hand. Yuan sprang to his feet. After waiting so long, Ming's advancement had finally reached a critical moment. He immediately settled the bill and drove back to the academy dormitory. Sitting on the bed, he took a deep breath, immersing himself entirely in the Beastmaster's mark. At that moment, Ming's body was enveloped in a green light cocoon, and an intense heat rendered the chaotic space unbearably sweltering. The only unaffected presence was the deep blue cocoon formed by Shan Pu. Guided by instinct, Yuan sensed that Ming was not in a good state. Without his assistance, it might not withstand this advancement. I know what to do. He stood before the green cocoon and, after a moment, extended his hand. In an instant, an indescribable wave of excruciating pain consumed all his senses. Ripping, burning, stabbing, gnawing, the myriad descriptors of agony flashed through his mind. Yuan's consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. It turned out that Ming's path to advancement required enduring the flames of the underworld. Only through this forging could a young body be shaped. This burning could be shared by the Beastmaster from the very beginning. However, Ming had persevered for an entire month, only seeking Yuan's aid as it approached the end. Ming's intent flowed through Yuan's mind, and his nearly shattered consciousness reassembled. This was a matter of Ming's life, and he absolutely could not falter at this critical juncture. In the outside world, his entire being was engulfed in green flames. Strangely, while the flames emitted a temperature that distorted the air, they caused no harm to the surrounding objects. Time ticked by. Yuan's consciousness danced on the edge of collapse, his body and soul continually dissolving and reconstituting under the flames of the underworld. Large beads of sweat poured from his forehead, evaporating almost instantly. This sensation was akin to having every bone shattered and flesh kneaded into pulp, torturing him to the brink of death. He relied solely on the desperate echo of hold on reverberating in his heart. After a while, as his rationality was gradually submerged by pain, nearing the point of giving way, a weak roar emanated from deep within his soul. Then, the pain began to subside, transforming into an immensely comforting warmth that spread throughout his body. His consciousness, on the verge of collapse, was completely revitalized at that moment. Yuan trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a robust azure creature. Its form was more powerful than before, and its white scales appeared three-dimensional, resembling armor covering its entire body. The flames of the underworld had also transformed, shifting from green to a pure azure hue, outlining intricate patterns on the scales. Observing its head, the 2 short green horns had now grown into complex, bifurcated emerald horns with the onset of youth. The most significant changes were evident in its visage. Not only did it possess several floating emerald whiskers, but the mane around its neck had also grown more exuberant, moving as if an eternal azure flame burned without wind. Lastly, there lay its verdant tail, at the tip of which burned an ethereal flame. This ascension was not merely a superficial transformation, as Ji Yuan had anticipated. Upon entering its youth phase, Ming had unlocked a new talent. As its attribute panel materialized, Ji Yuan gazed at the newly added talent, murmuring to himself, truly a regal creature, remarkable indeed. Chapter 40, Dual Ascensions. Creature, Skeleton Ming Beast, Youth Phase. Species, Qilin Ruisho. Bloodline, Regal, Perfect. Attributes, Fire. Traits, immune to fire attribute damage. Possesses the unique underworld flame capable of scorching souls, Ethereal Flame. Talent, Auspicious Beast, reliably enhances the Beastmaster's fortune. Flame Lord, doubles the power of released fire attacks. New talent, No Worries. Mastery of any fire attribute skill is instantaneous. New passive skill, Fire Control, thorough mastery of Ethereal Flame, reduces soul power consumption, and increases damage. Skill 1, Flame Storm, unreservedly unleashes the ethereal flame within, incinerating everything around. Skill 2, Dread, employs the oppressive force of the regal bloodline to intimidate any creature of a lesser bloodline. Ascension Path 1, Skeleton Ming Beast, Adult Phase, requires devouring the mad demon seed. Ascension Path 2, Ethereal Monarch, Ultimate Form, requires devouring the Heart of Flame, Void Demon Seed. And Mutated Sacred Stone. It was evident that as Ming transitioned into its youth phase, the panel had considerably expanded. Initially, Ji Yuan's gaze lingered on the new talent. No worries. This talent was indeed extraordinary. While some Beastmasters required days to grasp new skills, Ming could learn them at a mere glance. The distinction was unmistakable. Furthermore, the addition of a new passive skill was equally striking. However, when he beheld the subsequent ascension paths for Ming, he was momentarily taken aback. Were the so-called ascension paths 1 and 2 options to be chosen between, or something else? Never mind. This matter could be explored later, as the materials mentioned for the ascension paths were rather peculiar. Retracting the panel, Ji Yuan turned his attention back to Ming. Once, Ming's height barely reached his waist, but now it stood tall enough to meet his gaze. The grand head of the Qilin beast exuded an air of majesty, no longer resembling the ambiguous form of its infancy. Now, it was unmistakably a Qilin Ruisho. Now, he awaited the arrival of Shanpe. He smiled as he looked toward the cocoon of light formed by Shanpe, his anticipation intensifying. Ming nudged his great head affectionately against Ji Yuan's cheek. All right. He reached out to pat its body, the scales smooth and firm beneath his touch. Ji Yuan could feel its reliance and unwavering trust in him. At that moment, Ming stepped back 2 paces, approaching the cocoon of light where Shanpe had transformed, exhaling 2 puffs of emerald heat. The gesture seemed to inquire of Shanpe why it had not yet emerged. Just as the heat Ming exhaled touched the deep blue cocoon, a thunderous roar erupted. A deep blue hue suddenly enveloped Ming, its body quivering violently as it lifted its head, emitting a pained howl within the chaotic space. Simultaneously, a deep blue mark once again illuminated the back of Ji Yuan's left hand, the same sensation surging from his heart as before. Was Shanpe reaching a critical moment too? Ji Yuan inhaled deeply, relieved that his own state had fully recovered. Without hesitation, just as he had aided Ming, he extended his hand once more towards the cocoon where Shanpe resided. Boom. In an instant, his consciousness was overwhelmed by the sound of thunder, leaving him momentarily disoriented. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing upon an endless plain. The pitch-black sky crackled with gathering thunder, and as he looked up, lightning struck down upon him. The overwhelming force of the heavens bore down with a destructive might, leaving him no room for resistance, and he was slammed to the ground. Ji Yuan was engulfed in the scent of charred flesh. With just one bolt of lightning, he had nearly met his end. A low, resonant howl echoed through the air. Struggling to lift his head, he saw that the thunder was mercilessly pouring down upon a massive black wolf in the distance. The giant wolf howled defiantly, standing resilient amidst the raging storm. To his astonishment, Ming's form also appeared on the plain, harnessing the ethereal flame to counter the might of the thunder. The lightning continued to rain down upon Ming and Shanpe, while he himself only faced the initial strike. The rest had been drawn towards them. Did they sense that he could not withstand it? Ji Yuan forced a bitter smile as he lay back upon the plain, observing the 2 beasts being struck by the thunder. Fortunately, Ming was able to enter this space as well. Otherwise, he alone would have struggled to share the burden with Shanpe. Approximately 5 minutes later, lying on the ground, Ji Yuan suddenly noticed the sky above him swirling once more as thunder coalesced. There was no time to react. The lightning flickered ominously. He was finished. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he unleashed his soul power in a frenzied burst, enveloping his entire being. Boom! The thunder descended and then dissipated. A massive crater formed where he lay, his body sprawled flat on the ground, motionless. With a cough, he struggled to rise, bracing his hands on the ground. His gaze hazy. The release of soul power had yielded no effect. If another strike were to come, he would surely perish here. Thankfully, this seemed to be the final bolt of lightning. Yuan's short black hair now wafted with tendrils of smoke. He lifted his head, and the dark clouds had receded, revealing a clear blue sky. A low growl resonated, and Yuan turned to see a glimmer in his eyes. In contrast to Ming's dramatic transformation, Shanpa had undergone only subtle changes. The youthful Shanpa retained its robust stature. The most notable alteration was in its fur. Upon closer inspection, each strand of its hair had developed a hint of blue luminescence. At first glance, the striking blue shimmered against the pure black, creating a unique beauty that, while not as breathtaking as Ming's transformation, revealed its own charm upon prolonged observation. At that moment, as the two beasts stood side by side, their sizes were indistinguishable. As they approached each other, they both leaped forward simultaneously. Yuan was startled and quickly opened his arms, allowing them to knock him down. Shanpa, resembling a playful husky, enthusiastically licked his face. Ming, being a Qilin Ruisho, was not as boisterous, instead nuzzling Yuan's neck and body with its great head. Feeling the unique affection from both beasts, Yuan laughed heartily. Once freed from their embrace, Yuan regarded Shanpa and softly asked, "Is this plane the place of your ascension?" The wolf's head bobbed enthusiastically, seemingly affirming his query. "You truly have only these minor changes?" He scanned Shanpa's form, feeling that it was not as simple as it appeared. At that moment, Shanpa emitted a low growl. In an instant, a tremendous aura surged forth from within. Simultaneously, under Yuan's astonished gaze, Shanpa's fur gradually shifted to a deep blue hue. Though deep blue, it was laced with a pure black, incredibly eye-catching. Beautiful. The deep blue, with its hints of inky black, fluttered without wind, creating an imposing presence. As the scene gradually darkened, they withdrew from the boundless plane, returning to the chaotic space. "Come, let us see what new abilities you possess." Yuan looked at Shanpa, unfurling its attribute panel. Chapter 41, The Emergence of Illusions. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast, Youth Phase. Species, Thunder Wolf Lord. Bloodline, Emperor Level, Perfect. Attributes, Thunder, Electricity. Characteristics, 1 immunity to Thunder attribute damage. 2 possession of the ability to manipulate thunder and lightning. 3 command and intimidate the Wolf Clan's beasts, ineffective if bloodline levels are equal. Talent, Soul Link, grants the Beastmaster their own characteristics, can only choose one. Lord of Thunder, lightning and electric attacks released double in power. New talent, perhaps useful, the time required to learn new skills is doubled. New passive skill, awakens better control over thunder and electricity attributes, using thunder to enhance attack power and electricity to increase release speed. Skill 1, Dance of Lightning, transforms into lightning to strike, creating chain lightning upon hitting enemies, paralyzing and destroying them. Skill 2, Judgment of Thunder, concentrates a mass of thunderclouds, unleashing roaring thunder to obliterate any enemy. Note, when released during thunderstorm weather, consumption is halved. New Skill 3, Frenzy Blast, concentrates thunder elements in the mouth and spits towards a designated direction, causing an explosion. Note, when resonating with soul power, both the spit and explosion cause soul tremors. Path of Advancement, Thunder Emperor Beast, Mature Phase, requires devouring the heart of thunder. Path of Advancement, Thunder King, Ultimate Form, requires devouring the essence of Born Thunder, Fire Thunder Essence, Withered Thunder Essence, and Frost Thunder Essence. The panel of Shanpa, compared to Ming's, contains significantly more content. However, this new talent seems rather abstract. The time required to learn new skills is doubled. Is there a negative effect talent as well? After calming his emotions, he continued reading and felt a thrill upon seeing that Shanpa acquired a new skill after advancement. Typically, a beast's accompanying skills are only obtained after reaching maturity. A beast can only improve through the Soul Master's soul power level or by learning new skills. Although Shanpa received a talent with a negative effect, the new skill compensates for this drawback. Moreover, the paths of advancement are consistent with Ming's, presenting 2 options. Never mind, that can be explored later. The immediate priority is to establish a foothold at the 6th rank. He has met the conditions for external soul power release. Just waiting for Ming and Shanpa to learn a new skill to confirm their soul power release. Immediately, Yuan left the Beastmaster seal. Upon opening his eyes, an overwhelming sense of fatigue and hunger washed over him. How long has it been? He found it peculiar, but upon checking his phone, he was astonished to discover that an entire day had passed. Has it really been that long? After getting up and finding something to eat, he fell into a deep slumber. It was not until the urgent ringing of his phone awakened him that 16 hours had elapsed. His head felt heavy and his eyes were bleary. He glanced at his phone to see it was Tan. Uncle Tan, where have you been for the past few days? No word at all. The two beasts have advanced, and you were right. It was indeed a life or death situation. Oh, as long as the advancement is complete, I need you to do something today. Yuan sat up in bed, yawning, and asked, what is it? Go to the airport and pick someone up for me. In the afternoon, around 1 o'clock, Yuan stood at the arrival gate, waiting. The person Tan he wanted him to pick up was his own daughter, Mu Shuxin. It was only today that he learned that Tan he had not only been married, but that his ex-wife was from one of the 5 great Beastmaster families, the Mu family. During this time, Yuan had been diligently gathering information about the Beastmaster families. The 5 great Beastmaster families in the country are Mu, Xiao, Su, Zhang, and Jiang. There are indeed many renowned Beastmaster families, but these 5 are the most historically rich and deeply rooted. Among these families, there is a rule. A simple example is that the child of Tan he and his ex-wife must bear the Mu surname, regardless of the father's identity or status. This rule is inviolable. If the Mu family and the Xiao family intermarry, the child's surname can be determined through a competition decided by the victor. Complicated, indeed. Yuan waited in boredom. Soon, a petite girl wearing a light yellow floral dress, exuding elegance with every gesture, appeared. Her wine-red hair fell casually over her shoulders as she glided through the crowd with a light step, radiating a unique charm that instantly attracted numerous gazes at the arrival gate. Under the watchful eyes of many, this distinctive girl approached Yuan, her beautiful face breaking into a smile. Uncle Tan said he arranged for a handsome guy to pick me up. He certainly wasn't lying. The girl's eyes sparkled like stars, unabashedly and boldly assessing Yuan. In an instant, her personality was laid bare. Mu Shuxin naturally linked arms with Yuan, a faint scent of osmanthus wafting into his nostrils. Uncle Tan said you are an unprecedented Beastmaster genius. Is that true? What rank are you at now? Do you have a girlfriend? Where are you from in Linyan City? Have you been to the Withering Valley? Are there really strange creatures inside? In that moment, Yuan felt as though Zhao Shan was right beside him. The same chatterbox, the same familiarity, the same mayor for a father. So similar, too similar. Enduring the long-lost barrage of chatter, after 20 minutes, Yuan finally delivered Mu Shuxin to the mayor. When he caught a glimpse of Tan he's almost imperceptible smile. He sensed that Tan he was being intentionally mischievous. After bidding farewell to the father and daughter, Yuan did not return to the dormitory, but drove straight to the outskirts. On the periphery of the city, there was a moderately sized forest inhabited by some fierce predators. Perfect for training. Yuan walked through the woods, inhaling the mingled scent of earth and grass, summoning Ming and Shan Pe. In a relaxed state, the flow of soul power was gentle. It is precisely for this reason that Beastmasters below the 5th rank can simultaneously release multiple beasts in daily life. Upon reaching the 8th rank, one can contract 2 beasts. Upon reaching the 6th rank, this increases to 3. Beyond the 5th rank, there are no restrictions. Yuan leaped onto Ming's sturdy back, gesturing to Shan Pe. Let us find some fierce beasts to practice on. He wanted to see how Shan Pe's new skill performed. Howl. Shan Pe threw back its head and howled, then darted off. Quick, catch up and show me your speed. Yuan tightly embraced Ming's neck. The Qilin beast ignited with a competitive spirit. Carrying him as a whirlwind of fire and wind surged forth. The roaring wind whistled past his ears, the scenery blurred beside him. This exhilarating speed elicited excited shouts from Yuan. In the next moment, Ming suddenly halted, followed by a low growl laced with fear. Yuan looked up. Not far away stood Shan Pe, facing a massive, shaggy brown bear. This enormous bear stood nearly 3 meters tall, freshly finished with its prey. Its thick paws and black mouth smeared with crimson blood. This wild brown bear, with its intermediate bloodline fluctuations, sensed a terrifying pressure emanating from Ming and Shan Pe. However, the once unstoppable creature in this forest restrained its fear and let out a roar in an attempt to intimidate the intruders. This fellow is impressive. Yuan jumped down from Ming's back and approached Shan Pe. He extended an arm, fingers splayed toward the bear's head, declaring, Release, Frenzy Blast. Chapter 42, Combination Technique. Resonance Light Shadow Assault. Release, Frenzy Blast. As his words fell, Shan Pe's powerful limbs tensed. Cracks resembling spider webs appeared on the ground. A sphere of blue and silver light swiftly coalesced in its mouth. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the blue and silver sphere erupted, detonating against the bear's head. Boom! A fierce aura rampaged freely, whipping up a whirlwind within the confined space. Under the watchful gaze of Yuan, the formidable bloodline bear, approximately 3 meters in height, collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud, its massive body motionless. It was a single, fatal strike, exhibiting a level of destructive power that far exceeded expectations. Yuan then beckoned the two beasts closer. He retrieved the orange skill core given by Tan He from his Yujie and instructed, "Release your soul power and make contact with it." As he spoke, he simultaneously extended his own soul power toward the skill core. In an instant, an ethereal, melodic, and profound sound wave enveloped his mind. Yuan felt as if he had entered a mysterious realm. Initially, the pioneers of skill creation, constrained by the limitations of their era's technology, could only inscribe every detail of their invented skills onto paper for preservation and dissemination. Now, after a millennium of advancement, the contents once confined to books had been embedded into chips, giving rise to skill cores. A mere contact with soul power could unveil everything about the skill. Accompanied by a torrent of intricate, obscure, and difficult knowledge, it surged into Yuan's brain through his soul power. For a fleeting moment, he felt a throbbing pain as if his head were swelling, but fortunately, this sensation did not linger long. He soon received relevant information: Resonance Light Shadow Assault. Prerequisites: simultaneously control two beasts, one of which must possess an electric attribute. Description: an exceedingly rare resonance-type combat technique, created by an ancient peak Beastmaster, the Beast King. A lethal strike launched by the Beastmaster in conjunction with their beasts. The technique comprises three components: Soul Impact of the Beastmaster, Electric Beast's Electric Shadow, and any beast's Phantom Assault. Note: after releasing this technique, a brief period of weakness will ensue. The power of this technique is influenced by the soul power aptitude of the Beastmaster and the bloodline level of the beasts. The introduction of the skill caused Yuan to raise an eyebrow. Apart from the familiar term Beast King, this skill appeared to be tailor-made for him. The potency of the combat technique depended on both soul power aptitude and bloodline level. Yuan not only possessed the highest special grade aptitude, but also commanded top-tier imperial level beasts. In most skills and combat techniques, the strength is primarily determined by the bloodline level of the beasts, with few considering the soul power of the Beastmaster. As the introduction of the skill faded, all critical elements belonging to his segment, Soul Impact, coalesced like a tidal wave in his mind, deeply inscribed. Yuan withdrew from the skill core, closed his eyes to sense, and endeavored to read and master it. Beside him, Ming and Shanpa also closed their eyes, as beasts. Aside from their inability to articulate human speech, their intelligence and thought processes were not markedly different from those of humans. This was the key to their ability to comprehend new skills. Before long, Yuan slowly opened his eyes. So it was, as a glimmer flickered in his gaze. A surge of soul power within him seemed to collapse all at once. The flowing soul power throughout his body condensed into a single point, gathering at the heart. Suddenly, the intensely contracted soul power erupted, and just as it was on the verge of bursting forth, Yuan hastily restrained it from overflowing. Bang! It seemed challenging to maintain that restraint. The shockwave, forged from soul power, exploded from within him, startling Ming and Shanpa, who instinctively nearly retaliated. Subsequently, the two beasts observed as Yuan awkwardly touched his nose. "Apologies, I couldn't quite control it." He felt somewhat embarrassed, yet a wave of joy surged within him. What kind of person was this Beast King, capable of creating such a formidable skill? Most combat techniques were centered around the individual strength of the beasts. Skills available to Beastmasters were predominantly for self-defense. Conventional battles invariably focused on the beasts. However, the highly offensive technique, Resonance Light Shadow Assault, emphasized the Beastmaster as the primary force. To master the first step of Soul Impact, Yuan needed to concentrate his entire soul power at the heart in precisely 0.001 seconds, followed by a sudden explosion. Simultaneously, he had to ensure that the soul power did not overflow outside his body. This process had to be repeated with absolute success to proceed to the next step. Clearly, his first attempt had failed. A wave of weakness from soul power depletion coursed through him. Haste would lead to setbacks, so he had to take it slow. In the days that followed, Yuan dedicated time each morning and evening to train with Ming and Shanpa in the forests beyond the city. The afternoons were reserved for playful activities with Mu Shuxin. According to Mu Shuxin, her mother kept her confined within the Mu family, rarely allowing her to venture out, and she wanted to enjoy herself thoroughly before returning. This time, she was allowed out because Tan He had garnered attention from the Beastmaster Alliance following an assassination attempt, and her mother brought her to deliver a message to him. Given Mu Shuxin's outgoing and loquacious nature, their interactions over the past few days had not been awkward. For a week, Yuan accompanied her on outings and dining experiences, until one day, after a week of practice, Yuan's proficiency with the first step of Soul Impact had reached nearly 90%. With just one more day, he would be able to master it. After all, this was a skill meant for 5th-grade Beastmasters. During this period, Yuan also attempted to simultaneously command Ming and Shanpu in battle. However, perhaps due to his lack of experience in expanding the beast space, he could only manage to control both beasts for a minute at most. After that minute, his soul power would be exhausted, and the worst-case scenario would be losing consciousness. The progress of Ming and Shanpu in mastering their skills was also not particularly optimistic. Ming fared somewhat better, while Shanpu's learning was hindered by the negative talent of, perhaps useful, causing a slow acquisition rate. In these few days, Yuan also learned that the combination technique, Resonance Light Shadow Assault, relied on Ming's Phantom Assault and Shanpu's Electric Shadow as auxiliary skills. Both skills utilize soul power to create duplicates, diverting the enemy's attention, followed by Yuan's Soul Impact, delivering a fatal blow. It was likely due to this complexity that the learning difficulty was exceedingly high. In the span of 7 days, Ming could only conjure a single phantom with soul power, unable to achieve the level of deception. Meanwhile, Shanpu could not even produce a phantom. Do not be discouraged, we still have about 20 days left. Under the night sky, Yuan sat astride Shanpu, patting its head. Ming, looking up, let out a puff of green mist from its nostrils, raising an eyebrow at Shanpu as if mocking it. Roar! Shanpu, slightly irritated, issued a token growl, prompting Ming to look at Yuan with an innocent expression. Do not play the victim. If a fight breaks out, I won't come to your aid. Seeing Ming's expression, Yuan chuckled and scolded playfully. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Mu Shushin. Glancing at the caller ID, he paused, and upon answering, the vibrant voice of the girl resonated. Yuan, are you free tomorrow? What a question, what do you want? Tomorrow, take me to the Withering Valley. Chapter 43, Re-entering the Withering Valley. Why do you have such a peculiar obsession with the Withering Valley? The next day, an early rising Yuan was directly pulled by Mu Shushin onto the car, heading to Fenghen Town. Still groggy, he sat in the passenger seat, observing Mu Shushin's perfect profile with some confusion. Since her arrival in Linyun City, she had incessantly spoken of the Withering Valley. Because of my mother. Mu Shushin replied earnestly while driving. Your mother? What kind of reason is that? Yuan queried, somewhat astonished. Do you mean your mother wants you to go to the Withering Valley on her behalf? Stop talking nonsense. Mu Shushin shot him a glare. Old Tan and my mother met in the Withering Valley. Back then, Old Tan was just a newly contracted 9th-grade Beastmaster. A smile adorned her face, her eyes sparkling with joy yet tinged with a hint of regret. So, it was the place where her parents had formed their bond. Yuan suddenly understood why she was so insistent. However, Uncle Tan repeatedly cautioned me against taking you out of the urban area. Is it truly all right? Oh, we merely wished to find the spot where they took their photo back then. It won't take long. Mu Shushin remarked. Moreover, Old Tan left Linyun City early this morning and won't be back anytime soon. So what are you afraid of? Yuan shrugged. All right. I'll heed your words. This journey is also an opportunity to see if we can encounter new Imperial-level remains. He had officially stepped into the 6th rank and was now capable of contracting a 3rd beast. Based on current progress, the Xingfeng Shijue was the optimal choice. However, its remains were only 55 intact, which meant its bloodline level was approximately that of a Dominator. His psychological expectation was at 70. Even if it wasn't Imperial level, it would sit perfectly between legend and myth. Most remains of Imperial creatures were still buried deep underground, making them arduous to excavate, requiring a gradual approach. Upon arriving at Fenghen Town, guided by Yuan, they headed directly to the Hua family. Seeing Yuan again, he appeared scruffy and looked significantly older. What happened to you? Yuan was taken aback. Such a drastic change in just 2 months was quite alarming. However, he quickly recalled that all of Yuan's beasts had perished in the Beast King's secret realm, which might have dealt him a severe blow. After all, beasts were companions nurtured with immense effort and countless resources. Yuan waved his hand dismissively, seemingly reluctant to discuss the past. Let us not talk about that. What brings you both here? Oh, nothing much. We just want to leave the car here. We plan to venture into the Withering Valley. Yuan did not intentionally introduce Mu Shushin's identity, as Tan he had advised him not to. The Withering Valley? Yuan glanced at Mu Shushin and said, the terrain there is quite complicated. It's easy to get lost. Do you need me to guide you? Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this statement, questioning Yuan's current state. I'm fine, Yuan replied with a smile, waving his hand as a robust rhinoceros appeared in the courtyard. This unicorn rhinoceros is quite common in the mountains. I just tamed it recently. Yuan leapt onto the rhinoceros's back, which still bore several custom seats. This rhinoceros appeared identical to the first time they met. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, guide. Yuan chuckled, acknowledging that having someone familiar to guide them through the valley was indeed preferable. No problem. After resting for 2 months, I should return to my old profession, Yuan said, asking them to wait a moment while he returned to his room to prepare. After a little over 10 minutes, Yuan emerged, clean-shaven and ready, once again controlling the rhinoceros as they set off towards the valley. Along the way, Mu Shushin chattered incessantly, her excitement palpable, especially regarding the seats on the rhinoceros. Ahead, Yuan glanced at her and quietly remarked to Ji Yuan, "Is she your girlfriend? She talks quite a lot, just like Zhao Shan." "No, just a regular friend," Ji Yuan replied with a chuckle, acknowledging the similarity in their loquacity. As they engaged in light banter, Mu Shushin took out her phone, snapping selfies from various angles while on the rhinoceros's back. After a while, feeling unsatisfied, she insisted on pulling Ji Yuan into the frame. Reluctantly, Ji Yuan obliged and took a few photos with her. 10 minutes later, Mu Shushin finally quieted down, sifting through the photos on her phone. Upon seeing their joint picture, she burst into laughter. "Ha, you look pretty handsome normally, but in this photo, you look silly." Ji Yuan cast her a faint glance. "Hey, you're not upset, are you?" Noticing his demeanor, Mu Shushin quickly leaned closer, grinning. "Don't be mad. Actually, I was complimenting you." "Thank you. This is the first time I've heard silly used as a compliment." "Oh, come on, don't be so petty. When we get back tonight, I'll treat you to a feast." "Really? When have I ever lied?" "I, Mu Shushin. All right, I want the imperial meal." "Ji Yuan, an imperial meal costs 30,000. Are you trying to swindle me?" Thus, the two engaged in playful banter as Yuan guided the rhinoceros deeper into the mountains. During this time, whenever they exchanged quips, the loquacious Mu Shushin always found herself at a disadvantage against Ji Yuan. This occasion was no exception. She soon pouted, sulking into silence. Amused by her expression, Ji Yuan was about to say something when he noticed the surroundings gradually becoming enveloped in white mist. "Stay alert. We are entering the Withering Valley." Yuan's voice resonated. The temperature dropped suddenly as they initially walked along a broad dirt path. However, upon entering the Withering Valley, the surrounding trees suddenly intensified. The trees were overrun with green vegetation, and the air was thick with humidity and fragrance, the mist dense, contrasting sharply with the previous path they had traversed. Moreover, strange noises occasionally echoed through the fog. For a moment, Ji Yuan felt as though he had returned to the Beast King's secret realm, unwelcome memories flooding back. Mu Shushin pulled out her phone, presenting it to Yuan. "Guide, can you find this place?" The image on her phone displayed a photograph of two individuals. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, both wearing faint smiles. The background featured an extraordinarily thick tree trunk, dark in color, appearing as though 5 people holding hands might struggle to encircle it. "A millennia-old tree? You wish to visit this?" Yuan, truly a knowledgeable guide, instantly recognized the location. This ancient tree seemed to possess a unique magnetic field, causing the creatures within the Withering Valley to avoid it. It was indeed a splendid spot. As they ventured deeper, the mist thickened further. Yuan maneuvered the rhinoceros through the forest, yet they encountered no other souls. Logically, the Withering Valley should have been bustling with people. Ji Yuan voiced his curiosity, yet Yuan merely quickened the rhinoceros's pace, offering a vague excuse. This behavior struck Ji Yuan as odd, but owing to Tan He's trust in him, he didn't dwell on it. As the dense fog gradually thinned, the rhinoceros came to a halt before an expansive clearing. Aside from a towering tree, there were no other trees within several hundred meters. "This is the place," Yuan stated. Mu Shushin eagerly jumped down, sprinting towards the so-called millennia-old tree. Ji Yuan frowned slightly, following suit. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Just then, Yuan abruptly shouted, "I have brought the people. What happens next is none of my concern." Without another word, he rode the rhinoceros directly into the mist. Simultaneously, enormous dark figures began to emerge from the surroundings. Chapter 44. Attack from an Extinct Civilization. "Be careful." The sound of rushing wind suddenly erupted above. Ji Yuan's expression changed drastically as he rushed to pull Mu Shushin, who was about to approach the ancient tree, back just in time as they dodged. Bang! A thunderous crash resonated as an imposing figure appeared where Mu Shushin had just stood. "Who goes there?" Mu Shushin was startled, drenched in cold sweat from the sudden noise. The figure stood tall, over 4 meters high, its face sinister and male. How is it possible for anyone to be 4 meters tall? Ji Yuan's heart raced as he observed the figure, its body covered in black fur and boasting 4 protruding pectoral muscles. It resembled both a human and a monkey, a human-faced wild ape. In an instant, Mu Shushin recognized this creature. Around them, the mist swirled violently as dark figures rushed toward the two. Ji Yuan clenched his fists, azure flames surging forth as the youthful Qilin spirit materialized. Boom! The imposing aura of the imperial-level bloodline erupted, scattering the mist and revealing the creatures that had been frozen in place. Flamestorm. Ji Yuan's low growl echoed as the infernal flames surged from within him, spreading like a tempest. The terrifying temperature warped the air, yet the Rimyan Quanyuan approached without flinching, allowing the flames to scorch its body as it trudged toward the two with heavy steps. Futile, the Rimyan Quanyuan is a nemesis of fire. The voice of Mu Shuxin echoed, momentarily stunned by the emergence of Ming. Another fire attribute immunity? Is this some sort of rare attribute? Ji Yuan silently scoffed. Before he could summon his flashing spirit, a sharp voice rang out. Shigua, use swift wind strangulation. Whoosh. A fierce gale erupted from the ground, and Ji Yuan distinctly saw a serpentine shadow darting toward the neck of the Rimyan Quanyuan. A pale blue radiance flared as Mu Shuxin shouted, Strangle! Swoosh! Blood sprayed forth as the Rimyan Quanyuan's enormous head, the size of a car wheel, fell to the ground. However, this was not the end. Mu Shuxin extended her long fingers, drawing circles in the air. In Ji Yuan's view, the serpentine shadow followed her gestures, slicing through the Rimyan Quanyuan with the raging winds. The vitality of the Rimyan Quanyuan was incredibly strong. Even beheaded, it could survive for at least 10 minutes, necessitating a single, decisive kill. Mu Shuxin explained. In mere seconds, the 4-meter-tall Rimyan Quanyuan was sliced into fragments, crimson blood pooling on the ground, the nauseating stench assaulting their nostrils. Ji Yuan stared blankly at the side, while Mu Shuxin, with an impassive expression, clapped her hands. Such resolute slaughter was hard to reconcile with her usual vibrant demeanor. What are you staring at? In the wild, when danger arises, one must act decisively, leaving no room for hesitation. This is what my mother taught me, and I have etched it in my heart. Impressive, isn't it? Mu Shuxin observed his astonished expression, a hint of pride swelling within her. Don't celebrate too soon. Ji Yuan shook his head, his eyes grave and profoundly puzzled. What is that scoundrel Huiyun up to? From his earlier words, it was clear someone had been waiting here. The beast horde surrounding them was stymied by Ming's presence. The Qilin, a creature of azure and white, raised its head high, flames surging within its form. At that moment, 3 figures appeared directly ahead, clad in blood-red garments. Their faces adorned with white markings, they resembled the indigenous people of the Withering Valley. How could this be? Mu Shuxin murmured, her voice laced with trepidation. Which Ji Yuan picked up on. Do you recognize them? He quickly turned his head. I have seen such attire in ancient texts, but it makes no sense. Mu Shuxin's eyes brimmed with disbelief as she regarded Ji Yuan, questioning. Their attire is from a civilization that has long been extinguished. An extinct civilization? What an archaic term. Who are they here for? This is bad. Mu Shuxin whispered. I tried to contact Old Tan with a special communicator, but it seems the signal is blocked by some force and cannot be sent. Ahead, the previously stunned beasts regained their senses and charged once more. Ming stepped forward, dark flames transforming into several fireballs that crashed into the group of beasts. The terrifying heat incinerated them, their souls seared, and they emitted only a few cries before being reduced to ash. In its youth, Ming's dark flames had gained considerable potency. This astonishing effect caused Mu Shuxin's eyes to gleam. She understood Ji Yuan was also at the 6th rank and recognized that this beast's bloodline was divine. Yet to possess such might in the hands of a 6th rank Beastmaster was indeed extraordinary. After the beasts perished, the ground trembled violently, and colossal figures emerged. The Soul Spirit Scorpion. Ji Yuan furrowed his brow, gazing at the 3 unusually shaped figures in the distance. They possessed the ability to control wild creatures. Mu Shuxin's expression turned grave. Remember, when the fight starts, absolutely avoid close combat with them, and ensure to retract your beast when they attempt to control it. As the Soul Spirit Scorpions charged, Mu Shuxin summoned the wind attribute Serpentine Beast once more. This time, Ji Yuan saw clearly that it was a serpent with 2 pairs of delicate wings. Shigua, use Wind Spike. The uniquely shaped serpent soared into the air, and suddenly, a massive ethereal figure materialized. This figure spread its enormous wings, unleashing countless pale, blue-feathered spikes from above. However, these seemingly sharp feathers shattered upon colliding with the scorpion's exoskeleton, unable to penetrate its defenses. This scene reminded Ji Yuan of the time in the mine when Lu Hen's muscular kangaroo failed to inflict significant damage on the Soul Spirit Scorpion. Such a thick scorpion shell. Seeing her attack ineffective, Mu Shuxin waved her hand, causing the small serpent to vanish, and the air instantly boiled. Roar! From the void, a gigantic shadow engulfed in raging flames leaped out. Ji Yuan was astonished to discover it was a colossal stone statue. Apple crushed them. As Mu Shuxin's command fell, the towering, burning stone statue leaped high, its weighty form crashing into the scorpion horde, producing a deafening roar. Perhaps greater strength was indeed necessary. The giant statue swung its fists, obliterating the Soul Spirit Scorpions. In that moment, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. This was the battle prowess one would expect from a prestigious family. During this time, he had learned from Zhao Shan that Su Xin held a lowly status in the Su family, even considered an outsider. Though a member of the Su clan, she had never enjoyed any family resources or cultivation. Were it not for her grandfather being the current head of the Su family, she likely wouldn't have been able to remain within the family. Of course, these secrets Zhao Shan had gleaned from his father, Zhao Tianhou. Now, witnessing Mu Shuxin from one of the 5 great families displaying such strength, he couldn't help but reflect that being born into such an environment was not necessarily a stroke of luck. Unleash all your methods. Soon, Mu Shuxin's giant statue had dealt with the entire scorpion horde. She was exhilarated, resting her hands on her slender waist, boldly provoking the opponents. At that moment, Ji Yuan suddenly noticed a faint red gas beginning to swirl around the bodies of the 3 figures. The next instant, soul disturbance. In that instant, Ji Yuan and Mu Shuxin both froze in place. Their gazes vacant, expressions blank, as if their souls had been wrenched from their bodies. Their respective beasts dissipated, forcibly returned to their beast seals. Chapter 45, Soul Power Disturbance. Soul Disturbance. The moment those words resonated, Ji Yuan felt darkness engulf him. A strange whisper echoing in his ears. He struggled, yet it felt as though he were pinned down by an unseen force, unable to move. What sort of technique is this? The whispers persisted, growing more frantic within him. This was an experience he had never encountered. He attempted to call out to Ming and the flashing spirit in his heart, but felt as if the connection with the 2 beasts had been severed. His mind raced. And ultimately, he resolved to take a desperate gamble. Centering himself, the chaotic soul power within him suddenly calmed, beginning to retract at lightning speed toward his heart. Bang! This time, he did not suppress it. The surging soul power burst forth from his body, creating a terrifying tremor. In an instant, his consciousness regained clarity. The whispers dissipated. His vision cleared, and he was horrified to find those 3 bizarre figures had drawn uncomfortably close. Beside him, the similarly unconscious Mu Shuxin regained her senses due to his soul's tumult. She gasped for breath, her eyes filled with lingering fear as she looked at Ji Yuan, only to see his face pale. "I detonated my soul power, and I will enter a period of weakness. Can you hold on?" Ji Yuan's vision darkened, an overwhelming sense of weakness threatening to consume his consciousness. "Here, take this." Mu Shuxin promptly drew forth a bottle of pale blue liquid, the size of an oral solution, from her beast ring. "This is a soul power replenishing liquid. Their methods are peculiar, and I cannot face them alone." Having spoken, she summoned the burning giant once more, charging towards the 3 individuals. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "What on earth is this?" He quickly grasped the situation, uncapping the vessel and consuming its contents entirely. Instantly, a warm current surged within him, and his depleted soul power was astonishingly replenished. Incredible! With his strength restored, Ji Yuan summoned Ming once again, and the flames of the underworld surged forth alongside the burning giant, enveloping the peculiar trio. However, what transpired next was utterly astonishing. As the dual fists of the burning giant descended, capable of crushing even the soul power scorpion, the 3 individuals raised their hands in unison, striking back with equal force. A muffled sound erupted as the burning giant was actually forced back by their strike. The flames of the underworld arrived simultaneously, yet they inflicted no harm upon these individuals. "What is happening?" Ji Yuan turned to Mu Shuxin, the only one who could comprehend the situation. They had accurately assessed their ranks. They were simply incapable of inflicting any damage upon them. Their exterior was cloaked in an invisible layer of soul keratin, rendering ordinary Beastmaster attacks ineffective. With a serious expression, she looked at Ji Yuan and declared, "We must resonate our soul powers to breach this layer of keratin, yet we are only 6th grade. Resonance of soul power. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Ji Yuan roared internally, then commanded, "Ming, unleash Flamestorm. Do you not understand? Ordinary attacks will not suffice. Only 5th grade power will do." Mu Shuxin assumed he was being reckless, but the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. A tempest of cerulean flames surged forth, engulfing the trio, who initially appeared unconcerned. A cold smile crept onto Ji Yuan's lips as his soul power surged into the flames of the underworld. Boom! The flames expanded wildly, the resonance from his exceptional soul power greatly enhancing the soul-burning properties of the flames of the underworld. In an instant, the bizarre trio's expressions shifted for the first time. Visible cracks appeared on the surface of their skin. The flames of the underworld surged through the fissures, and in that moment, cries of agony echoed. "You can resonate." Mu Shuxin's eyes sparkled with joy and disbelief as she gazed at Ji Yuan. Whoosh! Yet before they could revel in this victory, a sudden rush of wind erupted behind them. A white object collided with Mu Shuxin, the immense force sending her tumbling towards Ji Yuan, and both fell to the ground. This unexpected turn of events disrupted Ming's concentration, causing the flames of the underworld to flicker dangerously. Continue, don't. Ji Yuan shouted desperately from the ground. But Ming too was sent hurtling away, and the flames of the underworld were extinguished. Mu Shuxin landed atop Ji Yuan, her delicate face contorted in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, indicating a serious injury. Just then, a glimmer of cold light flashed from above, and Ji Yuan's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he pressed his hands against Mu Shuxin's chest, pushing her away. Ah! She let out a shriek as a sensitive area was struck. Yet there was no time for further words as she helplessly watched a white figure descend from the sky. Whoosh! Ugh! The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh coincided with Ji Yuan's cry of anguish. Mu Shuxin's eyes widened, her lips parted. Ji Yuan. It became evident that the entity attacking them was a white mouse adorned with sharp horns. This creature was familiar to Ji Yuan, resembling the Yugosh found deep within the mines of Hongling City. At this moment, the white Yugosh's horn had pierced his left abdomen, the agonizing pain causing his brows to furrow deeply. Roar! Ming sensed Ji Yuan's injury and let out a furious roar, the flames of the underworld surging forth. The terrifying heat forced the Yugosh to withdraw, retracting its horn and escaping. Ji Yuan. Mu Shuxin hurriedly rushed forward, her eyes reddened as she lifted him. Just moments ago, she had been filled with embarrassment. But now she understood that Ji Yuan's actions had been to save her. The wound throbbed painfully, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Poison. Ji Yuan retrieved 2 antidote and hemostatic pills from his Beastmaster ring, swallowing them hastily, and with Mu Shuxin's support, he staggered to his feet. In the distance, the trio, previously engulfed in the flames of the underworld, gasped for air, clearly caught off guard by the ambush. Thus, only one possibility remained. Yuan. Ji Yuan's gaze settled on the man emerging from behind the ancient tree, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Your beast. Indeed. My beast never perished within the Beast King's secret realm. Yuan shrugged with resignation. Ji Yuan, you truly are a misfortunate soul. Generally speaking, Beastmasters below the 6th grade do not fall within our hunting purview. Yet, you consistently find yourself entangled with the members of the 5 great families. Sigh. Yuan shook his head. During the last expedition into the Beast King's secret realm, I had presumed you 3 to be doomed, yet you all miraculously survived, forcing me to bring you back. Unfortunately, this time, you will not be so fortunate. He turned his gaze to Mu Shuxin. You've been attempting to contact Tan He. Haven to you? Ha! The unique magnetic field in the Withering Valley renders any technology ineffective, so do not waste your energy. You young lords and ladies of the 5 great families will eventually be cultivated into high-grade Beastmasters, posing too great a threat. Thus, elimination is necessary. At that moment, Ji Yuan sharply glanced beside him. Ming was staggering, its head crashing to the ground. Ah, has the poison taken effect? Yuan chuckled ominously. This toxin is not lethal, but it can render any creature temporarily immobile. Simultaneously, Mu Shuxin's complexion grew increasingly pale, her strength seemingly sapped, collapsing onto the ground. I have lurked in this cursed place for over a decade, and today, I shall finally slay a young Beastmaster from the 5 great families myself. Ha ha ha. Yuan cackled, his gaze upon Mu Shuxin turning sinister. Your head will grant me the coveted prize I desire. Die. Chapter 46, Blood Battle. As Yuan prepared to command his beast to attack, Mu Shuxin summoned her last reserves of strength, and the burning giant leaped towards them. Yuan sneered, summoning the rhinoceros he had used as a mount. The rhinoceros charged forward, its horn meeting the fists of the giant head-on. Boom. The ground instantly caved in. Yet the rhinoceros remained steadfast, even pushing the burning giant back with a mighty thrust. I too possess antidotes, albeit their effects are gradual. Can you endure? Mu Shuxin's lips turned pale, cold sweat streaming down her forehead as she gazed at Ji Yuan, her heart heavy with despair. Allow me to answer that for you. Yuan strolled confidently, as if everything was within his grasp. He looked at Ji Yuan and sneered. He is only this one beast capable of changing attributes. If you pin your hopes on him, you are gravely mistaken, Mu family girl. During the Beast King's secret realm, Ji Yuan had deliberately feigned ignorance of Zhao Shan's words, which Yuan had taken seriously. On one hand, a thunder-type creature could not exist in the secret realm, as it contradicted the taboo crab. Therefore, he had ruled out the possibility of Ji Yuan contracting a new beast within the realm. On the other hand, he had received accurate information from Tan He that Ji Yuan possessed only one beast. Yuan prided himself on having operated without any flaws over the years. Otherwise, during the previous expedition to the Withering Valley, Tan He would not have entrusted Ji Yuan to him. Tan He would never deceive him. Do not struggle. Move, family girl. I shall be gentle. He laughed heartily, stepping closer. Ji Yuan lowered his gaze, realizing that his earlier pretenses in the secret realm had unwittingly sown the seeds for this moment. Let him come over. I command you to move only when I say so. Mu Shuxin struggled to rise, but suddenly heard Ji Yuan's whispered words. Her eyes flickered in this life and death moment. She hesitated to trust anyone. However, recalling how he had pushed her away moments ago, coupled with her current weakened state, she had no choice but to place her faith in him. At this moment, Ji Yuan exhaled deeply, seemingly resigned to his fate, as he retracted the Yusho beast seal. Hui Yun's smile was uncontainable. The silhouette of the rhinoceros vanished, replaced by a white YUGOSH perched upon his left shoulder. Once within an 8-step range, the YUGOSH could unleash a fatal strike. He pondered silently that the initial Rimian Quan Yuan was one of his 3 Yusho beasts. At that moment, he had not anticipated that the Rimian Quan Yuan would be eliminated in an instant. The rhinoceros's attack method was too blatant, and the YUGOSH required a very close distance to execute its lethal blow. Thus, he had taken the initiative to reveal himself. And although it seemed he was merely spouting nonsense, his true intention was to draw closer to the two, creating a condition for the YUGOSH to strike. Hui Yun's gaze swept over the injured Ji Yuan and the toxin-afflicted Mu Shuxin, and inexplicably, he felt a sense of dread towards Ji Yuan. This feeling could not arise without reason, and he resolved in his heart that Ji Yuan was his primary target for elimination. However, just as he was about to launch his attack, a towering inferno behind him suddenly raised its fists to strike down upon him. Hui Yun let out a cold snort, and the rhinoceros reappeared to block the giant's assault. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. What? Hui Yun whipped around only to see a shadow lunging at him. Lightning dance, accompanied by Ji Yuan's roar. Hui Yun felt as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding vehicle, his form propelled backward, the electric attributes within him reverberating violently. Simultaneously, the electric sparks from lightning dance surged towards the rhinoceros, sending the massive creature tumbling over, thrashing wildly. Ji Yuan did not hesitate. He swiftly turned around. Behind him, 3 oddly shaped figures were sprinting towards them, closing in rapidly. Ji Yuan extended his palm and bellowed. Shanpa, unleash Quan Bao. Roar. Shanpa bared its teeth and roared, electric energy gathering in its maw. In an instant, bang, 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 3 electric orbs shot forth, accurately striking their targets. Ah! Without the protection of the soul power barrier, their flesh and blood could not withstand such an onslaught and were obliterated in the terrifying explosion. As the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, 2 of the 3 figures were reduced to mere fragments, while the remaining one seemed to have just managed to reconstitute their soul power barrier at the moment the attack struck. A look of survival flickered across his face. Yet, before he could catch his breath, electric energy once again coalesced in Shan Po's mouth. This time, Ji Yuan infused a trace of soul power. Boom. The resounding blast that resonated through the forest left all nearby creatures momentarily dazed. After eliminating the last of the strange figures, Ji Yuan turned around. Hui Yun lay on the ground, fixated on the black giant wolf, roaring within. How is this possible? How could he truly possess a lightning-type Yusho beast? Mu Shuxin, slumped on the ground, gazed at the suddenly reversed situation, her eyes glimmering as she observed Ji Yuan's slender figure. She had not anticipated that this fellow had hidden his true strength so deeply. After so many days of interaction, even she had been unaware that he possessed a lightning-type Yusho beast. At this moment, the roles of attacker and defender had reversed. Ji Yuan stepped forward slowly, watching the rhinoceros struggle in vain. His spirit stirred. Bang, bang, bang. Several electric orbs shot forth, obliterating it into debris. Then, Shanpo appeared before Hui Yun, its gaping maw wide open, electric orbs gathering and aimed directly at his head. Should he dare to make any move, Shanpo would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow. Thus, 2 months prior in the Beast King's secret realm, was it all premeditated on your part? Ji Yuan looked down upon him. Yet Hui Yun suddenly revealed a sinister grin. Pop! In an instant, the thick trunk of a 1,000-year-old tree exploded, and a crimson spear shot forth, piercing towards Ji Yuan's heart. The sudden spear moved with such speed that there was no time to evade. In a critical moment, Ji Yuan instinctively shifted his body. Whoosh! The scarlet spear pierced through his left shoulder, leaving behind a bloody hole, before plunging straight into the ground and dissipating into light. A muffled groan escaped Ji Yuan's throat. Had he not endured the excruciating pain during the advancement of Ming, he might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. He pressed his palm against the wound, blood gushing down his arm, his complexion turning ashen. Ji Yuan. Once again, the tables had turned. A revitalized Mu Shuxin rushed forward, her expression shifting dramatically upon seeing his shoulder wound. I'm fine, prepare for battle. Ji Yuan shook his head, glancing back at the ancient tree. When a man stepped out, Ji Yuan's pupils constricted. Lin Mishu. This seemingly inconspicuous individual beside Tan He was the orchestrator of all that transpired today. Lin Huan, you actually managed to miss even with a sneak attack. Hui Yun cursed as he rose from the ground. Lin Mishu ignored him and slightly bowed to Ji Yuan, as he always did upon meeting, saying, I apologize. He then raised his hand and grasped the air. Whoosh! A crimson spear materialized out of thin air. Without further ado, he hurled it towards the two. To be precise, his target was Mu Shushin. Lin Mishu's actions were swift. From the spear's appearance to its launch, it was all but a fleeting moment. Chapter 47. Qilin on the left, Wolf Lord on the right. The toxin within Mu Shushin's body had not yet been completely eliminated, leaving her powerless to do anything but watch as the spear hurtled towards her. At a critical moment, Ji Yuan pushed her aside with his body, and just as the crimson spear was about to pierce his head, he shouted, Shanpa! Boom! The electric orb surged forth, colliding with the spear and causing an explosion that erupted with a deafening roar. Ji Yuan was thrown back by the shockwave of the explosion, rolling across the ground, while Shanpa rushed in, using its wolf head to brace against his body. Mu Shushin also dashed forward at this moment, summoning forth a vibrant aura with a wave of her hand. She called upon her third Yusho beast, which resembled a colorful butterfly. As the butterfly appeared, it immediately released green specks of light that flowed into Ji Yuan's shoulder wound. Instantly, Ji Yuan felt the excruciating pain in his left shoulder subside, and the wound visibly began to heal. Mu Shushin supported him to his feet, her eyes misty, lost in thought. Seeing yet another attack fail, Lin Mishu sighed softly. Tilting his head back, he remarked, In truth, I find this experience quite enjoyable. After saying this, he raised his hand and tore at his clothing. Rip! His formal attire was shredded, revealing a blood-red ensemble beneath. Immediately, strange white patterns began to emerge on his skin, resembling some ancient mark or rune, exceedingly bizarre. They were almost identical to those of the three people who had been killed earlier. What does this signify? Be careful, Ji Yuan. Somehow, at only the 6th rank, he can produce resonant effects. Your soul power barrier is useless against him. Behind, Hui Yun watched Lin Mishu transform, his eyes filled with longing. Then let us end this quickly, Lin Mishu murmured. Bang! In an instant, Lin Mishu's figure shot forth like a cannonball. A dull sound echoed as Mu Shushin summoned the burning giant to shield them both. Yet, Lin Mishu unleashed a single punch. Bang! With one blow, the burning giant disintegrated into a shower of debris, its entire form obliterated. Apple. This scene left Mu Shushin utterly stunned. She had never imagined that her apple would be destroyed with a single punch. Ji Yuan's pupils trembled. Lin Mishu hadn't even utilized any Yusho beasts. So what in the world was going on? Could it be that there exists a path to sainthood through sheer physical prowess? This is no joke. With no time to ponder further, he hurriedly grasped Mu Shushin's arm, whispering rapidly, Do you have any of that soul power replenishing liquid left? Mu Shushin was taken aback, then quickly replied, This kind of substance cannot be taken repeatedly within a short period. It will produce side effects. What side effects? The shortest would be a few seconds. The longest could be up to 10 minutes of unconsciousness. Give it to me, Ji Yuan commanded without hesitation. Mu Shushin observed the madness swirling in his eyes, realizing that hesitation was not an option at this moment. Gritting her silver teeth, she promptly retrieved the Yujia and handed it to him. Following this, Ji Yuan asserted, I will do my utmost to delay them, but only for 3 minutes. During this time, you must devise a way to contact Tan He. After 3 minutes, my soul power will be exhausted. If you still cannot reach Tan He, then we must flee. As long as we leave the depths of the Withering Valley and reach the outskirts, they should not pursue us any further. Reflecting on it now, he pondered why Hui Yun chose to strike only in the depths. It was undoubtedly due to Secretary Lin's peculiar power, which must remain hidden. Without waiting for Mu Shushin's response, he called upon the Shanshin to confront the oncoming Secretary Lin. Frenzied explosion. Ji Yuan spread his fingers, channeling his soul power into the lightning sphere held by Shanshin. With a thunderous clash, the sphere struck Secretary Lin, causing him to falter for a moment. A dark gray layer of soul power manifested upon his skin. Secretary Lin seemed to be a notch stronger than the previous trio. The resonance from the frenzied explosion did not inflict significant harm upon his hardened exterior. A 6th-tier Beastmaster could indeed achieve a 5th-tier resonance in soul power. Secretary Lin's cold gaze fixed on Ji Yuan, declaring, Your threat surpasses that of the fresh blood from the 5 great families. Today, the Mu family girl may leave, but you must perish. In that fleeting moment, Hui Yun, with devious intent, summoned the ghost horned rat for a surprise attack. His aim was not to kill, but merely to distract Ji Yuan. Just as the ghost horned rat approached, azure flames surged forth. The white rat was instantly engulfed by the infernal flame, emitting a wretched cry. Simultaneously, Secretary Lin's figure flickered into view, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Ji Yuan's face. Lightning dance. The massive form of Shanshan collided with Secretary Lin, deliberately avoiding the punch and sending Lin staggering backward. How could this be? You can command two beasts to fight simultaneously. Huiyun exclaimed, aghast. Secretary Lin narrowed his eyes, equally astonished. Meanwhile, Mu Shuxin stood stunned, finally comprehending Ji Yuan's unwavering confidence. Her gaze flickered. This young man's slender silhouette now appeared incredibly dependable. You have yet to uncover much. Ji Yuan laughed heartily. With a Qilin beast standing majestically on his left and a thunder wolf lurking menacingly on his right. Despite having only become a Beastmaster for a little over 2 months, his combat prowess was astonishing, leaving onlookers in awe of his rapid growth. Blazing inferno, lightning dance, frenzied explosion. His soul power was depleting rapidly, yet a vial of replenishing liquid remained, allowing him to unleash his full potential, directing both beasts in a relentless barrage of skills. During this onslaught, he did not forget to resonate his soul power with the infernal flame, inflicting burns while urging Shanshan to execute another frenzied explosion. Under the relentless bombardment, Secretary Lin seemed to possess no alternative means of defense, raising his arms to shield himself. His soul power layer was indeed formidable, but it was not until Ji Yuan's energy was utterly drained that a crack appeared. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Secretary Lin surged forward, finally ready to counterattack. The Yujia glimmered as Ji Yuan uncapped the vial of replenishing liquid, pouring the pale blue fluid into his mouth. Judgment of thunder. Just as Secretary Lin closed the distance, Shanshan let out a piercing howl. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared. Huiyun's complexion changed drastically as he stumbled backward. Realizing his beast had truly perished, he was now utterly defenseless. With a resounding crash, the thunder struck Secretary Lin, the tremendous force propelling him several meters away. Damn it! Secretary Lin clumsily rose, veins bulging on his forehead. For years, he had refrained from advancing his power, fearing that Tan He would discover his intentions. This hesitation had led to his current failure to subdue a mere 6th-tier Beastmaster. Of course, a significant factor was Ji Yuan's unreasonable strength. Had it not been for Ji Yuan's summons still revealing the Beastmaster seal, he would never have believed that a 6th-tier Beastmaster could fight with 5th-tier prowess. Today, it appeared that capturing Ji Yuan was an impossibility. Old Tan! Old Tan! Suddenly, Mu Shuxin's joyous shout rang out. She had successfully contacted Tan He. Chapter 48, Escape. In an instant, the crimson spear reappeared. He aimed to interrupt Mu Shuxin. Yet, he was too late to throw it, as the thunder from above descended with fury. Gritting his teeth, Secretary Lin abandoned his attack on Mu Shuxin and hurled the spear toward the oncoming thunder. Upon impact, the two forces exploded. At this moment, Ji Yuan noticed that the white patterns on his body had significantly faded as he concentrated on forming the crimson spear. The energy required for this endeavor was immense. Time is of the essence. Ji Yuan drew upon half of his soul power, fervently channeling it into the thunderous clouds above. Boom! In an instant, lightning poured down upon Secretary Lin like a torrential rain, resonating with each thunderous clap, causing his very soul to tremble. Secretary Lin endured the onslaught, but the resonance rendered him momentarily dazed with each strike, leaving him unable to act. He could only stand there, howling in frustration. Lin Huan, watch out! Huiyun's frantic scream pierced the air. Secretary Lin's heart raced as he quickly looked up, only to see Ji Yuan, brimming with murderous intent, charging towards him alongside the azure Qilin beast. Just as he prepared to retreat, thunder crashed down once more, inducing another moment of disorientation. Crack! At that moment, his soul power layer finally failed, shattering under the pressure. Desperation surged within Secretary Lin, a terrifying wave of vitality emanating from his body. Ji Yuan and Ming drew closer. Ming, use Phantom Assault. At present, his most potent offensive maneuver was the resonating Shadow Assault. Though Shanshan could not join, he aimed to deal a decisive blow to allow Mu Shuxin to escape. Ming's beastly eyes glimmered with azure light, and in an instant, a phantom resembling it materialized. The phantom charged ahead, with Ming close behind, as Ji Yuan gathered all of his soul power at his heart, waiting for the moment to unleash it. Secretary Lin, besieged by the relentless thunder, decided to take a reckless gamble. Upon seeing the approaching phantom, he acted without hesitation, unleashing a blinding burst of blood light from his chest. Swoosh! This blood light exuded an aura of terror, piercing through the phantom's head and narrowly grazing Ming's ear as it soared towards the misty heights of the valley. As the blood light tore through the thunderclouds formed by Shanshan, it shattered them completely. This terrifying attack seemed to drain him immensely, as after releasing the bloodlight, he appeared visibly older and weary. Ming halted, while Ji Yuan raised his right fist, descending upon Secretary Lin's face with tremendous force. The soul power, contracted to its utmost limit, poured forth without reservation through his fist. Bang! Without the protection of the soul power layer, this punch landed squarely on Secretary Lin's face. Blood and shattered teeth sprang forth as he was sent flying. At this juncture, Ji Yuan's soul power was entirely expended. He understood that this strike would not be fatal. Using his last ounce of strength, he climbed atop Ming's back, retracting Shanshan, and urged Ming to sprint towards Mu Shuxin. Just halfway through their escape, Ji Yuan lost consciousness. The expenditure had been too great, forcing Ming back into the Beastmaster seal. Ji Yuan collapsed to the ground, and Mu Shuxin hurried to support him, without a moment's hesitation, making a swift exit. Fortunately, Yuan, whose beasts had all been vanquished, dared not pursue. Instead, he turned to assist the fallen Secretary Lin. Secretary Lin's appearance had aged drastically, resembling that of an octogenarian. Especially after being struck by Ji Yuan and losing several teeth, he appeared even more disheveled. His mouth was slightly agape, seemingly attempting to utter something. Upon noticing this, Yuan hurriedly bent down to listen. In an instant, however, Secretary Lin's face contorted in rage as he abruptly embraced him. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the fog-laden valley. After a moment, Secretary Lin rose, exhaling deeply. He had reverted to his former self, and at his feet lay his skeletal remains. He spat contemptuously at the bones, then cast a cold gaze at the already vanished Ji Yuan and his companion. Ji Yuan, a 6th-rank Beastmaster whose combat prowess rivals that of a 5th rank. Should he be allowed to grow unchecked, he will undoubtedly obstruct our clan's grand ambitions. This body has been exposed and can no longer be concealed. The Beastmaster Alliance will soon react. I must inform my compatriots that we must act decisively before the Alliance discovers the truth. He chose not to pursue them, but instead ventured deeper into the Valley of Withering. Time passed unmeasured. His consciousness gradually emerged from the haze. A faint sobbing echoed in his ears. Ji Yuan attempted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Soon, he sank back into the abyss of darkness. When his awareness resurfaced once more, he first registered that his head rested upon a soft object. His body swayed gently, and he endeavored to open his eyes, his vision blurred, as if he were leaning against someone's leg. Ji Yuan? Ji Yuan? Mu Shuxin's voice rang out. Yet he could not respond, as the darkness enveloped him once again. During this protracted slumber, Ji Yuan found himself trapped in a recurring dream. He envisioned a group of individuals clad in blood-red garments, their faces adorned with white runes, whispering incessantly around him. As they murmured, it felt as though his soul was being drawn out of his body, left vulnerable for their consumption. At that moment, he discerned their faces. They were all Secretary Lin. Suddenly, Ji Yuan bolted upright, cold sweat streaming down his back, his heart racing uncontrollably. He was awake. Quickly notify Mayor Tan. Ji Yuan has awakened. A nurse, hearing the commotion, dashed from the room. It was then he realized he was lying in a hospital room. Outside, the night had deepened. With an 4 drip attached to his hand, he pressed his forehead, waves of excruciating pain coursing through his mind. Ji Yuan. Suddenly, a striking figure burst into the room. Before he could take in the sight, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. The fragrant scent of osmanthus wafted into his nostrils, alleviating his headache. Yet, instinctively, he broke free, questioning Mu Shuxin. What has happened to me? You were unconscious for 3 days. I was so worried. To his surprise, Mu Shuxin tightened her hold even more. Cough, cough. At that moment, a cough interrupted the reunion, causing Mu Shuxin to stiffen and swiftly pull away, turning to smile awkwardly. You're here too? Tan he cast a silent glance at his daughter before addressing Ji Yuan with a serious tone. The rules for the city competition have changed. Moreover, not just for the city competition, there will be significant changes to the national city rankings as well. Mu Shuxin stood nearby, her hands on her hips, expressing her displeasure. Old Tan, Ji Yuan has just awoken. Can't you let him rest? Tan he ignored her, and Ji Yuan furrowed his brow, speculating. Is it due to what we experienced? Yes, Tan he nodded. Following your incident, various cities have encountered assassination events to varying degrees over the past 3 days. Those despicable vermin have infiltrated far too deeply. Tan He's expression darkened, his eyes filled with cold indifference. Who are these people? Ji Yuan leaned against the hospital bed, his heart brimming with endless questions. Soon, Tan He revealed an unfamiliar term. The Kingdom of Cursed Souls. Chapter 49. The Remnants of the Kingdom of Cursed Souls. The Kingdom of Cursed Souls? Ji Yuan was perplexed. He had never heard of such a nation existing in the world. He voiced his confusion. Mu Shuxin crossed her arms and explained. In ancient times, there were three major nations: the Kingdom of Cursed Souls, the Era of Science, and our own Disya. Our Disya has historically prioritized beast mastery, evolving through a covenant of mutual growth and companionship with beasts. In contrast, the Era of Science is more focused on technological advancement, utilizing technology to arm themselves and their beasts. Since ancient times, Disya and the Era of Science have been inseparable allies, and even to this day, the relationship between the two nations remains tightly woven. Only the Kingdom of Cursed Souls is filled with lunatics. Mu Shushin clenched her fists, her expression one of indignation. The ideology of the Kingdom of Cursed Souls is to torture beasts and consume souls. They possess a uniquely brutal and bloody method of growth. The denizens of the Kingdom of Cursed Souls are bloodthirsty, warlike, and easily provoked. During the ancient era, they launched a campaign known as the Annihilation of Worlds. Their power derives from an eerie source, and with their soul energy and unique combat style, they initially overwhelmed both the Xia and the Era of Science. Ultimately, countless ancestors discovered the resonance of soul energy in battle, which allowed them to unravel its layers. The Kingdom of Cursed Souls met its end when the Xia and the Era of Science united to obliterate it. As the explanation concluded, Mu Shushin glanced at Tan He with a smile. How about it, old Tan? Did I miss anything? Not much. The mayor added, one more thing. During the ancient era when the Kingdom of Cursed Souls was destroyed, their core secret techniques were lost and never recovered. To prevent their resurgence, the Beastmaster Alliance established a rule that once a Beastmaster reaches the 5th rank, they must report to the Alliance. This serves two purposes: 1. To prepare for potential future conflicts, and 2. To prevent the remnants of the Kingdom of Cursed Souls from covertly undermining Disya's strength. These vermin are hidden deep and are exceedingly difficult to detect. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Tan He's eyes. He had never anticipated that Secretary Lin, who had accompanied him for so long, would be a remnant of the Kingdom of Cursed Souls. After hearing all this, Yuan finally understood. So, everything connects. During the venture to the Valley of Withering, he discovered that the so-called rich ecosystem within was not nearly as extraordinary as portrayed online. It seems this was all part of a conspiracy. Yuan was one of the puppeteers behind the scenes. He presented himself as a professional guide. If those who hired him were inconsequential, he would carry out his duties normally, biding his time. However, should he encounter certain reckless young masters or misses from affluent families, he would reveal his true colors, colluding with the individuals within the valley to consume them entirely. Once their objectives were achieved, they could vanish and relocate to continue their schemes. From this ambush, it was evident that Yuan had claimed Mu Shushin's life to exchange for coveted items. This indicated that the remnants of the Kingdom of Cursed Souls not only survived, but may have also formed a formidable faction. Furthermore, regarding the previous incident with the beast frenzy in the mine, Yuan later heard Zhao Shan mention that on that fateful day, not only Su Ziyin and Xiao Lingjue were present in the mine, but members of both the Zhang and Jiang families were as well. The sudden onset of the beast frenzy might also be related to these remnants. Moreover, considering the 3rd-rank beast master who perished in the beast frenzy years ago, could it have been a meticulously orchestrated trap? The undercurrents are stirring. What are you contemplating? Mu Shushin noticed Yuan's solemn expression and inquired. He shared his thoughts, which garnered the agreement of Tan He and his daughter. Regarding the possibility of the Valley of Withering being a hideout for the remnants of the Kingdom of Cursed Souls, I have already reported it to the Beastmaster Alliance. They will dispatch personnel for investigation. What you need to do now is to recover swiftly and be in the best condition to face the city competition. Tan He's expression was one of satisfaction. And this time, I have taken Mu Shushin's words to heart. You truly are full of surprises. Well done. You are quite the man. He reached out as if to pat Yuan on the shoulder. However, he remembered Yuan's injury on his left shoulder. Beside them, Mu Shushin cried out. Tan He's hand froze midair, unsure of where to place it. Rest for now. We will discuss the changes to the city competition rules tomorrow. For a brief moment, he stoically withdrew his hand into his pocket, leaving behind a final remark before turning to depart. Mu Shushin pulled over a chair, preparing to take a seat. Shushin, it's late. Do not disturb his rest. Tan He's voice echoed from the doorway, causing Mu Shushin to halt momentarily, a flush of embarrassment rising on her cheeks. Goodbye? She reluctantly tossed out, following him outside. As they walked away, a gentle smile lingered on Tan He's face. So, now you should know how to speak to your mother, right? I truly cannot fathom how you stumbled upon such good fortune. Mu Shushin cast him a sidelong glance. You managed to discover such a gem as Yuan in this small place. The reason for her visit to Lingyun City was intricately tied to a wager, one whose roots could be traced back a decade. In essence, this year's district competition necessitated that someone represent Tan He and secure a position within the top 10 amidst a gathering of prodigies. Only by achieving this could Tan He emerge victorious in the wager. Mu Xuxin's arrival was to assess this individual's capabilities in advance. Should he fail to meet her expectations, there would still be a chance for a remedy in the final month. Unexpectedly, Yuan not only surpassed her anticipations, but, in her eyes, seemed more than capable of breaking into the top 3. Dad, may I ask you something? Privately, Mu Xuxin preferred this form of address for Tan He. Speak on. Does Yuan have a girlfriend? What? Tan He raised an eyebrow. Oh, just a girlfriend. Mu Xuxin's straightforward nature prevented her from mincing words. Tan He quirked a brow. What? Have you taken a liking to him? At 22, 23, it's quite normal to explore romance. Initially, I thought it might just be a fleeting fancy, Mu Xuxin pouted. In the Mu family, no one ever played with me. The young masters from other families always wore disdainful expressions and found me bothersome. Yet during my time in Lingyun City, Yuan has been by my side daily. He is unlike the rest, you know? He possesses an innate ability to make one feel at ease, maintaining boundaries without overstepping. While that alone may not encapsulate everything, what truly moved me was that day in the Withering Valley. Mu Xuxin lifted her chin slightly, the moonlight cascading over her flawless visage. I witnessed his unwavering composure in the face of danger. When I was in despair, he stepped forth, turning the tide of our predicament. And ultimately, he valiantly fought against the remnants of the cursed Soul Nation, and so forth. Mu Xuxin's eyes sparkled with celestial brilliance as she gazed at Tan He. Do you understand what I mean? Comparatively, the things he does daily are. Momentarily at a loss for words, Tan He smiled gently. All of those are indeed commendable attributes. Yes, that is precisely it. Mu Xuxin clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, You truly understand me, Dad. So, returning to the initial topic, does he have a girlfriend or someone he fancies? Let me think. Tan He feigned contemplation before responding. It seems he might. And she is from the Su family. What? Is that true? Just kidding. Old Tan. Chapter 50, The Meeting. That night, Yuan found himself once again ensnared in the bizarre dream of his soul being devoured. Upon awakening, dawn had already begun to break. He retrieved his phone, only to discover a barrage of messages and calls from Zhao Shan. Among them, an unanswered call was from Su Ziyin. As he furrowed his brows, he recalled mentioning his whereabouts in a group chat when they journeyed to the Withering Valley. Su Ziyin had also sent numerous messages. Upon reviewing, he realized they had arranged to meet in Lingyun City. The timestamp indicated it was sent the previous night, just as he prepared to reach out to them. The hospital door swung open. Old Zhao Shan, bundled up like a dumpling and sporting sunglasses, rushed towards him, seemingly intent on launching himself into a hug. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, a delicate hand grasped his collar. Zhao Shan, keep your voice down. This is a hospital. Su Ziyin followed behind, clad in a cream-colored down jacket. Her refined face partially concealed by a blue scarf, revealing only her clear, bright eyes. With the arrival of winter, the temperature had dropped significantly. Yuan leaned against the hospital bed, observing the two, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Who could have anticipated that their reunion a month later would occur in a hospital? The pair approached the bedside, with Zhao Shan inspecting him from every angle. So, how are you? Are you all right? Su Ziyin inquired with concern. Yuan shook his head. How did you find me here? Hey, my dad knows Mayor Tan. I noticed you hadn't been in touch for several days, so I had him inquire. I heard you got ambushed again. Zhao Shan gazed at him with a hint of admiration. Was it that Zhang Jilin again? No, it was Huiyun, Yuan replied softly. Upon hearing this name, both were momentarily taken aback. After recounting his recent ordeal, a sense of survival washed over them. Who would have imagined that what began as an ordinary outing would harbor such peril? Wow, Zhao Shan's eyelids twitched. It seems I really need to heed my father's advice and hire bodyguards when going out. Su Ziyin, too, expressed her relief. Thank goodness we didn't enter the Withering Valley back then. Based on our capabilities at that time, we would surely have perished. Yuan nodded silently. Recognizing the truth in Su Ziyin's words, had they encountered the ambush deep within the Withering Valley, they would have had no chance of resistance. By the way, the district competition is just over 10 days away. Are you both prepared? Yuan shifted his gaze to the two. Let us not discuss that, Zhao Shan grimaced. The ice crystal evolution still isn't complete. I'm nearly at my wit's end. How can it take so long? Yuan pondered, if memory served. His Xueqiao ice ape had begun its evolution after returning from the Beast King's secret realm. It had been nearly 2 months, and it was still unfinished? I don't know. My dad just told me to keep waiting, Zhao Shan shrugged. They both turned to Su Ziyin simultaneously. Oh, I don't need to participate in the district competition. I can directly choose a college after it concludes, Su Ziyin replied, narrowing her eyes. What? The 5 great families can get exemptions? Yuan was astonished, though upon reflection, it made sense. It was said that the top 10 in the district had numerous guaranteed spots, especially the 5 illustrious beast-controlling families. Yes, this is actually a rule established by the beast-controlling alliance, considering the younger generation from the 5 families possess significantly higher prowess. As she spoke, Su Xin edged closer to the bed. It was then Yuan noticed she was carrying a pink bag and was rummaging through it. Suddenly, she paused. And to his surprise, she produced a scarf and handed it to Yuan. This is, Yuan accepted it. Discovering its style and color matched the one she was currently wearing. This is a gift for you, Su Xin stated, pulling out another identical scarf to present to Zhao Shan. To commemorate our friendship, she declared with a smile. How thoughtful, Miss Su, Zhao Shan exclaimed, accepting it with delight. Then turned to Su Xin with a hint of emotion in his eyes. No girl has ever given me a gift before. You wouldn't. Get lost. Su Xi's disdainful voice emerged from beneath the scarf, freezing Zhao Shan's expression. Old G. See, I told you she has changed. She even scolds. You're talking nonsense. Just as Su Xin prepared to strike him, the hospital door swung open once more. Yuan, are you hungry? I'll take you out for something delicious. A vibrant and lively figure bounced into the room. Mu Shuxin, upon spotting Su Xin, halted in her tracks. Then her gaze shifted to Zhao Shan, who stood nearby, holding a scarf. At the same moment, Zhao Shan looked at her, and their eyes met. In the next second, they exclaimed in unison, what the heck? Mu Shuxin. Zhao Xiaomei. What are you doing here? Both wore expressions of astonishment and suspicion. Do you know each other? On the hospital bed, Yuan was taken aback. Zhao Shan moved to the other side of the bed, leaning over the headboard, and said in frustration, Old G, how could she be here? How do you know her? Shuxin is Uncle Tan's daughter. I came to Jialing Valley with her this time. She is Tan He's daughter? Why didn't my old man tell me? Zhao Shan muttered quietly. Zhao Xiaomei. Yuan has just recovered and is still weak. Don't get so close to him. Mu Shuxin shouted, hands on her hips. Am I that weak? Yuan said, slightly helpless. Exactly. And can you please stop calling me that name? It sounds terrible. Zhao Xiaomei chimed in from the side. TCH. Turning her head, Mu Shuxin then focused on the last person in the room. At the same time, she noticed that the other person's gaze was also on her. The first thing Mu Shuxin noticed was the blue scarf worn by Su Xin. She subtly glanced at the matching one on Yuan's hand. Although Zhao Shan had one too, she sensed something was amiss. Could it be that there is indeed a rival? This was a woman's unique intuition. Hello, Mu Shuxin. Su Xin, ever so slightly more lively, smiled as she extended her hand. Su Xin. The previously silent girl seemed to revert to her old self. Her tone cool and somewhat distant. The two girls exchanged a brief handshake before letting go. After Mu Shuxin smiled, she turned and walked to Yuan's bedside. Su Xin stood there dazed, her gaze fixed on Mu Shuxin, her heart in disarray. How lively it is here. Tan He arrived a few minutes late. Upon seeing the mayor, Zhao Shan and Su Xin politely greeted him. My apologies, little ones, but Yuan and I have matters to discuss. Please excuse yourselves. Tan He wore a warm smile. All right, Uncle Tan. Zhao Shan immediately got up to leave, with Su Xin following behind, glancing back at Yuan, or rather, at Mu Shuxin, who showed no signs of moving away from the bed. You should go too. Mu Shuxin, who had just prepared to sit down, was also ushered out by Tan He. Thus, the room was left with only Tan He. This time, the competition rules have undergone a complete upheaval, causing quite a bit of trouble. Finding a place to sit, the mayor got straight to the point. Chapter 51. Tan He's past, the true reason. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Tan He began. Due to the recent exposure of the cursed remnants, the Alliance has recognized the flaws in the city rankings. They plan to merge the 120 cities and reconfigure them. After the reconfiguration, the Beastmaster Alliance, the 3 academies, and the 5 great families will each manage 1 city. The remaining cities will all be merged into new regions, which will be classified as gold, silver, or bronze. For now, that is sufficient information regarding the changes in the cities. Now to the crux of the matter. In the past, as a representative from a city ranked outside the top 90, you needed to win at least 15 battles to challenge for a position in the top 10. According to previous rules, the top 10 consisted of 1 representative from each of the top 10 cities, directly determined. However, with this rule change, each of the 120 cities can only have 1 representative competing together. There will be a total of 7 rounds, each of which is crucial. In the first round, 120 individuals will draw lots to battle. The winners will advance, and the losers will be eliminated. This means that at least half of the participants will be eliminated in each round. In the second round, the 60 advancing participants will draw lots to battle. In the third round, the 30 advancing participants will draw lots to battle. In the fourth round, with 15 advancing participants, one of the draw winners will get a bye and advance to the next round. In the fifth round, 7 will advance, and after the bye winner joins, the quarterfinals will commence. In the sixth round, the The 4 advancing participants will draw lots again, with the winners entering the finals. Tandy took a deep breath at this point. Do you remember our initial agreement? Of course, to break into the top 10, you get the egg. And I gain fame, Yuan replied with a smile. You rascal. Tandy chuckled. Now it was time to no longer keep secrets from you. In truth, the legendary Beastmaster egg holds no allure for me. You know, even though you couldn't contract a beast back then, do you recall why I still kept you in the academy for 2 years? Tanhe's eyes shimmered with nostalgia. Yuan shook his head. In reality, despite enduring countless jeers during his 2 years in the academy, he was always grateful to Tanhe for not casting him aside. I am also an orphan. Tanhe spoke solemnly. When I met my ex-wife Yuan, I was merely a lowly 9th-tier Beastmaster. At that time, my first contracted beast was a common yellow dog with the lowest bloodline. Although I came from humble beginnings, my soul power aptitude reached the upper level, marking me as a promising talent. The subsequent events became somewhat cliché. Tanhe smiled faintly. Despite his words, his eyes were filled with warmth. Yuan brought me back to the Mu family. Because of my high aptitude and decent talent, with the support of the Mu family, I elevated from 9th tier to 4th tier in 5 years. Becoming a 4th tier Beastmaster granted me the qualifications to marry Yuan. At this point, a flicker of coldness passed through Tanhe's gaze. After marrying, according to Mu family tradition, both spouses could receive a legendary bloodline Beastmaster egg. To advance to 3rd tier, a Beastmaster must possess at least 1 legendary beast. Yuan narrowed his eyes. There is such a restriction? Afterward, I spent a year reaching 3rd tier, becoming the youngest 3rd tier Beastmaster of my generation. Although Tanhe recounted this calmly, Yuan could still sense the vigor of his past self. In 6 years, rising from an unnamed rookie to the youngest 3rd tier Beastmaster may sound lengthy, but it is indeed the mark of an extraordinary talent. Hey, ever since I reached 3rd tier, rumors began circulating that the Mu family was about to change hands, to adopt the Tan surname. Even though I never harbored any ulterior motives, the Mu family ultimately chose to sever ties with Yuan out of fear. After all, at that time, I was only 3rd tier, still manageable. They feared that if I reached 2nd tier, I might truly usurp their precious family. Tanhe lifted his gaze to meet Yuan's, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Do you know what is permanently unremovable between people? Prejudice. For Yuan's sake, I complied with the Mu family's every command. At that time, among the 3rd tier Beastmasters of both my generation and the older generation, none were my match. Utilizing my advantages, the Mu family seized countless resources in competition. I won every critical battle for the Mu family, ultimately securing their entry into the Beastmaster Alliance. After doing all this, when they sought to expel me, do you know what they said? An orphan from a small place who climbed high to the Mu family only to occupy their nest. Tanhe smiled faintly, but the smile held only disappointment and mockery. They claimed that without the Mu family's nurturing, without the legendary beasts at marriage, I would forever remain a backgroundless, inconspicuous Beastmaster. They even said that someone like me, if not climbing the ranks of noble families, would forever remain stuck at 4th tier. At that moment, I realized that no matter how well I performed, in the eyes of these people, I would always be seen as someone with ulterior motives, coveting the family's resources. Thus, I chose to destroy my contract, return the legendary beasts, and refund every penny they had spent on me over the past 6 years. By the year I severed ties with the Mu family, Shushin had just turned 12. In order to humiliate me and secure future guarantees, the Mu family used the freedom of both mother and daughter as a wager to establish a bet with me. As he spoke, Tanhe clenched his fists tightly, as if transported back to that day. The city competition is one of the most significant events for the Beastmaster Alliance. Contestants must be under the age of 25. The Mu family has staked their future on the outcomes of this competition, with a wager set for 10 years and 3 city competitions. If I can cultivate a Beastmaster who can break into the top 10 during this period, the Mu family will lift the house arrest imposed on Yuan and her daughter, granting them their freedom. Next month marks the final opportunity. This is the true reason I need you to break into the top 10. After laying everything bare, Tanhe reined in all emotions and quietly observed him. Yuan fell silent. He had not anticipated that Tanhe harbored such a past, nor that Mu Shushin's situation was so dire. The surface glamour of house arrest truly concealed countless wounds beneath. The forced separation from her parents and her childhood confinement must have been a heavy burden for her to still possess such a vivacious spirit. What about Mu Shushin now? If she is under house arrest, how can she still venture out? Humph. Tanhe scoffed, dismissing any notion that these family members were fools. This wager is, to them, an open strategy. Whether I win or lose, it will be advantageous for the Mu family. Mu Shushin is deliberately released, serving as an unwitting tool for their probing. This child has always struggled to keep secrets, and once she returns, she will certainly be interrogated by the Mu family. They will then respond based on her words. Rest assured, no information about you will escape to the Mu family. Chapter 52. The Gift. The only information I have allowed to slip is that you possess a fire-type beast. The outside world knows nothing else. Tan-He appeared shrewd, and as for Zhang Jilin, I let him go through your hands in preparation for the city competition. As for what will transpire, allow me to keep you in suspense. You will understand after you pass the 4th round of the competition. I will heed your arrangements. Yuan smiled, recognizing Tan-He's openness as a tacit assurance of his benign intentions. In truth, he believed Tan-He need not go to such lengths. Sincerity is something that can be mutually perceived. From the day his soul power awakened, when Tan-He personally brought him back to the academy, Yuan had been touched by his genuineness. Everything was unspoken. Tan-He waved his hand, and the room's temperature suddenly plummeted. What is this? Yuan was taken aback as he saw a beast egg, surrounded by shards of ice, appear in Tan-He's hand. I perhaps should not have done this. But after some consideration, I chose to reveal it. He lifted the ice-type beast egg, a legendary grade egg, of which I only know it is ice-type. The specific species remains unknown. You have already advanced to the 6th rank. Surely you have not yet contracted a 3rd beast? Tan-He gazed at him, knowing not the origins of Yuan's beasts, yet he vowed not to pry into his secrets, just as he had promised before. This beast egg is the best assistance I can currently offer. Should you decline, I possess another item. A legendary grade beast egg. Yuan examined it closely for a moment. It was indeed his first encounter with such a high-level beast egg. After a moment, he shook his head. Thank you, Uncle Tan, but for now, my beasts are sufficient. His refusal was resolute, as if the invaluable item before him held no allure whatsoever. I almost forgot to ask, since you returned the Mu family's legendary grade beast, what is your current rank? 4th rank. Tan-He shook his head, indicating not to concern himself with him. If you have no use for this beast egg, I will dispose of it. He put away the beast egg and, as if performing magic, tossed Yuan a crimson item. Yuan hurriedly caught it with both hands. And Tan-He said, this is the skill core of a fire-type beast. Take it. The fire-type skill core. He looked down at the item in his hands. Its surface shimmering with a crimson glow, occasionally shifting to reveal a golden hue. This is the highest level skill core. He raised his head, only to see Tan-He had already stood up and was heading towards the door. The last 15 days. Prepare well. Everything lies in your hands. With that, he did not linger. Yuan tightly grasped the skill core in his hands, just as he had promised. Tan-He truly provided him with all the resources he needed. The endorsement fee from Lingyun City, the breakthrough to the next rank, the life-saving Resonance Shadow Surge in the Withering Valley, and now, the fire-type beast skill core he desperately required. Each of his aids was perfectly timed. The top 10 is merely a starting point. If we are to strive, let us strive for the best and seize the championship. The champion of the city competition is always captured by the leading cities. He aims to make history. At that moment, a nurse entered, announcing, Mr. G, all your indicators are normal. Mayor Tan has already completed your discharge procedures. You may leave at any time. Half an hour later, Yuan, Zhao Shan, Su Xin, and Mu Shuxin arrived at a modest restaurant famed for its delectable cuisine. On the day Mu Shuxin landed, Yuan had brought her here, and since then, she had fallen in love with the place. The restaurant was bustling, and once the 4 of them were seated, they attracted many curious glances. Su Xin removed her scarf, revealing a flawless oval face, her eyelids slightly lowered, exuding an air of an ice queen. Mu Shuxin's wine-red long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, her delicate cheeks adorned with a light smile, brimming with vitality. These 2 distinct yet exceptionally stunning beauties were the center of attention. You, hello? A timid voice piped up. The 4 looked up to see a bespectacled girl carefully regarding Yuan, asking, May I take a picture with you? Wow, Zhao Shan exclaimed in shock. Staring at Yuan, the latter rubbed his forehead. As the city representative, generating buzz was an essential step. Under Tan-He's orchestration and the efforts of various endorsers, Yuan had become a veritable superstar in the city, more popular than any entertainment celebrity, a rising star in the realm of beasts. In fact, during the days spent accompanying Mu Shuxin around, he had already been pursued for photographs and autographs multiple times. I'm sorry, little sister, but we are currently dining. At that moment, Mu Shuxin abruptly stood, crossing her arms in front of her, shaking her head. In those days, she had been the one to fend off wave after wave of fans seeking photos. The little girl bowed her head and left, and Zhao Shan looked at her retreating figure, turning to say with a teasing smile, Old G, aren't you hurting the fans' feelings? If I were you, I would have done more than just take a picture. I would have given a hug. Unexpectedly, at the table, not only Yuan, but both ladies echoed in unison, Get lost. Receiving a simultaneous rebuke from 3 people, Zhao Shan's smile vanished instantly, and he indignantly declared, I want to return to Hongling City. His expression caused Ji Yuan to chuckle softly. All right. I am curious, how do you know Shuxin? I often accompany my mother to the Mu family, so we became familiar over time. Zhao Shan replied candidly. My mother and your mother are close friends, besties. Mu Shuxin added. You frequently visit the Mu family? What is your mother's surname? Ji Yuan inquired with interest. Zhao Shan pouted. My mother is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Goodness, it seems I am the only ordinary one at this table. However, according to the rules of the 5 great families, shouldn't Zhao Shan be surnamed Jiang? Ji Yuan quickly recalled the scene of Zhao Tianhou descending from the sky on a griffin during their time in the mine. His rank was undoubtedly not low, at least 3rd rank. Perhaps Zhao Tianhou's strength was sufficient to break certain conventions. Before long, the dishes arrived, and the 4 began to eat. Throughout the meal, Su Ziyin remained notably quiet, mostly keeping her head down without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Zhao Shan and Mu Shuxin, true to their likeness, engaged in a continuous exchange, each taking turns to speak, covering a myriad of topics. What strikes one as most peculiar is Mu Shuxin, who, despite her loquacity, manages to devote her attention to serving Ji Yuan with a fervent assortment of delicacies. Ji Yuan, this is delectable. Ji Yuan, and this too is delightful. Wow, you must try this. It is simply marvelous. Before he could even lift his chopsticks, his bowl was already overflowing. Come on, Lao Gisnt disabled. Is this really necessary? Even Zhao Shan, seated across from them, could not help but interject with a teasing remark. Ji Yuan, somewhat at a loss for words, wondered if this woman was playing a game of stacking high. Oh, my apologies. Mu Shuxin finally realized her actions, rapidly blinking her eyes and focusing intently on her food. It was a tense moment, sharing a table with a romantic rival. As she scolded herself internally, Su Ziyin, seated beside her, quietly held her bowl, glancing at Ji Yuan and then at Mu Shuxin before also burying her head into her meal. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, leaving Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan perplexed. After a brief pause, Zhao Shan remarked, by the way, Lao Ji, I forgot to tell you that I also won to be participating in the district competition. After the meal, Zhao Shan, Su Ziyin, and Mu Shuxin bid farewell to Ji Yuan. Their flights were all in the afternoon, staggered just enough for the 3 of them to accompany each other to the airport. On the journey back, Ji Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the privileges afforded to the young masters and mistresses of the 5 prominent families. Not only were they guaranteed admission to the 3 major academies, but they were also exempt from participating in competitions. Ji Yuan did not return to the academy dormitory. Instead, Tan He had arranged for him a spacious apartment in the city center, fully furnished and ready for occupancy. Upon returning to the apartment and reclining on the living room sofa, he summoned Ming and Shan Pe. How have you 2 been progressing with your studies? Although he had been unconscious for 3 days, Ming and Shan Pe had still been able to engage in basic activities within the Beastmaster seal, including learning skills. As his words faded, Ming shook its body, and soon after, another version of itself appeared beside him. Observing this, Ji Yuan sprang to his feet, scrutinizing the apparition conjured from Ming's soul energy. Its essence and power were indistinguishable from the real one. This caliber of illusion was nothing short of a perfect clone technique. At that moment, Ming began to move, stepping forward, and the illusion followed suit, making it nearly impossible to discern between the 2. However, the illusion dissipated shortly thereafter. Ming's energy waned significantly, indicating that the skill's consumption was rather substantial. The upper limit of a beast's soul energy was closely tied to that of the Beastmaster, and as a 6th-tier master, Ji Yuan was inevitably hindering the 2 beasts. Ji Yuan sighed, glancing at Shan Pe. The latter shook its large wolf head, and a semi-transparent illusion materialized. Ultimately, Shan Pe was being held back by its negative talent. No worries, take your time. In the last 10 days, let us strive to master Resonance Shadow Assault. He affectionately ruffled Shan Pe's large head. It was also time for him to advance to the next step regarding his own soul shock. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the skill core that Tan He had given him that morning. Ming, this is a fire-type skill. I want you to study it. Simultaneously, he infused his soul energy into the skill core. Crimson Flame Execution. Required conditions. Fire attribute beast. Beast bloodline must be at least advanced. Description: manipulates fire attributes to generate fiery chains to bind the target. Then condenses a massive flame sword to execute the enemy. Learning steps. Step 1. Attempt to manipulate fire attributes to generate fiery chains. Step 2. Attempt to use the fiery chains to bind the practice target. Step 3. This rare golden skill information materialized in his mind. As it was a skill belonging to the Beastmaster, Ji Yuan could read the description but could not see the learning method. Fortunately, Ming's newly unlocked talent, no worries, allowed it to learn fire attribute skills with ease. He anticipated that it would not take long for Ming to master this skill. Just as he was considering this, Ming opened its beastly eyes. The ethereal green pupils glimmered with determination, looking at Yuan as if eager to begin. Tomorrow, we shall venture to the valley to try it out. The following morning, deep within the serene forest far from the city's clamor, a dark wind rushed swiftly through the trees. Close behind, a swirling azure flame pursued it closely. Soon, they halted before a vast, dark cavern. Roar! An imposing howl echoed from within the cave. As heavy footsteps approached, a massive black bear emerged, its four limbs firmly planted on the ground. Is this the same creature that ambushed us last time, and then transformed into a black whirlwind to escape? Yuan, mounted on Shan Pe, scrutinized the ferocious beast. Just days prior, while on their way to the Withering Valley with Mu Shushin, they encountered this peculiar black bear. It had attempted to disguise itself as a boulder, aiming to ambush Yuan when they were unsuspecting. Fortunately, Ming and Shan Pe had reacted swiftly, but before they could deal with it, the bear had transformed into a black whirlwind and vanished. Now, returning to the site armed with Shan Pe's keen sense of smell, they had tracked this creature to its territory, determined to prevent its escape. Ming, go! As soon as he uttered the command, the black bear charged at Yuan and Shan Pe with a deafening roar. Shan Pe shifted its position, creating a 5-meter gap. At the same time, the azure flames surged, and under Yuan's watchful gaze, the spectral flames transformed into several chains that ensnared the black bear. In an instant, the intense heat seared the bear, causing it to howl in agony as its massive form collapsed to the ground. Quick! It's trying to flee. Yuan, with keen eyes, noticed the black bear's body beginning to blur, a precursor to its transformation into a whirlwind. With Ming raising its beastly head, a radiant blue light shone forth. Countless chains erupted from the ground, binding it securely. Soon after, ethereal flames began to envelop Ming's body. A sharp, resonant sound rang out, reminiscent of a blade being drawn from its sheath. Yuan lifted his gaze slightly to see a broad blade, forged from ethereal flames, descending ominously upon the black bear. Boom! In an instant, a wave of scorching heat surged outward. The blinding azure light forced Yuan and Shan Pe to squint their eyes. The light flickered away, along with the searing waves, vanishing without a trace. As they looked back at the black bear, the chains that had ensnared it were now gone. A ghastly wound marred the massive bear's head. The black bear lay lifeless. Truly, the prowess of a golden tier skill was unparalleled. The ground surrounding the bear bore cracks of varying severity, as if even the earth could not withstand the force of that strike. Yuan felt a great sense of satisfaction. Now, both beasts, excluding their resonance technique, possessed 3 skills each, a remarkable achievement. He had also grasped the second step of soul shock, and within 2 days, he would master it completely. Taking a deep breath, he patted Shan Pe's body, and the 2 beasts transformed into beams of light, darting through the forest. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained until the district competition. Participants from across the nation had already made their way to the city hosting the event, acclimatizing themselves to the environment. Throughout Linyun City, banners were raised, all encouraging Yuan, urging him to represent Linyun City and achieve remarkable results. At this moment, within the municipal building, an elderly, distinguished mayor with graying hair sat in a chair, gazing at the handsome young man before him, a smile gracing his features. Yuan nodded in response. Of course, when do we depart? The venue for the district competition was in a city named Immerse, a considerable distance from Linyun City, by plane. It would likely take 2 days. Now, having said that, He stood up, gesturing for him to follow. Yuan accompanied him to the top floor of the municipal building, where a helipad awaited, though no helicopter was in sight. When an ethereal and melodious cry resonated through the heavens, a magnificent and grand golden eagle materialized from thin air. This was your flight. He leaped onto the back of the golden eagle. My goodness, this was indeed somewhat unexpected for Yuan. As he mounted the eagle's back, it immediately unfurled its wings, and before Yuan could acclimatize, a powerful flap sent them soaring. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the golden eagle had darted to the horizon. Such incredible speed. The youth's astonished exclamations echoed softly. This eagle was astonishingly impressive. Chapter 54, Before the Commencement. Immerse City. Initially, Yuan had envisioned this place to be a bustling metropolis, filled with towering skyscrapers akin to Hongling City. However, as he stood atop the golden eagle, gazing down upon the city, he was astounded to discover that, although Immerse City sprawled over a vast expanse, no structure exceeded 3 stories in height. The only edifice that pierced the clouds was a square tower standing in the heart of the city. During winter, the sky remained perpetually overcast. As Yuan and He approached the skies above Immerse City aboard the Golden Eagle, Silhouettes of flying beast tamers emerged from the surrounding clouds. Each beast bore 2 to several individuals, suggesting not all were competitors. Tianhe skillfully navigated the Golden Eagle, flying straight towards the summit of the square tower without pause. From a distance, the building appeared slender and elongated, but as they drew nearer, Yuan's pupils constricted in realization. This square tower likely occupied a footprint far larger than that of a football field. This was the Sifang Tower of the Beast Tamer Alliance. Tianhe's voice reached Yuan's ears. Aside from Imohen City, 3 other cities housed identical Sifang towers. He gestured towards the distance, indicating that even now, they could see them. Upon hearing this, Yuan scanned his surroundings, despite the foggy heights. He could indeed discern the dark silhouettes in 3 distant directions. Before Yuan could fully absorb the revelation, the Golden Eagle had already reached the apex of the Sifang Tower. The summit was flat, adorned with numerous uniform insignias that read, Beast Docking Area. It resembled a designated parking space, and Tianhe maneuvered the Golden Eagle to land in one of the docking spots. Shortly, a neatly attired staff member rushed over, their sharp gaze sweeping over Yuan and Tianhe. Please present your identification. Ordinary contestants are not permitted to land here. As soon as the words left their lips, Tianhe produced a white card. Upon inspecting it, the staff member promptly stepped aside respectfully, exclaiming, Mr. Tan, welcome. Thank you. Tianhe retracted the Golden Eagle and led Yuan toward the elevator. They descended to the first floor, and as the doors opened, a cacophony of noise rushed into their ears. The brightly lit, exquisitely decorated lobby was teeming with people, the din overwhelming. Upon exiting the elevator, Yuan spotted the words, Competition Registration Area, from afar. Fortunately, although the crowd was large, most of the 120 competitors had already completed their registration. Yuan finished his registration in 10 minutes, merely providing his name, representing city, and Beast Tamer rank, among other details. Let us proceed to the accommodations. You will need to stay here for at least 7 days. Having participated in many previous events, Tianhe was well acquainted with all the processes and guided Yuan outside. Upon leaving the Sifang Tower and walking through a district where the average building height did not exceed 3 stories, Yuan was astonished to find no restrictions on beast taming. Unusual and diverse beasts accompanied their masters, with some individuals even riding their beasts while shopping. Imohen City was a specially designated area for the district competition, where one could procure superior beast supplements and skill cores. The contestants' accommodations were systematically arranged on the outskirts of the district. 120 contestants, 122-story villas each with a private courtyard. Along the way, Yuan observed numerous novel beasts and merchandise, items not found in Linyun City or even Hongling City. Upon reaching the contestant rest area, Yuan's eyes widened. Indeed, as Tianhe had described, it was a well-organized villa community. There were personnel stationed at the entrance, and entry required presenting a contestant identification badge, which was issued upon completing the registration process. The identification badge indicated one's specific residence, and the door was equipped with facial recognition technology that had been pre-recorded. This is your stop. I have some old friends to meet. Call me if you need anything. After providing his instructions, Tianhe unfurled his golden wings and vanished into the sky, leaving the astonished crowd behind. Yuan retrieved his identification badge, which bore the number 92. Following the path, he noted that the villa's exteriors and yard sizes were uniform, with the only variation being the door numbers. Many had already checked in. As he arrived at his designated villa, number 92, he noticed a robust man with a broad back and bushy eyebrows standing in the courtyard of Villa 93. The man smiled warmly upon noticing Yuan. Hello. I am Zhong Xian, from Damang City. Linyun City, Yuan. He replied with a nod before entering his own courtyard. The 2-story villa was approximately 90 square meters, complemented by a 20-square-meter yard, ample space for a single occupant. The front door, as Tianhe had mentioned, was equipped with a facial recognition device at the peephole. With a click, Yuan approached, and the sound of the lock turning echoed as the door swung open and then closed automatically behind him. Welcome, contestant Yuan. Please proceed to the basement. I will explain the competition rules during your stay. The interior was comfortably furnished, simply yet neatly arranged, seemingly equipped with some form of intelligent assistant. Upon entering, Yuan discovered the entrance to the basement at the stairway leading to the 2nd floor. As the lights illuminated, he descended the stairs and raised an eyebrow. There, he found a circular device the size of a manhole cover, with flowing blue light. This is the teleportation device provided by Yuan. When the district competition begins, please follow the instructions to utilize this device to reach the competition venue. Fighting is prohibited within Imohen City, and contestants are not allowed to visit one another in the rest area. Your residence is for your occupancy alone. Food and clothing have been adequately prepared. There are 62 hours remaining until the first round commences. Please be patient, the intelligent assistant explained. Yuan was taken aback. Truly, the scale and environment exceeded his expectations. He retrieved his phone, and due to Mu Shushin's acquaintance with Zhao Shan, the four of them re-established a group chat. After informing them of his arrival, Zhao Shan immediately responded, "Old G, give it your all. I will personally be there to cheer you on during the competition. Just wait for me to shout your name from the audience." Then, Mu Shushin added, "I won't go to the venue. I'll watch the live stream at home and come to cheer for you once you advance to the fourth round." After a brief silence of about 4 minutes, Su Ziyin sent a message, "I will also be there to cheer you on." Zhao Shan replied, "Miss Su, let's meet at the venue. I have prepared a spectacular banner for Old G." "All right," Su Ziyin responded. Mu Shushin chimed in, "Wait, I want to go to the venue too." Zhao Shan sent a puzzled emoji. "Aren't you going to watch the live stream?" The conversation in the group stalled with Zhao Shan's last remark. Yuan gazed at the word spectacular banner and felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 55. The district competition, round 1, commences. In a flash, 62 hours had swiftly passed. With 3 minutes remaining until the start, contestants were instructed to proceed to the basement and step onto the teleportation device. The first day of the district competition, round 1, commenced promptly at 10 o'clock in the morning. With an elegant visage and neatly cropped black hair, Yuan stepped into the basement at the behest of the intelligent assistant. He donned a black shirt embroidered with 2 blue clouds at the collar and cuffs. The pure black attire accentuated his handsome features, exuding an aura of sharpness as if a blade were poised to be unsheathed. After exhaling deeply, Yuan stepped onto the teleportation device. A peculiar hum resonated, akin to an electric current coursing through his body, sending a tingling sensation across his skin. As darkness enveloped him, a soft golden light illuminated the surroundings, revealing Yuan in a room of approximately 10 square meters. Though modest in size, the room was adorned with exquisite wallpaper and covered with luxurious carpeting. Even the small chandelier overhead was embedded with dazzling diamonds. However, beyond these embellishments, there were no other furnishings. In the southeastern corner stood a brown wooden door, at which point a circular golden handle turned, and a man wearing a headset entered. "Linyan City, Yuan?" he inquired. "Yes, follow me." The man turned and walked away, with Yuan hastily trailing behind. Upon exiting the room, Yuan navigated through a straight black corridor alongside him. He observed that this corridor connected only to the room he had just vacated. Upon reaching a corner, the man halted and gestured for Yuan to step forward. "Next, let us welcome the city competition, round 1, match 5 competitors." A deep yet passionate male voice echoed from ahead. Yuan rounded the corner, revealing an ascending staircase that culminated in a black curtain. As he drew back the curtain, blinding lights flooded his vision, compelling him to instinctively squint and shield his eyes. Once acclimated, he lowered his hand slowly. Before him lay a sea of spectators in the audience, and he stood upon a grand stage. The edge of the stage was enveloped in a thin shimmering barrier, capable of absorbing any residual shockwaves from the battles, thus protecting the audience. A swift glance revealed that the competition venue was exceedingly vast, astonishingly featuring 4 stages simultaneously. This indicated that in the first round of the city competition, at least 8 fighters would contend at once. Soon, Yuan spotted a large, elongated banner in the northern spectator section. It read, "Tremble, competitors, for you are about to face Linyan City's first rising star, Linyan City's first brawny man, Linyan City's first Beastmaster, Yuan." The banner, suspended by 2 long tubes with bases, spanned across 10 vacant seats, presenting a unique spectacle in the audience. The banner's owner had not only purchased over 10 consecutive seats, but also waved custom flags beneath it with fervor. Zhao Shan, holding high a flag inscribed with brawny man Yuan, excitedly shouted in the stands, his enthusiasm drawing the attention of many. Fortunately, he had the decency to situate himself in the last row, ensuring his banner did not obstruct anyone's view, while allowing him to wave with abandon. "Who is this fool? I recall Linyan City is ranked 92nd, right? What is this Yuan? Has he gone mad? Whether he can even survive the first round is still uncertain, and yet here he is, boasting loudly. A measly city ranked outside the top 90 dare to act so arrogantly? I'm curious to see how he performs." The audience murmured amongst themselves, their skepticism evident. Meanwhile, on stage, Yuan's eyelids twitched and his lips curled in frustration, wishing he could silence Zhao Shan at that moment. At this juncture, a man clad in gray casual wear emerged from the opposite side of the stage. Yuan's station was the last of the 4, and as his opponent took the stage, the arena's lights abruptly dimmed. "Ladies and gentlemen, all competitors for match 5 have ascended the stage, and now I will introduce them one by one. First, from the red team on stage 1, a 6th-tier Beastmaster from Jinting City, Guan Peng. As the host's voice fell, a soft red light illuminated the left side of the stage, revealing a slightly plump man. Next, from the blue team on stage 1, a 6th-tier Beastmaster from Luching City, Surue. A pale blue light bathed the right side of the stage, where a cold-faced woman stood. Guan Peng represented Jinting City, ranked 42nd nationally, while Surue hailed from Luching City, ranked 30th. The disparity between the two competitor cities was not substantial. Who would ultimately claim victory on stage 1 remained to be seen. With the host's introduction, the audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers. When the focus shifted to the 4th stage, Zhao Shan sprang to life, leaping up and wildly waving his flag. Let us turn our attention to the two competitors on stage 4. Please direct your gaze to the red team, from Linyun City, a 6th-tier Beastmaster, Yuan. The on-site director, considerate as ever, refrained from showing Yuan when his name was announced, instead panning to the tin-seat banner proclaiming Brawny Man. As expected, the crowd erupted in boos, leaving Yuan covering his face in utter exasperation. Wow, this competitor's fans are truly enthusiastic. Now, let us focus on his opponent. From the blue team, a 6th-tier Beastmaster from Mulinheng City, Chenhui. Notably, Linyun City held the 92nd rank nationally, while Mulinheng City was slightly ahead at 90. This was the closest ranking matchup of the event. The host shouted with fervor, "Now, with the introductions of all 8 competitors across 4 stages complete, we are ready to commence match 5 of the competition. Before proceeding, I must announce the rules. All competitors must adhere strictly. First, no lethal force is permitted against the Beastmasters. Second, the competition lasts for 3 minutes. If no victor emerges by the end, both competitors will be disqualified. Simultaneous disqualification? Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The countdown began. 3 seconds. The match was officially commencing. 3, 2, 1, fight. The atmosphere within the arena ignited instantly, as bizarre and fantastical beasts manifested on stage, charging towards their respective foes. Opposite Yuan, a man named Chun Hui bore the mark of a Beastmaster on his face, followed by the emergence of a colossal snake, its scales shimmering in a myriad of colors. The Yin Hua Qiaoxi. Yuan recognized this creature, a mid-tier bloodline adept at releasing hallucinogenic mist to ensnare its prey before devouring it. His right hand clenched slightly. Suddenly, a surge of azure flames erupted forth. Simultaneously, the Yin Hua Qiaoxi unleashed a stream of pink mist towards Yuan. With only 3 minutes on the clock, everyone understood the necessity for swift resolution. Every move must be decisive. Unexpectedly, the azure flames enveloping Yuan evaporated the pink mist entirely. Ming, release, red flame execution. We shall end this battle with one blow. The unexpected result was indeed astonishing and led to a storm of online backlash. The mighty brawny man Yuan? Is this his physique? I expected a muscular titan. In the stands, some viewers, harboring resentment towards Zhao Shan, shifted their focus to the battle on stage 4. Hey, Yuan is fortunate. His opponent's city ranking is only 2 places higher, making this disparity easier to overcome. Wait a minute, this fellow from Mulinheng City has the Yin Hua Qiaoxi? Am I seeing this correctly? What a pathetic beast. Damn, I wanted to see this brawny man get eliminated in the first round, but Chun Hui is far too weak. The Yin Hua Qiaoxi? Such a beast isn't worthy of the stage. Hey, look, the fellow from Linyun City has summoned his beast. I can't wait to see what creature he brings forth. It won't be some wild boar or buffalo, will it? What is this azure thing? Mist? Or wait, what? The air around Yuan is distorting. Is that azure thing fire? It's happening. It's happening. My goodness, am I seeing this correctly? Yuan's beast is actually a Qilin beast? On stage 4, the heat surged with palpable intensity. In the seething embrace of the spectral flames, Ming slowly materialized. The venue's lights illuminated its pristine scales, reflecting an elegant and noble hue. With its head held high, Ming was surrounded by swirling, ethereal blue flames. The imposing figure of the Yin Hua Qiaoxi came to a halt, its mid-level bloodline trembling in the presence of Ming's formidable aura. Behind, Chun Hui's pupils flickered, fixated on Ming, a look of incredulity dawning in his eyes. He sensed through the beast tamer's mark that the soul of his Yin Hua Qiaoxi was quaking, wholly disinclined to engage in battle. What manner of being is this, to possess such a level of beast mastery? After all, in a city ranking low on the list, he had not recognized the auspicious Qilin before him. My highest bloodline beast barely scraped the high-level tier. In the next moment, Chun Hui bowed his head and raised his hand, proclaiming, Mulinheng City, Chun Hui concedes. The words echoed throughout the arena, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Even Yuan, taken aback, hastily instructed Ming to retract the skill it was about to unleash, gazing at Chun Hui in astonishment. What? The Beastmasters had not even clashed, and the contestant from the blue side of the fourth arena had already conceded? I declare that the fifth battle concludes first in the fourth arena. The victor is Yuan from Linyun City. The announcer, equally bewildered, found all eyes upon him. As some in the audience caught sight of the auspicious beast beside Yuan, gasps of astonishment arose. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions. A tumultuous wave of chatter rising high. Yuan furrowed his brow, watching as Chunhui calmly stowed away his yin hua xiaoxi and stepped toward him. Approaching, Chunhui scrutinized Ming for a moment before addressing Yuan. Your beast possesses a bloodline at the sovereign level, does it not? Yuan opened his mouth, but ultimately nodded in silence. Well then, it's for the best. Since defeat was inevitable, it is wiser to concede than to allow my beast to sustain injuries. Chunhui shrugged nonchalantly, elucidating his rationale. Isn't the city tournament of little consequence? This fellow conceded rather decisively, leaving him somewhat bewildered. To his surprise, Chunhui smiled and spread his hands, saying, "Let us not kid ourselves, brother. We hail from bottom-tier cities. How could we possibly contend with those prodigies at the top? Haven't you heard? This is the final city tournament. The districts are about to merge, and we, the lesser-ranked cities, will soon find ourselves in more advantageous positions. Before the tournament, our mayor explicitly told me that rankings are insignificant, and when it's time to concede, one should concede." Raising an eyebrow, he adopted an air of indifference. Yuan held his forehead, grappling with the reality that unfolded so differently from his expectations. Where was the fervent battle he had yearned for? In the audience, discontented voices erupted, decrying the match as a farce. Who concedes without a fight? The protective mechanisms at the arena's edge ensured that the atmosphere and energy within did not permeate outward. Though the Qilin was indeed rare and noble, it hardly justified a contestant's retreat without a struggle. What manner of opponent is this, and what is he up to? In the northern section of the audience, Zhao Shan too felt perplexed, questioning if this were some sort of stage performance. Yet upon reflection, he dismissed the notion, recognizing the gravity of the city tournament. Who would dare to orchestrate a performance in such a setting? The victor and vanquished of the fourth arena could depart, while the other arenas were ablaze with fierce combat. Yuan, amidst the chorus of jeers, exited helplessly. Brother, though a sovereign-level Qilin is rare, let us not forget we are merely representatives of a marginal city. I understand your thoughts, yet alas, I shan't elaborate further. Take care. Before departing, Chunhui spoke gravely, perhaps offering a piece of advice. He parted the curtain leading to the backstage, where staff awaited. Upon returning to his modest room, he closed the door, and a wave of disorientation washed over him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the basement of his residence. With no time to ponder, his phone vibrated incessantly. Opening it revealed a group chat with the four of them. Zhao Shan, what the heck? What is Chunhui doing? Why concede outright? The internet is ablaze with criticism of old G. He shared a post titled, "The Most Absurd Match." Linyun City accused of bribing opponents and drawing lots for favorable matchups. Could they secure victory? The match had just concluded, yet the post already garnered thousands of replies. Yuan clicked to view it, finding his expectations confirmed. The comments were overwhelmingly critical. Yet amidst the vitriol, a consistent refrain rang out, low-tier city. Every respondent harbored a palpable malice toward Linyun City, ranked outside the top 90. Or perhaps, this was merely a manifestation of habitual prejudice. Gazing at the vitriol within the post, a nameless fury ignited within Yuan. No wonder Tan he once remarked on the severe biases of city rankings. Such unbalanced resource allocation fosters an environment where those at the pinnacle develop profound prejudices against representatives of lesser cities struggling to break free from the mire. Even Chunhui, mired in the depths, displayed this absurd bias. Could it be that we, the representatives of smaller cities, are truly destined to serve merely as placeholders in grand tournaments? Relegated to floundering like Chunhui? Yuan clenched his fists, at that moment comprehending the weight of Tan He's words. The most insurmountable barrier between individuals is prejudice. Once such emotions arise, all will view you through tinted lenses. Your every action will be misconstrued and magnified. In my opinion, do not rush. Linyun City can only bribe representatives from similarly ranked cities. In the next round, Yuan will surely reveal his true form. It's typical, in every city tournament. Some low-tier cities attempt underhanded tactics. Yuan will not survive the second round. The two most upvoted comments were pinned, with countless individuals expressing agreement. Chapter 57, the second round, 92 versus 15. The following day, the first round of the city tournament concluded, with 60 out of 120 participants eliminated. The eliminated were consistent with widespread predictions. Most were representatives from mid to high-ranked cities, decisively defeating those from lower-ranked cities. Naturally, there were a few matches where the disparity was negligible. However, upon tallying the results, only 5 representatives from cities ranked below 60 advanced to the second round. Among them, Yuan City held the lowest rank among the 60 who progressed. At this very moment, in a room adorned with antiquated style and retro furnishings, several figures lounged casually. An elderly figure in the corner tapped his cane with a chuckle, with such events unfolding right from the start of this tournament. I trust you all understand why I advocate for the merging of city districts. Perhaps there is indeed a possibility of bribery at play. After all, the rank difference between Yuan and Chun Hui is merely 2 positions. It is unreasonable for Chun Hui to concede outright. Moreover, it is said that prior to the tournament, the mayor of Linyun City engaged with several lower-ranked districts. Beside him, a man reclining with an air of disdain interjected. Mu family representative, do not jest. Have you forgotten that the personnel responsible for the draw in this city tournament are from your Mu family? Suddenly, a luminous screen flickered to life on the room's wall, displaying an image of a striking Qilin, elegantly adorned in shades of azure and white. The Qilin, with a bloodline at least of legendary caliber, compelling an adversary with a Yin Hua Qiao Shi to concede without a fight. How curious is that? At this juncture, a graceful woman with cascading hair rose languidly. Moreover, as the Mu family representative, we are all aware of who the mayor of Linyun City is. When your Mu family had dealings with Tan He, the alliance chose not to intervene. Do not now seek to add insult to injury. Jiang Wanqiu, do not slander. Since Tan He severed ties with my Mu family, he has been trapped at the 4th tier, unable to break through. Such a person is hardly worthy of our scrutiny. I am merely stating facts. In the corner, an elderly man, gripping a cane, gently tapped the ground, his identity seemingly of great significance, causing the representative of the Mu family to fall silent. Representative of the Mu family, this is an internal matter of the alliance. Please mind your manner of address. With the atmosphere now tranquil, the elder continued, there is no need to deliberately clarify public opinion. As long as Yuan encounters a formidable opponent in the second round. Regardless of the outcome, once the second round concludes, the rumors will naturally dissipate. His gaze fixed on the auspicious Qilin beast displayed on the luminous screen, it shimmered faintly. Zhao Xiaomei. The reason Yuan is being criticized is entirely due to your wretched banner. You are utterly unreliable. Within the group chat, Mu Shuxin had been relentlessly berating Zhao Shan after the competition, inundating the chat with over 100 messages, leaving Zhao Shan unable to retort. Finally, after a brief respite, Zhao Shan cautiously sent a crying emoji, stating, I copied the format of that wretched banner from the internet. I never anticipated it would lead to such severe consequences. Old G, I am truly sorry. Seated in the living room, Yuan wore a smile, shaking his head as he typed, it's all right. It's not the banner's fault. Such overwhelming criticism was something he had endured excessively during his 2 years at the Changfeng Yusho Academy. He was almost desensitized to it now. Do not indulge him. Mu Shuxin promptly initiated another round of verbal assault, and instantly, dozens of messages flooded the group chat again. The competition is about to commence. Contestants, please proceed to the teleportation device to head to the venue, announced the intelligent assistant. Yuan rose, his chiseled features adopting a serious expression. He hoped that this second match would present him with a worthy adversary, allowing him to shatter all external doubts. As before, the teleportation device connected to a lavish little chamber. Upon lifting the curtain and stepping onto the stage once more, his opponent was already awaiting him. As soon as he appeared, a cacophony of boos erupted throughout the venue. This time, he stood on the first stage. Welcome back, esteemed audience. We are about to commence the second round of the district competition, the first match. Following the fierce battles of yesterday, a total of 60 contestants advanced to the second round. Today, 30 will be eliminated. Let us remain vigilant. Now, let us introduce the contestants for the first match. First on stage, the red team, representing Linyun City, Yuan. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, all chanting in unison, match fixing, match fixing, match fixing. A tidal wave of jeers resonated throughout the arena. Today, Zhao Shan remained stationed in the northern section of the audience, still holding a banner, albeit this time with a much more acceptable message. Yuan must win. At this moment, amidst the crowd's ridicule, Zhao Shan stood on his chair, straining his neck to shout, Yuan is amazing. Yuan must win. Those around him responded with thumbs down, hissing disapprovingly. On the first stage, soft red lights illuminated Yuan's face as he closed his eyes, listening to the collective jeers without a flicker of emotion. The host remained silent, allowing the audience to vent their frustrations. After a moment, he finally spoke to regain control of the situation. It was apparent that the red team's victory yesterday had left the audience somewhat unconvinced, and as the host, I completely understand this sentiment. However, I must clarify that in the district competition, there is no possibility of match fixing, bribery, or predetermined outcomes. Now, let us shift our focus to the blue team contestant. From Fengchuan City, Haozhen, let us examine the rankings of the cities represented by these two contestants. Linyun City ranks 92nd, while Fengchuan City ranks 15th. Wow. This time, the disparity between the districts is quite remarkable. Notably, contestant Haozhen eliminated his opponent in just 30 seconds during the previous round. How will the outcome of the first stage unfold? Let us eagerly await. As the host introduced other stages, Yuan opened his eyes, gazing at this round's opponent, a man clad in a blue trench coat, his expression icy. His gaze swept over Yuan, contempt evident in his eyes. To him, battling representatives from lower-ranked districts was merely a waste of time. All right, the introductions are complete, and the first battle is about to commence, the host declared. And as the battle bell rang, the atmosphere ignited once more. Chaos erupted across the other stages, while on the first stage, Haozhen approached with measured steps, arms crossed. Suddenly, a dark beast taming emblem manifested in his arm. Beside him, a swirling mass of black flames emerged, expanding until it transformed into a massive bear engulfed in black fire. Haozhen has not summoned the beast from the first round. He has called forth his Hellfire Bear. Kill him, Haozhen. Tear apart this match-fixing King's Qilin beast. The spectators shouted enthusiastically. Haozhen maintained a nonchalant demeanor, issuing commands in his mind. Heavenly Soul, unleash, Hell's Boil, and finish this. The enormous bear let out a deep roar, its black flames surging forth. Chapter 58. I concede. The Azure Beast Taming emblem materialized, and the entity known as Ling appeared. It took 2 steps forward, staring unwaveringly at the ominous black flames that rushed towards it. As it could not harm the beast tamer, the black flames engulfed Ling in an instant. Not far away, Haozhen exhaled a breath of disdain. His Hellfire Bear possessed an apex-level bloodline, and its unique black flames could incinerate anything. This Qilin beast was destined to perish. A Qilin beast, a rare creature. How did this lowly district representative acquire it? He mused, glancing at Yuan, only to find the latter's expression unchanged, not even a brow furrowing. Feigning depth, Haozhen thought, maintaining his indifferent faade. Yet inwardly he scoffed, anticipating the moment when the Qilin beast would be reduced to ashes. Suddenly, amidst the eerie black flames, wisps of azure ghostly fire ascended. Whoosh! In the next instant, a silent yet terrifying ripple erupted, causing the black flames to dissipate and revealing a perfectly intact Qilin beast. What is happening? Haozhen's brow furrowed. Heavenly Soul, utilize intimidating roar. The black bear, with its claws planted firmly on the ground, unleashed a tremendous roar towards Ling. The overwhelming pressure of its apex bloodline merged with the sound waves, attempting to instill fear in the azure and white Qilin. Even beasts of the same level would falter under such a roar. After all, my Heavenly Soul bloodline is nearly legendary. Haozhen smirked internally, thinking that once the Qilin beast was intimidated, he would command the Heavenly Soul to execute heart-piercing claw. But the very next moment, he found himself at a loss. The Qilin beast did not respond as he had anticipated. Instead, Yuan merely parted his lips, seemingly uttering 2 words. In an instant, boom. Suddenly, a pressure far more terrifying than that of an apex bloodline erupted violently from within the Qilin beast. In a mere moment, Haozhen witnessed his Heavenly Soul tense up, its sturdy limbs trembling uncontrollably. Legendary. This beast possesses a legendary bloodline. Haozhen's mind roared, yet his expression remained utterly unfazed. He refused to allow himself to lose control of his emotions against an opponent from a lower-ranked district. At that moment, as the black bear was subdued, countless azure chains appeared out of thin air on the stage. These chains wrapped around the black bear, the searing flames consuming its flesh and spirit, eliciting agonized howls from the creature. Heavenly Soul, damn it, why can't I recall it? For the first time, Haozhen's expression shifted, and he glanced at Yuan, who was also staring back at him. The look in Yuan's eyes was calm, devoid of any turbulence. A sense of foreboding surged within Haozhen's heart. The black bear was firmly bound by chains, its massive body thrashing on the ground in a futile struggle. Crimson execution. As Yuan's calm voice resonated, a luminous azure glimmer surged in Ming's eyes. Suddenly, a colossal sword of blazing flames, exuding an aura of terrifying heat, materialized in midair. Yuan raised his hand slightly and brought it down towards the struggling black bear. The fiery sword descended directly upon the bear's head. A thunderous impact reverberated through the arena, causing Haozhen's expression to change dramatically. He hastily glanced at his arm, only to see the Beastmasters mark belonging to the black bear gradually fading. No. Veins bulged on Haozhen's forehead. This was his meticulously nurtured beast. If it were to perish in this second round, he would undoubtedly go mad. Unfortunately, Yuan was not one to show mercy. His previous attack had been merciless, clearly intended to kill, and thus, he would not hold back either. As the scorching flames dissipated, only a gaping hole remained in the black bear's head, a swift, lethal strike. Those observing the battle were left speechless, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Even Hao Zhen was bewildered. Just moments ago, his Hei Han had held the upper hand, consuming the Qilin spirit beast with black flames. Yet now, the fading Beastmaster's mark and the dimming pupils of Hei Han served as harsh reminders of reality. Yuan, the beast he had poured countless efforts into, had perished before him, shattering Hao Zhen's composure as he let out a furious roar. This sound echoed throughout the venue, momentarily silencing the fervent audience in the other arenas. Onlookers turned, astonished and bewildered. A match between the 15th-ranked district and the 92nd should have been a foregone conclusion. What happened? Hao Zhen's veins pulsed as he struggled to accept this outcome. Vengeance was his only thought. He would kill this Qilin spirit beast to avenge his Hei Han. With a sharp cry, a creature of crystalline ice, resembling a mantis with scythe-like forelimbs and a serpent-like head, materialized. It was the Hanjian beast, a rare high-bloodline creature unique to Fengchuan City. Spectators outside recognized the being immediately. In an instant, the Hanjian beast vanished and reappeared above Ming, its razor-sharp claws gleaming ominously, seemingly poised to pierce through Ming's skull. Inferno Tempest. Yuan's voice rang out from behind. The ethereal flames surged skyward as Ming utilized his passive skill, Control Fire, condensing the ethereal flames into a massive fiery hand that ensnared the Hanjian beast. The terrifying searing effect of the ethereal flames engulfed it instantly. Then, the azure fire hand slammed down fiercely. The Hanjian beast, subjected to both spiritual and physical torment, lost all combat capability in an instant. No. Hao Zhen's incredulous scream echoed as he hastily called it back. Ice Soul, come forth. He raised his arm once more, summoning his final beast. A robust ice crystal magic ape emerged, its fierce visage adorned with layers of ice crystals, charging towards Ming with heavy steps. Ming slightly opened his mouth. His passive skill, Control Fire, was extraordinarily unique, allowing him to manipulate ethereal flames in various ways. At that moment, the ethereal flames coalesced into a sphere within his mouth, and with a gentle exhale, the searing fireball shot forth. Roar! The ice crystal magic ape swung its fist, shattering the fireball. The intense heat caused the ice crystals on its fist to melt, but inflicted minimal damage. Utilize Furious Strike. Smash it! Hao Zhen, witnessing this, felt a glimmer of hope and shouted eagerly. But in the next second, azure chains appeared once more, rapidly ensnaring the ice crystal magic ape. The creature shrieked in agony, struggling against the chains, but the ethereal flames were too terrifying. The dual torment of spirit and flesh rendered it incapable of breaking free. It knelt, bound and unable to move. The smile that had just appeared on Hao Zhen's face vanished in an instant, leaving him utterly terrified. As a sharp flaming sword appeared in midair, he could no longer maintain his composure and frantically shouted to Yuan, "Do not strike. I concede. I concede." Chapter 59, Initial Brilliance. Fengchuan City, Hao Zhen concedes. Raising his trembling arms, his face contorted, Hao Zhen's voice was hoarse and choked. The host, situated in the stands, gazed in disbelief at the figure on the first stage, who was raising his arms high. This script is not right. I announce that the first battle has concluded, with the victor being Yuan of Linyun City. The host quickly regained composure, his voice echoing through the microphone across the arena, plunging the audience into a deathly silence. The other three stages continued their heated battles. Yet every participant was left pondering one question. What was Hao Zhen doing? A roar erupted. Yuan, Yuan, Yuan. In an instant, the silence shattered. Countless eyes turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a man with slicked back hair, fervently waving a flag. Beside him was an enormous banner occupying 10 seats. Zhao Shan was ecstatic. The earlier boos had left him seething with frustration, and now he could finally vent. Yuan. That was a brilliant victory. Zhao Shan shouted at the top of his lungs, as if he himself had won a prize. This fellow, on the stage. Yuan chuckled softly. He then gestured, and Ming immediately ceased its assault. Released from its chains, the ice crystal magic ape's fierce countenance was filled with terror. Its brown eyes fixated fearfully on the Qilin spirit beast beside Yuan. Just moments ago, it had felt the chilling threat of death. Hao Zhen hastily recalled the ice crystal magic ape, standing there with his head bowed, his eyes trembling. He had lost to the very representative of the lowly district he had once scorned the most. Initially, his pride had prevented him from conceding, but when the life of his longtime companion was at stake, instinct drove him to utter those words. He could hardly fathom how the outside world would criticize him for this defeat. Yet reflecting on the battle, he had unleashed all three of his beasts, one dead. one injured. Had he not conceded, perhaps even the ice crystal magic ape would have perished. What kind of being was this legendary beast from a lowly district? Haojin scrutinized Yuan and the elegantly adorned Qilin spirit beast, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. After nodding at Yuan, he turned and departed, his back appearing somewhat forlorn. In the first round, Haojin had eliminated his opponent in 30 seconds. In the second round, he had unleashed all his tactics, cycling through 3 beasts, yet was defeated within a minute by Yuan. This match had been live-streamed nationwide. Linyun City. Since the day of the competition's commencement, every screen on the streets had broadcasted the event. This was undoubtedly a battle that captivated the entire city's attention. Yesterday, all those in the city who could access the internet rallied to form a defense to protect Yuan, voicing their support against all derogatory posts aimed at their city representative. Today, as Yuan decisively and cleanly secured victory in this disproportionately matched battle. Across the city, whether it be the bustling traffic, the throngs of pedestrians, or those watching the live broadcast from the comfort of their homes, everyone was struck dumb. 92 triumphed over 15. After enduring numerous citywide competitions, the citizens, long disheartened, erupted in exuberance the moment the host announced the results. On this day, Linyun City was ablaze with excitement. Banners soon adorned the streets, uniformly proclaiming, "Tremble, contestants, for you are about to face Linyun City's first new star, Linyun City's foremost strongman, the premier Beastmaster, Yuan." Undoubtedly, this was the lively banner first displayed by Zhao Shan in support. Is this all too exaggerated? Not at all. Since the establishment of Linyun City, under various mayors and representatives, the city had never exceeded the 85th rank, consistently lingering outside the top 90. Yet this time, as Linyun City's representative, Yuan not only triumphed in 2 rounds, but also defeated the seemingly insurmountable representative from Fengchuan City, ranked within the top 20. Such a victory, spanning nearly 70 ranks, was a spectacle the citizens of Linyun had never dared to envision. Yuan's victory today was not solely his own. It belonged to all the people of Linyun City. Some even felt that if he were to be eliminated in the next round, it would still be worth it. To have eliminated a contestant ranked in the top 20 was already commendable. After exiting the arena and returning to the resting area, Yuan made no unnecessary gestures. He simply retrieved his phone, opened the group chat, and typed 2 words. "How's that? Awesome. Spectacular victory." Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Xin all replied instantaneously. A smile graced Yuan's face, and he felt a delightful sense of mischief. On this day, the second round of competition, involving 60 contestants, commenced at 8 in the morning and concluded at 6 in the evening. Online, public opinion regarding Yuan swiftly transformed. On various social media platforms, sentiments oscillated between praise and criticism. Within 2 days, across the internet, a protector of Yuan emerged, known as Yellow Wuxing. This enigmatic figure actively participated on several websites, countering every disparaging post aimed at Yuan. In the chat group, Zhao Shan inquired, "Old G, is this Yellow Wuxing your alternate account? The language is so sharp." In just 2 days, he has engaged in over 2,000 exchanges. He accompanied his message with a surprised emoji. Mu Shuxin remarked, "This person is indeed quite fierce, but I suspect he might be hired by Old Tan." Yuan too was puzzled, pondering whether the individual was a citizen of Linyun or perhaps one of Tan He's mercenaries. After all, it was hard to imagine someone spending their entire day arguing in the comments over 2,000 posts. At that moment, Zhao Shan typed, "Su Xin, Miss Su, why have you suddenly gone silent since the competition began? I didn't see you at the first round yesterday." Su Xin promptly replied, "Your banner was so eye-catching. I dared not approach." Zhao Shan responded, "Oh come on, spare me. I truly know my mistake, I won't dare again." Mu Shuxin added, "Yuan, hey, since the second round has concluded, shall we gather for a small get-together?" Zhao Shan chimed in, "Sure. I've heard that the foot massage parlor in Mohan City is famous, with special Beastmaster services. I want to give it a try." Su Xin added, I happen to be free too." Seeing the enthusiasm of the 3, Yuan smiled and looked towards the ceiling. "Intelligent assistant, I would like to take a trip to the city. Apologies, during the competition, only eliminated contestants may leave the resting area. Only when the competition reaches the 6th round may contestants move freely. Currently, your activity range is restricted to your immediate surroundings." Yuan repeated the assistant's response through voice message in the group chat. Zhao Shan exclaimed, "What the hell? This feels like being imprisoned. Old G, let us forfeit the next match. That way, we can go enjoy those special Beastmaster services." Mu Shuxin scolded, "Zhao Xiaomei." Yuan retorted, "Get lost." Su Xin added, "Zhao Shan, get lost." Chapter 60, the opponent of the 4th round. As the 3rd day dawned, public sentiment regarding Yuan had noticeably shifted. The strongest dark horse of past city competitions, Lingyun City's Yuan may break into the top 4? Is it a conspiracy or the chosen one? What hidden truths lie behind Lingyun City's Yuan's Beastmaster skills? Latest post-match interview. Fengchuan City's Haojin personally admits defeat to Yuan, no conspiracy. He was defeated by sheer strength. While some remained skeptical of Yuan's victory, when a particular statement spread across the internet, all began to accept that Yuan's triumph was devoid of any foul play or manipulation. To those claiming Haojin through the match, you must understand that he represented Fengchuan City in the city competition at the age of 18. This 18-year-old Beastmaster prodigy propelled Fengchuan City from 30th to 15th place. This was his final competition, and he was determined to strive for the championship. Yet you allege he deliberately lost to Yuan? This statement garnered immense support from countless netizens. At that time, Haojin was already capable of entering one of the 3 super academies. Yet he boldly proclaimed he would enter the super academy as the champion. Unexpectedly, he was ultimately defeated in the second round of the new competition format. Furthermore, this statement was liked by Haojin himself. Interestingly, the person who made this statement was none other than Yuan's staunch defender, Yellow Wuxing. Consequently, public opinion dramatically shifted, and everyone acknowledged Yuan's strength. Moreover, netizens began to thoroughly investigate all information regarding Yuan. Even Ming was scrutinized, with everyone curious about the lineage and bloodline rank of this Qilin divine beast. In today's third round, Yuan's battle attracted considerable attention. His opponent was a girl ranked 77th in the city. The girl had eliminated an opponent ranked 79th in the second round. This battle was without suspense, as Yuan easily emerged victorious. In the third round, 30 contestants battled, with 15 eliminated and 15 advancing. Among them, each of the top 10 cities had 1 representative, while the remaining 5 were all ranked above 20. Only Yuan was the lowest ranked among the city representatives. Gradually, citizens from the lower-ranked cities and participants began to voice their support on social media. Support Yuan. The city representatives ranked 70 and below were collectively referred to as low-tier cities. In the fourth round, aside from one who advanced by default, the remaining 14 would vie for a spot in the top 8. Historically, no representative from a low-tier city had ever broken into the top 10, and at this moment, Yuan seemed poised to create a miracle. The people from low-tier cities focused their hopes on this remarkable youth, wishing for him to truly break this tradition and propel a low-tier city into the top 10. Suddenly, the online support for Yuan surged. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, within the Mu residence, in a fragrant courtyard filled with birdsong, a servant dressed in simple attire appeared at the entrance of the courtyard and softly announced, "Master, someone from the Shao family has come to visit. Let him wait for me in the main hall." An aged voice responded from within the courtyard. Moments later, an elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, rose from among the flowers, dusted off his hands, and approached the main hall with a gentle smile. "Apologies for the intrusion, Mu family head." As the elder took his seat, the Shao family members, holding warm tea, hurriedly greeted him. "Ling Shun, let us speak plainly." The Mu family head gestured for the guest to sit. Seeing this, Xiao Lingshin nodded with a smile and got straight to the point. "Surely, you have heard of this year's city competition's greatest dark horse? Are you referring to the young man nurtured by Tanhe? That lad is impressive and has caught my eye." The Mu family head accepted the tea offered by the servant and took a sip. Indeed, this season, Yuan, despite his youth, possesses an exceptional soul power aptitude and commands an exceedingly enigmatic Qilin, a mythical beast. I endeavored to research, yet I found no existing Qilin species in the contemporary world that resembles this one. Xiao Linshin chuckled, remarking, "It appears that Tanhe has come fully prepared this time. The wager from a decade ago will likely reach its conclusion today. You are here solely for this matter?" The head of the Mu family smiled slightly. "No." Xiao Linshin shook his head. "I have come to request a favor from Elder Mu for my son." "Oh, I heard prior to the competition that Xiao Lingjue, that young lad, insisted on participating. Pray tell, who among those entering the fourth round has a grudge against him?" The head of the Mu family immediately inferred his intent, as they were all familiar faces. Indeed, Xiao Linshin readily admitted. The draw for the fourth round must pit Yuan against Xiao Lingjue. That is quite manageable. The head of the Mu family lightly stirred the tea's surface. "However, what if your son does not win?" "Highly improbable," Xiao Linshin remarked, standing to depart. Before leaving, he added with a smile, "Isn't the Mu family quite eager for him to falter at this stage? Once my son emerges victorious, will the Mu family not owe him a favor?" On the fourth day of the urban competition, as the fourth round commenced, the schedule underwent slight alterations. In the morning, a live draw was held within the arena. Unlike the previous 3 rounds, where participants discovered their opponents upon entry, from this round onward, live draws would occur prior to each match. Soon, among the 15 contenders, One blank draw emerged, granting a fortunate soul a direct berth into the top 8. Zhang Bao. Yuan, seated before the television, narrowed his eyes upon hearing the name. He belonged to the Zhang family, one of the 5 eminent beast-taming clans, and was widely acknowledged as a frontrunner for the championship, known for the brevity of his matches. In the first 3 rounds, his average battle duration was under 20 seconds. The blank draw for Zhang Bao elicited collective sighs of relief, as his exemption seemed a foregone conclusion. As the draws continued, Yuan did not see his name appear. Just as he yawned and prepared to rise for a restroom break, a name echoed through the television. In the 6th match, the blue faction, Shaolingjue. Shaolingjue? Yuan raised an eyebrow, observing the draw official reach into the box. Rummaging before extracting a ball, for some inexplicable reason, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Soon, the ball was opened, and a slip of paper unfurled, boldly inscribed with the 2 characters, Yuan. Indeed, how fortuitous. A chill flickered in Yuan's gaze. Shaolingjue, I shall reclaim the debt for your ambush alongside Zhang Di in the depths of the mine. Following the draw, the host announced the schedule for the 4th round. 14 contenders would be divided into 3 matches. The first match commenced at 10 in the morning, featuring 3 platforms with 6 participants battling simultaneously. The second match began at 2 in the afternoon, mirroring the first in format. The third match was set for 8 in the evening, with 1 platform housing 2 combatants. Perhaps for dramatic effect, the duel between Yuan and Shaolingjue was scheduled as the final bout, igniting fervent discussions across the internet. Will the greatest dark horse face off against the young master of the Shao family, the most anticipated clash of the 4th round? Chapter 61. Yuan, your journey ends here. I inquired with my father, and it appears Shaolingjue's father made a special visit to the Mu family, evidently. This fellow harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you, old G. With only an hour remaining before Yuan's appearance, in the villa's lounge, he had just finished his shower, drying his hair while on the phone with Zhao Shan. The fact that Shaolingjue adamantly denies ever colluding with Zhang Di in the mines reveals his despicable nature. However, I have gathered intelligence regarding his beasts, Zhao Shan's voice echoed. Firstly, his primary beast, the Blazing Lion, is a fire-type, high bloodline beast. Initially, he required the in Ghost Seed to evolve this beast, but I heard he later abandoned that route for another evolution method. After evolution, it is known as the Devouring Flame Xian Lion, upgraded to the Sovereign level, quite formidable. His second beast is the Lava Poison Bee, a gift from his father for his coming of age. This Lava Poison Bee is also a Sovereign-level fire beast, reputed for its unique attack method, capable of long-range sniping of any target. Long-range sniping? Yuan recalled the terrifying arrow he faced in the mines. These are the only 2 beasts Shaolingjue possesses. You can handle them, right? Zhao Shan expressed concern, noting that Shaolingjue, unlike ordinary competitors, hails from the deeply entrenched Shao family, which may endow him with unique capabilities. Rest assured, I am confident. Setting aside the towel, Yuan gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 2 fire-type beasts. For others, this might pose a challenge. But let us not forget one of Ming's attributes, immunity to all fire-type damage. Shaolingjue, since you are so keen to confront me, let us witness who shall emerge victorious in this duel. At 8 o'clock that evening, within the competition venue, all other platforms vanished, leaving only the central arena. The venue was filled to capacity. The audience present could be broadly categorized into 3 groups. One group supported Shaolingjue, waving fan banners, while another, led by Zhao Shan, rallied behind Yuan, comprising lower-ranked supporters from the urban area. The final group consisted of neutral spectators, who reveled in the match's excitement, cheering for each thrilling moment. This evening, Zhao Shan refrained from antics or monopolizing seats, quietly seated among the audience, his demeanor pensive. What troubles you? Inquired Su Zine, elegantly attired in casual wear beside him. Her flawless visage, untouched by makeup, nevertheless shone brightly among the crowd. I am concerned for old G, Zhao Shan replied, his expression somber. To be candid, I dread Yuan's potential loss. After all, Shaolingjue is distinctly different from those ranked higher in the urban delegation. Upon hearing this, Su Zine's gaze shifted, her starry eyes flickering with a hint of worry. Phew, almost missed it. At that moment, a lively laugh resonated. This evening, Mu Shuxin sported her wine-red hair in a ponytail, clad in fitted jeans that accentuated her figure. Her fair cheeks bore a smile as she settled into the empty seat beside Zhao Shan. Long time no see. After sitting, she leaned forward, waving at Su Zine across Zhao Shan. The typically silent girl politely nodded, her gaze wandering, lost in thought. Mu Shuxin, unfazed, nudged Zhao Shan with her elbow, exclaiming, Zhao Xiaomei, where's your banner? Bring it out. Feel free to scold me directly, no need for subtleties. Zhao Shan shot her a glance. TSK. I'm serious. I went to great lengths to make it out tonight. Mu Shushin lifted her pristine chin, asserting, prepare the banner. Once Yuan wins, we shall each cheer for him from our respective sides. Fine, fine, Zhao Shan acquiesced, yet his worry remained unabated. Leaning against the seat, Mu Shushin's eyes also betrayed an imperceptible trace of concern. This evening, despite their reluctance to admit it, the trio had indeed braced themselves for the possibility of Yuan's defeat. As the bell tolled, everyone instinctively straightened in their seats. The match had commenced. Good evening, dear audience. Welcome back. As the lights illuminated, the host made his entrance. First, we extend our gratitude to the competitors who delivered thrilling performances in the first 6 matches. After a lengthy wait, we are now poised to present the final showdown of the 4th round in the urban competition. I am aware of the anticipation that resides within each of you at this moment. Let us dispense with the formalities and commence directly. First and foremost, allow me to introduce our contestant from the red team, heralded as the greatest dark horse of this event, representing the 92nd District, Linyan City, Yuan. As the spotlight shines, Yuan strides forth from the right side of the arena. A sudden roar erupts from the audience as Zhao Shan springs to his feet. Exuberantly shouting, Yuan will prevail. His unexpected outburst startles the 2 women beside him. What are you doing? Just a moment ago, you looked as if you were on the verge of collapse. Su Ziyin exclaimed, her delicate features tinged with annoyance. Zhao Xiaomei, are you deliberately trying to frighten us? Mu Shushin interjected, hands on her hips. We must cheer for old Ji. How could our voices be subdued? We must raise the volume. Zhao Shan retorted. As the fervor of the spectators supporting Yuan swelled, inspired by his enthusiasm, it appears that after 4 days of competition, Yuan has garnered quite a following. Next to grace the stage is the blue team contestant, Xiao Lingjue. The host deliberately pronounced his name with great reverence, for he hails from one of the 5 illustrious Beast Taming families. As the impeccably dressed Xiao Lingjue made his entrance in white attire, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. With his voice overshadowed, Zhao Shan refused to be outdone, rolling up his sleeves and rallying the surrounding supporters of Yuan to raise their voices in a chorus. The supporters of Xiao Lingjue were equally unwilling to concede. Thus, even before the battle commenced, a contest of volume unfolded outside the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. I understand your enthusiasm, but I implore you to maintain decorum and not disrupt the discipline of the event. The host wiped the sweat from his brow, continuing. Before we begin, allow me to present the ranking disparity of the competitors. From the red team, we have Yuan from Linyan City, ranked 92nd. From the blue team, we have Xiao Lingjue from Fenghui City, ranked 2nd. Before we start, there is one rule that must be emphatically reiterated to both contestants. Under no circumstances should you ever harm a Beastmaster. With that, the host instructed the contestants to prepare themselves, announcing, in 3 seconds, when the bell tolls, the match will officially commence. On the stage, Xiao Lingjue gazed intently at the handsome young man across from him, coldly asserting, Yuan, your journey ends here. Chapter 62, The Duel. The Emperor emerges. As the battle bell rang, the air surrounding Xiao Lingjue visibly distorted. A swirling, searing flame materialized, expanding into the form of a majestic lion. Its fur was a rich golden hue, with flames roaring from its neck, and upon its emergence, a chilling growl reverberated from its maw. This dominant beast, known as the Fiery Lion, was aptly named the Emperor, reflecting Xiao Lingjue's ambition. Ming, Yuan murmured, as the ethereal flames of the abyss rose from the void, manifesting the figure of Ming. The simultaneous appearance of these 2 fire-type beasts intensified the atmosphere, causing the air to heat up, even with the protective barriers surrounding the arena. At the moment Ming materialized, the fiery lion planted its 4 paws firmly on the ground, its entire body coalescing flames into a burning arrow, which was launched forth. This familiar scene caused Yuan's gaze to sharpen. In response, Ming conjured a cyan flame shield, the 2 forces clashing with a resounding explosion. Whoosh! Following this, the fiery lion charged forward, its jaws agape, exhaling hot air, eager to engage Ming in close combat. Fight Ming! The azure and white Qilin, unfazed, allowed its ethereal green whiskers to billow, transforming into a sphere of ghostly fire to collide with the lion. Bam! A thunderous sound resonated as the 2 beasts engaged in close quarters, marking Ming's first encounter in such combat. Yet, it did not falter. Utilizing its unique fire-controlling capabilities to morph the abyssal flames into various forms for attack, the fiery lion favored its 4 paws in close combat, its sharp claws ablaze. Each strike against Ming echoing with a heavy thud. However, it seemed that such assaults were insufficient to inflict significant harm upon Ming. Conversely, each strike of the abyssal flames upon the fiery lion elicited pained howls, as if the very flames consuming it were on the brink of extinguishment. In this clash, the fiery lion quickly found itself at a disadvantage. Its fire-based melee tactics proved inadequate against Ming. Observing the fierce combat between the two beasts, Yuan fell into contemplation. Over time, he had developed unique insights into the combat styles of Beastmasters. In a certain sense, many beasts are inherently suited to specific combat styles. For instance, his own beast, Champa, possessed innate skills like Dance of Lightning, designed for close-quarters combat. In contrast, Ming's skills seemed predisposed towards long-range engagements. Yet, Yuan believed such predisposition posed significant drawbacks. Some Beastmasters may inadvertently confine their beasts to a singular combat style during skill development. However, Yuan aspired for each of his beasts to master both close and long-range combat techniques proficiently. Thus, in the final 15 days leading up to the competition, he had diligently trained Ming's close combat abilities. This battle served as a testament to that effort. Upon reaching maturity, Ming acquired a new passive ability, Fire Control, which significantly enhanced its capabilities. Not only did it amplify the potency of the abyssal flames while reducing soul power consumption, but it also enabled the flames to take various forms, attacking in unexpected ways. Suddenly, amidst the clash of the two beasts, anguished cries pierced the air. Yuan focused intently, observing the fiery lion being forced to retreat under Ming's relentless assault. To his astonishment, four spectral arms composed of abyssal flames materialized alongside Ming, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the fiery lion from all directions. This unconventional combat style left the spectators in awe. After witnessing the preceding rounds, they had expected the Qilin's ultimate technique to be the blade-like strikes following its chain bindings. They were unprepared for this unexpected display of combat prowess, deeming it outright unfair. The fiery lion faltered, its body battered by the onslaught of fists, which not only delivered immense force, but also bore a haunting sting to its very soul. However, this method of attack appeared to be taking a toll on Ming as well. After a brief period, the four arms converged, the frequency of the strikes diminishing significantly. Now was the moment. From a distance, Xiao Lingjue clenched his fist tightly, shouting, "Emperor, unleash Dark Phantom Claw." Roar. In an instant, the previously retreating fiery lion was infused with a dark gleam. Simultaneously, its forepaws harnessed shadowy power, propelling its massive form forward. The fist of abyssal flames collided forcefully with its jaws, causing several teeth to shatter, yet the fiery lion pressed on, its claws swiping toward Ming's body. With a tearing sound, Ming emitted a pained growl, retreating in distress. Blood, crimson and bright, flowed upon the stage, mingling with glimmering white scales. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the fiery lion's assault left deep, glaring wounds along Ming's sides. This marked Ming's first injury. The searing pain prompted it to roar in anguish, as an insatiable itch plagued its wounds, seemingly haunted by an insidious lingering power. Ming. Yuan rushed forward. His brow furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with concern. Immediately, he lifted his head to gaze ahead, only to find the Qianshi also drenched in blood, panting heavily. On its front paws, a thread of dark waves pulsated. Dark attribute. Yuan's pupils constricted. Once an attack of the dark attribute breaches the skin, it would cause unceasing hemorrhage, making healing exceedingly difficult. However, fortunately, Ming's Yuming Lian was no ordinary flame. It could effectively dispel the negative effects of the dark attribute. Outside the arena, this sudden turn of events ignited a fervent uproar among Xiao Lingjue's supporters. Damn, Xiao Lingjue actually had a hidden card. In the stands, Zhao Shan's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this Qianshi concealed a second attribute. Are you surprised, Yuan? I shall make you witness your beast perish before your very eyes. Xiao Lingjue sneered, as the Qianshi, cloaked in dark energy, charged forward once more. Simultaneously, Xiao Lingjue clenched his fists tightly and rushed forth. He intended to engage Yuan in close combat. Come on. A fierce glint flashed in Yuan's eyes as he did not evade, but met the challenge head-on. Meanwhile, Ming gathered its resolve, creating distance just before the Qianshi lunged. Suddenly, fiery chains materialized, binding the opponent firmly. Yet, at the moment the chains made contact with the Qianshi, a surge of flames erupted from its surface, shattering the chains. Roar. The Qianshi bellowed, leaping forward, but this time, a prepared Ming swiftly conjured a defense. Blocking its deadly claws, the two beasts once again plunged into ferocious combat. On the other side, Yuan and Xiao Lingjue were embroiled in their own struggle. Not only were the beasts engaged in battle, but even their masters began to clash. The arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers, with both side supporters fervently rallying. Such a scene undoubtedly propelled the competition to its zenith. Chapter 63, Blood Battle. Xiao Lingjue roared, delivering a punch squarely to Ji Yuan's chest. In response, Ji Yuan executed a sweeping kick with his left foot, striking his ribcage. With that blow, both staggered back. This battle had already persisted for 10 minutes. As the fourth round commenced, the match was no longer timed. It would only conclude when one side lost its combat ability or voluntarily conceded. Not far away, the two beasts continued their fierce struggle, the arena stained with blood, their bodies marked with wounds, making it difficult to discern who held the upper hand. The two Beastmasters, however, appeared much more composed. Though their strikes landed with force, neither had inflicted any fatal injuries. At that moment, Ji Yuan gasped for breath, thankful that he had been practicing combat techniques with Tan He. Otherwise, he would have been knocked down after just 3 exchanges. Xiao Lingjue was equally panting, his fists trembling. After 10 minutes, the duel had yet to yield a victor. This was not the outcome he desired. How could Ji Yuan possibly match him blow for blow? If it were merely the beasts, that would be one thing, given the high bloodline level of Ji Yuan's beast. Yet even in close combat, where he took pride, Ji Yuan was able to defend himself. How could this be? Xiao Lingjue stole a glance at the battle between the two beasts, a hint of bitterness rising within him. It was not yet time. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Lingjue charged forward once more. Ji Yuan, undeterred, also swung his fist. Bang! Another collision ensued. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Yuan struck Xiao Lingjue's left rib with a powerful punch infused with soul energy, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead as intense pain nearly knocked him off his feet. Xiao Lingjue, following the momentum, delivered an uppercut. But Ji Yuan quickly leaned back, yet still felt the wind of the punch graze his jaw. At almost the same instant, both men tasted blood, their throats constricting as crimson trickled from the corners of their mouths. Outside, the audience remained in a fervor. Zhao Shan no longer shouted, gripping his thighs, his face etched with tension. Su Xin nervously pinched her clothing, her brows furrowed as she observed the blood trickling from Ji Yuan's lips. A flash of concern in her eyes. Ji Yuan, you can do it. Fight. Defeat him. Only Mu Shuxin continued to cheer, though her worry deepened. Old Ji, why don't you summon your Zhampa? Ming is on the verge of collapsing. Zhao Shan was frantic, having closely monitored the battle between the two beasts. After unleashing the dark attribute, the Shurian Xianshi had nearly overpowered Ming in close combat. Ming could only be forced to retaliate, continually falling back. This scene was a complete reversal from the beginning. Inside the arena, Xiao Lingjue launched another straight punch towards Ji Yuan's face. Ji Yuan tilted his head to evade, seizing Xiao Lingjue's wrist, then raised his right knee, sharply driving it into his abdomen. Bang! Xiao Lingjue's face paled. But then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he swung his right fist, striking Ji Yuan's right shoulder. Both retreated once more. Xiao Lingjue staggered, clutching his abdomen, his gaze fixed intently on Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan also swayed unsteadily, his right arm entirely numb. Their stamina was nearing its limits. Simultaneously, utilizing soul energy to reinforce their limbs for combat, combined with the fatigue from their beast battles, had taken a significant toll. Xiao Lingjue had been at the 6th rank for 2 years, while Ji Yuan had only reached it a month ago. Without his exceptional aptitude as support, he could not possibly hold his ground against Xiao Lingjue. Indeed, he was worthy of being a young master from a prestigious family. Ji Yuan shook his numb right arm, suddenly bellowing, Ming, unleash Lian Foambao. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Lingjue shouted, Emperor, use Qi and Bazhan. Both understood that their physical strength was insufficient for further confrontation. They must control their beasts to conclude the match. In an instant, 2 surging flames ignited within the arena. The flames from the Shurian Xianshi erupted forth, coalescing into a flaming long sword above its head, striking down violently. The blade of this fiery sword concealed a potent dark attribute. Should it connect, the outcome would be dire. Ming raised its head, exhaling, its eyes ablaze with azure light, as the Yuming Lian surged wildly, ultimately transforming into a massive azure blade, charging forward to meet the attack. At the moment the 2 flame-formed blades collided, the world seemed to fall silent. The next second, a blinding light erupted, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Within the arena, the violent energy surged outward, with Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjue shielding their eyes from the onslaught, continually pushed back by the ferocious winds. The aftershock of the explosion battered against the light barrier at the edge of the arena, only to be repelled before surging back. In the audience, everyone held their breath. They understood that this battle was finally reaching its conclusion, and a victor would soon emerge. Meanwhile, far away in a small villa within the contestants' resting area, 4 individuals were gathered around a television. The rule prohibiting contestants from mingling seemed to have no effect on them. Who would have thought that someone from such a small city could hold out against Xiao Lingjue for so long? Ji Yuan's beast is peculiar. Its bloodline may not merely be of legendary caliber. The outcome is imminent. Shall we place a bet? Among the four, 3 appeared eager. As the suggestion to bet was made, their gazes turned to the sole, silent man. Zhang Bao, whom do you wager will win? No response. After exchanging glances, the 3 shrugged, each declaring, I bet on Xiaoling Jue. I also bet on Xiaoling Jue. All 3 of us are betting on Xiaoling Jue. What is the point? Old Mu, don't bet on Xiaoling Jue. Bet on Ji Yuan instead. Get lost. Why should I? Just as the 3 argued incessantly, the ever-silent Zhang Bao finally spoke. Ji Yuan will win. Upon hearing this, the 3 fell silent. Inside the arena, the violent energy began to dissipate. As the audience beheld the scene within, gasps of astonishment erupted. They saw that after the clash, a horrifying blood gash had appeared on Ming's back. Meanwhile, the Shurian Xianshi had lost its left front paw entirely, blood gushing forth, its massive form swaying unsteadily, rendered devoid of combat capability. In the clash of titans, the supreme biological entity ultimately succumbed to the might of the imperial-level creature. Witnessing this outcome, Xiao Lingjue's pupils constricted. Qilin, execute. In the next instant, he beheld countless chains materialize, ensnaring the Xianshi. The potency of this maneuver had been previously tested. Xiao Lingjue hastily attempted to summon back the Xianshi, but the chains ascended with alarming rapidity, binding it tightly in mere moments. Damn it! A frenzy surged within Xiao Lingjue's eyes. There was no time for hesitation. He had to gamble everything. In a heartbeat, a dark red emblem emerged from his palm, followed by a palm-sized dark red venomous bee appearing before him. Ji Yuan, perish alongside your beast. As the venomous bee materialized, Xiao Lingjue roared, bringing his hands together and extending his arms outward. With a surge of soul power flooding forth, he infused it into the dark red bee at that very moment. All eyes were drawn to the scene as the small venomous bee darted forth like a crimson arrow, targeting Ming. I will slay your Qilin beast first. Under Xiao Lingjue's command, the bee, imbued with an indescribable aura, surged toward Ji Yuan. A sense of foreboding gripped Ji Yuan's heart. He immediately interrupted Ming's incantation and swiftly recalled the beast back into its summoning seal. You must die. Xiao Lingjue had lost his sanity, bereft of his Qilin beast. He directed the venomous bee towards Ji Yuan. Be careful. In the audience, Su Xin abruptly stood, her expression nearly frantic, helplessly watching as the venomous bee approached Ji Yuan. The bee moved with such incredible speed, and being a living entity, Ji Yuan had no means to evade. A chilling sound pierced through the silence of the venue. The sound of flesh being pierced. The venomous bee, with unstoppable force, penetrated Ji Yuan's chest. Old Ji. Chapter 64, Victory. What manner of sensation is this? Emptiness. Ji Yuan's thoughts raced, yet he could only conjure a single word. He lowered his gaze to his chest, where a gaping hole, roughly the size of a palm, marred his flesh, blood pouring forth uncontrollably, staining his garments. Nearby, Xiao Lingjue collapsed onto the ground, his face drained of color, lips pallid. This blow had exhausted him completely. Struggling to raise his upper body, he knelt, his lips twitching as if attempting to form a smile, but it remained elusive. Ji Yuan, how dare a lowly creature like you offend me? You shall die. He braced himself against the ground, his eyes wild with madness. Although the competition forbade the death of Beastmasters, what of his identity? The Xiao family would rectify everything. Suddenly, a light sound broke the tension. Xiao Lingjue looked up in shock, his pupils dilating. Si Qiyin, execute. To his astonishment, Ji Yuan had not perished as anticipated. Instead, an inferno blazed within his eyes. His left hand raised, pointing into the distance. A tremor coursed through Xiao Lingjue's heart as realization dawned upon him. He had neglected to withdraw the Xianshi from the summoning seal amidst the chaos. At that moment, azure chains once again latched onto the Xianshi, which, having lost its combat prowess, could only whimper helplessly as the chains bound it. No. Xiao Lingjue's pupils quivered. His bond with this beast was profound. It had been his companion for 6 years, and it could not perish. To save its life, he had no choice but to concede. Yet, gazing at Ji Yuan's current state, his expression faltered. He could not believe it. He could not fathom that Ji Yuan possessed the strength to unleash his beast skills. With a clang, the fiery blade that had once claimed the life of a premier-level beast reappeared. Xiao Lingjue had witnessed that fateful match, and now, kneeling before the ailing Xianshi, memories of the condemned black bear flooded his mind. As the harbinger of death manifested, his heart seized with fear. Finally, he uttered, Ji Yuan. I concede, Ji Yuan. Xiao Lingjue lowered his gaze, his fingers clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. He wished more fervently for the Yuan Xian's survival than for his own concession, almost as he shouted his surrender. The bell signaling the end of the match rang out. Xiao Lingjue exhaled sharply. Yet, he discovered that the fiery blade remained suspended in the air. Simultaneously, Ji Yuan's gaze turned toward him, filled with derision. No, stop. I have conceded. Ji Yuan, you cannot. Before he could finish, the fiery blade plummeted. Xiao Lingjue froze. The fiery waves engulfing his Yuan Xian. The arena fell into profound silence. The victor of this match is Ji Yuan from Linyun City. The host appeared equally taken aback by the outcome. Victory. At least he had made it into the top 10. Uncle Tan, I have fulfilled my promise, at least. Ji Yuan murmured, before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed face first onto the ground. Ming emitted a mournful wail, transforming into glowing particles and dissipating. In the audience, Zhao Shan stared blankly at Ji Yuan's fall, and then an overwhelming fury surged within him, causing him to roar, Xiao Lingjue, you bastard. How dare he openly flout the rules and take advantage of the situation. Had the distance from the stage not been so great, he would have leapt down to deliver a couple of slaps to Xiao Lingjue. Beside him, Su Xin covered her mouth, her eyes wide, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out, Ji Yuan. Mu Shuxin glared furiously, pointing at the podium, shouting, what are you waiting for? Hurry and arrange for rescue. Quickly, call for medical personnel. At that moment, the host finally regained his senses, shouting in haste. Suddenly, a colossal maw erupted above the venue. Debris flying and dust swirling. Under the gaze of thousands, a massive golden eagle descended. On its back stood a middle-aged man with a grim expression and graying temples. The man leapt onto the stage, swiftly cradling Ji Yuan's body, casting a cold glance at the stunned Xiao Lingjue nearby. He then leapt back onto the eagle's back, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Old Tan. Mu Shuxin's face lit up upon seeing the newcomer, turning to Zhao Shan and Su Xin, exclaiming, it's Old Tan. Rest assured, with Old Tan here, Ji Yuan will be fine. We must go find him. With that, she promptly took out her phone. At that moment, Zhao Shan also came to his senses. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. Old man. Oh, good. Good. After hanging up, Zhao Shan seized Mu Shuxin's arm, exclaiming, Old Ji is fine. Old Ji is fine. He then hurriedly led the two of them toward the exit. The scene fell into a deafening silence. Perhaps some had anticipated the outcome, yet none could have foreseen the battle's brutality. Blood stained the arena, the acrid scent overwhelming the senses. Xiao Lingjue knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the charred remains of the Yuan Xian, ultimately succumbing to weakness. His eyes rolling back as he fainted. It was over. Ji Yuan had triumphed once more. The representative of the low-tier city had initially faced a barrage of online vitriol. Yet after decisively defeating the 15th-ranked Hao Zhen in the subsequent rounds, he found himself facing the scion of the Xiao family, a match deemed unwinnable by all. The representative of this small city not only engaged in a fierce exchange with the lofty young Master Xiao, but ultimately vanquished his beast, forcing him to concede defeat. This was an inconceivable and unbelievable event in the eyes of those lowly representatives from the underprivileged districts who merely endured their fate. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. An hour after the competition concluded, discussions erupted across the internet regarding the showdown of the evening. Some individuals even began to voice their outrage against Xiao Lingjue, questioning whether the beast-controlling families possessed privileges that allowed them to flout alliance regulations and kill at will during competitions. Representatives from the oppressed lower districts banded together to speak out for Ji Yuan. Following the release of numerous posts imbued with indignation, the clash of the night ignited an unprecedented wave of fervor. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan, the protagonist, found himself ensconced within a vessel filled with a verdant liquid. The gaping wound on his chest had vanished, and his body appeared to be restored to its original state. Breathing steadily, yet uncertain of his condition. 3 hours had passed since the conclusion of the match. At midnight, a sudden announcement appeared online. Ji Yuan was safe from mortal peril. Chapter 65, quite touching. Once again, the same dream unfolded. The world was awash in crimson. Ji Yuan lay on a frigid stone slab, surrounded by countless indistinct, blood-red figures. They seemed to be enacting some sort of ritual, circling around him incessantly. Strange whispers filled his ears, akin to a multitude of voices speaking simultaneously. He was paralyzed, unable to cry out, only capable of turning his eyes in terror as the phantoms continued to whirl. At a certain moment, these figures abruptly froze, and the whispers faded in unison. The world fell silent. Then came the unsettling laughter. The blood-red figures lunged toward Ji Yuan, tearing and biting. Just like that time in Linyun City, Ji Yuan jolted awake from his slumber. The cold, mechanical ticking echoed in his ears. The room was shrouded in darkness. The window ajar, revealing a tapestry of stars above. Had he awakened? In the corner, a silhouette reclined. This was a single-person hospital room, appearing quite luxurious. The figure sat in the center of a long sofa, and with a crackling sound, flames ignited, illuminating his weathered middle-aged face. Uncle Tan, where am I? Yuan lowered his gaze, touching his chest, which was intact and unharmed. Thanks to Zhao Tianho's connections, you were able to reside in the world's most advanced medical chamber. As long as the injuries are not fatal, such as dismemberment or a shattered heart, survival is assured. Then he exhaled a puff of smoke, remaining in the darkness without turning on the lights. You performed splendidly today. Today? Yuan was taken aback. How long do you think you have been unconscious? Only 5 hours have elapsed since the match concluded. He chuckled. Uncle Tan, what about advancing to the top 8? The fact that Yuan's first question upon awakening pertained to this matter caused Tanhe's hand, holding a cigarette, to momentarily pause. After a moment, he softly replied, You've worked hard, kid. An hour ago, the current head of the Mu family contacted me, acknowledging their defeat in the wager. As a result, Mu Shuxin and her daughter have had their house arrest completely lifted. Tanhe took a puff of his cigarette and continued, However, the Mu family has proposed a new wager. Those Mu family members are indeed gamblers, Yuan thought to himself. Do you wish to know what this wager entails? Tanhe smiled. Goodness, you're keeping me in suspense. Yuan replied with a smile. The old gentleman took a deep drag of his cigarette before declaring, the championship. That old man wagered on whether you could seize victory. And how did he place his bet? Yuan inquired. He bet that you would achieve ultimate victory and become the first champion from the lower districts in history. Yuan was somewhat puzzled. What was the head of the Mu family trying to accomplish? Then you. Since he wagered on your victory, I naturally have to bet against it. However, he did indeed present an irresistible condition. Then he extinguished his cigarette and straightened up. He said that if you win the championship, the position of the next head of the Mu family will be held by Mu Yan. Is he playing for such high stakes? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Conversely, if you fail to win, I will have to return to the Mu family, back to my position from 10 years ago. What kind of wager is that? Is the head's position not significant? Yuan tentatively asked. Wrong. It is indeed very important. Then he shook his head. The reason he dares to place such a bet is that he believes you cannot win. This wager serves as a stepping stone for both parties, and I have no reason to refuse. Yuan fell silent. Tanhe chuckled. What is the matter? Are you unhappy? No. Yuan shook his head. Do not dwell on the championship. The old gentleman stood up and walked to the window. It seemed he relished making this gesture whenever he spoke of crucial matters. Turning back, he said, Because Zhang Bao is a 5th-tier Beastmaster. 5th tier? Yuan appeared somewhat astonished. He recalled that Zhang Bao was only 24 years old. Is that so surprising? Then he explained. To advance to the 5th tier, there are no techniques or methods. The only thing you can do is wait. Wait for your soul power to gradually transform into a stream, then into a river, and ultimately merge into a vast ocean. At which point you will sense a certain power. That power will enable you to create a beast-controlling space. This notion was indeed enigmatic. Listening to Tanhe's words, Yuan recalled a post he had seen online previously. A certain 6th-tier Beastmaster had waited his entire life without ever receiving the opportunity to advance to the 5th tier. At that time, he could not comprehend it. But now he suddenly understood. This transformation of soul power could not be self-initiated, nor could it be guided by external forces. It could only be awaited. Tanhe sighed. At that time, I was stuck at this bottleneck for 3 years. So, do not feel defeated. This transformation of soul power is unrelated to personal talent. It purely depends on luck. The limitations of advancing to the 5th tier were astonishing. Yet, Yuan remained confident that he could reach the 5th tier within 3 years at most. His dream of creating an imperial beast army had yet to be realized. And the first step toward achieving this dream was to step into the 5th tier. Rest assured, whether you can participate in the 5th round tomorrow is entirely in your hands. Tanhe pushed the door open and left. This place was a highly prestigious medical facility, not a traditional hospital. The room where Yuan resided was the pinnacle of this building, the only recuperation room on this floor. Tanhe traversed the corridor and reached the balcony, facing the inky night and lighting another cigarette. This wager with the Mu family might seem devoid of meaning to outsiders, but only the parties involved could comprehend the intentions of the old man from the Mu family. 10 years ago, it was not this head of the family who pressured him to leave the Mu family, but rather the 2 brothers of Mu Yan. The head of the Mu family, shrewd and calculating, publicly acquiesced to the demands of the Mu family members and ousted Tanhe. He was not short-sighted. Thus, he established a wager that appeared humiliating. In truth, the old man did this to facilitate Tanhe's rightful return to the Mu family a decade later. Ultimately, as the steward of a prominent family, he understood better than anyone the exceptional capabilities of Tanhe. Hence, despite the passage of years, Mu Yin and her mother remained well cared for within the Mu family. as evidenced by the 3 remarkable beasts possessed by Mu Xuxin. The old man sought to use Mu Yin and her mother as a tether to firmly bind Tan He to the Mu family's ship. Tan He was well aware of all this, which is why he accepted the new wager tonight. After all, Mu Yin and her mother were indeed his Achilles heel. However, what took him by surprise was that after Yuan crawled back from the brink of death, his first concern was, surprisingly, his own affairs. The rascal, managing to evoke a sense of sentimentality. Leaning at the edge, he inhaled the gentle breeze, and with a faint smile, Tan He exhaled a puff of smoke. Chapter 66, Surrendering Without a Fight? The following day, consciousness awoke from a haze. Yuan, still in a daze, had barely opened his eyes when he heard an exuberant shout by his side. Old Ji is awake. The voice of Zhao Shan echoed. Immediately, the room filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning his head, he saw 2 uniquely beautiful figures approaching. Su Ziyin paused at the foot of the bed, her clear and enchanting starry eyes fixed on Yuan, sparkling with brilliance. Mu Xuxin, with a cheerful gait, moved to the bedside, her fiery gaze sweeping over him. Before exclaiming, "The family has lifted the house arrest on my mother and me? Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Yuan chuckled and shook his head. "This time, I suppose I owe you a favor. In the future, if you have any requests, feel free to ask, and I shall grant them." Mu Xuxin tossed her wine-red hair behind her, revealing a beautiful and gracious smile. "All right, just remember to repay it when the time comes. Don't try to weasel out of it." Seeing her earnest demeanor, Yuan found it hard to refuse. "Of course, how could I possibly renege on a debt?" Mu Xuxin shot him a playful glance, lively as ever. Then, she changed the subject, asking, "By the way, do you still plan to participate in the upcoming competition?" "Of course." Yuan sat up, clenched his fist, feeling the vibrancy of his strength, showing no signs of injury. Having made it this far to the top 8, there's no reason to give up now. Raising his gaze, he noticed the 3 of them wearing expressions that seemed to hold back words, feeling somewhat puzzled. "What's the matter?" "Old Ji," Zhao Shan scratched his head. "The draw results have come out for today." Your opponent has withdrawn." Yuan was taken aback. Xiao Lingjue, in blatant violation of the rules, along with the Xiao family, was punished. Zhao Shan shrugged, but the punishment is rather inconsequential. As for today's draw, your opponent is ranked 10th in the district. An hour after the draw, your opponent publicly announced their withdrawal, which means you have advanced to the top 4. Another surrender without a fight? What's the reason this time? Yuan was initially perplexed, but when Zhao Shan stood up, holding a vibrant flower basket and retrieving a card from within, everything began to make sense. "On behalf of my son Xiao Lingjue, I apologize to my young friend Yuan. Please rest assured and recuperate, as I look forward to your performance in the top 4. Signed, Xiao Linshan." "This flower basket arrived early this morning. You understand now, right?" Zhao Shan remarked. Yuan nodded, realizing it was clear that his opponent's withdrawal was orchestrated by the Xiao family. "All right, since you seem to have no pressing matters, shall we head to the center of Mohen City for some relaxation?" "Good." After Yuan departed from the medical facility, he finally grasped that the scale of Mohen City was far beyond the limited view he had from the sky. Just like the competition venue, he had always reached via the teleportation device, which was actually several dozen kilometers away from the rest area, yet still belonged to the realm of Mohen City. The 4 companions wandered through Mohen City, indulging in food and fun. During this time, as they passed a shop bustling with girls, Mu Xuxin and Su Ziyin halted in their tracks. Yuan and Zhao Shan stood outside the street, waiting for the 2 ladies, and during their idle chatter, they stumbled upon an intriguing piece of news. "What?" "Yesterday, at the end of the match, Uncle Tan smashed the venue's roof and had to pay 100,000? He looked at Zhao Shan, somewhat astonished. "Indeed, however, after Mayor Tan compensated, he suggested that the league dismiss the host, as it was heard that the host was someone with connections, lacking any professionalism." Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. "This is so beautiful." Suddenly, Mu Xuxin's exclamation broke the air. Following the sound, he saw her holding a leaf-shaped green hairpin. "How ugly!" Zhao Shan blurted out. Mu Xuxin shot him an angry glare, while Zhao Shan quickly recoiled, hiding behind Yuan. "It is indeed quite ordinary." The oblivious Yuan stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the various hairpins at the stall, ultimately selecting 2 to hold in his hand. He made the payment and handed one of the black bow hairpins to Mu Xuxin, saying, "How about choosing this one?" Then, he turned to Su Ziyin, who appeared somewhat perplexed, and with a smile, offered her the light blue maple leaf hairpin, saying, "This should suit you well." The 2 ladies stared at the hairpins Yuan had chosen, momentarily taken aback. "What's wrong?" Yuan inquired, puzzled by their expressions. During his time at the orphanage, he often cared for the little friends around him. Now, seeing the 2 ladies seemingly contemplating purchases, it felt as if he had returned to a bygone era. prompting him to select 2 hairpins he deemed quite nice as gifts for them. There were no ulterior motives. At that moment, witnessing their reactions, he began to doubt his taste, awkwardly rubbing his nose and saying, if you don't like them, just return them. I like them. Suzine shook her head repeatedly, quickly placing her palm on her chest. Yes, they're quite nice. I didn't expect you to have such good taste. Mu Shushin tightened her grip on the hairpin, her gaze drifting. Under Ji Yuan's curious gaze, both ladies felt a faint blush rising to their ears. Afterward, the 4 continued to browse for a while. For some inexplicable reason, Mu Shushin, the lively and sociable girl, suddenly grew quiet, walking silently behind Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan. Much like Suzine, after about 2 hours of wandering, eating, drinking, and purchasing a fair amount, the 4 finally parted ways outside the rest area. As Ji Yuan made his way along the path to the rest area, several eliminated contestants approached him, clamoring for photographs. Reluctantly, he lingered for another half hour. Amidst the cheers of encouragement, he finally returned to his small villa. Upon entering the courtyard, he once again spotted the burly, thick-browed man from the neighboring yard. The man flashed a hearty smile and nodded at him without speaking. Ji Yuan politely responded and then returned to his residence, first indulging in a refreshing shower. After drying his hair, he turned on the television, which was broadcasting the final battle of the 5th round live. Nestled in bed, he aimlessly scrolled through his phone, noticing that his supporters were increasing in number online. Some even posted photos with him, and to his astonishment, a portion of the supporters were eliminated contestants. Thus, as he surfed the internet, he chatted with Zhao Shan and the others. Time passed swiftly. When the television announced the draw for the 6th round, Ji Yuan set his phone aside. All right, to all viewers following the live draw, we are about to reveal the first contestant. Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan. On the live broadcast, his name was clearly displayed on the paper. Shortly thereafter, it was announced that Ji Yuan's opponent would be. As the paper was unveiled, 2 characters emerged before the audience. Su Family Su Su. Chapter 67, Macho Man Ji Yuan Banner. Goodness, old Ji's luck in draws is rather unfortunate, isn't it? In contrast, that leopard drew a female opponent ranked 7th in the district. On the 6th day of the district competition, the results for the top 4 draws had been revealed. There would be 2 matches. The first match would commence at 10 o'clock in the morning, featuring Chen Xinhua from Dongya City, facing the strongest contestant of this edition, Zhang Bao from the Zhang family. This battle was devoid of suspense. The second match would take place at 6 o'clock in the evening, where Ji Yuan would once again face Su Su, the heir of the 5 great beast families. Observers online believed the outcome of this battle was equally devoid of suspense, with an overwhelming majority confident that Ji Yuan would emerge victorious. After all, the 4th round. His duel with Xiao Lingjue remains fresh in memory, and even the match replay has garnered the highest viewership in these past 2 days. In comparison, Su Su from the Su family appears relatively weaker than Xiao Lingjue. At this moment, Zhao Shan is filled with indignation in the group chat. Su Su has 3 beast companions. This time, Su Zine, who has usually been rather reticent in the group, has taken the initiative to speak. Zhao Shan, 3 you say? I reviewed his previous battles, and all his beasts are the same wolf, right? Is it not so? Su Zine, he is quite obsessed with wolf-type beasts. So his 3 wolf-type companions share the same lineage, with their bloodlines all being of a high grade, and their elemental attributes are ice, wood, and electricity, respectively. Mu Shushin, Ji Yuan, how is Ming's injury? Are you planning to hide any tricks this round? In front of the screen, Ji Yuan smiled at Mu Shushin's words and typed, no tricks hidden. I have been using Ming in battle because I need to solidify another skill for Shanpa. Don't worry, Ming's injuries are recovering well. However, this round, I should let Shanpa show its prowess. Mu Shushin, I still don't know you? You love to keep your cards close to your chest, and then surprise your opponent. She couldn't help but recall that almost desperate situation in the Withering Valley, which was turned around by this guy. Ji Yuan did not reply, but sent a hee-hee emoji. Meanwhile, nestled on the sofa, with long hair casually cascading down, Su Zine stared at her phone screen. Upon witnessing the interaction between Ji Yuan and Mu Shushin, her starry eyes dimmed slightly, and she felt a pang of disappointment. Their relationship is truly wonderful. At that moment, her phone vibrated suddenly, indicating new messages in the group. Ji Yuan, Su Zine, thank you. The information you provided is incredibly useful, and I will definitely win. Accompanying this message was an image of Zhao Shan grinning broadly. Upon seeing Ji Yuan's reply, Su Zine's body stiffened momentarily, and then a charming smile illuminated her delicate face, as if she had tasted honey, filling her heart with sweetness. She repeatedly glanced at that brief message. After a moment, she managed to suppress her excitement and typed, go for it. After sending the message, she clutched her phone, tossing and turning on the sofa. Ji Yuan set his phone down. Looking up, he saw the first match of the semifinals on the live broadcast, featuring Zhang Bao against the female Beastmaster ranked 7th in the city, and the result had just been announced. The match lasted a mere 2 minutes from start to finish. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Bao emerged victorious. As a 5th-tier Beastmaster, the enhancement he provided to his beasts was qualitatively superior. In terms of soul power resonance alone, a 6th-tier master could not contend with a 5th tier. However, it seemed no one was aware of Zhang Bao's 5th-tier status. In the initial rounds, the announcer would introduce the ranks of both Beastmasters at the start of the match. Yuan had deliberately reviewed Zhang Bao's battle replays, but had never heard the host mention his rank. Was it to avoid dampening the spirits of the competitors? That was indeed a possibility. With a soft furrow of his brow, Yuan suddenly felt a bit fatigued. After setting an alarm, he decided to take a nap. Time passed. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the announcer greeted everyone. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and to all the viewers at home. Have you ever felt how quickly time flies? In the blink of an eye, we have reached the semifinal stage. A new female host had taken over. And from the recent matches, her professionalism was undoubtedly superior to that of her predecessor. Earlier, our contestant Zhang Bao won the 6th round with overwhelming dominance, securing a place in the finals. Let us once again congratulate him with applause. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Shortly, the second half of the semifinals will feature Yuan from Linyun City against Su Su from the Su family of Jinqing City. Let us welcome the 2 contestants to the arena. Strongman Yuan, Strongman Yuan, Strongman Yuan. In an instant, a tsunami of fervent cheers resonated throughout the venue, with countless men and women in the audience raising their arms in excitement. Even more eye-catching were the 3 long banners, one each at the east, west, and north sections of the audience. The contents of these banners were familiar. Tremble, contestants. You are about to face Linyun City's brightest star, Linyun City's strongest man, Linyun City's premier Beastmaster, Yuan. Sound familiar? Indeed. It was the very banner that Zhao Shan had been ridiculed by countless spectators during the first round. Unexpectedly, this time, the 3 banners had nothing to do with Zhao Shan. They were raised by new supporters of Yuan. At this moment, Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Xin sat in the northern section of the audience, surrounded by enthusiastic supporters of Yuan, waving flags and cheering. The intensity of this fervor made the trio tremble. Even Zhao Shan and Mu Shuxin, who were usually quite familiar with the crowd, felt a sense of inferiority. Suddenly, the frenzied supporters spotted Zhao Shan hiding among the crowd and pulled him out. What the heck? In the crowd, several hands swiftly yanked Zhao Shan from his seat, forcing him to join in waving the strongman Yuan flag. Gradually, Zhao Shan too was swept up in the atmosphere, shedding his initial hesitation and shouting passionately along with the others. Meanwhile, on the stage, Yuan strolled confidently, clad in black, making his entrance. Opposite him stood the slender Su Su, dressed in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, a smile adorning his lips. What a lively atmosphere. Su Su listened to the audience cheering for Yuan, displaying no signs of displeasure. He appeared quite youthful, possessing a doll-like face that, combined with his tender voice and slight frame, easily made him resemble a high school student. Little did anyone know, Su Su was also 25 years old. Upon taking the stage, he circled the arena and then looked over at Yuan, saying with a smile, "You deserve this cheer from everyone." Yuan was taken aback. "Hee, I love making friends. I know I can't defeat you in this semifinal battle, so let us consider it a friendly match, shall we?" Su Su's youthful voice rang out, paired with his appearance, suddenly imparting an innocent impression. In truth, he expressed this out of fear that Yuan might slay his beast. There is a ranking statistic online regarding slaying opponents' beasts, and only 2 individuals have made it onto that list, the first being Yuan, and the second being Hao Zhun, Yuan's opponent, in the second round. This means that after 6 rounds of competition, only the 2 of them have slain their opponent's beasts. Chapter 68. You can ask me to do anything. Su Su laughed and summoned his beast. It was a wolf, less than 2 meters in size, radiating a vibrant green vitality. He gazed at Yuan, secretly contemplating that Yuan's beast was a fire-type Qilin, which, in terms of both species and bloodline, had a significant advantage over him. He wondered how long he could hold out. Yuan, on the other hand, was somewhat surprised that this young master from the Su family would so openly acknowledge his inferiority. Weren't these young masters typically arrogant and domineering? He realized he had made a hasty judgment. Yuan sighed inwardly, having developed biases against these aristocratic heirs for certain reasons. He promptly dismissed such thoughts, clenched his right fist, and summoned a flicker of thunder. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the audience and viewers nationwide, violent bolts of lightning suddenly manifested beside Yuan. Moments later, as the thunder subsided, a robust, majestic, and powerfully built black giant wolf made its debut in this urban competition for the very first time. This colossal wolf had a massive frame and sturdy limbs. Its pitch-black fur was adorned with specks of deep blue luminescence, exuding an aura of mystery. Upon its emergence, the colossal wolf stood beside Yuan, tilting its head as its deep blue eyes scanned the audience. Those who met its gaze were enveloped in an illusion of thunderous might. My heavens! This beast is unbelievably magnificent. Goodness! This giant wolf aligns perfectly with my aesthetic. How can such a stunning wolf-type beast exist? Incredible! The contrast between Su's wolf and Yuan's is akin to the difference between a father and son. The first appearance of the dazzling wolf evoked gasps from the crowd, and in an instant, countless fervent gazes were fixed upon it, unable to tear away. Even Su, the rival, widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Yuan's side, utterly still. In a moment, bang! Su suddenly bolted forward, unable to contain his excitement, his eyes radiating unmatched astonishment. As he ran, he shouted, Yuan, just let me have a good look at your beast, and I will do anything you ask. Behind him, his wooden wolf closely followed its master, and as it gazed at the dazzling wolf, intense fear flickered in its pupils. After all, the dazzling wolf is the apex of the wolf species. Without even considering bloodline rank, it is the Thunder Wolf Lord. Other wolf-type beasts pale in comparison. Only other imperial-level wolves can be mentioned in the same breath. Thus, even with absolute hostility towards Yuan, Su's 3 wolf-type beasts stood no chance against the dazzling wolf. Su's shout resonated throughout the venue. Not only Yuan, but the audience was also taken aback. In truth, the rankings of the urban tournament hold little significance for the 5 prominent families. Therefore, Su, who has always had a penchant for wolf-type beasts, has tacitly accepted his defeat at this moment. Watching the excited Su, who was running with arms outstretched, Yuan's eyelids twitched. Ultimately, he commanded the dazzling wolf not to attack. He could sense his opponent's enthusiasm and sincerity. When Su stood before the dazzling wolf, he trembled all over. Standing at approximately 1.70 meters, he was slightly shorter than Yuan. The dazzling wolf stood calmly, its massive head towering over Su, forcing him to look up. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Yuan and requested, May I touch it? Yes, Yuan replied. With the owner's consent. Su eagerly extended his trembling hand. As his fingertips brushed against the dazzling wolf's smooth and soft fur, he jolted with delight. His reaction was exaggerated, reminiscent of a man who had never encountered beauty, savoring and admiring the sensation as he gently stroked the fur around the wolf's neck. The dazzling wolf tilted its head, enjoying the attention and, coupled with Su's emotions, felt a deep satisfaction. As an imperial-level creature, it relished the admiration of others. Subsequently, apart from its abdomen and a few indescribable areas, Su explored nearly every inch of the wolf. He appeared as though he wished to pry open the dazzling wolf's mouth just to take a closer look. 5 minutes later, Su reluctantly took a few steps back, feeling no burden as he cheerfully proclaimed, I concede. Yuan wins. I am wholeheartedly willing to accept my defeat. He was not foolish. During his interaction with the dazzling wolf, he could sense the terrifying aura it unconsciously exuded. Compared to Yuan's azure Qilin, the dazzling wolf's presence was equally formidable. When compared to this giant wolf, his 3 wolves seemed like mere fluffy pups. In a real confrontation, he had no hope of victory. It was better to graciously admit defeat and cultivate a good rapport with this promising representative of the small city. In the audience, those who had fervently cheered for Yuan before the competition exchanged glances. They had expected this battle to unfold similarly to that against Xiao. Who could have imagined that 5 minutes would merely serve to showcase Su's appreciation of the beast? It was unexpected that the latter half of the semifinals would be so harmonious. Therefore, let us congratulate the representative of Linyan City, Yuan, for advancing to the finals. The urban tournament's semifinals concluded here, ladies and gentlemen, and to the audience watching from home, we shall meet again at the finals 3 days hence. With the host's standard closing remarks, the venue erupted in a flurry of lights. Yuan, good luck in the finals. Mu Xuxin stood up, cupping her hands to form a trumpet shape as she shouted towards the striking youth in the arena. Beside her, supporters joined in her cheer. This time, Su's voluntary concession did not spark a media frenzy as it had the first time. Online discussions predominantly revolved around the robust giant wolf, the dazzling wolf, which made its debut that night. Initially, everyone believed Yuan possessed only a Qilin beast. After all, during the 4th round, his battle with Xiao ended in such a manner that he did not summon a second beast. No one anticipated that, in addition to the Azure Fire-type Qilin, he also owned a Thunder-type giant wolf. At that moment, in a certain location within the Xiao residence, it appeared to be a bedroom. The expansive area was likely around 40 square meters. The room was well furnished, with the curtains drawn tightly. The only source of light emanated from a television embedded in the wall, displaying the scene of Su observing the dazzling wolf. Thunder-type wolf. Before the television. On a large bed, Xiao Lingjue's handsome face bore a sinister expression. His gaze was locked onto Ji Yuan's face, teeth clenched. Ji Yuan, you killed my imperial beast. Don't let me catch a chance in the future, or I will ensure you pay back 100-fold. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Young master, the matter you asked me to inquire about has yielded results. Speak. Xiao Lingjue barked. The three major academies have shown a very positive attitude towards Ji Yuan. It is said they are secretly competing for him. If Ji Yuan secures the championship, the deans of the three academies may personally approach him. Bang! A black object slammed against the television screen. With a loud crash, the screen remained intact, but a crack appeared where Ji Yuan's face was displayed. Champion. He wishes to defeat Zhang Bao? What a delusion. Chapter 69. I like you most. Cheers. In a lavish private room, a table laden with a variety of dishes was set. Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, Su Xin, and Mu Shuxin sat together. Each held a cup of red wine. Their faces radiant with joy. Old Ji, have you decided which academy to attend? Zhao Shan, slightly tipsy, leaned on his hand. It's too early to discuss that now. Ji Yuan replied with a smile, still uncertain about the distinctions and advantages of the three major academies. With 3 days until the finals, he wished to take this time to thoroughly understand the three super academies. Although victory or defeat was uncertain, the choice of academy should still be his to make. Haha, let me share a piece of news with you, Zhao Shan said mysteriously. TCH. Su Xin scoffed, turning her head dismissively. The usually silent girl became quite lively with even the slightest touch of alcohol. Zhao Xiaomei, speak plainly. I despise half-finished revelations. Mu Shuxin downed her drink in one go, her bold demeanor causing Ji Yuan, seated opposite her, to twitch at the corners of his mouth. This isn't juice. We're only halfway through the gathering. And you already want to get yourself drunk? He couldn't help but remind her. Hey, don't interrupt. Zhao Shan waved his hands dramatically, shouting, everyone listen to me. The three super academies are extremely, very, super satisfied with old Ji's performance. According to my dad, as long as Ji Yuan can hold out for 5 minutes without losing in the finals, he will receive an extraordinarily special reward upon enrollment. Zhao Shan belched and continued. Old Ji, you must hold out for 5 minutes. I'm counting on you to let me run rampant in the Super Academy. Get lost. Ji Yuan laughed and scolded. What special reward? You didn't inquire about that crucial information? Zhao Xiaomei, you're drunk. 5 minutes. Little Zhang Bao, I can swat him down like a little kitten. Mu Shuxin gently lowered her head, her left hand continuously combing through her wine-red hair as she spoke languidly. Indeed. Su Xin murmured softly, we are all drunk. Ji Yuan shook his head, stating that it was unwise to drink so heavily. Zhang Bao, after all, was a 5th-tier Beastmaster. Managing to last 5 minutes was already quite a feat in his eyes. What do you know? Zhao Shan scoffed. Do you realize that Zhang Bao is a 5th tier? Upon hearing this, Su Xin, who was shaking her wine glass, paused her movements. Mu Shuxin raised her head abruptly. What did you say? Both women exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. The mention of the 5th tier startled them out of their intoxication. The disparity of a single word revealed an insurmountable chasm. Zhang Bao was indeed at the 5th tier? How could they possibly win this final? Mu Shuxin's delicate face tightened with anxiety, disbelief etched upon her features. Su Xin's brow furrowed slightly, for this revelation was indeed unexpected. Thus, wasn't it stipulated? If one can withstand a 5th-tier Beastmaster for 5 minutes with 6th-tier soul power, it can be considered as Ji Yuan's victory, Zhao Shan shrugged. His words rendered the two women silent. At this stage of the finals, they certainly hoped for Ji Yuan to emerge victorious. Not merely to create an unprecedented miracle in the competition, but because such a victory would ensure he received extraordinary recognition upon entering the academy, including Zhao Shan. Their initial intentions were undoubtedly good. However, achieving a direct victory from 6th tier against 5th tier was indeed a fanciful notion. After a moment of silence, Mu Shuxin, her cheeks flushed, half opened her eyes, fixed her gaze on Ji Yuan, and asserted, he can definitely hold out for 5 minutes. If it were someone else, it might be uncertain. Suddenly, as the effects of the alcohol took hold, Mu Shuxin slapped the table and stood up. Ji Yuan, I have something to tell you. Her wine-red hair fell over half of her flawless face as she swayed slightly, raising a hand. This sudden action startled the three at the table. Observing her demeanor, Su Xin's starry eyes flashed with incredulity. Could she be intending to? Su Xin quickly lowered her head, her fair hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, uncertain of what to do. At that moment, Mu Shuxin mumbled drunkenly, and then fell silent. What's wrong? Ji Yuan asked, his face a picture of confusion. What was the cause of such commotion? Zhao Shan leaned in closer to Mu Shuxin, only to hear her even breathing. Well, she started to speak and then fell asleep, Zhao Shan remarked in exasperation. This girl had just been warned not to drink so much. Seeing the outcome, Yuan could not help but chuckle and shake his head. With Mu Shuxin completely intoxicated, the gathering had to conclude prematurely. As they reached the finals, the competitors in the rest area began to leave in succession. The previous rules regarding the rest area had naturally become obsolete, compounded by Zhao Shan's insistence on viewing the scenery of the small villa. Ultimately, Yuan brought the three to his villa, number 92. The three-story villa was spacious enough to accommodate the four of them. Yuan arranged for Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin to stay in the large bedroom on the third floor, where the spacious bed could easily accommodate both for the night. He and Zhao Shan would make do in the living room. On the third floor, Mu Shuxin, reeking of alcohol, lay sprawled on the bed, while Su Ziyin fetched a basin of warm water from the bathroom and gently wiped her face. Yuan. Mu Shuxin murmured in her sleep, her cheeks flushed, before suddenly grasping Su Ziyin's small hand. I like you the most. After uttering this, she released her grip and fell into a deep slumber once more. Su Ziyin was taken aback, her starry eyes shimmering with uncertainty. In the living room on the second floor, Zhao Shan lounged on the sofa. A thick blanket draped over him as he idly watched television, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. On the first floor, Yuan held the phone with a gentle smile. Kid, remember, reaching the finals is already far beyond our expectations. On the other end, Tan He's voice echoed. So, forget about the championship. The runner-up in the city competition is no less impressive. I understand, uncle, but on the day of the finals, I still want to give it a try. I want to see just how great the disparity between 6th tier and 5th tier is. Yuan lifted his gaze through the window at the crescent moon, his eyes resolute. By the way, Uncle Tan, what insights do you have regarding the 3 major super academies? Tan, having been a student at one of those super academies in his youth, would surely provide the most accurate perspective. I knew you would ask, Tan Han chuckled. Juling, Lan Tian, and Sheng Tian. Among these 3 academies, Juling is the strongest, while Lan Tian and Sheng Tian are relatively balanced. If it were in the past, I would have advised you to attend Juling Academy. However, considering what you told me yesterday, Sheng Tian Academy is your only choice. Yesterday, after the competition concluded, Yuan had a lengthy discussion with Tan He. He devised a very plausible explanation regarding the origins of Ming and Shan Pe, while also revealing a portion of his own secrets. Of course, Yuan's narrative was quite profound and intricate, yet he only disclosed the most critical point to Tan He. He desperately needed the Imperial-level remains, and Tan He was someone he could absolutely trust. Sheng Tian Academy? Why is that? Yuan inquired, somewhat puzzled. First, you must understand that the 3 major super academies each possess their own territories. These territories are likely comparable to the combined area of 3 cities. Is it really that exaggerated? He raised an eyebrow. As the most central breeding ground for Beastmasters in Daxia, the 3 major super academies possess an unimaginable depth, prestige, and significance. Furthermore, the Beastmaster Alliance is composed of high-ranking officials from the 3 academies. I believe I have already mentioned this to you, right? Yes, Yuan replied. Tan He continued. Within Sheng Tian Academy's territory, there exists a place known as the Lost Land, rumored to have once been an ancient battlefield, buried with countless bones. So you understand now, right? An ancient battlefield? Does that mean he could freely absorb the remains and rapidly develop? Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finding remains of imperial creatures was exceedingly challenging, and relying solely on the 1-kilometer positioning function of the Imperial Atlas was indeed quite taxing. Presently, his most pressing task was to search for as many remains of the Star Peak Griffin as possible. As long as he could achieve 70 integrity of its remains, he would have a viable 3rd beast. However, this does not mean that such burial sites only exist within Sheng Tian Academy. In fact, the other 2 academies also have their own lost lands, though Sheng Tian Academy's is relatively larger and more expansive. Listening to Tan He's explanations, Yuan nodded inwardly. It appeared that Sheng Tian Academy was indeed his best choice. By the way, the finals will be held in Guanmian City, likely tomorrow. The Alliance will contact you to take you there. For now, I must return to Linyan City for a while. I have some matters to attend to. After hanging up the phone, Yuan's mind was awash with thoughts. A night passed without incident. The next day, as Tan He had predicted, early in the morning, someone from the Beastmaster Alliance contacted him, stating that a special vehicle was waiting for him at the entrance of the rest area. At the same time, Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin descended from upstairs. Both appeared sleepily disheveled, their hairstyles casual, exuding a unique charm in their current languid state. After packing their belongings, the 4 prepared to depart. However, just as they stepped out of the villa, a magnificent griffin stood proudly in the corridor of the rest area. Upon closer inspection, was this not Zhao Tianho's beast? Good morning, little ones, a warm voice greeted them. Zhao Tianho stood with his hands behind his back atop the griffin, exuding an air of nonchalance and elegance. Uncle Zhao. Ji Yuan greeted the three politely. However, Zhao Tianho, with a hint of dissatisfaction, glanced at Jin and remarked, "What do you mean by uncle? Call me godfather." Faced with the steadfastness of this prominent figure, Ji Yuan realized that further obstinacy on his part would seem pretentious. Therefore, he respectfully addressed him, "Godfather. We are closer than brothers. My father is your father." Zhao Shan, delighted, embraced his shoulders and laughed heartily. This statement left Ji Yuan at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianho's lips twitched slightly. The child's words sounded rather peculiar. "Godson, perform well in the finals, and I shall personally support you." Zhao Tianho regarded him with an approving nod. "All right," Ji Yuan responded. "Now, Xiaomei, Xia Shuxin, and Xiaoyin, allow me to escort you home." After speaking, Zhao Tianho turned to the three. "What about old Ji?" Zhao Shan inquired. "The Beastmaster Alliance has sent a special vehicle. There is no need for concern about me." Ji Yuan explained. "Let us meet in Guanyin City." Understanding dawned upon them, and they nodded in agreement. As the splendid and uniquely designed griffin flapped its wings and departed, Ji Yuan felt a sense of anticipation. Once the Xingfeng griffin reached the expected level of completeness, he too would be able to soar through the skies upon it, wouldn't he? After indulging in his thoughts for a moment, he gathered his focus. As he approached the entrance of the resting area, a sleek black business vehicle came to a halt. Beside it stood a man in a suit with sunglasses, a quintessential bodyguard. "Mr. Ji Yuan, please," he said, snapping his fingers, causing the car door to slide open automatically. Once inside the enclosed space of the vehicle, the bodyguard took the passenger seat. He turned and informed, "In 10 minutes, we will transport you to Guanyin City via the spatial track. This journey will take approximately an hour, so you may rest assured. On your left and behind you, there are retractable storage compartments filled with various beverages and snacks for your selection." After this, the bodyguard turned back. Simultaneously, an electric privacy screen rose, completely isolating the driver's compartment from his position. Following his instructions, Ji Yuan pulled the prominent latch on the left side. With a pop, a modest storage box emerged, containing an array of the most popular beverages and juices of the moment. Impressive. He noticed 3 gleaming words on the side of the storage box. Ji Yuan. As for the spatial track the bodyguard mentioned, he had a basic understanding. It functioned similarly to a spatial wormhole, creating a transcendent passage between cities using advanced technology, drastically reducing travel time. For instance, a drive from Mohan City to Guanyin City via standard roads would typically require at least 5 days. In contrast, aerial beasts like Tan He's Golden Eagle or Zhao Tianho's Griffin would still need a minimum of 3 hours. Yet, through the spatial track, this duration could be condensed to merely an hour, a remarkable convenience. However, due to the exorbitant cost and extensive engineering required, only a select few cities in Dachau possessed such tracks. Most individuals still opted for air travel or flying beasts for long journeys. As Ji Yuan embarked on his journey to the finals, he remained unaware that the city of Linyun had erupted into a fervor surrounding Ji Yuan. With his astonishing victory over the 15th-ranked representative and his defeat of the young master of the Shao family, he had left the citizens of Linyun both astonished and elated. The businesses that had previously signed endorsement contracts with Ji Yuan were positively beaming. Ever since he reached the finals, not only locals, but even fans from neighboring cities flocked to Linyun, nearly depleting the stock of the products Ji Yuan endorsed. Even the Blue Sky Welfare Institute had become a popular destination for these fervent fans. Gradually, a mystery surrounding Ji Yuan's identity began to circulate online. An orphan raised in a welfare institute, he awakened his exceptional talent at 18, endured 2 years of setbacks, and ultimately made a formidable comeback. Representing Linyun City, ranked 92, he entered the district competition. Although 3 of his 6 matches were uncontested, his decisive victory over Chen Hui and his competitive spirit against Xiao Ling, where he even triumphed, undoubtedly earned him the respect of the national audience. Now, as he advanced to the finals, the entire nation was keenly anticipating this ultimate showdown, eager to witness whether this strongest dark horse could indeed reach the pinnacle and create a miracle. Initially, many shared this sentiment. However, just 1 day before the finals, a shocking announcement emerged. The champion has already been decided. Zhang Bao is a 5th-tier Beastmaster. Chapter 71. Let the battle begin. The finals. Guanyin City, as the most prosperous metropolis in the nation, was home to countless Beastmaster families nestled among its towering skyscrapers. Among these, the 5 principal clans, Zhang, Jiang, Su Xiao, and Mu, were firmly established in Guanyin City, while their collateral branches spread across cities nationwide. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days of preparation for the finals had elapsed. Today marked the day of the finals. The online discourse had become fervent due to the sensational news released a day prior. Are they insane? A 25-year-old 5th-tier Beastmaster. This is undoubtedly the biggest news of the tournament. No wonder Zhang Bao has been crushing his opponents in every match. Goodness, if I were Yuan, I would withdraw from the competition. How can a 6th tier compete against a 5th tier? Indeed, if I had learned a day before the finals that my opponent was 5th tier, my mindset would be in shambles. Goodness, Yuan must be feeling overwhelmed. However, being the runner-up is already a remarkable achievement. It's simply unbelievable for the representative ranked 92 to advance to the finals. Yes, Yuan has already made history. The outcome of the championship holds little significance for him. Alas, today's finals seem rather anticlimactic. Such sentiments proliferated across the internet. Countless individuals believed that this final match held no suspense. A 6th tier could not possibly defeat a 5th tier. This was akin to an unyielding law, unbroken throughout history. As the opening ceremony neared its conclusion, the contestants prepared to take the stage when a voice reached Yuan's ears. He turned off his phone and rose to his feet. The finals venue was situated in the heart of Guanyin City. The scale of the arena was beyond description, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of spectators, while the platform itself could house over 100 massive trucks simultaneously, equipped with top-tier broadcasting technology and gigantic screens. The venue ensured that every audience member could witness the live action on the platform. At this moment, Yuan stood merely a step away from the highly anticipated stage. Before him lay a heavy black curtain. Now presenting, the blue team contestant, Yuan. The echoed announcement signaled that the time had come. He reached forth and lifted the heavy curtain, a wave of fervent cheers inundating his senses. Blinding lights illuminated him as Yuan maintained his composure, his gaze resolute and sharp. Stepping forward toward the center of the stage, the roars of hundreds of thousands rang out, akin to the thunderous growl of a giant spirit, filling the tranquil night with fervor. In this sea of humanity, massive banners were hoisted in the audience, all emblazoned with the rather embarrassing phrase Macho Man. Zhao Shan never imagined that his earlier humorous banner would be embraced by so many. These hypocritical individuals had once booed him. Now presenting, the red team contestant, Zhang Bao. The crowd erupted into an even greater frenzy. This individual was the youngest 5th-tier Beastmaster in the tournament. Amid the dazzling lights, a tall man with a square face and a bald head emerged before the masses. His expression was calm, his brow slightly furrowed, as if harboring a hint of melancholy. With both contestants now positioned, the rules of the finals were about to be announced. First and foremost, competitors are prohibited from inflicting lethal harm upon the Beastmasters. Secondly, contestants are forbidden from causing injury or permanent disability to the beasts themselves. Thirdly, there is no time limit for the match. It shall only conclude when one party voluntarily concedes or loses their fighting capability. With the announcement of the rules concluded, the competition officially commences. As the host's voice reverberates, Zhang Bao glances at Yuan, questioning whether he intends to forfeit due to his status as a 5th-tier Beastmaster. Yuan smiles in response. Observing his expression, Zhang Bao ponders, "So you wish to gauge the extent of the disparity?" Immediately, Zhang Bao extends his right hand, causing the air before him to shimmer, and suddenly, a slender beast adorned with dark purple spots materializes from thin air. This peculiar creature resembles a cheetah, yet possesses 4 elongated forelegs and 2 robust hind legs. The poisonous wind phantom leopard, a unique species native to the depths of the Hongling city mines. Ethereal azure flames rise, and Ming manifests alongside. The poisonous wind phantom leopard opens its maw, lined with sharp teeth, and unleashes a swirling gust of wind. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Zhang Bao integrates a pale blue orb of light with the beast. A resounding boom echoes, sending invisible ripples towards Yuan and Ming, enough to rattle the very soul. This familiar scene elicits a smile from Yuan, who neither dodges nor evades, allowing the resonating wave to wash over him. Only those who have attained the 5th tier can wield the soul power resonance. And Zhang Bao is prepared to deliver a swift blow to Yuan right from the onset. The host narrates, admittedly perplexed, as from his perspective, Yuan's participation seems entirely unnecessary. He could easily concede and return home with a second-place finish. In the audience, countless spectators gaze upon Zhang Bao's display of soul power resonance with envy. The crowd of 6th-tier Beastmasters is impressively vast, even surpassing that of newly initiated 9th-tier participants. They all await their own moment of ascension, with the 5th tier being their most coveted desire. However, as the resonance wave makes contact with Yuan and Ming, neither the human nor the beast exhibits the anticipated signs of unconsciousness or dizziness. Instead, Yuan maintains his composed demeanor, while Ming swiftly conjures a massive fireball, launching it towards the poisonous wind phantom leopard. To everyone's astonishment, Yuan appears unaffected, and his beast responds with decisive retaliation. Witnessing this, Zhang Bao's eyes reveal contemplation. And in an instant, the poisonous wind phantom leopard charges forth. During this time, a pale gray liquid collides with the fiery orb, causing it to dissolve instantaneously. Gale! Zhang Bao exclaims, while the poisonous wind phantom leopard spins violently, generating a powerful whirlwind. Withering toxic mist. This is not the end, for with another command, the poisonous wind phantom leopard emits a shriek, and dark purple mist spills forth, merging with the whirlwind. The tail of the poisonous wind phantom leopard lashes out against this toxic cyclone, dramatically increasing its speed as it surges towards Ming. Inferno Tempest. Ming growls, unleashing the ethereal flames, which swiftly transform into a similarly sized fiery vortex, intertwining with the toxic whirlwind. In a flash, two swirling forces clash, their blue and dark purple hues coalescing into an extraordinary amalgamation of color. The searing waves undulate, yet the poisonous wind phantom leopard does not relent. It reemerges from behind the whirlwind, spewing forth a thin stream of gray liquid. Fortunately, Ming reacts promptly, dissipating the attack amidst the flames. However, before the dust settles, the poisonous wind phantom leopard darts forward, its sharp fangs poised to sink into Ming's neck. The ferocity of this assault sharpens Yuan's gaze. An ethereal arm of flames materializes, striking the poisonous wind phantom leopard's right flank just as it closes in. Chapter 72, Wind Shatter Explosion. The fiery arm launches the poisonous wind phantom leopard backward. Yet, its form flickers and stabilizes a short distance away, surrounded by faint azure wind elements. The poisonous wind phantom leopard crosses its forelimbs, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp gales. Ming ducks instinctively, narrowly evading the onslaught. Yet, the poisonous wind phantom leopard leaps again, spewing forth corrosive liquid while its forelimbs channel the wind elements. Ultimately, it is a beast controlled by a fifth-tier Beastmaster, and the intensity of its assault leaves little room for error. The ethereal flames surge forth, forming a fiery barrier that envelopes Ming entirely. The overwhelming heat and soul-searing intensity halt the poisonous wind phantom leopard in its tracks. Corrosive toxic mist, Zhang Bao murmurs softly. The poisonous wind phantom leopard exhales a thin mist, which adheres to the fiery barrier, and Yuan observes as Zhang Bao channels his soul power into the mist. Could it be that this gray toxic mist, upon resonating with his soul power, is capable of corroding Ming's defense? A flicker of realization dawns upon Yuan as he discreetly releases a surge of his own soul power, which stealthily merges with the ethereal flames. Suddenly, the barrier of ethereal flames visibly begins to boil with intensity, an unmistakable amplification that causes Zhang Bao's brow to furrow. What is happening? His soul power has resonated with the corrosive mist, and this mere fiery barrier should be easily corroded. Yet now, he senses a force of resistance, as if the flames themselves harbor a resonance of soul power. How can this be? Zhang Bao dismisses the notion, having thoroughly researched Yuan's information prior to the match. Confirming him as a sixth-tier Beastmaster, there can be no doubt. Am I being overly sensitive? His gaze flickers, resting upon the calm and elegant young man not far away. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly withdraws the poisonous wind phantom leopard. Suddenly, Yuan's pupils constrict as he witnesses inexplicable ice crystals drifting upon the arena. Zhang Bao extends a finger, pointing towards the fiery barrier surrounding Ming. Ice. Shatter. In the next moment, a pale blue beam erupts from his fingertip, imbued with an overwhelming chill, penetrating the resonant barrier of flames upon contact. Once the impenetrable barrier is breached, its continued existence becomes unnecessary. As the barrier dissipates, a cacophony of thunder erupts. Under Yuan's astonished gaze, Zhang Bao clenches his fists, his body surging with lightning elements, transforming into a bolt of thunder as he charges towards Ming. Thunder. Blast. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Bao stands before Ming, delivering a punch infused with lightning energy. Just as the force of his punch is about to connect, Yuan, quick-witted and agile, retracts it. Concurrently, deep blue lightning crackles forth, moving with the swiftness of a thunderclap, as Zhang Bao's strike misses its mark, allowing Yuan to execute the dance of lightning. The collision of lightning elements produces a resounding explosion, as blinding bolts of thunder leap wildly, prompting many spectators to shield their eyes. In the audience, murmurs of astonishment ripple through the crowd as they witness Zhang Bao's extraordinary combat techniques. What is transpiring? Zhang Bao has not summoned a beast, yet he can unleash elemental skills with his bare hands? Clearly, you are from a small town. What Zhang Bao is using is the Zhang family's exclusive soul technique for Beastmasters, known as Wind Shatter Explosion. Indeed, It is said that this wind shatter explosion has been passed down since ancient times, serving as a treasured heirloom of the Zhang family. Regrettably, although this Feng Lai Bao can momentarily bestow elemental attacks upon beast tamers, its consumption is excessively high, rendering it impractical for those below the 5th rank. Yuan may find himself overwhelmed by this technique. On the arena, the tempestuous might of thunder pulsates incessantly. Yuan stands at a distance, his pupils narrowing slightly. He observes Zhang Bao resisting the impact of the flashing force with his fists. No matter how formidable a beast tamer may be, it is impossible for flesh and blood to contend against beasts. Could it be that the disparity between ranks truly holds such significant weight? Fortunately, Zhang Bao soon finds himself defeated in this confrontation. However, compared to his astonishment, Zhang Bao's shock runs deeper. How peculiar, how extraordinarily strange. Yuan's 2 beasts are undoubtedly not as simplistic as the intelligence report suggested. Even a legendary bloodline beast would be unable to withstand the Feng Lai Bao, unleashed by a 6th rank controller. This is the confidence he possesses as a 5th rank beast tamer when facing a 6th rank opponent. Yet now, this wolf-type beast not only blocked his attack, but also shattered his offensive. There are only 2 possibilities. First, Yuan has concealed his true rank. He too is a 5th rank beast tamer. Second, this wolf-type beast's bloodline level is undoubtedly above legendary, at the very least, mythic. In Zhang Bao's mind, the imprint of the beast appeared on Yuan's hand when he summoned it. Thus, the first possibility is entirely ruled out. This implies that the 92nd ranked Lingyun city has unexpectedly produced a youth with a mythic level beast. Just then, as Zhang Bao's thoughts raced, the flashing force ultimately triumphed over him. A tremendous force surged forth, akin to several vehicles colliding head-on, prompting him to grunt in pain and stumble backward. Release Kuang Bao. Almost simultaneously, Yuan's voice resonated, and one could see the flashing force opening its maw, a sphere of blue and silver light coalescing in an instant, then directly shooting towards him. Wind, break. The sphere of light, carrying a terrifying gale, hurtled toward him. Zhang Bao immediately unleashed the final strike of Feng Lai Bao. The sharp winds howled, slicing the blue-silver sphere in twain. Bang, bang. The divided violent force crashed onto the ground behind him, producing a deafening roar. After this brief encounter, Zhang Bao sensed something was amiss. Yuan could not be compared to an ordinary 6th rank beast tamer. Yet, in this nationally scrutinized arena, is he truly going to control multiple beasts while battling a 6th rank beast tamer? The pride stemming from being a 5th rank beast tamer and a member of a noble beast tamer family made him reluctant to do so. Ultimately, a dark purple light flickered in his eyes. Before the multitude, the air above Zhang Bao rippled suddenly. Following this, an arm covered in black fur emerged from thin air. A powerful sense of oppression enveloped the entire arena. Yuan lifted his head. Zhang Bao had summoned a gigantic, more than 4-meter-tall, fearsome gorilla. This behemoth was no stranger to him. It was the very same demon gorilla that Lu Hen faced alone deep within the mine. At that time, Lu Hen, as a 5th rank beast tamer, took nearly 10 minutes, exhausting all means, to finally slay the demon gorilla. Now, however, less than 2 minutes had passed since the match commenced. Theoretically, if Yuan could endure for another 3 minutes, in the eyes of some, it would already be deemed a victory. Yet, what he was about to face was a demon gorilla capable of contending with 5th rank beast tamers. Chapter 73. Unexpected Developments. Go Lao Ji. Yuan. Hang in there. In the audience, Zhao Shan fervently waved a mighty man banner, his left hand even timing the duration with his phone. Mu Shuxing cupped her hands into a trumpet shape, similarly cheering. Only the silent girl clenched her small hands, murmuring in her heart, "Go on, you can do it." Within the arena, Yuan gazed at the imposing demon gorilla before him, filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that, in addition to the poison wind phantom leopard, he had also tamed a demon gorilla. However, this demon gorilla was significantly smaller than the one encountered deep in the mine. Interestingly, this demon gorilla was precisely countered by the soul resonance of the flashing force. Yuan, it is not too late to concede. Zhang Bao spoke softly. Bring it on. Yuan, however, merely smiled calmly. Seeing this, Zhang Bao ceased to speak further. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as the demon gorilla charged forth. Flashing force. Release Kuang Bao. Yuan bellowed, a thread of soul power quietly infusing. Boom. As the sphere of light, intertwined with thunder and lightning, erupted forth. It produced a sound that shook the soul. The explosive sphere resonated with soul power, striking the demon gorilla's chest, the explosive aftermath sending tremors through the soul. With one blow, the demon gorilla staggered. Resonance fluctuation. This truly is a resonance fluctuation. Zhang Bao's heart skipped a beat. In that fleeting moment, He distinctly sensed the wave of soul resonance. He immediately turned to Yuan, but the latter remained inscrutable, revealing nothing. It must be this wolf-type beast. Soon, he attributed all of it to the flashing force. It is not surprising that a mythic-level bloodline beast possesses some special abilities. Unexpectedly, it is such a coincidence that the demon gorilla, dwelling in the underground world, fears the resonance of thunder. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Bao decisively withdrew the demon gorilla back into the beast space. In beast combat, once a weakness is exploited, even the mightiest power cannot be exerted. First, he would incapacitate this wolf-type beast before summoning the demon gorilla to eliminate that Qilin beast. However, he wondered if Yuan possessed a third beast. In the midst of his thoughts, he summoned forth a giant stone statue. This statue, with fissures all over its body, shimmered with vibrant life, a verdant glow enveloping it. It was a wooden stone statue. Upon seeing this, Yuan could not help but recall the fire-type stone statue that Mu Shuxin had obliterated with a single punch in the Withering Valley. Whoosh! As the sphere of lightning entwined with thunder once again shot forth, crashing into the stone statue, it merely produced a series of resounding booms. This was to be expected. He had heard Mu Shuxin explain that such statues were nearly indestructible. It was exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon such colossal entities. Hence, many preferred to contract these magnificent beings. What to do? Yuan gazed at the encroaching wooden stone statue, lost in contemplation. Let us give it a try, flashing force. Immediately, the flashing force's body surged like lightning, dashing toward the stone statue. Dance of lightning. Bang! The robust giant wolf, carrying the force of lightning, collided with the wooden stone statue, yet the latter remained unmoved, even raising both arms to bring them down forcefully. Boom! The arena trembled, and the flashing force swiftly distanced itself, turning its head to shake it at Yuan. This behemoth is too sturdy, and coupled with the fact that its controller is a 5th-rank beast tamer, breaking through is exceedingly challenging. What should be done? If this giant stone statue cannot be dealt with, he would have to concede. Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as he rapidly recalled all information related to such giant magical statues from his time with Mu Shuxin. Meanwhile, in a corner of the audience, in contrast to the enthusiastic crowd, the individuals seated here were relatively quiet. At the front row on the left sat a refined middle-aged man, a smile gracing his lips. Beside this middle-aged gentleman was a serious-looking, burly figure. The wooden-patterned magical statue, indeed, counters thunder-type beasts effectively, the middle-aged man remarked with a chuckle, glancing sideways. Old Lu, how long do you think it will take this little fellow to react and find a method to cope? It should be swift, the burly figure replied in a deep, emotionless tone. His Qilin beast's flame effect is unique, precisely the nemesis of these magical statues. Within the arena, Zhang Bao commanded the wooden-patterned golem to relentlessly launch attacks at Shan Pe. During the skirmish, the golem conjured vines from thin air in an attempt to ensnare Shan Pe. Fortunately, Shan Pe was agile enough to evade, simultaneously unleashing fierce orbs of light. At that moment, the match had reached precisely 5 minutes. Victory was within reach. The audience, particularly Zhao Shan, who was gleefully observing the timer on his phone, could hardly contain their laughter, while the two women beside him sighed in relief. As long as they could withstand the 5-minute mark, theoretically, Yuan's concession would bear no significant consequence. However, this clandestine matter was known only to a select few, leaving the surrounding audience bewildered by Zhao Shan's mirth. In their eyes, Yuan's beast could not possibly breach the colossal golem. At this rate, Yuan would surely succumb first. At that juncture, Yuan, lost in contemplation on the arena, suddenly had a bright idea. Indeed, Mu Shuxin had mentioned that golems were infused with life by natural spirits. Despite their seemingly indestructible exterior, they could be dismantled with attacks that harm the soul. Back in the Jiaoling Valley, Secretary Lin had employed a unique technique from the Kingdom of Soul Curses to shatter her fiery golem with a single blow. Resolutely, Yuan recalled Shan Pe and summoned forth the infernal flame once more, unleashing the crimson flame execution. The moment the golem manifested, he issued a command. Instantly, chains swirled like azure serpents, wrapping around the wooden-patterned golem. Zhang Bao stood at the back, arms crossed, observing calmly. His golem had withstood countless formidable assaults, and he was confident it would do so again. However, as the chains, imbued with the infernal flame, bound the golem, they ignited a peculiar green smoke. The golem sensed something amiss and struggled in panic. Yet, once the chains were secured, escape became nearly impossible. Simultaneously, Zhang Bao detected an unsettling shift. The mental feedback from the golem conveyed pain and fear. What was happening? He hastily glanced upward. A searing blade had formed and, at that moment, plunged down ferociously. Due to the rules prohibiting the slaying of beasts, The blade did not deliver a fatal blow but pierced through the golem from its head to its abdomen. With that strike, the wooden-patterned golem immediately wilted, its verdant glow dimming, as if the fire of life within it might extinguish at any moment. Soul burning? Zhang Bao swiftly grasped the golem's feedback. He turned sharply to the azure-flamed Qilin beast. Could it be that this beast's bloodline was also of mythic caliber? Unexpectedly, Zhang Bao withdrew the wooden-patterned golem back into the beast's space. Then, under the gaze of countless spectators, 3 new beasts appeared beside him. Zhang Bao finally shed his arrogance. He was prepared to unleash his full power to secure victory in this duel. In a heartbeat, the poison-wind cunning leopard, the demon ape, and a chilling insect-type beast, which floated in midair, radiating an aura of frost, emerged. Upon closer inspection, this frost-laden beast was a gigantic cicada, suspended in the air like a massive water tank. It was over for you, Yuan. Zhang Bao's expression turned grave. This trio of beasts was meticulously assembled by him. Not only did they share the same sovereign-level bloodline, but in battle, the demon ape would charge forward while the poison-wind cunning leopard provided support. The frost cicada would wait patiently for a chance to strike decisively. At Zhang Bao's command, the 4-meter-tall demon ape roared, its legs enveloped in dark purple light. Leaping into action, the poison-wind cunning leopard darted forth like a gale. Following closely behind, in the air, the frost cicada flapped its wings and soared out. The 3-pronged assault swiftly enveloped the arena in its entirety. The sight of 3 sovereign-level beasts launching a simultaneous attack elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. This final match was nearing its conclusion, for no one could fathom how Yuan would maneuver the Qilin beast to counter such an overwhelming 3-pronged offensive. However, Yuan's gaze darkened as he growled, "Activate intimidation." Let us not forget that Ming is an emperor-level creature. In an instant, Buzz, Ming stood tall, its emerald eyes gleaming with azure light, surveying all with disdain. As an overwhelming aura of bloodline power erupted from within, invisible ripples spread across the arena, and the moment the 3 sovereign-level beasts encountered this force, they halted in their tracks. Then, a scene that drew gasps from the audience unfolded. The poison-wind cunning leopard was the first to bow its head, eyes fixed on the Qilin beast, and began to retreat slowly. In the air, the frost cicada landed, folding its wings and remaining utterly still. Only the massive form of the demon ape trembled slightly, as if battling an internal struggle against its own fear. Yet Yuan did not cease his onslaught. Although Ming's intimidation had immediate effects, this bloodline suppression skill was primarily effective against wild creatures. Just yesterday, he had learned that beyond the 5th rank, with the advent of the beast space, Beastmasters could intentionally use their soul power to mask their beast perceptions. This allowed their beasts to resist intimidation from opponents with superior bloodlines. Hence, he had refrained from letting Ming unleash intimidation until this very moment. Inferno Storm. Yuan seized the opportunity while the 3 beasts were simultaneously daunted. Ming stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of azure flames that engulfed the entire arena in an instant, consuming the 3 beasts. Bloodline intimidation? Zhang Bao could hardly believe that Yuan had so effortlessly turned the tide once more. The anguished roars of the 3 beasts echoed through their mental link, reaching Zhang Bao's core. What a formidable adversary Yuan was. Zhang Bao clenched his fists tightly and promptly recalled the 3 beasts. As the inferno storm gradually dissipated, Zhang Bao's gaze remained fixed on Yuan, and moments later, 3 new beasts flickered into existence beside him. Upon reaching the 5th rank, the number of contracted beasts was no longer limited. The first to emerge was the still-injured wooden-patterned golem. The second was a brilliant unicorn, shimmering like ice. Its crystalline form sparkled, with a single horn adorned with flowing, multicolored light, yet the frosty aura it emanated revealed its true nature. Yuan recognized that this unicorn was nearly identical to the one Zhang Di had attempted to hunt him down with. The third beast was a peculiar giant wolf, its surface covered in rocky earth. Thus, all 6 beasts that Zhang Bao had contracted after advancing to the 5th rank were now present. Each beast boasted a sovereign-level bloodline, sufficient to overpower the majority of ordinary Beastmasters. Zhang Bao expanded his soul power, enveloping the 3 beasts' perceptions. This time, the bloodline pressure would hold no sway. All eyes in the audience were fixated on Yuan, for the impact he had made tonight was overwhelmingly profound. Yet, as Zhang Bao summoned yet another trio of distinct beasts, everyone understood that this climactic battle was about to reach its conclusion. No one would suffer the same fate twice. As a 5th-rank Beastmaster, Zhang Bao was particularly aware of this. In the eyes of the crowd, Yuan's only chance to break the stalemate lay in one possibility. He could command both the Qilin and the Thunderwolf to fight together. Alas, Yuan was merely a 6th rank. Such an opportunity was non-existent. What a magnificent battle this was. Lingyun City's Ji Yuan. I shall remember this name. Who would have thought that after each of Zhang Bao's proactive strikes, Ji Yuan would find a way to neutralize them? However, perhaps this would be where it ends. Was Ji Yuan's performance still insufficient? Which 6th grade Beastmaster can engage in combat with a 5th grade for such an extended duration? Ji Yuan is undeniably a supernova. In my opinion, Ji Yuan merely benefited from luck, coincidentally capitalizing on the advantage of beast mastery. Ultimately, it is due to Zhang Bao's underestimation. In the first round, Ji Yuan managed to exploit the bloodline of his beasts to counter the coordinated attack of 3 beasts, but I wonder how he will fare in the second round. With supporting voices, there naturally arise dissenting opinions. The audience is not entirely in favor of this low-ranking urban individual. These spectators, rather than celebrating Ji Yuan's historic achievement, are more inclined to see Zhang Bao triumph decisively, to sustain their biases against the lower districts. In no time, the two factions began to argue fiercely, especially since many of Ji Yuan's supporters were citizens from the lower-ranked urban areas. Outside the arena, the commotion escalated, while inside, Zhang Bao fixated on Ji Yuan. A glimmer of coldness emerging in his eyes for the first time. He had intended to showcase his identity as a 5th-grade Beastmaster on the final stage to garner sufficient attention. Little did he expect that this opponent would exceed his expectations. Initially, he believed that the Poison Wind Spectre Leopard would be sufficient to deal with Ji Yuan. However, after their preliminary clash, he altered his strategy and resorted to one of his trump cards, Wind Split Explosion. Yet, this still did not conclude the battle. As the demon ape was repelled, his prejudices against Ji Yuan's humble origins faded completely. Now, being forced to deploy all 6 of his beasts against Ji Yuan's 6th-grade prowess, he regarded Ji Yuan as an equal adversary. At this moment, he meticulously devised an offensive plan. The Ice Crystal Unicorn would confront the infernal flames of Ming, while the Earth Rock Wolf and the Wood Grain Golem would launch a joint assault. After all, he could only control one beast at a time, rendering him unable to manage multi-directional attacks. Go. With his decision made, Zhang Bao's gaze sharpened. In an instant, the 3 beasts arranged themselves as he envisioned. With the Ice Crystal Unicorn leading the charge, flanked by the Wood Grain Golem and the Earth Rock Wolf, they spread apart, encircling Ming as they charged forward. It is over, Ji Yuan. Zhang Bao's eyes grew colder as he looked towards the striking young man in the distance. Yet, he was taken aback to see a sudden smile at the corner of the youth's mouth. In that moment, the Azure Qilin beast transformed into a blaze, darting rapidly towards the Wood Grain Golem. Before the Unicorn and Earth Rock Wolf could react, a deep blue lightning bolt surged forth under Zhang Bao's astonished gaze. Ji Yuan, astonishingly, summoned and commanded 2 beasts simultaneously. Chapter 75. Who will prevail? Boom. A resounding explosion echoed across the arena. As Ming approached the Wood Grain Golem, he condensed the nether flame into a colossal hand, forcefully slamming the golem to the ground. The soul-searing flames caused the golem to thrash in agony, but the fiery hand remained steadfast. Meanwhile, on the other side, the lightning wolf, brimming with boundless electricity, collided with the Ice Crystal Unicorn, causing it to stagger backward. Then, it turned its head, gathering a radiant orb of light in its mouth, and unleashed it towards the Earth Rock Wolf. Bang! The fierce explosion shattered the rocky exterior of the Earth Rock Wolf, sending it hurtling several meters away. As Ji Yuan commanded 2 beasts, the sole advantage of the 5th grade now lay in the abundance of soul power. Thus, within this minute, Ji Yuan must conclude the battle. Otherwise, he would exhaust his soul power and face defeat. The situation shifted once more. Not far away, Zhang Bao's pupils shook with disbelief. He gazed at the Qilin beast and the lightning wolf coexisting on the arena, momentarily rendered speechless. The audience, once fervently cheering, fell into an unexpected silence. The entire venue was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Everyone appeared as if they had seen a ghost, their expressions dazed, mouths agape, utterly speechless. They were stunned. All of them were stunned, including Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin, who were equally dumbfounded. Aside from Mu Shuxin, no one in the arena was aware that Ji Yuan could simultaneously control 2 beasts. In a corner of the stands, Zhao Tianhou, who had a smile playing on his lips, also exhibited a slight look of astonishment. Lu Hen beside him tensed up, leaning forward involuntarily, seemingly unable to believe the spectacle before him. What an unexpectedly delightful little fellow. Zhao Tianhou suddenly laughed. Splendid, splendid. This adopted son is truly a treasure. Inside the arena, Zhang Bao's eyelids twitched, his lips parched. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, seemingly unable to accept the reality unfolding before him. You concealed your grade? Moments later, he questioned with incredulity. To his surprise, Ji Yuan shook his head and smiled lightly, confirming his status as a 6th grade Beastmaster. As his words fell, Lightning flickered in his eyes. Oh whoa. The lightning wolf let out a howl that resonated throughout the venue. Thunder rumbled. Suddenly, amidst the astonished gazes of countless spectators, dark clouds as black as ink materialized in the sky, from which thunder rolled ominously. Thunder judgment. As Ji Yuan's words echoed, torrents of lightning cascaded down from the clouds. Giant rock barrier. Ice-sealed wall. The terrifying might of the lightning surged forth, and within the arena, Zhang Bao's complexion drastically changed as he hastily issued commands. The ice crystal unicorn's horn erupted with a kaleidoscope of colors, conjuring a floating ice wall in midair. The ice wall radiated brilliant light, exuding an indomitable force. The earth rock wolf also howled in response, unleashing a torrent of earth elements to form a semicircular rock barrier, shielding both itself and Zhang Bao. Boom! In an instant, bolts of lightning struck the ice wall and rock barrier. Fragments of lightning scattered upon impact, leaving numerous small craters on the ground. Inside the barrier, Zhang Bao gasped for breath, each thunderous strike sending tremors through the barrier. Although he had only advanced to 5th grade 2 months prior, he was, after all, a 5th grade Beastmaster. Zhang Bao stared at his palm, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Since his beasts could not secure victory, there remained only one final option, his last trump card. Boom! Simultaneously, the barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught and was shattered by the lightning. Ah! Zhang Bao roared, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. Above, the dark clouds gradually dissipated. Soon, Ji Yuan, you are nearing your limit. After all, being unable to control 2 beasts simultaneously at 5th grade, he could last at most a minute. Ji Yuan, what follows will be my final strike. If you can withstand it, this final match shall be deemed your victory. Zhang Bao's roar echoed into the heavens. And Ji Yuan's expression grew grave as he recalled the lightning wolf and Ming to his side, striving to adjust his final state. The wood grain golem, ice crystal unicorn, and earth rock wolf on the field transformed into beams of light, diving into Zhang Bao's chest. Bang! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying wave of soul power erupted from within Zhang Bao. It is the Zhang family's resonance combat technique, Soul Fusion Call. My heavens! Ji Yuan has actually pushed Zhang Bao to this extent. It is said that this Soul Fusion Call is exceedingly rare. A resonance combat technique initiated jointly by a Beastmaster and their beasts, and witnessing it firsthand today is truly a feast for the eyes. However, this Soul Fusion Call seems to come with considerable after effects. If I recall correctly, it renders the Beastmaster utterly exhausted, incapacitated for 7 days and nights. TSK. To compel Zhang Bao to use such a move, Ji Yuan, though defeated, shall still earn respect. In the corner, Zhao Tianho's smile remained, his gaze flitting between Zhang Bao and Ji Yuan, ultimately settling on Ji Yuan. My adopted son, how will you respond to this final blow? Within the arena, the turbulent waves of soul power within Zhang Bao created an overwhelming whirlwind, whipping Ji Yuan's garments and the fur of the 2 beasts. A resonance combat technique, huh? Ji Yuan sensed a familiar wave and then suddenly smiled. A resonance combat technique? I have one too. Ming, lightning wolf. As he uttered these words, Ming and Shan tensed their bodies, brimming with potential energy. Ji Yuan similarly gathered all his thoughts, channeling the remaining soul power within him toward his heart. You cannot defeat me. When the fierce winds suddenly ceased, Zhang Bao expanded his muscles to their utmost, his form overflowing with immense soul power, yearning to be unleashed. Activate, Resonance Shadow Strike. At that moment, Ji Yuan charged forward. Roar. Hello. Beside him, Ming and Shan simultaneously released a deafening roar. In the next instant, the 2 beasts astonishingly split into 2, each creating identical doppelgangers. Hello. The 2 Shan surged ahead at an incredible speed, their bodies transforming into 2 arcs of lightning, accompanied by a flurry of indistinct electric currents, eluding perception. Following closely behind, Ming and its doppelganger unleashed a torrent of Netherflame, intertwining to form a dense mist. In an instant, this magnificent dual mist completely enveloped Zhang Bao. He crossed his arms over his chest, his pupils fixed intently ahead. At a certain moment, Soul Fusion unleashed a violent onslaught. Zhang Bao roared ferociously. Whoosh! He shot forth like a cannonball, a formidable wave of soul power coalescing before him into a tangible shield, crashing violently against Shan Pu and Ming. But to his astonishment, his calculated charge merely pierced through the bodies of the 2 beasts. An illusion? Panic surged within him, but before he could react, a terrifying wave approached silently. Ji Yuan's pallid face bore a slight smirk as he appeared before him. Soul shock. Caught entirely off guard, Ji Yuan's palm pressed against his chest, and a horrific surge of soul power erupted explosively. In this climactic moment, Zhang Bao, being a 5th-tier Beastmaster, quickly regained his composure, desperately unleashing the soul power within him toward Yuan. Bang! A thunderous roar reverberated. Chapter 76. The outcome uncertain. On the arena, the obscuring mist created by Ming and Shan Po was gradually dissipating. In the audience, hundreds of thousands of spectators rose in unison. They understood this was the final clash between the two, who would emerge victorious. Zhao Shan clutched his hair, hardly daring to breathe. Mu Shuxin grasped the edge of the stands, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Su Zin clenched her small hands tightly, her heart filled with fervent prayers. As the last trace of mist cleared, one figure stood while the other lay on the ground. The standing figure was Zhang Bao. Wow! In an instant, cheers erupted. Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Zin sighed deeply upon witnessing this scene. However, they quickly found solace. After all, the opponent was a 5th-tier Beastmaster. And Yuan had performed admirably. The supporters of Yuan also fell silent, listening to the cheers of Zhang Bao's supporters. Knowing well that a 6th-tier defeating a 5th-tier was almost implausible. Yet, a sense of disappointment lingered in the hearts of Yuan's supporters. Suddenly, Zhang Bao, the standing figure, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, his body fell straight back. Simultaneously, the handsome youth lying on the ground began to move. He struggled, using both hands and feet, unsteadily rising to his feet. A powerful wave of dizziness and weakness surged through him. Yuan furrowed his brow, coughing violently into his hand. His palm trembled as a pool of crimson blood stained it. He winced. At this moment, a searing pain radiated from his left rib. During their recent clash, his soul shock had first overwhelmed Zhang Bao, preventing him from fully executing his attack. Yet, even so, judging by the intense pain with each breath, his left rib was likely in dire condition. Thus, Yuan, with one hand pressed against his side, staggered toward Zhang Bao. He beckoned gently, and Shan Po materialized. Given Yuan's dire condition and the dwindling soul power, Shan Po appeared equally fatigued, its eyes drooping. Nevertheless, Shan Po complied with his intent, slightly parting its jaws, condensing a small orb of explosive light, aimed directly at Zhang Bao's head. Very well. Zhang Bao lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His gaze fixed intently on Yuan. I concede. Before he could finish speaking, it seemed he had reached his limit. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Even without uttering the final word, the sight of Yuan still able to summon his beast spoke volumes about the outcome. The last breath Zhang Bao held was expelled by Yuan. Ultimately, he too could no longer endure. His vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Victory. The arena fell into silence. No one could believe that in this battle between a 5th-tier and a 6th-tier, the ultimate victor would be Yuan. Roar. Meanwhile, in the audience, Zhao Shan's eyes turned red as he let out an indescribable howl. Following that, a magnificent banner appeared in his hands with a flash of his beast ring. Mu Shuxin, equally exhilarated, joined him in unfurling the banner. Simultaneously, Zhao Shan fervently read aloud its contents. Tremble, all of you, for you are faced with the first new star of Lin Yun City, the mightiest man of Lin Yun City, the foremost Beastmaster of Lin Yun City, Yuan. Yuan is the champion. Yuan. Mu Shuxin also held the banner high, disregarding her image as a beauty, jumping and shouting. Their enthusiasm ignited the crowd. In that moment, a deafening roar resonated through the skies, penetrating the venue and reaching the ears of all citizens of Guanmian City. Countless people raised their arms in unison, cheering for the handsome youth lying on the ground, offering their support. Su Zin stood quietly among the crowd, gazing at the screen, a smile blossoming on her lips as she looked upon the face of the handsome youth. As the medical team entered to carry the two away, the cheers only grew louder. Meanwhile, those who had supported Zhang Bao retreated in utter disgrace amidst a chorus of boos. However, what transpired next was utterly unexpected. The host delayed announcing the match's results, offering no statements while the venue's lights were turned on, signaling the audience to exit in an orderly fashion. This scene puzzled everyone. There is another way. In a certain room, several individuals sat casually, facing a massive screen. It replayed the moment before Zhang Bao lost consciousness repeatedly. I concede. His words echoed clearly, resonating in repetition. This is the only point we can leverage. A woman stood before the screen, her gaze sweeping over the others, stating, Zhang Bao did not concede, and Yuan has also fallen unconscious, rendering this final a draw. However, such a declaration is unlikely to be accepted by the others. Indeed, those from the lower-ranked districts already harbored grievances. If such a ruse were to unfold, what might happen? Everyone, the woman said coldly. I think you still do not comprehend the consequences of allowing Yuan to seize the championship. First, his victory will impede Old Yang's city merger plan. Do you truly wish to merge with those lower-tier districts that are beyond saving and share resources with them? Yuan hails from a lower-tier district. He currently possesses countless supporters. Once Yuan wins the championship, this city merger will become an inevitable reality. The city merger will not only affect our wealth, but could also inflict severe damage on our businesses. Please, consider the ramifications of this situation carefully. After the woman finished speaking, the remaining individuals in the room fell into silence. After a moment, a man broke the stillness, stating, Yangqing is a cold and unfeeling person. If the merger of the urban district is indeed realized, a portion of our business will likely come to a halt. Muli, what do you plan to do? The others remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the man's words. Observing this, the woman named Muli smirked coldly and replied, It is quite simple. We shall exploit the rules and declare Zhang Bao as the victor of this competition. In the history of the urban district competitions, there have been instances of both parties losing consciousness. The final outcome is determined by a vote from 120 cities, with the highest vote count declaring the champion. What do you think? This is well within the regulations. And a crucial point is that Zhang Bao has yet to officially concede defeat. Her words prompted the attendees to ponder for a moment before they all nodded in agreement. Proceed as you suggested. Chapter 77. How to calculate. Truly shameless. In a high-end restaurant in Guanmian City, in a private room, Zhao Shan was seething with anger. Mu Shuxin and Su Xin also wore frowns. It was now the evening following the conclusion of the finals. As the top-ranked city, the medical standards were naturally exceptional. And in just one night, Yuan had fully recovered. However, he had not anticipated that the next morning would reveal the match's result to be a tie. How does one deal with a tie? Yuan toyed with the utensils before him, glancing at the three individuals. They were all scions of beast taming families and were naturally more knowledgeable about such matters than he was. There had been similar instances in the past, where the final result was decided by a vote involving 120 cities, the 5 major families, and certain designated individuals from the Beast Taming Alliance. The champion would be determined based on the vote count. Su Xin spoke softly, and just as she finished, Zhao Shan erupted, "Ah, let Lao Ji and Zhang Bao vote." Mu Shuxin interjected, "There's no need to rush. According to the rules, if both parties involve members of the 5 major families, to avoid conflicts of interest, those families cannot participate in the voting." While that was true, there was no guarantee they would not engage in underhanded tactics. I must contact my father. With that, he immediately rose to make a call. At that moment, Su Xin suddenly said softly, "I will find a way for you. No need. Do not complicate things for yourself." Yuan shook his head repeatedly. He understood Su Xin's situation within the Su family. Even if she could achieve it, it would come at a significant cost. He did not wish to see his dear friend suffer any grievances on his behalf. Zhao Shan was an exception, as he had a thick skin. Seeing Yuan's resolute attitude, Su Xin pressed her red lips together and ceased speaking. Alas, just as one wave recedes, another rises. Mu Shuxin sighed softly, feeling utterly helpless in this matter, only able to fret. Currently, public opinion online was polarized. Some were angrily denouncing, others supported voting, and some offered rational analyses. Overall, the crux of the tie lay in the fact that Zhang Bao had not uttered the words of concession, under the deliberate guidance of certain individuals. Some clung to this point, mindlessly absolving Zhang Bao and calling for nationwide agreement on voting. This final urban district competition was replete with topics and heated discussions. In the private room, the atmosphere was heavy with silence. Before long, Zhao Shan returned through the door. "My father says not to worry. Aside from that, there is nothing else." Zhao Shan shrugged. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, a massive golden eagle flew under the moonlight. Upon its back stood a middle-aged man with graying hair and a grim expression. The golden eagle had been flying for an indeterminate amount of time when it suddenly dove downward, piercing through layers of clouds before landing silently in a courtyard. The man dismounted and recalled the eagle. "Tanhi." Just as he steadied himself, an elderly voice emanated from the corner of the courtyard. Tanhi looked over to see a stooped old man, leaning on a cane, approaching slowly. "I know why you are here," the old man said with a smile. "Shall we go inside and sit?" Tanhi, seemingly in a foul mood, nodded and entered the house without preamble. This was a traditional courtyard, with decor and furnishings that exuded an antique charm. "The merger of the urban district was proposed by me over 20 years ago," the old man said, trembling as he sat in a chair. "Back then, you were the only one who supported me. Some individuals have been in high positions for far too long, so long that they believe everyone in the world lives a life of excess like theirs. Fortunately, in recent years, some have finally awakened and begun to support my proposal." The old man continued speaking, his wrinkled face seemingly gathering a certain emotion. "What good does supporting the proposal do?" Tanny scoffed. "Why do they seek to suppress a talent like Yuan? Why declare this match a tie? Ultimately, is it not due to the word prejudice? Do those of lowly birth, with lesser rankings in the urban district, truly not deserve better resources? You must remain calm. Such thoughts have become deeply ingrained and cannot be resolved with mere gestures. The old man sighed deeply. I have been trying to change this for many years. Change. Anger flickered in Tan He's eyes, but he maintained his composure. If one truly wishes to change this, one should prevent such farces from occurring. Tan He, the old man shook his head. You must understand that this matter is within the rules, and there are indeed not a few who support Zhang Bao. Be patient, Mayor Tan. A tie vote is not necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps it could elevate Ji Yuan's reputation even further. But that requires someone not to engage in foul play. Tan He retorted coldly. Isn't that why you came here to say this? The old man shot him a glance. Rest assured, I will supervise. With those words, Tan He's demeanor shifted in an instant. He stood up, slightly bowing his head in respect. It is late. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I must take my leave. After speaking, Tan He exited the room and summoned the golden eagle, disappearing in an instant. The old man, sitting inside, appeared to have anticipated this moment, remaining motionless with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. High above in the sky, Tian Ho. Indeed, our expectations align. I understand. I will contact you again. On the back of the golden eagle, Tan He's eyes shimmered. The morning of the third day after the finals, Ji Yuan departed from the hotel room and boarded a special vehicle, his expression impassive. The voting process would be broadcast live. The voting assembly consisted of 120 mayors, the 5 major beast taming families, and 15 high-ranking officials from the alliance, totaling 140 valid votes. As Ji Yuan made his way to the venue, on the other side, at the Zhang family residence, a sharp sound echoed. Slap. A crisp sound resonated as a bright red handprint appeared on Zhang Bao's left cheek. Before him stood a middle-aged man with a dark expression. What did you say? You want to forfeit? The middle-aged man glared at Zhang Bao, his tone icy. A loss is a loss. I am no match for Ji Yuan. I concede. Father, why must we resort to a vote to decide the champion? Zhang Bao's voice was firm and heavy. He did not comprehend. What do you mean concede? The middle-aged man exploded with fury, striking again. The fiery pain on his cheek made Zhang Bao clench his teeth. You are a member of the Zhang family. As a 5th-tier beast tamer, how can you lose to an obscure individual from a small city and still concede? Do you not feel ashamed? Do you wish for the Zhang family to become a national laughingstock? You wretched fool, if you do not go today, get out of the Zhang family and never return. Chapter 78. Deciding Victory and Defeat. The voting venue was located in the northern part of Guanmian City, in a vast circular hall. Compared to the lively atmosphere of the finals, this place felt stifling. In the circular hall, 120 mayors sat in orderly rows. The 10 high-ranking officials of the Beastmaster Alliance occupied the prominent positions at the front of the hall. At the center of the gathering, the pivotal figures, Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao, were seated face-to-face at 2 simple tables. The atmosphere in the venue was stifling and solemn, devoid of any distractions. Due to the occurrence of both competitors losing consciousness during the finals, leading to a tie, a voting process was scheduled for today, wherein mayors from across the nation and senators from the Beastmaster Alliance would cast their votes. The voting process would be broadcast live, conducted under national scrutiny. A middle-aged man with a beard from the high-ranking officials of the Beastmaster Alliance spoke in a serious tone before taking his seat. A mechanical sound resonated through the hall as a semi-transparent screen was projected behind Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao. Simultaneously, in front of the mayors and senators present, 2 buttons appeared, one red and one blue. The screen divided into 2 colors, blue representing Ji Yuan and red representing Zhang Bao. Participants were instructed to commence voting, considering the performances of the competitors throughout the tournament to select their champion. The cold mechanical voice bore no trace of emotion, akin to an intelligent butler in a waiting area. Almost immediately after the announcement, all participants pressed the buttons before them. In that instant, the screen behind Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao displayed the districts represented by the voters. Outside, Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin each watched the live broadcast from their homes, anxiously awaiting the results. As the real-time vote counts appeared and fluctuated, their hearts raced. The live footage showed Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao's vote counts rising at nearly identical rates. Ji Yuan at 20, 21, 25, while Zhang Bao was at 23, 24, 26. The tension was palpable as the online community buzzed with speculation about a potential tie. Suddenly, Zhang Bao's count halted at 56 while Ji Yuan's continued to climb. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, with viewers expressing disbelief at the unfolding drama. Eventually, Ji Yuan's vote count settled at 64, while Zhang Bao remained at 56, leaving an 8-vote gap between them. However, no one rejoiced, for these were merely the votes from the 120 mayors. As the 10 senators of the alliance expressionlessly pressed their voting buttons, Zhang Bao's count began to rise once more, swiftly reaching 64, a tie. Yet, the situation was far from over. As both names appeared on the red and blue screens, their vote counts simultaneously rolled, ultimately both stabilizing at 65. Thus, all 130 votes were cast, with Yuan receiving 64 from the mayors, but only 1 from the senators. A voice of outrage erupted from within a nearby room as a glass shattered, a woman furiously exclaiming her discontent. She swiftly dialed a number. Meanwhile, Tan He, seated at the side of the hall, maintained a calm demeanor, a flicker of intrigue in his gaze as he surveyed the senators. Noting the bearded man who had cast the sole vote for Yuan, a surprising turn of events. The final vote counts were announced, and the mechanical voice declared that due to the tie, the 4 great Beastmaster families would be summoned to the venue for a decisive vote. Given Zhang Bao's unique status, his family was required to abstain to avoid any conflict of interest. The hall fell again into a profound silence, while the online community erupted in heated debate, as the two factions exchanged heated words while awaiting the arrival of the Beastmaster families. A post emerged that abruptly halted the mindless bickering. Should Yuan lose? A review of the potential of this contestant from a small city harbors. The author of this post was Yi Luo Wusheng, the most ardent supporter of Yuan. In the first round, when Yuan faced public scrutiny, this individual had engaged fiercely in defense, even speculating that they might be Yuan's alternate account. After Yuan's victory in the 4th round, they had become inactive until now, reappearing with sharp commentary that dissected every battle Yuan had fought in the competition, particularly addressing the finals where many questioned Zhang Bao's path to victory. The post highlighted the critical disparity in soul power qualifications. It revealed that while Zhang Bao became a 9-rank Beastmaster at 18, after 7 years, he had only recently reached the 5th rank, possessing lower-tier soul power. Conversely, Yuan awakened to exceptional soul power at 18 and only contracted his first beast shortly before the competition. Having advanced to the 6th rank within 3 months and capable of controlling 2 beasts simultaneously. Each of these 3 key points would be remarkable in isolation. Why, then, was Yuan's rise so difficult for others to accept, merely because he represented a lesser city? Within the chat group, Zhao Shan exclaimed, "Wow, everyone, look at this post. Who is this Yi Luo Wusheng? I must find them and treat them to a meal." He promptly shared the link to the post. Mu Shuxin remarked, "I'm reading it now. It's brilliantly articulated. I'm beginning to think this is a paid account for Yuan set up by Old Tan. They know too much about him." Su Zine interjected, "Quick, watch the live broadcast. The moment of truth is upon us." Outside the venue, in front of a heavy brown wooden door, 2 men and 2 women of exceptional bearing stood poised. The representative from the Shao family, dressed in a suit, said, "Shall we coordinate our votes?" "I shall vote for Zhang Bao," said the Mu family representative. "I too shall support Zhang Bao," nodded the female representative from the Su family. Only the representative from the Jiang family remained silent. "Please, enter," came the invitation as the wooden door creaked open. The 4 received an ancient bronze coin, which if placed on the competitor's table, would signify a vote for the opposing candidate. The mechanical sound resonated in the solemn venue as a pathway of light illuminated the space. The representative of the Shao family stepped forward first, capturing the attention of all present as well as the live streaming equipment, placing the judgment coin upon Zhang Bao's table. Zhang family, 1 vote for Zhang Bao. The representative of the Mu family followed suit, striding confidently to Zhang Bao's table and gently placing the judgment coin down. Zhang family, 2 votes for Zhang Bao. When it was the turn of the Jiang family representative, she approached with a light step, her fingers delicately pinching the round coin, which she lightly tapped onto Yuan's table. Linyun City, 1 vote for Yuan. At this moment, every gaze turned toward the final representative, the Su family. Her pivotal vote would determine the champion of this district competition. The Su family representative stepped forward, moving to the center of the venue under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Passing by Yuan, the outcome seemed predetermined. With a swift motion, she ultimately halted before Zhang Bao's table and tossed the coin. The bronze coin traced an arc through the air, landing precisely on Yuan's table amidst the watchful crowd. The sound of the coin striking the wooden table echoed, and the Su family representative flashed a smile at the camera. The departing representatives of the Shao and Mu families wore expressions of discontent. Among the 5 great families, theirs were the closest to the Zhang family. The Jiang family held great power, maintaining a balanced relationship with all families, neither too deep nor too shallow. Only the Su family remained solitary and enigmatic, their intentions hidden from view. The venue fell silent. Whether this outcome was once again unexpected for the audience remained uncertain. With the votes tied, according to the additional rules, the final decision would be made by 3 league elders. The mechanical voice announced this, as 3 uniformly sized screens were projected at the center of the venue. The screens flickered like flowers, seemingly establishing a remote connection. Simultaneously, in a courtyard somewhere, a voice echoed, urging, "Do not let this farce continue. What say you about abandoning the votes? Are you suggesting we maintain a tie and share the championship? What harm could there be?" This approach would preserve the Zhang family's dignity while providing an explanation to the youth of Linyun City. Such trivial matters should not burden us old fellows. Let it be as it is, I agree. What about you, old Yang? The ethereal yet slightly distinct voice lingered in the air. Seated in an elegantly furnished room, an elderly man caressed his cane, remaining silent. The old fool is feigning ignorance again. Let us wait and see how he responds. Inside the venue, the flickering screens suddenly displayed images. The 3 screens corresponded to the 3 elderly figures, the esteemed elders of the Beast Tamer Alliance. The first elder, with hair and beard as white as snow, bore the marks of time upon his face, clad in white robes that exuded an air of ethereal grace. He was Li Chongqi, one of the 3 foremost beast tamers of the present day. It was he who proposed the abandonment of votes. The second elder, with hair like an old crane yet a youthful smile, appeared ageless. He, too, was one of the 3 great beast tamers, named Yin Pongpa. The third elder, engaged in conversation with Tan He and advocating for the merger of the districts, was Yang Qing. As the images of the 3 distinct elders appeared, the entire audience rose, bowing respectfully before taking their seats. "Please, esteemed elders of the Alliance, render your judgment," the mechanical voice prompted. Li Chongqi and Yin Pongpa remained silent. Yang Qing then rose, leaning on his cane, which produced a crisp sound as it struck the ground. Traditionally, when we are called to judge, we reflect upon the performances of the 2 contestants during the competition. His aged face remained composed, his murky eyes scanning the 2 contestants before settling on Yuan. "Considering their overall performance in the competition and the final match, I choose Yuan." As Yang Qing concluded, he tapped his cane lightly, and his image returned to the flickering screens. His declaration caused a sigh of relief among the mayors present who supported Yuan. The elder's words had nearly sealed the outcome. Upon receiving Yang Qing's decision, Li Chongqi and Yin Pongpa exchanged contemplative glances before both opted to abandon their votes. Thus, following the judgment of the League Elders, the champion of this district competition was declared to be Yuan. As the mechanical voice echoed, the solemn venue was illuminated. Yuan rose, sweeping his gaze across the audience, then bowing slightly with a heart as tranquil as still water. Suddenly, a crisp applause erupted. He leaned back in his chair, observing the graceful youth in the arena, a smile in his eyes as he clapped gently. With his gesture, waves of applause spread throughout the venue, resonating in the air. "Congratulations," Zhang Bao remarked, rising with an impassive expression before being the first to exit. Outside, cheers erupted. "Hooray! Old G has won. Old G is the champion." After such a long journey, these scoundrels failed to achieve their aims. It feels truly exhilarating. Zhao Shan danced with joy in his home, elated beyond measure. The 2 women watching the television also exhibited varying degrees of delight. In Guanmian City, chaos erupted. "Nonsense. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous." The sound of smashing objects echoed within a home. Similarly, in the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, a voice inquired, "So, was it you who changed that senator's vote?" By a clear pool, Jiang Tianho sat, a fishing rod before him. Hearing the question on the other end of the line, he chuckled. "I suddenly changed my mind. I believe my godson needs this championship to bolster his reputation. But you, using my godson while fabricating a second non-existent bet. Are you not afraid he will find out and turn against you?" Laughter came from the other end of the line. Yuan will understand. Now that the plan has succeeded, I have prepared a grand gift to thank him. "Oh, what gift? Share it with me for reference." "Get lost. This is a secret between Yuan and me. It cannot be disclosed to anyone. Tan He, you should truly thank my godson. Since his appearance, your notoriously stingy self has become quite generous." Reminiscing about their days as classmates, he mused, "I still prefer the current you. Hey, after so many years as dear friends, your son and Yuan are now inseparable. Isn't that fate? Haha. I truly wonder what astounding feats Yuan will accomplish at the academy." Chapter 80, for you. Linyun City. Ever since the night the voting concluded, the city has celebrated with fireworks for 3 days and nights. These fireworks, crafted from unique materials developed in the age of science, burst forth with brilliant colors without producing smoke. The total expenditure for the 3-day display reached 100 million. Moreover, overnight, a statue covering 300 square meters and standing 15 stories tall appeared in the city center. The statue, made from smooth, white stone, required thousands of workers and the assistance of over 100 Earth-type beast tamers for its construction. It depicted a striking young man standing tall, exuding confidence. Beside him stood 2 5-story tall beast statues, one a Qilin and the other a giant wolf. The statue vividly captured Ji Yuan's moment of commanding both beasts on the competition stage. Beneath this statue stood a monument inscribed with golden characters. In honor of this statue, we remember Lin Yun City's representative, Ji Yuan. For winning the National District Competition Championship, Ji Yuan has made history. In the district competition, he first defeated the 15th-ranked contestant, Hao Zhan, and then vanquished the second-ranked scion of the Shao family, Xiao Lingjue. Ultimately, he advanced to the final stage, which lower-tier districts had only been able to observe in the past. On the stage, he faced off against a 5th-tier beast tamer without faltering, ultimately receiving the endorsement of the elder figures in the voting, thus claiming the championship. The championship title of the district competition belongs rightfully to Ji Yuan, and neither in the virtual realm nor in reality does anyone dare to contest it any longer. Lin Yun City has gained prominence owing to him. The citizens of the city are well aware that in the coming year, Lin Yun City will no longer be a mere secondary district, with a massive influx of resources. The quality of life for all its inhabitants will experience a profound enhancement. At this very moment, a tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful woman stands beneath the statue of Ji Yuan, gazing silently, her eyes filled with a sense of daze and endless regret. Yinjia, the voice of an elderly woman resonates from behind. The woman sniffs and turns her head to regard the elderly lady, murmuring, "Aunt Qin, do you think he will ever forgive me?" The old dean of Lantian Welfare Institute shakes her head, extending a lavish envelope. Thanks to Xiao Yuan, our city has secured 100 slots for Beastmasters to attend the Sheng Tian Super Academy. Chen Qin hands the envelope to Lin Yunjia, saying, "You are not willing to let it end this way, are you? If you truly wish to atone for past mistakes, strive to follow in his footsteps and genuinely assist him." On the 5th day after the voting concluded, according to procedure, today marks the day when the 3 major super academies select their new students. At this moment, on the outskirts of Guanmian City, a vast plain is crowded with people. 120 competitors from the district competition, along with various Beastmasters from different cities, gather on this plain. Among them, 100 Beastmasters from Lin Yun City are the first to approach Ji Yuan, subsequently trailing behind him. Simultaneously, numerous contestants from lower-tier districts continuously greet Ji Yuan. "Hello, my name is Chen Feng. Hello, I am Lu Tongha." One after another, as if prearranged, they introduce themselves, shake hands, and move aside for the next individual. Ji Yuan can only endure and respond patiently. During this time, several individuals of the opposite sex attempt to exchange contact information, but all are gracefully declined by Mu Shuxin, who stands beside Ji Yuan, her flawless visage complemented by her wine-red hair, exuding an unparalleled aura that leaves many girls feeling inadequate. Wow, this is quite remarkable. In the past 20 minutes, not a moment has passed without someone greeting old Ji, murmurs Zhao Shan from behind. Nearby, Su Xin quietly observes Ji Yuan's silhouette, her starry eyes shimmering subtly. Among the 100 Beastmasters from Lin Yun City, Lin Yunjia hides within the crowd, staring blankly at the vibrant girl beside Ji Yuan. Just then, a frail figure suddenly darts forward from the throng, approaching Ji Yuan. Su. Ji Yuan is taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. This is none other than the young master of the Su family, who was infatuated with the dazzling brilliance during the semifinals. "Hey, I just wanted to ask which academy you plan to attend?" Su asks, a smile plastered on his face, rubbing his hands together, devoid of any semblance of a young master. "What do you want?" Ji Yuan glances at him. "Of course, to follow in your footsteps." Su chuckles. "Humph, you must have your eyes on Ji Yuan's beast, right?" A sudden cold snort emanates from behind. Su's smile falters, and as he looks past Ji Yuan's shoulder, his eyes widen upon seeing the oval-faced, icy beauty. Sister? Biological sister? Meanwhile, Zhao Shan also gazes at Su Ziyin in astonishment. Up front, Ji Yuan and Mu Shuxin share a look of surprise. What nonsense, if not a biological sister? Then what could it be? Are you foolish? Hearing Zhao Shan's words, Su's expression darkens, adopting an arrogant demeanor. You, Zhao Shan, taken aback by the unexpected retort, feels anger bubbling within and is about to retort. What kind of way is that to speak to my friend? But at that moment, Su Ziyin steps forward, her delicate hand reaching out to fiercely grab Su's left ear, giving it a sharp twist. The strength of her grip causes both Zhao Shan and Ji Yuan to shudder involuntarily. Ouch! It hurts. I was wrong. Sister, I was wrong. As expected. Su cries out in agony, tears welling in his eyes. Goodness, I was wondering why this woman is so adept at ear twisting. Turns out, she has her share of victims. Zhao Shan swallows hard, and Su Ziyin shoots him an angry glare. Seeing this, Zhao Shan hastily retreats behind Ji Yuan, trembling. The commotion draws the attention of many onlookers. As eyes turn in their direction, Su Ziyin, unaccustomed to such attention, releases her grip, taking 2 steps back and lowering her head. Ji Yuan observes Su Su, who is grimacing and rubbing his ear, and cannot help but smile silently. Suddenly, 3 figures descend from the sky, landing before everyone with a grace that stirs no dust or noise. The vast aura of soul power emanating from them signifies their identities. Among the trio, 2 women and 1 man stand out. The woman in the blue gown, positioned in the center, surveys the crowd and commands, "Champion, step forward." As her words echo, the throng of thousands parts to create a path. Ji Yuan, under the gaze of all, strides forward slowly. The eyes of the 3 fixate on him. An unspoken pressure envelopes him, laden with a formidable aura, attempting to disrupt Ji Yuan's calm demeanor. Yet, Ji Yuan remains composed. His expression as tranquil as water, softly stating, "I am Ji Yuan from Linyan City, honored to meet the 3 esteemed seniors." Observing the unflinching countenance of the striking young man, the woman in the blue gown expresses her satisfaction. "No need for excessive formality. We are here for you." Chapter 81, My Junior. Wait, are these 3 the deans? The crowd gasps in astonishment. The deans of the 3 super academies have personally come to welcome them. What kind of prominence does one possess to warrant such attention? They seek the champion, and you are the champion? The crowd buzzes with excitement. No one anticipated that the elusive deans would reveal themselves today, especially when they heard one of the deans state they were there for Ji Yuan. The envy in the gazes directed at him was palpable. "Ladies, please begin your offers. I shall go first." At this moment, the voluptuous woman in the blue gown beams, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Ji Yuan. "I am Lu Qingxi, the dean of Lantian Academy. Should you choose to join us, I will ensure you enjoy a green light in all matters at the academy. This includes not only resources for Beastmasters, but also soul power and skill resources. Everything you could desire. Moreover, our female students at Lantian Academy are numerous, and a capable young man like you will surely be quite popular." Lu Qingxi possesses an innate charm, and her soft, gentle voice stirs a flurry of excitement among the young men present, many already envisioning a delightful life at Lantian Academy. From behind, Mu Shuxing gazes at the beautiful dean with a look of hostility. Su Ziyin, standing in the crowd, also purses her lips with a cold huff. "All right, I've said my piece. Now it's your turn." Lu Qingxi winks at Ji Yuan, flashing a smile that captivates many boys before gracefully retreating to her position. Next is the only man among the trio. He is clad in a black and gold outfit, with a chiseled face that conveys both composure and a hint of arrogance. Since his arrival, he has maintained a stern expression, devoid of any smile. "I am Zhang He, the Vice Dean of Zhuling Academy. Zhuling Academy has consistently ranked first among the 3 major academies. That is all you need to know." Zhang He speaks in a flat tone, revealing that this visit is merely a formality. After all, he is only addressing a district competition champion, albeit an exceptional one. However, to Zhuling Academy, having encountered countless geniuses, his demeanor towards Ji Yuan is far from amiable. The Vice Dean is so arrogant. What do you know? To be regarded as the strongest academy amidst a sea of prodigies certainly grants one the right to be proud. The crowd whispers among themselves, unfazed by his own demeanor. Zhang He finishes speaking and promptly closes his eyes, seeking tranquility. Ji Yuan observed him with a cold smile in his heart, the disdain in the other's gaze unmistakably evident. It was fortuitous that he had no intention of entering the Zhuling Academy. At that moment, the third figure, a woman who had remained silent since her arrival, took a few steps forward. This woman possessed long icy blue hair and exquisite features, her brow exuding an air of aloofness that pushed others away. Clad in a blue and white ensemble that accentuated her graceful figure, she resembled a serene celestial being. "Saint Sky Academy, Tang Yi. Today, on behalf of my teacher, I invite you to join Saint Sky Academy." Her voice was melodious yet indifferent, and as she finished speaking, a translucent chip appeared in her snow-white palm. Ji Yuan accepted it, holding it in his hand. Upon infusing it with soul power, a calm voice echoed in his ears. No one knew what information Ji Yuan had received. After a moment, his expression remained impassive as he stored the information chip in his Yujia. Then, he turned to Lu Qingxi with an apologetic demeanor. "I'm sorry, Dean Lu. In truth, my first choice is Saint Sky Academy." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxi immediately displayed a disappointed expression, her demeanor so aggrieved that several hot-blooded youths behind her cursed Ji Yuan inwardly. "Do you understand your choice? Let me choose." Look at how aggrieved Lu Qingxi is. She pointed at Zhang He and Tang Yi. "I am the only one who came personally. Can you really bear to reject me?" As she spoke, her fingertip lightly touched her crimson lips. The moment she blossomed, captivating the gaze of many inexperienced youths. Immediately, a barrage of jealous and resentful glances pierced Ji Yuan's back. His eyelids twitched. This woman was rather difficult to handle. A single word or action had made him the target of many. Dean Lu, please do not tease my junior. Fortunately, the aloof goddess Tang Yi spoke up, alleviating his predicament. Oh, so you're protective now? Could it be that our little ice queen has taken a liking to this champion? Lu Qingxi raised her brows playfully, teasingly gazing at Tang Yi. The cold and beautiful Tang Yi remained unperturbed, responding calmly. Any individual who decides to join Saint Sky Academy is someone I must look after. It was evident that she spoke with sincerity. Lu Qingxi then sighed. Truly, you deserve to be among the top 3 students year after year. If only the girls in my academy had your level of awareness. She then smiled at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan, I remember you. You owe me a favor, and it will need to be repaid in the future. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix, Zhang He remarked, displaying a degree of cleverness. He did not forget to cast a glance at Tang Yi. Though their words were harsh and cutting, they merely elicited a smile from Ji Yuan. Whether one was a chicken or a phoenix was not for Vice Dean Zhang to decide. If I recall correctly, Junior Ji Yuan not only defeated your son Zhang Bao in the finals, but also received the personal affirmation of Elder Yang at the voting venue. Vice Dean, I suggest you be mindful of your wording. The peerless Tang Yi showed no hesitation, directly rebutting in a cold tone on Ji Yuan's behalf. Humph. Zhang He maintained his composure, casting a fleeting glance at her, seemingly unwilling to pursue the matter further. Tang Yi continued, stepping forward and beckoning Ji Yuan. Senior sister. Ji Yuan approached. Please stand over there. Once I confirm the other juniors, I will take you back to the academy. Tang Yi raised her right hand, pointing to an empty space on the left. All right. He obediently walked over. Believing that Tang Yi's defense of him and her confrontation with Zhang He on their first meeting warranted respect. Once he took his position, Tang Yi's cold gaze swept across the entire assembly. Next, those whose names I call, please step forward, arranged behind Junior Ji Yuan. Zhao Shan, He Fun, Su Xin, Mu Shuxin, Zhong Xian, Su Su. This list had long been determined by the 3 major academies, detailing all those qualified for selection, from their backgrounds to the number of soul beasts they possessed. Thus, a situation may arise where, apart from those from prestigious soul beast families who could choose their academy, other outstanding individuals might be simultaneously selected by all 3 academies. In such cases, the academy with the first choice would gain the advantage, while the other 2 could only select from the remaining candidates. The champion's choice dictated who would be prioritized. The competition had commenced from the very beginning. Chapter 82. Off to Saint Sky Super Academy. Tang Yi's list was extensive, taking about 5 minutes to read through. Ultimately, approximately 400 individuals were chosen by Saint Sky Academy. Among them, 100 from Linyun City, 50 males and 50 females. With Ji Yuan's admission to Saint Sky Academy, all the females were absorbed by Lanfeng Academy, including Lin Yunjia. Though Ji Yuan was unaware and would not have cared even if he did, for the girl who grew up in the same welfare institute. She had already ceased to exist in his heart since the autumn test. After Tang Yi completed the selection without delay, she politely bid farewell to Lu Qingxi and waved her hand, summoning a colossal, chilling ice crystal griffin. This was Ji Yuan's second encounter with griffins. Zhao Tianho's griffin radiated a holy brilliance, resembling a divine beast rescuing the world. In contrast, Tang Yi's ice crystal griffin exuded an aura of endless coldness and menace, akin to its master, admired but not to be desecrated. In terms of size, Tang Yi's griffin surpassed others, its broad back capable of accommodating over 400 individuals. Such a massive soul beast was something Ji Yuan had never seen before in his life. Even Zhao Shan was in awe. Thus, 400 new students boarded Tang Yi's ice crystal griffin, soaring into the clouds. This creature appeared even more formidable than his father's. At this moment, Ji Yuan and his companions sat cross-legged at the forefront, merely 5 meters from Tang Yi. Zhao Shan ran his hand along the back of the ice crystal griffin, somewhat astonished. No. Su Xin gently shook her head, her starry eyes fixed on Tang Yi's silhouette, whispering, among the remaining griffin species in the world, the strongest belongs to Uncle Zhao's sacred peak griffin. Next are the flame peak griffin and the dark peak griffin, while this cold peak griffin ranks last. However, all griffin species possess a mythic level bloodline, placing them among the most elite soul beasts in existence. When discussing the information about these soul beasts, Su Xin clearly exhibited a greater understanding than Zhao Shan and Mu Shuxin. Listening to her, Ji Yuan's eyes flickered as he casually inquired, "What about the Star Peak Griffin, the one we encountered in the Beast King's secret realm?" "I'm not quite sure," Su Xin replied apologetically. "The Star Peak Griffin is an imperial-grade species from ancient epochs, and very little information remains. However, one thing is certain, the Star Peak Griffin is a being that looks down upon all its kind." "I know that," Mu Shuxin suddenly interjected, raising her hand to say. Because the elemental attributes of the Star Peak Griffin are extremely unique, it is said to harness the power of the cosmos. Indeed, Suzine nodded. Utilizing the power of the cosmos? Yuan felt a twinge of surprise, then fell into contemplation. During the recent admission invitation, the chip Tang Yi handed him contained a phrase and an image visible only to him. The image depicted a skeleton covered in mud. Captioned, Saint Sky Academy has everything you desire. Initially, upon seeing it, his heart jolted. Then he could not possibly leak his secrets. The only possibility was that Ming and Shan Pa had been discerned by this dean. In truth, this matter was unavoidable. Although imperial creatures had long been extinct, it was improbable that no information had been preserved. As long as those in high positions were keen to pay attention, the truth regarding Ming and Shan Pa would soon be uncovered. Thus, what he needed most from beginning to end was shelter. During this citywide competition, he had inadvertently offended the Zhang and Xiao families from among the 5 great clans. If it were to be discovered that his beast was an extinction emperor-level creature, these individuals would likely go to any lengths to demand an explanation from him. Therefore, having a single, or even multiple, influential figures to provide him protection became particularly crucial. From the chip given by the Dean of the Holy Sky Academy, it appeared that the other party was conveying a friendly message. All speculations would be answered upon arrival at the Holy Sky Academy. As winter approached, the haze in the high skies thickened. Yuan and his companions engaged in casual conversation, and after an indeterminate period, they noticed the altitude of the Hanfeng Griffin was steadily descending. Were they nearing their destination? A sense of anticipation welled up in Yuan's heart. Reflecting on the past 3 months, he realized he had not fully experienced life at the academy. What would this super academy be like? He was truly looking forward to it. As the Hanfeng Griffin's dive became increasingly pronounced and rapid, once they passed through a thick layer of gray clouds, their vision suddenly opened up. Wow! A simultaneous gasp erupted from the back of the Griffin. Yuan gazed ahead, light dancing in his eyes. Below them lay an expansive and magnificent scene. From their aerial vantage point, the land resembled a colossal chessboard, with countless buildings resembling chess pieces, filling the board to the brim. As they continued to descend, the smaller structures enlarged, and the details of the city gradually revealed themselves. They observed wide roads crisscrossing among the buildings, ample enough to accommodate 5 vehicles side by side. Curiously, the entities moving along these roads were not vehicles, but rather an array of bizarre beasts. Moreover, even at lower altitudes, numerous flying beasts soared through the skies. Here, there was no prohibition against beasts. Everyone could showcase their own. A single glance made it seem as though they had arrived in the city of beasts. I am somewhat exhilarated. What should I do? Zhao Shan, who already adored bustling scenes, could hardly contain his joy as he admired the sights on the street. At that moment, Yuan recalled something and asked, by the way, how is your Shui Xiao Bingxing progressing? Prior to the citywide competition, Zhao Shan's Shui Xiao Bingxing had already entered a state of advancement slumber. However, after 2 months without any progress, he had been quite worried about any unforeseen circumstances. Just wait and see, Zhao Shan replied mysteriously, teasingly withholding further details. Not wanting to pry further, Yuan merely smirked. At that moment, Tang Yi, who was at the forefront, suddenly spoke. Junior students, welcome to the Holy Sky Super Academy. Upon looking ahead, Yuan's pupils involuntarily narrowed. Before them stood several majestic white buildings. At the forefront of these structures were 2 enormous gates crafted from pure gold. Above the gates, the 4 golden characters spelling Holy Sky Academy shone brilliantly, even in the overcast weather. The Hanfeng Griffin continued its descent, seemingly preparing to land in the open space before the academy gates. Yuan took one last look at the academy, which was grand and magnificent beyond description. He could not help but compare it to the Changfeng Beast Academy in Lingyun City. It paled in comparison, not even a fraction. This thought emerged in his mind. When the towering, ominous form of the Hanfeng Griffin finally settled upon the ground, its crystalline wings slowly lowered to form a staircase, allowing the new students to disembark safely. Everyone wore expressions of awe as they surveyed their surroundings, including the extravagant and magnificent gates. Once everyone had reached the ground, Tang Yi waved her hand, summoning the Hanfeng Griffin back. Your enrollment information has been registered. Please proceed immediately to the dormitory area for check-in. Tomorrow, an entrance examination will be held at Waya Square, and the results will determine your class assignments. Chapter 83. The 4-person dormitory. Who is the leader? Junior students, welcome to join the Holy Sky Academy. Tang Yi's tone was icy. After finishing, she took the lead and walked into the academy, leaving the others to follow. At the entrance of the academy, 2 signs were posted, each with arrows pointing left and right. The boys' dormitory area was straight ahead on the left, while the girls' dormitory area was on the right. Quite straightforward indeed. Yuan turned to Mu Shuxin and Suzine, smiling. Let's go check in first. See you later. All right. Both girls nodded in unison before making their way to the right. We should head out as well. Yuan turned to look for Zhao Shan, only to find that he had already dashed to the front. At the same time, Zhao Shan waved back at him, Old G. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Thus, 400 new students split into two groups, one to the left and one to the right, approaching two distinctly different buildings. Why are you so excited? As they walked, Yuan looked at Zhao Shan, who was bouncing around like a monkey set loose from a zoo, catching the attention of numerous students. Hee. I've already had my dad set things up. We're in the same dormitory. Zhao Shan laughed excitedly, echoing Yuan's own sentiments, as neither of them had experienced life at the academy since awakening their soul powers. Thus, their excitement was entirely justified, especially about embarking on this journey together as good friends. Upon reaching the boys' dormitory, Yuan and Zhao Shan could not help but halt in their tracks. Before them stood a 10-story building, several hundred meters wide, shaped like a sharp, giant sword thrust into the ground. The building was painted in a gray and white pattern, exuding a unique quality. Upon entering the campus, the vast courtyard was completely devoid of people, seemingly cleared of all upperclassmen to facilitate the new students' check-in. At the entrance of the first-floor dormitory, a bald man with a stern expression and black-framed glasses sat. When Yuan and Zhao Shan approached first, the bald man suddenly lifted his head. His sharp gaze fell upon the two, causing Zhao Shan to instinctively withdraw slightly. Please scan your faces. The bald man raised his hand, pointing to a machine suspended nearby. Yuan approached, and a blue light emitted, sweeping across his face. After a brief moment, the light retracted, and a mechanical female voice announced, New student Yuan, dormitory on the 8th floor, room 811. With a click, a small drawer popped out from the wall, containing a square handbook. Memorize everything regarding the academy's prohibitions, and do not transgress any rules. The bald man adjusted his glasses, fixing his gaze on Yuan, speaking each word deliberately. So, you are this year's champion? I will be keeping an eye on you. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Such familiar rhetoric made him wonder if this man was perhaps the disciplinary director or something similar. Picking up the handbook, he waited for Zhao Shan. New student Zhao Shan. Dormitory on the 8th floor, room 811. Unexpectedly, as the announcement rang out, the bald man's stern expression transformed instantly, and he looked at Zhao Shan with a friendly demeanor, saying, it's young Master Zhao. What has Mayor Zhao been busy with lately? Wow, your expression changed way too quickly, they, along with the other new students waiting behind them, silently complained. Following this, Yuan and Zhao Shan took the elevator to the 8th floor. The corridor was wide, and the dormitory's area was undoubtedly impressive. Upon reaching room 811, they found that the door lock operated solely on facial recognition. As the heavy entrance door swung open, the sight that greeted Yuan left him stunned at the threshold. No way, is this for real? Zhao Shan, beside him, appeared equally astonished. This so-called 4-person dormitory not only featured a living room and kitchen, but even boasted individual rooms for each occupant. Was this the lavish standard of a super academy? The conditions were simply superb. The two closed the door behind them and explored the 4 individual rooms. The dormitory was fully equipped, not only with furniture, but even small daily necessities were provided. The largest room, located at the back, stood out among the 4. Old G, you should take the biggest room. Zhao Shan pointed across and said, how about I live opposite you? Noticing Yuan's hesitation, he continued, what is there to think about? We take the first come, first served approach. After all, there are still 2 vacant rooms. Before he could finish his sentence, the dormitory door was suddenly swung open. So you also possess a wolf-type Beastmaster? Wow, let me see it later. A voice accompanied the door's opening, startling both Yuan and Zhao Shan. They turned in unison and were greeted by the sight of the lean Su entering. Upon seeing the occupants of the room, he was momentarily taken aback. But as soon as he recognized one of them, he let out a shriek. What the heck? Yuan, you live here too? What luck I have. Su dashed into the room, nearly overwhelmed with joy. Ever since witnessing the dazzling beast in the semifinals, he had yearned to observe the king of wolf-type beasts up close. Before entering the dormitory, he had fervently wished to share a room with Yuan. To his astonishment, this dream had indeed come to fruition. At this moment, he noticed Zhao Shan regarding him with a peculiar expression. What are you doing here? What? I also reside in room 811. Do you have a problem with that? The two faced each other with palpable tension. Fortunately, another figure entered from the doorway, and Yuan was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. The final member of their 4-person dormitory was a robust man with a broad back and thick brows. Upon entering, he first looked at Yuan and broke into a hearty smile. Good to see you again. This man was Zhongxian, who had been residing in Villa 93 in the city competition's rest area. What a coincidence, Yuan replied with a smile, as he had always found Zhongxian to be amiable. With that, all 4 members of room 811 were gathered. The mischievous Su immediately began to formulate combinations. Since we are all here, the first order of business is to establish our ranks: the leader, the second, the third, and the fourth. Su tilted his head, seemingly ready to claim the title of leader. However, upon glancing at Yuan, he felt a twinge of insecurity. Clearing his throat, he pretended to cough a few times and looked at Zhao Shan and Zhong Xian, ultimately fixing his gaze on Zhong Xian. Brother, who do you think should be the leader? Zhong Xian scratched his head, speaking in his honest, straightforward manner. I'm not sure. How about I take the 4th position since I'm the youngest? You're the youngest? You look like you could be my Uncle Lu. Zhao Shan exclaimed incredulously. Indeed. Zhong Xian had a mature appearance, but he was only 21. Not angered by Zhao Shan's comment, he simply chuckled foolishly. Seeing that Zhong Xian had readily accepted the 4th position, Su cursed inwardly and turned to Yuan, nervously scratching his nose. So Yuan, what do you think about the leader's position? Do you think you can beat me? Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Su froze, unable to retort, and could only mutter 3 good words in his heart. With the champion of the competition present, it seemed the position of leader was out of reach. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. Su turned to see Zhao Shan beaming at him. Old 3, your ranking system is great. It's brought us closer in our titles. What do you think? Su was flattered by the praise, but then realized something was amiss. Who the heck is Old 3? If I can't be the leader, I'll settle for being Old 2. Get lost. Who are you to claim the position of Old 2? Who am I? Zhao Shan was taken aback, then rolled up his sleeves, ready to argue. Tell me, what makes you so impressive? Su stood tall and proclaimed proudly. I am from the prestigious Su family of the 5 great Beastmaster families. My grandfather is the current head of the Su family. And then? Zhao Shan replied flatly. Isn't that enough? Su shot him a glance. Sufficient. Zhao Shan mockingly applauded. Then, taking a deep breath, he quietly stated, listen closely, Su kid. Standing before you is Zhao Shan, son of Zhao Tianhou, the mayor of Hongling City, and brother of the current champion of the district competition, and a good friend of your sister Su Xin. How about that? Am I not better than you? Zhao Shan revealed a haughty expression, while Yuan shook his head and smiled. It was evident that Zhao Shan's bravado was poorly executed. Su, clearly taken aback by Zhao Shan's impressive background, soon caught on to something and looked suspiciously at Yuan and Zhao Shan. Are you 2 brothers? Don't listen to his nonsense. Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Shan scoffed. We are closer than brothers. We are comrades who have fought life and death together. So what else do you have to say? I refuse. I want to duel you. Su clearly wasn't willing to relinquish the position of Old 2 so easily. Fine, after the entrance exam tomorrow. Let us have a match. What is the point of fighting? You brute. Su scoffed, squatting down by the round table in the living room and extending his right hand. Do you dare? If I lose, I'll acknowledge you. Zhao Shan burst into laughter upon hearing this. Could this little guy really think he could arm wrestle him? Rolling up his sleeves, he stepped directly in front of Su. Yuan, intrigued, stood by and watched, while Zhong Xian leaned in closer and quietly asked, Big brother, who do you think will win? The large fellow adapted quickly to the title, nearly caught off guard by it. He then chuckled, both have a chance. Soon, their hands clasped together, and Zhao Shan and Su locked eyes, both filled with unwavering determination for the title of Old 2. Begin. At Yuan's command, both gritted their teeth, their arms tensed, and for a moment, neither would yield. Little guy, I didn't expect you to have such strength, Zhao Shan remarked through gritted teeth. Su's eyelids twitched, seemingly focusing all his attention on his right hand. Thus, the contest persisted for 5 minutes, neither side budging an inch. Their hands trembled violently, yet neither showed signs of giving way. 10 minutes passed. Both gripped the table leg firmly with their left hands. Their eyes locked onto one another, refusing to relent. 15 minutes elapsed. You, still want to let go? Su managed to utter through clenched teeth. Opposite him, Zhao Shan replied, equally strained. Whoever lets go first is the fool. 20 minutes in, Zhong Xian, standing beside Yuan, observed the two, drenched in sweat, and could not help but express his admiration. These two have remarkable perseverance. To hold out for 20 minutes in an arm wrestling match is truly impressive. This also subtly reflected their determination for the title of Old 2. Yuan rubbed his brows and finally interjected. Mu Shuxin and Su Xin are already settled. They want to invite us to stroll around the academy. You two can stop now. Did you hear that? Your sister is coming to pull your ear. Bastard, Zhao Shan. I refuse to acknowledge you. Then let us continue. Seeing that the two were relentless, Yuan sighed and proposed. How about this? You both can be Old 2. Does that work? Upon hearing this, both immediately released their grip and turned to him, nodding in agreement. That works. Looking at their trembling hands, Yuan was utterly speechless. It seemed these two stubborn individuals had been waiting for someone to provide an exit. Let us go. We'll meet them at the academy entrance. With that, Ji Yuan stepped out the door, followed closely by Old Four, Zhongxian. As Zhao Shan and Su Su exchanged glances, they spoke in unison. Hello, Lao San. I am Lao Heir. I am Lao Heir. I am the true Lao Heir. Their banter continued, trailing behind Ji Yuan and Zhongxian. With these two lively characters, the academy life was destined to be anything but tranquil. As the entrance procedures for over 400 new students concluded, the academy began to see the emergence of several senior students. Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin stood amidst the throng, their contrasting elegance drawing many glances. After settling in, the two ladies seemed to have changed their attire. Mu Shuxin tied her wine-red hair into a ponytail with a black butterfly hairpin, revealing her flawless visage, complemented by casual yet charming attire. In contrast, Su Ziyin gathered her dark hair into a bun with a light blue maple leaf hairpin, donning a gray long dress that lent a hint of aloofness to her fair, oval face. One exuded warmth, while the other radiated frostiness, making them strikingly prominent in the crowd. At that moment, as a handsome young man approached from a distance, the two women displayed differing reactions. Mu Shuxin cheerfully waved at Ji Yuan, bouncing on her feet. Su Ziyin's starry eyes lit up upon seeing the young man, standing still with a flicker of excitement in her gaze. Apologies for the delay, there were quite a few people along the way. The handsome youth smiled as he reached them. What do you think? Is it nice? Mu Shuxin tilted her head, showcasing the black butterfly hairpin, inquiring with a grin. This hairpin was a gift from Ji Yuan after the 4th round of a competition when they had strolled together. It's quite nice, Ji Yuan replied with a smile, then turned to Su Ziyin. Upon noticing her similarly styled bun, he raised his thumb to both ladies, exclaiming, very beautiful, blushing at the compliment. Su Ziyin prepared to respond when both women simultaneously noticed the burly Zhongxian trailing behind Ji Yuan. Hello, two beautiful ladies. I am Zhongxian, the 4th in the dormitory ranking. Zhongxian, with his honest demeanor, spoke without a hint of hesitation. The moment his words left his mouth, both women were taken aback, while Ji Yuan nearly stumbled, quickly turning to clarify. Zhongxian, you misunderstood. We are just good friends. Su Ziyin lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks, her heart racing, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Mu Shuxin, feeling flustered, chuckled awkwardly. Ahem. Well, Ji Yuan is right. Oh, Zhongxian scratched his head, his face brimming with embarrassment. I misspoke. It was odd. These two ladies seemed to have a penchant for elder brothers, he thought. I am Lao Heir. You are Lao San. Nonsense. I am Lao Heir. You are Lao San. Suddenly, two arguing voices erupted from the crowd. The moment they heard the commotion, the four turned their attention to Zhao Shan and Su Su, who were bickering furiously, even as they walked. Approaching closer, they continued their dispute. What are you two doing? Mu Shuxin asked in confusion. We are arguing over who is Lao Heir. They replied in unison. What Lao Heir? Who's Lao Heir? Without a second thought, they retorted. Lao Heir of Lao Ji. Lao Heir of Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan's expression darkened. You two, get lost. Chapter 85, The Entrance Test. The 6 of them roamed from afternoon until night before parting ways. Zhao Shan and Su Su continued their endless bickering, competing at every turn. Su Ziyin reverted to her silent persona, passively responding throughout their time together. Mu Shuxin dragged Ji Yuan's attention from one thing to another, while Zhongxian trailed behind Ji Yuan, his admiration for him palpable. As they made their way back to the dormitory, the incessant noise from the two finally subsided. Ji Yuan relished the rare tranquility. Everything about this super academy exceeded his expectations, uplifting his spirits. Suddenly, Su Su, who had been clamoring all day to be Lao Heir, spoke softly and sincerely. Thank you for being friends with my sister. My sister and I have always been peripheral members of the Su family. Our parents went missing when we were young, and our grandfather raised us. My sister has a cold demeanor and is quite averse to strangers, which has left her without friends in the Su family all these years. I've tried to help her. Until recently, she left home, leaving only a note about needing some time to herself. Later, I learned she went to Jiaolinggu and met 2 friends. Since then, I've noticed her occasionally smiling at her phone screen. From childhood until now, my greatest wish has been for my sister to make friends and be happy. I genuinely thank you both. With tears welling in his eyes, his sincerity left Ji Yuan at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, Zhao Shan patted his shoulder, saying, though Miss Su enjoys twisting ears, she's a good person. Thank you, Su Su replied, wiping his eyes, his voice trembling. So, could you possibly give up the position of Lao Heir to me? You little. Zhao Shan's expression soured, preparing to throw a punch. Su Su took off running, with Zhao Shan hot on his heels, cursing him out. Ji Yuan sighed at their retreating figures. Lao Si, do not let them infect you. All right. Zhongxian replied with a goofy smile. Upon returning to the dormitory, Each of the four had their own rooms, each equipped with a private bathroom. Such arrangements transcended mere convenience. After a hot shower, Yuan fell into a deep slumber. In the haze of his dreams, he found himself back on a cold stone slab, immobile, as distorted faces gnawed and tore at him. It was not until a gentle knocking at the door stirred him awake that he opened his eyes abruptly. Lao Ji, wake up, we're going to be late. Zhao Shan's voice filtered through the door. Yuan, still groggy, checked his phone to find it was 8:20, leaving only 20 minutes before the test. After freshening up, he donned a fitted black outfit and stepped outside. Zhao Shan and Su Su lounged on the living room sofa, engrossed in their phones, while Zhongxian leaned against the wall by his room, waiting. Upon seeing Yuan, Zhongxian beamed, "Big brother, let's go." Yuan nodded with a smile. Exiting the dormitory, the four joined the throng heading towards the expansive teaching square. Wuyi Square, with its smooth stone-paved ground, displayed intricate carvings of fantastical creatures on each brick. These creatures were the species depicted on the emblem of Shangtian Academy, known as the Shengkong Nui Long. It was said to be a royal-level creature that had existed for thousands of years, serving as one of the guardians of Shangtian Academy. At this moment, 3 luminous technological pillars of blue light stood tall in Wuyi Square. These pillars were the most advanced testing pillars available, capable of simultaneously assessing a Beastmaster's soul power qualifications, rank, potential, and the bloodline level of their beasts within 2 seconds. Furthermore, these testing pillars were devoid of error, making them exceedingly efficient. With over 400 new students, utilizing all 3 pillars simultaneously would likely allow for testing to be completed within a day. Currently, aside from a dozen instructors and high-ranking officials of the academy, everyone else present were new students awaiting testing. The testing order had already been arranged by name. As the champion of the competition, Yuan was naturally placed first. Alongside him for testing were 2 unfamiliar young men. Approaching the testing pillar, a stern-faced woman stood by. Once Yuan stepped forward, she softly instructed, "Please touch the testing pillar." He extended his hand and pressed it against the glowing pillar. The chilling sensation transformed from the palm of his hand to envelop his entire being, immediately followed by the test light column beginning to tremble. Simultaneously, the other 2 light columns stirred as well. Suddenly, the light column where Yuan stood emitted a dazzling golden beam that soared into the heavens. In contrast, the other 2 columns merely flickered momentarily before ceasing, and a frigid mechanical voice announced, "Li Heng, Soul Power Aptitude. Intermediate, Soul Power Grade. 7th, Beast Mastery. 2. Bloodline Level, Intermediate. Lu Yunxian, Soul Power Aptitude. Lower, Soul Power Grade. 8th, Beast Mastery. 1. Bloodline Level, Intermediate." The information of the 2 other freshmen was broadcasted. Both hailed from Lingyun City and were granted entry into the Super Academy through Yuan's patronage. Li Heng, Lu Yunxian. Comprehensive rating, low. Classified as Level 5. Students at Shangtian Academy are categorized not by year but by level, with Level 5 being the lowest and Level 1 the highest. As the testing concluded for the 2, Yuan's golden light column continued to expand, while a tempest arose, and the world shifted in hue. This fluctuation caused the overseers of the test to furrow their brows. Nearby mentors displayed various expressions, their gazes towards Yuan brimming with fervor. As if discovering a nugget of gold amidst gravel, each mentor yearned to claim this treasure for themselves. An awe-inspiring aura swept across the academy, and students observing from afar displayed varying degrees of astonishment. Within an independent classroom on the highest floor of the teaching building, the resplendent Tang Yi, with her deep blue hair, leaned by the window, contemplating the magnificent light beam rising from Wuyi Square. Could this person be the champion of this year's competition? Others in the classroom were equally engrossed in the entrance examination. A silver-haired man, facing the window, exuded a powerful wave of soul energy. Indeed, among this year's newcomers, aside from the prodigies from esteemed families, he is the only one worthy of attention. The golden light column indicates a solid foundation. It would not be surprising if he clinched the championship. However, compared to Senior Ku's crimson gold column, there remains a discernible gap. As the silver-haired man spoke, several individuals around him nodded in agreement, with one sycophantically asserting, "The golden light column is indeed somewhat noteworthy, but at most, it signifies a level 1 student. Incomparable to Senior Ku." Absolutely indeed. Just as the flattery reached a crescendo, a sudden transformation occurred. The towering light column in Wuyi Square shifted from gold to pure black in an instant, intermingled with a striking golden hue. Yuan's test light column transitioned from gold to black gold. Chapter 86, The Imperial Student. Hiss. It is actually a black gold column. Throughout history, those who have ignited the black gold column ultimately became renowned super beast masters. I recall the last appearance of the Black Gold column was over 20 years ago. This year's Academy Gold list is bound to be thrilling. The emergence of the Black Gold column sent ripples of excitement among the observing students. Meanwhile, the mentors waiting in Y Square exchanged glances filled with animosity. Yuan's testing lasted approximately 3 minutes. He distinctly sensed a subtle force coursing through his body repeatedly, seemingly aiming to uncover all of his secrets. Ultimately, when this force reached his Beastmaster seal, the golden light column morphed into black gold. As the power completely receded, the light column gradually dissipated. Finally, the eagerly anticipated test results were announced. New student Yuan, Soul Power Aptitude, Special, Soul Power Grade, 6th, Beast Mastery, 2. Bloodline Level, Mythical. Upon hearing the results, not only did the mentors feel a jolt of surprise, but even among the 400 freshmen, there were gasps of astonishment. Most of them were aware of Yuan's impressive beasts, but never anticipated that his bloodline level would be of mythical caliber. This is indeed the pinnacle of bloodlines. Furthermore, his soul power aptitude is classified as special. Even in the top 10 districts, special aptitude is a rarity. This fellow Yuan, wherever he goes, always stirs commotion. Among the crowd, Zhao Shan laughed joyfully. Yuan is his good brother, and with his brother standing out, he naturally felt proud and elated. Old 4. I share a bond of life and death with him. How about it? I can be the second in our dorm, no problem, right? Zhao Shan chuckled, patting Zhong Xian's robust arm. Zhong Xian tilted his head in contemplation, about to agree, when Su Su suddenly interjected, "You unethical person, engaging in unfair competition." What constitutes unfair competition? Instantly, the two began quarreling once more, leaving Zhong Xian helplessly standing by, unsure of whom to intervene for or how to mediate. Ultimately, recalling the method taught by the leader, he extended both arms and, as Zhao Shan and Su Su were engrossed in their argument, swiftly locked them in a bear hug. With Zhong Xian's already imposing physique, this maneuver resembled catching chicks, rendering the two silent. The leader's method is indeed effective. Zhong Xian chuckled, blissfully oblivious to Zhao Shan and Su Su's faces growing increasingly flushed. Amidst their commotion, a verdict on Yuan's final rating was reached. Yuan, comprehensive rating, special. Classified as Imperial Student. When the final 3 words resonated, the mentors in Y Square, who had been poised for action, were left dumbfounded. Imperial Student? The mentors were astonished. Beyond level 1 students, there exists another category. These students represent the Academy's highest standards and are prioritized for cultivation as unique students. Throughout Shengtian Academy's history, only 6 freshmen have ever been designated as Imperial students during the entrance examination. Now, Yuan becomes the 7th. The mentors hung their heads in defeat. The status of Imperial student exceeds what they could vie for. Imperial students have dedicated mentors. After the entrance examination concludes, a designated individual will contact Yuan. Student Yuan, you may leave now, said the woman standing by the test light column. Her demeanor now softened with a friendly smile. I don't need to stay? Yuan was taken aback, as the 2 individuals who had tested alongside him were instructed to remain waiting. Only students rated from level 5 to level 1 are required to wait for the examination to conclude. As an Imperial student, you may depart directly. Can I wait for my friends? After the test concludes, it is advisable not to linger in Y Square. The woman continued to smile. Had it been other students, she would have already chastised them, but there was no helping it. After all, the person before her was an Imperial student. Receiving the response, Yuan departed with understanding. As he passed by Zhao Shan and the others, he remarked, I'll head back to the dorm and wait for you. Initially, he was quite curious to see the test results of Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Xin. Imperial student, Yuan mused silently. This title, what does it represent? It should indicate a rather commendable rating, no? As he walked towards the dormitory, he suddenly caught sight of a blue-haired figure approaching him from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Tang Yi, Junior Yuan. The alluring goddess halted 5 steps away, speaking coldly. Senior, is there something you need? Yuan inquired, puzzled, only to see her turn around, her flowing blue hair dancing as she said, the teacher wishes to see you. Throughout the journey, Tang Yi maintained a distance of 5 steps. Yuan obediently followed her, traversing the teaching building until they arrived at a square, 4-story building at the far end. During this time, many students greeted Tang Yi with polite calls of senior. Yuan observed that the gazes of the students directed towards her were filled with reverence and unabashed admiration. It appeared that this enchanting goddess held a remarkable reputation within the academy. As she entered the square building and ascended, Yuan took in everything around her, eventually confirming that this structure was the exclusive edifice for the academy's upper echelons. It became clear to her who she was to meet. Indeed, Upon reaching the 4th floor, Tang Yi halted in front of a milky white wooden door. On the outer wall, 5 golden plaques proclaimed the office of the dean. Tang Yi delicately extended her hand and knocked on the door. "Come in," a resonant voice beckoned from within. Standing still, Tang Yi remained motionless, prompting Yuan to gently push the door open and step inside. The dean's office differed greatly from her expectations. It was devoid of any elaborate adornments, merely furnished with a few bookshelves, a tea table, and a desk. On the wall behind the desk hung a striking piece of calligraphy, vibrant and powerful, inscribed with the 4 characters Fo Ji Tai Lai. "How are you? Are you comfortable?" A light chuckle emanated from behind her. Yuan turned to see a man clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and slippers. His appearance was unremarkable, yet his deep-set eyes conveyed an inexplicable urge to evade his gaze. Judging solely by his attire, it was difficult to associate him with the title of dean. "Student Yuan, I have met the dean." Yuan offered a slight bow. "No need for formality," the man replied with a smile. "I prefer to be direct, so I will speak plainly. Can you resurrect the extinct imperial creatures?" The inquiry struck Yuan like thunder, reverberating through her mind. This was her greatest secret, known to no one. How could the dean know? At that moment, the dean tilted his head and said with a smile, "Do not be so tense. If I truly wish to harm you, no one in Daxia could stop me." His casual demeanor belied the weight of his words, and Yuan dared not take them lightly. "Please, take a seat." The dean gestured to the sofa beside the tea table, then sat down himself, crossing his legs and regarding Yuan with keen interest. After Yuan settled into silence, the dean suddenly tossed a gray, circular ring toward her. She instinctively caught it, and at the moment of contact, her consciousness was transported to an extraordinary realm. Before her lay an immense skeleton, its form suggesting it belonged to some type of reptile. The familiar system notification resounded in her mind. Detected complete imperial creature remains. The dean had bestowed upon her a ring containing the remains of an imperial creature. Exiting the ring's space, Yuan looked at the dean. Tanhe entrusted me to give this to you. He said it is a gift for you after winning the championship," the dean said with a gentle smile. It had been some time since Yuan had last contacted Tanhe. It seemed he was attempting to convey some message through the dean, perhaps indicating that this dean was someone to be trusted. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan accepted the ring. "Dean, how may I assist you?" she inquired. Unexpectedly, the dean merely waved his hand, chuckling. "It is still too early to discuss that. You only need to answer me one question. Can you resurrect imperial-level creatures?" Hearing this, Yuan no longer concealed the truth, nodding. "Yes, but there is a prerequisite. The remains of the imperial creature must be intact for it to be accomplished." At her admission, an imperceptible glimmer flashed in the dean's eyes. "Good." He exhaled deeply, as if relieved, and continued, "I do need your help, but not at this moment. Once you advance to the 5th rank, I will tell you more. Otherwise, knowing too soon will only bring unnecessary troubles. Rest assured from now on, no one in Daxia can take your life." With that, he rose from his seat. Yuan followed suit. The dean approached his desk, retrieving a dark golden card from beneath it and handing it to her. "This is a high privilege card, except for a few restricted areas. You may come and go freely within the academy." Yuan accepted it with composure, her heart brimming with joy. After exploring the academy yesterday, she had already pinpointed several essential locations, including the skill core room, reading room, and simulation training room. These sites were categorized by permission levels, with higher tiers naturally offering greater advantages. Also, here, the dean presented another ring. Inside was a relatively intact skeleton unearthed from the Lost Land. "I do not know its species. It had been stored in the Research Institute, but I retrieved it for you yesterday." "Thank you, Dean." Yuan graciously accepted the ring and exited the office. She hastened back to her dormitory, finding it empty, indicating that the test had yet to conclude. Once in her room, she locked the door and promptly took out the 2 rings, intending to first absorb the remains sent by Tanhe. The skeleton was enormous, likely measuring several dozen meters in length, with a massive skull larger than a truck's wheel. Upon completion of the absorption, the information materialized. Biological entity, Ongranwood lizard. Species, giant spirit lizard. Bloodline, imperial level. Attribute, wood. Special trait, wild growth, emits vibrant vitality, enabling rapid plant growth and healing all non-fatal wounds. Other data lost. Remains integrity, 999. It was a twist of fate that brought this Ongranwood lizard's remains back into her life. The first encounter had been in the Beast King's secret realm, within a spider's lair. Later, in the depths of the Hongling city mine, Yuan had incinerated the remains to escape Zhang Di's pursuit. Little did she expect that Tanhe would gift her a complete Ongranwood lizard skeleton. As the Imperial Bestiary unlocked, Yuan contemplated for a moment before exiting the ring's space. She then gazed at the second ring bestowed by the dean. Inside was a humanoid skeleton, slightly shorter than her own stature. Initially startled, Yuan thought it might belong to some ancient human, but upon closer inspection, she noted a tailbone and a non-human head. Detected Imperial-level remains. The system alert chimed, prompting her to absorb it. Absorption complete, generating data panel. Biological entity, Cold Shadow Demon Ape. Species, Demon Ape. Bloodline, Imperial level. Attributes, Ice, Dark. Special trait, Demon Spirit Body. Ignores all attacks of Ice, Dark, and Fire attributes. Other data lost. Remains integrity, 100. Detected Cold Shadow Demon Apes remains integrity at 100. Would you like to immediately replicate a perfect juvenile form? The prompt left Yuan in a quandary. After realizing the lengthy wait to advance to the 5th rank, she hesitated regarding her 3rd beast. Not knowing when she would reach that rank made the final beast slot particularly significant. Upon introspection, neither the Ongran Wood Lizard nor the Cold Shadow Demon Ape stirred her enthusiasm. While they were undoubtedly extraordinary imperial beasts, they did not resonate with her aspirations. If only I could reach the 5th rank, I wouldn't have to be so conflicted, she sighed. Ultimately, Yuan decided to set aside the imperial bestiary for now, allowing these two formidable creatures to continue their slumber. Exiting the UGS space, he was uncertain how long he had been entangled in his thoughts when he vaguely heard Zhao Shan laughing outside. Pushing open the door, he found Zhao Shan, Su Su, and Zhong Xian all turning their heads in surprise. Lao Ji, so you were here? Zhao Shan exclaimed, striding over and wrapping an arm around him. Then turning to the other two, he declared loudly, Lao Si, who is the 2nd elder of this dormitory? Zhong Xian, ever honest, replied, you. Meanwhile, Su Su slumped, appearing dejected and melancholic. Noticing his lack of protest, Yuan looked at Zhao Shan in astonishment. What happened? Haha, guess what level I've been rated? Without waiting for a response, Zhao Shan announced, 2nd level. Yuan raised an eyebrow, and then turned to the other two. And you too? Zhong Xian held up 3 fingers and said, I'm a 3rd level student. He then patted Su Su's back, adding, Sangu is the same, also a 3rd level student. I see, Yuan chuckled softly. It seemed that even in ratings, Su Su had been overshadowed, leaving him utterly speechless this time. Chapter 88, Students. Nighttime. In their group chat, Mu Shushin. I'm so nervous. Tomorrow marks the beginning of our academy life. I'm so anxious. After all, I've been confined at home without any chance to go out. However, for someone as sociable as her, excitement and thrill undoubtedly outweighed her nervousness. Zhao Shan. I'm so happy today. I'm the 2nd elder. Yuan, what are your ratings? I heard that different ratings mean we can't attend classes together. Mu Shushin. I'm a 2nd level student. Why can't we attend classes together? Zhao Shan. Haha, I'm also a 2nd level student. Mu Shushin. We might end up in the same classroom. Mu Shushin. Zhao Xiaomei. I don't want to be in the same classroom as you. Su Ziyin. I'm a 3rd level student. 3rd level? Yuan furrowed his brow as he considered Su Ziyin's soul power aptitude, which was merely at the lower tier. The only beast she possessed was a single flame-devouring sparrow. However, since Su Su and Zhong Xian were also 3rd level students, he hoped they could be placed in the same class for mutual support. Mu Shushin. Su Ziyin, don't be disheartened. Keep it up. You'll surely advance to a 2nd level student soon. Su Ziyin. Thank you. Yuan. Su Ziyin. Keep it up. Zhao Shan. Su Ziyin. I'm now the 2nd elder. And there are still the 3rd and 4th elders below me. If anyone dares to bully you, just let us know, and I'll have my brothers take care of them. Mu Shushin. Zhao Shan. Hey, what on earth are you talking about? Yuan covered his face, thinking this guy was just like an immature child. After chatting a bit longer, the 4 exchanged goodnights and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Yuan was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Upon checking the time, he realized it was already 8:30. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. When he answered, a male voice greeted him. Hello, Yuan. I am your mentor, Lei Shi. Have you gotten out of bed? Hello, mentor Lei. I'm just about to head to the teaching building, Yuan replied, still nestled in his blankets. All right, please come downstairs. I'll be waiting for you at the dormitory entrance. After hanging up, Yuan sprang up, hurriedly washed up, and stepped out into the dormitory entrance. At 8:30, classes had already commenced, and the entire dormitory building was eerily empty. At the entrance stood a man dressed in deep blue attire, standing upright. He appeared to be middle-aged, with neatly combed short hair slicked back, and wore a pair of gold-framed glasses over his right eye. At first glance, he exuded an air of a cultured and refined scholar. Mentor Lei, Yuan approached. Let us go. I'll take you to the logistics office to collect your uniform. As Lei Shi stepped ahead, he glanced at Yuan from head to toe. Arriving at the logistics office, which resembled a warehouse, Lei Shi reported a series of sizes to the warehouse manager. After about 10 minutes, The manager returned with a cart filled with items. Among them was a set of blue and white uniforms. This is the Academy's uniform, a symbol of your identity. You must wear it properly within the Academy. Lei Shi directed towards a nearby changing room. Go ahead and change. Upon entering the changing room, Yuan swiftly donned the uniform. The collar of the uniform was embroidered with a golden thread depicting a fierce beast's head, a unique insignia of the Imperial students. The fit was perfect, enhancing Yuan's youthful and vibrant demeanor. Exiting the changing room, Lei Shi nodded in approval. Not bad. He then stepped forward and clapped Yuan on the shoulders. Suddenly, a silver-white cape extended from the shoulders of the uniform, hovering just above the ground. Yuan observed in astonishment, noting the exquisite material of the cape, which shimmered under the light, revealing intricate patterns. In the center of the cape, a golden thread outlined a beast's claw, which was half closed, firmly grasping the characters D1. This was the Sacred Spirit cape exclusive to Imperial students. Do not underestimate it. It could withstand a full-force strike from a dominant-level beast at critical moments. After Lei Shi packed the remaining items, he handed them to Yuan. To withstand a full-force strike from a dominant-level beast? Yuan could hardly conceal his astonishment. Let us head to the classroom. Following Lei Shi, they made their way to the teaching building. During this time, Yuan gleaned some information about the Imperial students. There were over 100 of them in the entire academy, divided into 6 classrooms. Lei Shi's class included 18 students, and with Yuan, there would be a total of 19. They took the elevator, ascending to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, a strong, restless energy surged forth. An intentional display of soul power fluctuations. Every new Imperial student would be welcomed with such a ceremony. Standing in the elevator, Yuan felt as if countless eyes were fixated upon him. Those with unsteady minds might very well be paralyzed by fear. However, Yuan was not easily intimidated. Moreover, the concentration of soul power varied, and while it was imposing, it could not compare to that of a special-level aptitude. Suddenly, Lei Shi, observing from the side, noticed a layer of dark gray light patterns emerge on Yuan's body. In that instant, the patterns expanded, dispersing the waves of soul power that attempted to suppress him. In the corridor, gasps of surprise erupted. Special-level aptitude, indeed extraordinary, Lei Shi mused, stepping out of the elevator first, with Yuan following closely behind. The top floor was exclusively for Imperial students, featuring 6 classrooms evenly distributed across the level. Consequently, each classroom was impressively spacious. As they walked past, Yuan noted the varying numbers of students in each classroom. However, he observed that each classroom had a giant lever placed at the podium, the purpose of which remained a mystery. After passing 4 classrooms, Lei Shi finally halted. He stood before an open door, from which a cacophony of noise poured forth. The moment he stepped inside, silence enveloped the room. Come in, Lei Shi called. As Yuan entered the classroom, he was met with the gazes of 18 individuals, each differing in demeanor. A quick scan revealed a stunning blue-haired girl sitting quietly in the corner by the window, exuding an icy aura. Upon noticing him, she slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Tangy, what a coincidence. At the podium, Lei Shi smiled and said, Yuan, summon your beast. In an instant, on his left, a blue and white fire Qilin materialized, causing the temperature in the classroom to soar. On his right, a dark giant wolf, both serene and imbued with a hint of ferocity, appeared, accompanied by the sound of rumbling thunder. Standing between the two beasts, Yuan scanned the room, his tone warm yet commanding. I am the new student Yuan. I look forward to your guidance. In the Super Academy, power speaks volumes. Disregarding the shadows of corruption surrounding the entrance examinations, the formidable aura emanating from the 2 summoned beasts at this moment is sufficient to command the respect of all present towards this newcomer. Among the Imperial lineage, the weakest is at least a 5th rank. However, the arrival of Yuan has shattered this convention. Yet, considering his performance in the city competition, none would be foolish enough to regard him as merely an ordinary 6th rank Beastmaster. Chapter 89, The First Class. To prevent any misinformation among certain individuals, allow me to inform everyone that our new classmate is the champion of this year's city competition. Lei Shi cheerfully declared, his gaze lingering on Ming and Shan Pe. From the live broadcast of the competition, he had developed a curiosity about these 2 beasts. Now, in close proximity, he could truly sense their unique bloodline resonance. Indeed, they are legendary beasts, mere champions of the competition. Senior Ku was similarly a champion of the city competition. Below, 3 male students chuckled dismissively. The arrangement of desks and chairs in the classroom is quite intriguing. They are not lined up in the traditional sense, but rather scattered individually. For instance, the 3 boys who just laughed are seated in a row, while in front of them sits a handsome man with silver hair and brown eyes. The other students are huddled by the windows, Those at the back remain at the back, with no semblance of order whatsoever. Indeed, they are all competition champions. The newcomer's aura of black and gold cannot even be compared to Senior Q's crimson aura. How impressive! A voice filled with sarcasm emanated from a corner. Yuan turned his gaze in the direction of the speaker and saw a bald man. His words elicited a slight frown from the three boys, while Senior Qu, whom they mentioned, remained unfazed, engrossed in his book as if he had not heard. Noticing his lack of reaction, the trio fell silent. It seems that this academic life is not as harmonious as he had envisioned. However, such matters are of little concern to him. His foremost priority now is to advance to the 5th rank and to further develop a new skill for Ming and Shanpa. Beyond that, he is indifferent. Instead of engaging in idle chatter, it is far more prudent to practice diligently. Tomorrow is Friday, and the rankings will be announced. I need not remind you of that, right? Lei Shi, standing at the podium, cast a glance at the three boys who had instigated the situation earlier. Then, he gestured for Yuan to come forward. In my class, the focus is on freedom. Choose your own seating arrangement. The spacious classroom has been dominated by the silver-haired man and his three sycophants in the central area. The right wall near the corridor is similarly occupied by several students. After surveying the room, only the window side has 3 desks available. 2 of these are occupied by the alluring goddess Tang Yi and the bald man who seemed to speak for Yuan earlier. The remaining desk is vacant, with ample space between it and Tang Yi. Senior, may I sit in front of you? Yuan descended from the podium, and due to the spaciousness, Ming held the chair in his mouth while Shanpa nudged the table with his head, following closely behind. No. To his surprise, he received a curt and cold refusal. Turning to see who had spoken, he found that the previously silent silver-haired man was now glaring at him icily. Is he an admirer of Tang Yi? It doesn't seem so. What could be the reason? Is it because both of them are champions of the competition? A flash of the earlier conversation between the sycophants and the bald man crossed his mind, leading Yuan to a conclusion. At that moment, Tang Yi spoke coldly. You may. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired man's expression darkened, and after casting a cold glare at Tang Yi, he fell silent. Yuan inwardly scoffed, indicating for his beasts to set down the chairs. What animosity are these individuals harboring? Once he had stowed away his beasts and taken his seat, Lei Shi, who had observed everything from the podium, snapped his fingers and said, Today's lesson will focus on the maintenance and cultivation of beast spaces. However, due to the inclusion of our new classmate, we shall temporarily set aside theoretical knowledge. Yuan, come to the front. Lei Shi beckoned. As Yuan stepped onto the podium, Lei Shi pointed at a lever beside him and instructed, push it forward. Yuan grasped the lever, feeling its chill seep into his palm. As he pushed it forward, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. As the lever was activated, beams of technological light began to emerge from the classroom walls. Simultaneously, as the beams swept across, the walls transformed into a lush green forest, the ceiling into an expanse of clear blue sky, and the floor beneath him morphed from solid ground into forest soil. You may understand that pushing the lever will convert our classroom into a simulated and realistic forest space. This expansive area is under my complete control. Noticing Yuan's astonishment, Lei Shi smiled and elaborated. After finishing, he clapped his hands. I will now begin assigning task objectives. Tang Yi, present. The alluring goddess replied. Today, you are tasked with hunting 5 legendary beasts within 8 minutes. Understood. Tang Yi nodded, and then her cold-peaked griffin appeared. She leapt upon it, and both swiftly vanished. Kuxianji, here. The silver-haired man replied nonchalantly. You are to hunt 30 sovereign-level beasts within 10 minutes. Make it 5 minutes at most. After stating this, Kuxianji disappeared into the depths of the forest in a flash. Subsequently, Lei Shi called upon the remaining students and assigned tasks accordingly. Once only Yuan was left in the classroom, he slowly spoke. This is your first class. Traditionally, I would assign you the task of hunting 5 sovereign-level beasts within 10 minutes. However, considering your performance in the city competition and the black and gold aura during the entrance examination, I wish to see your limits. As his words fell, a cursor suddenly appeared before Yuan. This cursor was light blue, resembling an arrow, pointing towards the depths of the forest. Go, follow the guidance. And upon reaching your destination, I will provide further instructions. Lei Shi crossed his arms and raised his chin. How intriguing. Yuan clenched his palm, and in an instant, Ming's figure materialized, enveloping him in a fiery sphere as they sped along the arrow's path. Soon, they arrived at a circular clearing surrounded by lush greenery. The surrounding trees were so dense that they were nearly impenetrable. Let us begin with the simplest task. Lei Shi's voice resonated from all directions. Simultaneously, Yuan was astonished to see a line of pale yellow text appear in his vision. First wave, low-level bloodline beasts, quantity, 50. Roar. In an instant, A cacophony of roars erupted, followed by a swarm of ferocious beasts bearing their fangs, leaping out from the woods. In an instant, Yuan found himself encircled. Ming. Boom. The terrifying pressure of the imperial bloodline instantly radiated, causing the hearts of these low-level beasts to shatter under its might. The fallen beasts transformed into streams of blue light, dissipating into the air. Before him, the pale yellow numbers rapidly decreased, blinking from 50 to 0. Second wave, intermediate and advanced bloodline beasts, quantity, 100. A far more formidable group of beasts surged forth from the forest. This is interesting. Yuan smiled, and at once, the flames surged in Ming's eyes. Whoosh! The boiling hellfire instantly engulfed the entire clearing, the terrifying heat eliciting countless cries of despair. The number of beasts in the second wave similarly plummeted. Within mere breaths, it dropped to 0. Chapter 90, Field Mission. From the original location, Glacier stood with his arms crossed. Before him, numerous screens emerged, displaying the real-time status of each student. Beside him stood a striking woman with blue hair, quietly observing as well. His Qilin beast excels in large-scale attacks, capable of simultaneously addressing multiple directions. Glacier gazed at the central screen, where Yuan's projection appeared, muttering to himself intermittently. Intriguingly, can the bloodline pressure directly obliterate a low-level beast? Here, take a look at this fellow, and see how you shall manage it. Glacier waved his hand. In the clearing, a pale yellow font shimmered once more. Third round, dominant level beast, quantity, 1. A peculiar gasp echoed through the woods. Yuan raised an eyebrow, observing as a pair of large, brown-furred hands pushed aside the foliage, revealing an enormous human face. Immediately, the creature leapt forth. Boom! As the ground trembled, Yuan gazed upward. He was no stranger to this behemoth. The human-faced wild ape? He recalled how Mushushin had effortlessly dispatched this species in the Valley of Withering. He remembered that the human-faced wild ape was immune to fire-type damage, being a natural nemesis of the fire element. Oh dear! Towering at 4 meters, the human-faced wild ape loomed over Yuan, opening its mouth to emit a howl. Flashing spirit. In an instant, the figure of Ming vanished, and a colossal black wolf emerged. Whoosh! Simultaneously, the human-faced wild ape swung its arm, its terrifying hand accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Yuan rolled backward to evade, while flashing spirit appeared behind the human-faced wild ape. Rising to his feet, he immediately shouted, "Release, frenzied explosion!" Roar! Flashing spirit, with its claws firmly planted on the ground, tensed its body, unleashing arcs of electricity and a surge of thunder. ZZT boom! Basketball-sized orbs of lightning shot forth, exploding against the back and nape of the human-faced wild ape. The violent shockwave caused the beast to stagger, ultimately kneeling upon the ground. Dance of lightning. As the electric light erupted, flashing spirit collided forcefully with the ape's spine, sending its massive form crashing to the earth. Then, at Yuan's signal, flashing spirit surged towards the ape's head, spewing forth another frenzied explosion. This time, the orb, infused with a hint of soul energy, detonated, sending ripples through its very essence. After several bursts, the human-faced wild ape gradually ceased its struggles. Within a minute, the battle concluded. Decisive action, indeed. Glacier observed the human-faced wild ape dissipating into light particles on the screen, pondering. Add 3 dominant-level beasts for him. In his estimation, this should be the extent of Yuan's capabilities. Soon, 3 unique creatures, pulsating with potent bloodline energy, manifested in the clearing. One resembled a wild bull, adorned with a pair of sharp horns. Another appeared like a lizard, but bore an inverted triangular serpent's head. The final creature was a rotund, giant frog. Yuan had never encountered such beasts. Judgment of thunder. Suddenly, dark clouds amassed in the clear sky. Before the screen, Glacier meticulously observed flashing spirit's every movement. The 3 dominant-level beasts were effortlessly obliterated by the thunder. Not pausing for breath, he continued to generate 3 more dominant-level beasts to assault Yuan. He then glanced at the striking figure beside him and remarked, "What do you think? He should be capable of handling tomorrow's expedition, yes? His fire-type Qilin beast and thunder-type wolf will perfectly bridge your elemental gap. He shall accompany you on the task." "That is acceptable," Tang Yi replied nonchalantly. To her, the identity of her teammate held little significance. For most tasks, she could manage alone. Yes, remember not to let him sustain injuries. After all, the dean specifically instructed to look after him. Tomorrow's mission may be somewhat challenging, were it not for his high bloodline level. To be honest, I would be reluctant to let him take any risks. Glacier raised his head, noticing the students returning one after another, casting a final glance at Yuan's situation. The newly generated 3 dominant-level beasts were similarly vanquished. For minutes, 7 dominant-level beasts? Not too shabby. This cannot possibly be your limit, Ji Yuan. He then softly declared, Ji Yuan, return. Today's lesson is concluded. In the clearing, having expended just over half his energy, Ji Yuan heard Lei Shi's voice. He promptly leapt onto Flashing Spirit's back and sped along the path he had initially taken. Upon returning to the starting point, everyone was already waiting. When Ji Yuan arrived, Lei Shi activated a lever nearby, and with a flash of light, they found themselves back in the classroom. Reflecting on the simulated space they had just occupied, he could not help but admire the technology of the contemporary world. Tang Yi, Kuxuanji, Zhang Wan, Li Chong, Ji Yuan, those named, please stay. The moment Lei Shi finished speaking from the podium, several individuals rose to depart. In no time, only 6 remained in the classroom. Tomorrow, our class has a commission task requiring a journey afar. A commission task? Ji Yuan's heart stirred. Such matters existed. How fascinating. This academy life is completely different from what I had envisioned. Mentor Lei, I have a question. The silver-haired boy Ku Xuanji raised his hand. Lei Shi gestured for him to speak. Ku Xuanji pointed at Ji Yuan, enunciating each word. It seems inappropriate for him to participate in a commission so soon after entering the academy, does it not? No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Wan, the bald boy in the corner, chuckled softly, calling him an idiot. Subsequently, Lei Shi adopted a contemplative expression, nodding. Indeed, you make a valid point. In that case, you need not participate. You may leave. Lei Shi waved his hand toward the door. You, Ku Xuanji, visibly angered, rose but seemed to think better of it, clenching his fist and departing the classroom with large strides. After his exit, Lei Shi turned to Ji Yuan. As this is your first task, there are several important matters to address. First, any commission task involving leaving the academy entails a certain degree of danger. Once outside, you must follow orders and refrain from acting independently. Second, Tang Yi will be the squad leader for this operation. During the mission, any matters or thoughts you have must be communicated to her first. Third, any commission task that involves leaving the academy is classified. Regardless of what you encounter or do during the task, you must not disclose it to anyone, not even to those closest to you. Understood? Lei Shi's tone was exceedingly grave and earnest. Ji Yuan, seeing his demeanor, solemnly nodded in response. Understood. Excellent. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp, we gather at the academy gate. After leaving the teaching building, Ji Yuan returned to the dormitory only to find Zhao Shan and the others absent. Our class is still ongoing? Exhaling, he settled onto the living room sofa, contemplating tomorrow's commission task. Judging by Lei Shi's demeanor, the so-called task might not be as simple as it seemed. What could a classified task entail? All would be revealed tomorrow. Chapter 91, The Gray Forest. Zhao Shan and the others returned late, having had a full schedule on their first day of classes. All 3 seemed quite fatigued, which surprised Ji Yuan. The Imperial students had much more flexible class times and considerably higher privileges than ordinary students. The following morning, Ji Yuan departed the dormitory at 7 o'clock. Thanks to the vast expanse of the academy, students could summon their beasts for transportation. As he rode his elegant Qilin, adorned in azure and white, to the academy gate, he noticed others had arrived even earlier. A massive griffin, shrouded in an aura of cold, lay prostrate on the ground, its large eagle head bowed slightly, allowing a striking beauty before it to caress it. Senior sister. Ji Yuan leapt down from Ming's back. Tang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, he had many questions. Yet he knew others would not engage with him without reason, so he refrained from seeking unnecessary interaction. After a while, Lei Shi, the bald boy Zhang Wan, and the short-haired girl Li Chong arrived together. Good morning. After exchanging pleasantries, Lei Shi turned to Tang Yi and said, once ready, we shall set out according to plan. Tang Yi replied with an affirmative sound, leaping onto the griffin's back and signaling Ji Yuan to follow. The griffin appeared considerably smaller than during their initial encounter, likely accommodating only 3 or 4 individuals. The weather was splendid. Though it was morning, the winter sun had already risen early, soaring through the skies atop the Hanfeng Shurjiu. You bask in the gentle caress of sunlight. The velocity of flight is astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, the academy fades into the distance. Are you from Linyan City? A chilling voice breaks the silence after an indeterminate span of time. Ji Yuan opens his eyes, somewhat surprised that the other party has initiated conversation. He replies, yes, if there's anything you'd like to know, I should be able to answer. Tang Yi shakes her head, and, after a moment of contemplation, states, there is another person from Linyan City in our class. Oh, according to his knowledge, during Tan He's decade-long tenure, no one had entered the Super Academy. Could it be that this individual had joined the academy 10 years ago? That seems unlikely, as such a calculation would suggest an age that is far from youthful. Reflecting on his classmates, the only one who could be described as old is the bald man Zhang Wan, who appears to be around 30. Is it Zhang Wan? He inquires after some thought. No, Tang Yi denies. He is currently on an assignment. I see. Ji Yuan nods, and the atmosphere falls into silence once more. After approximately half an hour, the Shurjo suddenly begins to dive. Looking down, a desolate landscape unfolds below. "We have arrived," Tang Yi announces, "Hold on tight." With a sharp cry, the Shurjo accelerates, and a terrifying sensation of weightlessness envelopes them. In this moment, Yuan recalls a phrase: "One may fly ahead while the soul lags behind." If not for the chilling aura emanating from the Shurjo, which shields them from the raging winds, such terrifying speed would surely have cast both riders into the abyss. It is not until the Hanfeng Shurjo crashes to the ground like a cannonball, producing a deafening sound, that Yuan surveys his surroundings. They have landed in a peculiar, grayish forest. It appears as though a boundless woodland has been drained of vitality, with all vibrant green foliage transformed into shades of gray. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the dull leaves to sway, and a musty, decayed scent assaults his nostrils. Yuan frowns, yet observes Tang Yi leap to the ground first. "Senior, where are we?" As he jumps down alongside her, he bends to scoop a handful of the dark soil beneath his feet, rubbing it between his fingers. The soft black earth resembles the ashes of burnt wood, exuding a charred aroma. This is the eastern border. Due to the terrain, the Shurjo has visibly shrunk to a size comparable to that of the Ming. Tang Yi's cold gaze scans the surroundings with vigilance. Noticing her demeanor, Yuan also becomes alert, keeping the Ming close by and following behind Tang Yi as they proceed cautiously. After approximately 5 minutes, Tang Yi suddenly raises her right hand. A bird with deep blue feathers appears, flapping its wings and taking flight. As though guided by this creature, Tang Yi quickens her pace, leading Yuan through the dim, endless forest with numerous twists and turns. After about 10 minutes of traversing, she finally comes to a gradual halt. Before them lies a cavern, vast and gaping like the maw of an abyss. It is situated on the ground, surrounded by dark crimson fissures, and within lies an oppressive darkness, intermittently accompanied by eerie echoes. Yuan stands at the entrance, peering inside, and can only discern a flickering dark red light. Suddenly, the previously airborne deep blue bird dives down, penetrating the cavern. Mere seconds later, Tang Yi springs into action. "Follow me." With a wave of her hand, she and the Hanfeng Shurjo leap into the abyss. Upon witnessing this, Yuan hastily calls for the Ming to follow suit. Darkness envelopes them, and the descent does not last long before they reach the ground. Upon landing, a thunderous explosion reverberates ahead. Yuan quickly looks up to see the Hanfeng Shurjo wielding its wings, launching sharp ice spikes. As they fly past, he can barely make out strange creatures being swept away. Without a moment's hesitation, the Ming darts out, partnering with the Hanfeng Shurjo to unleash their assault. At this juncture, Yuan takes the opportunity to survey the surroundings. Below the cavern lies a concealed underground chamber, and the space before them extends downward. The walls are cracked, with streams of dark red light flowing through the crevices. Yuan advances, noticing Tang Yi's icy countenance as she observes the beasts unleashing their attacks. As he approaches, he finally sees the peculiar creatures, varied in form, yet all grotesquely deformed. Some have massive bodies with minuscule heads, while others possess 3 heads and 6 arms. Their appearance is ghastly. Those with weak constitutions would likely be haunted by nightmares after a mere glance. "What species are these?" Yuan mutters, his brow furrowed. Under the onslaught of the Yumming Lion and the ice-fire dual assault from the Hanfeng Shurjo, the creatures wail in agony. In no time, they are reduced to ash and ice shards under the extreme temperatures. Tang Yi continues her descent, during which she coldly explains, "These are test subjects." "Deformed test subjects? Goodness, have alchemists arrived?" Yuan internally scoffs, yet his feet do not falter. The two press onward, encountering numerous other grotesque beings. He observes closely, noting a commonality among them. Each bears a dark red mark etched upon their foreheads, a strange emblem that seems vaguely familiar yet eludes his immediate recollection. As the slope gradually levels out, they finally arrive at the deepest part. Here, an excavated underground space is filled with bizarre glass containers and incomprehensible jars and bottles. The entire area is illuminated by a blood-red glow, suffused with an oppressive and peculiar atmosphere. As Yuan's gaze shifts toward the innermost depths, his expression changes slightly. Zhouhangua, Chapter 92, Reunion with the Remnants of Zhouhan. There, in the depths, against the wall, stand 5 colossal glass containers. Within, 5 individuals with blood-red skin, draped in crimson veils, are contained. Yuan recognizes this form. They are none other than the remnants of Zhouhangua that had attacked him and Mu Shushin at the Withering Valley. Bang! Almost the moment he discovers these 5 figures, the glass containers shatter. "Stay alert, I will handle them." Tang Yi snorts coldly as the Hanfeng Shurjo immediately unfurls its wings. A faint blue wave of soul energy surges from Tang Yi, enveloping the Hanfeng Shurjio's attack, resulting in a resonance of soul power. The ice spikes released by the Hanfeng Shurjio become increasingly radiant. A subtle aura of soul energy coalesces around each spike, striking the 5 figures. Clang. The anticipated defensive layer of soul power manifests, successfully blocking the Hanfeng Shurjio's assault. The soul power layer of these 5 is likely stronger than that of Secretary Lin from before. Suddenly, figures emerge from the debris on either side, charging towards Tang Yi. Flamestorm. In a critical moment, the Ming conjures 2 barriers of Yuming Lian, intercepting all the creatures attempting to ambush. Tang Yi remains focused. Upon seeing that the Hanfeng Shurjio's attack did not take effect immediately, she promptly summons 2 more beasts. One is a deer-like creature sparkling with icy crystals, and the other is a half-human, half-animal ice blue snow rabbit. In an instant, the 3 ice-type beasts unleash a dazzling barrage of skills toward the distant remnants of Zhouhangua, while Ji Yuan simultaneously commands the Ming to eradicate the lurking grotesque beings. The underground space resonates with the echoes of fierce battle. After clearing out the concealed grotesque creatures, Ji Yuan hurriedly shifts his focus back to the front line. He observes that the relentless assault of the 3 ice beasts has merely reduced the soul power layer of the Zhouhan remnants to a translucent state. There remains a significant gap before it shatters completely. Realizing this, Ji Yuan swiftly calls forth the Shanshan. Just as he prepares to attack, a sudden clang reverberates. A crimson glow flickered, and with an instinctive reflex, Ji Yuan shouted, "Senior, be careful." The moment his voice faded, 5 scarlet spears pierced through the skills of 3 ice element summoned beasts, hurtling towards them with alarming speed, far quicker than before. Ji Yuan, having anticipated the attack, managed to evade the onslaught, but Tang Yi and her summoned beasts were less fortunate. The ice blue snow rabbit lay on the ground, a small blood hole in its left flank. The deer-like creature had been completely impaled, collapsing onto the ground with its head drooping. The Hanfeng lion griffin and Tang Yi only sustained minor scratches. Blood pooled around them, and the 5 remnants of the cursed souls appeared to be drawn to the scent of the 2 beasts' blood, their pupils flaring crimson. Xing Xing. 2-2. Tang Yi's frosty visage revealed a flicker of concern for her critically injured summoned beasts, and she hurriedly recalled them into the summoned beast space. As long as the injuries were not fatal, they could be nurtured back to health within. Upon glancing at the 5 cursed soul remnants again, an icy fury ignited in her eyes. With a flash, a robust, muscular figure materialized beside her, resembling a human but with a fearsome wolf's head. The brute's right arm wielded an ice crystal staff, and as it emerged, the colossal wolf head let out a roar, echoing Tang Yi's pent-up rage as it charged at the 5 cursed soul remnants. Their attack patterns were clumsy, and they exhibited no agility. Throughout, Ji Yuan had yet to witness them run or evade. Emerging from their glass prison, they merely ambled forth, as if unfamiliar with their own forms. As the imposing werewolf charged, the 5 remnants simply raised their heads, their blood-red eyes fixed on the beast, motionless. With a sweeping motion from right to left, the werewolf struck. A resounding thud reverberated through the space as the staff connected, sending the 5 remnants hurtling back, shattering numerous empty glass containers. In that instant, the downed remnants seemed to regain their senses. They scrambled to their feet, transforming into streaks of crimson, leaping onto the werewolf. A howl escaped the werewolf as the 5 remnants began to gnaw at its flesh. Their attacks were primal and frenzied, causing the werewolf to emit pained cries. Witnessing this, Tang Yi shouted, "Release, wild fury." The werewolf erupted with a violent aura of slaughter. The powerful wave of energy sent the 5 remnants flying. But before they could catch their breath, they clung to the werewolf once more, resuming their savage biting. This unexpected scene took Tang Yi by surprise. She intended to command the Hanfeng lion griffin to assist, yet feared it might inadvertently harm the werewolf, leaving her in a state of turmoil. "Release, Cataclysm." Suddenly, a soft whisper resonated beside her. In an instant, a soul-shaking explosive sound wave erupted. A sphere of blue and silver lightning shot forth, colliding with the werewolf's back in the blink of an eye. The Cataclysm sphere resonated with soul power, creating a soul tremor upon its release and detonation. As the sphere exploded, the 5 cursed soul remnants experienced a momentary disruption of their souls. The werewolf also paused for a heartbeat before it quickly regained its composure, emanating a powerful wave of energy that sent the 5 remnants sprawling. Moments later, it darted back to Tang Yi's side, panting heavily, its body marred with blood-red wounds. At this juncture, Tang Yi turned to Ji Yuan. She would not forget that this junior summoned beast had infused their recent attack with a hint of soul resonance. "Thank you," she stated coldly, her tone devoid of warmth. Had Ji Yuan not acted decisively, her werewolf would have suffered greater injuries. Just then, The 5 cursed soul remnants rose once more and charged forward. Frost breath. Ice mark annihilation. Seeing this, Tang Yi commanded with a chilling voice. The werewolf thrust its ice crystal staff into the ground, releasing an icy breath that carried a terrifyingly low temperature capable of freezing everything in its path, swiftly enveloping the area in frost. The remnant soul power layers flickered, teetering on the brink of collapse, and now, under the influence of the icy breath, their movements slowed. At the same time, a piercing eagle cry resonated. The Hanfeng lion griffin flapped its wings, descending swiftly. 2 beams of cold light emerged, containing enough power to obliterate any object, slicing through the throats of the now helpless 5 remnants. With a crack, their soul power layers shattered, the chilling beams unstoppable, embedding deep into the walls. Chapter 93. A call from the depths of the forest. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The 5 cursed soul remnants fell, their bodies lifeless on the ground. Their blood mingled with a viscous black liquid that swirled and coalesced into a vortex. You will ultimately join us. Simultaneously, an eerie and ethereal whisper echoed in Ji Yuan and Tang Yi's ears. The suddenness of the voice caused them to exchange worried glances, and Ji Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly turned, only to see a black sphere emerging from the remnant's blood, radiating an ominous aura. Run! A sense of dread washed over Ji Yuan as he heard Tang Yi's voice, tinged with panic, prompting the Hanfeng lion griffin to transform into a streak of cold light, propelling Ji Yuan and Tang Yi swiftly back towards the passage they had entered. At that moment, Ji Yuan cast a final glance at the black sphere as it ruptured. A terrifying explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves that consumed everything in its path, including the ground, air, and even light. The speed of the shockwave was astonishing. Fortunately, Ji Yuan had already recalled his summoned beast in time. Just as the Hanfeng lion griffin was about to escape the cave with them, the black explosion wave surged forward. With a crash, the residual force triggered violent tremors. As the Hanfeng lion griffin barely emerged from the cave, it was thrown back by the aftershock. In the chaos, it released its grip on Ji Yuan and Tang Yi, causing them to plummet in different directions. The Hanfeng lion griffin, regaining its senses, flew towards Tang Yi. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan, during his rapid descent, coughed up blood. The force contained within the residual wave was formidable, inflicting injuries upon both him and Tang Yi. Gritting his teeth, Ji Yuan summoned Ming, a blaze enveloping him as he crashed into the gray forest below. Moments later, he gasped, feeling as though his internal organs had shifted, an indescribable agony radiating within. Suddenly, the roars of wild beasts echoed around him. A bitter smile crept across Ji Yuan's lips, realizing misfortune seldom comes alone. Fortunately, Ming was nearby, and with a pulse of intimidation, the sudden beasts were momentarily stunned, yet they did not flee. Tang Yi had been closer to the explosion's residual force, and her injuries were likely severe. The pain left him lying on the ground, consciousness fading. His injuries were worse than he had anticipated. All he could do was hope that Tang Yi's wounds were not grave and that he could locate her. However, in this vast, shadowy forest, with their fall locations disparate and the branches densely packed, finding her would not be a simple task. Rather than wait for fate, he resolved to rely on himself. Ji Yuan exhaled, a determination settling within him. Although this is a reluctant measure, given the current circumstances, not only is he gravely injured and on the verge of losing consciousness, but he is also surrounded by a pack of predatory beasts. He has no choice but to proceed. In his mind, the ancient compendium emerges, and his gaze lingers on a vibrant green creature brimming with life. As he murmurs to himself, replication, vital green lizard hatchling. Copying, vital green lizard hatchling, please wait. Accompanied by a surge of emerald light, a palm-sized lizard, infused with boundless vitality, materializes before him. Contract. At the moment the contract seal is forged, the sky abruptly shifts in hue, and an endless vitality radiates from Ji Yuan, spreading wildly outward. In an instant, the dreary forest floor is unexpectedly adorned with a dazzling shade of green. Soon after, the gray trunks begin to transform, as the lifeless woodland seems to be imbued with life, manifesting patches of verdant hues. Meanwhile, Tang Yi, positioned farther away, is indeed as Ji Yuan suspected. Having been closer to the explosion's aftermath, her frosty visage is smeared with blood. Her eyes are tightly shut, and she has succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, as a 5th-tier Beastmaster, even in her comatose state, her cold-peaked griffin remains active within the beast space. The area where she fell is now besieged by numerous bizarre beasts, and to intimidate them, the cold-peaked griffin expands to twice its size, shielding the unconscious Tang Yi beneath its form. The celestial phenomenon triggered by Ji Yuan's contract can be sensed even 10 kilometers away. Yet, Another team led by Lei Shi is delving deep into a subterranean cavern, oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. The contract does not endure for long, and the transformation of the gray forest does not spread extensively, covering only about 500 meters. Yuan lies on the ground, with a lively-eyed lizard resting on his chest. The little lizard emanates a gentle aura that flows into him, healing his wounds. The excruciating pain gradually subsides, and his consciousness clears. Creature, vital green lizard, juvenile. Species, giant spirit lizard. Bloodline, imperial grade, slightly flawed. Attribute, wood. Characteristic, wild growth. Emits vitality that accelerates the growth of vegetation and can heal all non-fatal wounds. Talent, insect nemesis. Emits an aura that instills fear in insect-type creatures. And agile gaze, provides a panoramic view, enabling observation without blind spots. Passive skill, flexible size, can autonomously control body size, maximum 2 meters, minimum 5 centimeters. Skill 1, swallow, extends its tongue to ensnare smaller prey before retracting and consuming it. Skill 2, vitality emission healing light, alleviates wounds and enhances mental focus. From the attributes displayed on the panel, it is evident that this creature leans towards the support category. The surrounding beasts, having been startled by the commotion during the contract, have long since fled. At this moment, with his internal injuries nearly healed, he decides to stow the vital green lizard away. As the creature, Ming, reappears, Yuan assesses his surroundings and promptly retrieves his phone, preparing to dial Lei Shi's number. Suddenly, a weak, ethereal whisper resonates inexplicably. Yuan halts, abruptly raising his head to gaze ahead. At the moment the whisper emerges, the newly contracted vital green lizard responds with a strong wave of energy from the beast seal. It seems as if it has received some peculiar guidance. Come. The haunting whisper continues, sending shivers down his spine, compelling him to prepare for departure. However, within the beast seal, the vital green lizard emits a mournful cry, pleading with Yuan to follow the whisper. What is that? Although a mental connection exists between the contracted beast and its master, the communication remains simplistic. The only sentiments Yuan can grasp are the lizard's desperate pleas. This eerie scene causes him to furrow his brow and pause. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively advances 10 steps forward. My child, come here. As the whisper echoes, a notification sound simultaneously chimes. Ding. Imperial creature remains detected, marked. Ding. Imperial creature remains detected, marked. In an instant, a series of notification sounds and deep blue light points appear abruptly from the direction of the whisper. Chapter 94, The Essence Spirit. 1, 2, 6. 8. Yuan stands in place, incredulous as he counts the marked light points before him. Astonishingly, there are 18 in total. This implies that just ahead lie the remains of 18 Imperial-grade creatures. In that moment, a tempest of emotions surges within him. Wait, was that whisper referring to my child? Could it be referring to the vital green lizard? Please come closer, I will not harm you. At this moment, the ethereal whisper resounds once more, its tone imbued with palpable frailty. Yuan frowns in contemplation, ultimately deciding to turn away. However, after just a few steps, he halts. The echoes of the 18 Imperial remains reverberate in his mind. Damn it. Coupled with the vital green lizard's persistent cries, he turns back, gazing into the depths, gritting his teeth, and ultimately resolves to proceed. Fortune favors the bold. Should anything go awry, he would flee immediately. Leaping onto Ming's back, the man and beast cautiously advance into the unknown. Soon, they traverse the rejuvenated woodland brought back to life by the contract, re-entering the dim, lifeless forest. This way. Throughout their journey, the ethereal whisper continues to beckon. Upon reaching a dead end, where dense gray trunks obstruct their path, Ming comes to a halt. Be cautious. Yuan observes his surroundings with vigilance. Come through. The whisper echoes once more, this time alarmingly close, as if just before them. Yet, there is no path ahead for Yuan and Ming. With skepticism, Yuan extends his hand, unleashing a surge of soul force towards the dense thicket. To his astonishment, the soul force passes through the trunks, creating ripples in its wake. Witnessing this, Yuan narrows his eyes, contemplating briefly before issuing a command for Ming to charge through. As anticipated, the dense trunks appear to be an illusion. They pass through without hindrance, and the scene that unfolds beyond the illusion causes Yuan's pupils to constrict sharply. Behind the illusion lies a parched pool of water. Unlike the exterior's dreary stillness, the ground here, although cracked from drought, is adorned with vibrant green grass sprouting through the fissures. What astonishes Yuan is the sight of 18 skeletal remains encircling the empty pool, as if in reverence. These remains are incomplete. Some lack limbs, others heads, and some missing vertebrae. At the center of these remains is a wooden sculpture, curled into a fetal position. From its basic contours, it is evident that it possesses a human-like form. Were you the one calling? Yuan stares at the wooden sculpture and inquires. Yes. At that moment, the ethereal voice resonates. This time, it is so close that it causes his pupils to constrict. The wooden sculpture has come to life? What are you? He swallows hard. The essence spirit. A member of the spirit race? Yuan's eyes widen in shock. He has read in texts that during ancient times, many powerful Beastmasters possessed beasts from the spirit race. Compared to other types, the spirit race is not only agile like humans, but also possesses extraordinary combat prowess, making them the most coveted and unique beasts that countless individuals yearn to possess. What has happened to you now? What strikes him as peculiar is that this wooden carving does not resemble the elves described in ancient tomes, the epics of antiquity, the great wars, and the ebbing of vitality. I stand on the brink of death. The words of the wooden sculpture are fragmented and somewhat chaotic, devoid of any discernible detail. After pondering, Yuan summoned the Angrenmushi. It lay in his palm, emitting an excited roar towards the wooden sculpture. I am your child. Save me. The second phrase was directed at Yuan. The Angrenmushi possesses the ability to bestow abundant vitality. Can it save you? Yuan remained unmoved, continuing merely to inquire. Not enough. More is needed. More vitality? A flicker of wariness crossed Yuan's gaze. Humans, vitality, is ineffective for me. I need my child. No. Yuan shook his head, candidly stating, this is my contracted beast. I will not allow it to perish. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, the Angrenmushi tilted its head and emitted a crisp call. It is willing to sacrifice its life for this life-giving spirit. Strangely, this Angrenmushi has only just been replicated. Logically, it should not possess any surplus memories. Unless, Yuan furrowed his brow. Unless this life-giving spirit is embedded within the genes of the Angrenmushi. You misunderstand. At that moment, the wooden sculpture weakly spoke. It will not die. Immediately following, the wooden sculpture uttered the most crucial sentence. You can save me. I am willing to contract. Upon hearing this, Yuan maintained his composure, yet his heart stirred. I awaited your words. Lifting his gaze to the wooden sculpture, he declared, I am willing to save you. But since the Angrenmushi's vitality is insufficient, what am I to do? To his surprise, the wooden sculpture replied directly, absorb the remains and replicate, create the juvenile form. Yuan's heart trembled. Coincidence? No. It cannot be. I, at this moment, can read minds. What? So has he been exposed since his arrival? Since you have read my thoughts, are you still willing to contract with me? After a moment, he forced himself to cease his errant thoughts and voiced his doubts. I have no choice. Receiving an answer, he fell into silence for a moment before advancing. Stopping approximately 10 paces from the wooden sculpture, the Angrenmushi leapt from his hand. Coming to the side of the wooden sculpture, its eyes filled with affection. With a flash of green light, Yuan distinctly felt the mark of the Angrenmushi dissipate. Simultaneously, the wooden sculpture seemed to exhale a long breath, and under his gaze, it began to mobilize its form. Transitioning from a curled position, it gradually assumed a kneeling posture. Its appearance remained unchanged, still resembling a brown wooden carving. Thank you. After stretching its body, it nodded towards Yuan. Subsequently, a vibrant green rune floated out from its brow. Observing this, Yuan hesitated not for a moment, as his soul power instantly coalesced into a contract mark. Merging with this rune, with a crisp sound, a thumb-sized green mark appeared at Yuan's brow. This was the mark of the life-giving spirit. The wooden sculpture was decisive, yet it had no alternatives. As Yuan articulated, the current world is now far removed from the epics of antiquity. The royal beings have long since perished. Without the integration of royal offspring within its essence, its ultimate fate would be to become a lifeless wooden carving, eternally ensconced in this space. Had Yuan not fortuitously possessed the ability to create royal beings, it is likely that no one else could save it. Chapter 95, Mu Gu. As long as I can replicate all these remains into juvenile forms, can you restore to your prime? After the contract was established, Yuan stood beside the wooden sculpture, surveying the surrounding remains as he inquired. No, but at least I can restore my true elven form. The wooden sculpture shook its head. I see. With that, Yuan commenced the absorption process, beginning with the leftmost skeleton. However, upon completion, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Remains absorption complete. Organism name, Angrenmushi. Remains completeness, 55. When a creature from the royal compendium is replicated, the accumulated remains completeness resets to 0, leaving only the corresponding compendium entry. To replicate the juvenile form again, further remains must be sought. Unexpectedly, the first skeleton was also that of the Angrenmushi. He could not help but marvel at how fortuitous this creature was for him. Remains completeness, 55. The replicated juvenile form possesses a bloodline level of merely legendary. Do you wish to replicate? Replicate. Confirming in his heart, he proceeded to the next skeleton. The life-giving spirit followed closely behind, and upon encountering the Angren Mushi, it crouched down, gently integrating it into itself. Another absorption caused the body of the life-giving spirit to reveal a hint of skin, albeit just a small patch. Remains absorption complete, generating data panel. Simultaneously, the second skeleton was also absorbed. Organism, Fan Hua Ilang. Species, Flying Wolf Clan. Bloodline, Royal level. Attribute, Wood. Trait, missing. Other data, lost. Remains completeness, 73. Replicate. Remains completeness, 73. The replicated juvenile form possesses a bloodline level of merely legendary. Do you wish to replicate? Is such a high completeness still only legendary? Yuan was taken aback, then proceeded to replicate it. Thus, he continued to absorb and replicate the life-giving spirit. In turn, comforted and integrated. 18 remains, though not perfectly preserved, all exceeded 50 in completeness. The entire process of absorption and replication took roughly half an hour. At the same time, upon replicating the last remains organism, the Royal Compendium underwent a transformation. Detected that the number of royal beings replicated by the host has reached 20. The Royal Compendium is about to upgrade, unlocking more features. Upgrade is expected to take 36 hours. Please look forward to it. Finally an upgrade? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Isn't the threshold for this upgrade a bit high? As he exited his mind and turned around, he was nearly startled. Before him stood a fair-skinned, beautiful woman, gracefully poised. Her light yellow hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, and beneath her gently arched brows were a pair of clear, enchanting eyes. Her flawless skin seemed delicate enough to break, and her rosy cheeks were adorned with lips that resembled rose petals, slightly pursed, with a hint of delight at the corners. Just in time, the true elven form is restored. She wore a flowing azure dress, and beneath the hem, delicate, smooth little feet danced upon the ground, skipping joyfully. Yuan gazed in a daze. This so-called true elven form exceeded his expectations. After surveying her fully, his gaze ultimately settled upon her pointed ears, the sole feature that distinguished her from humans. Suddenly, as she reveled in the joy of regaining her true elven form, a message panel materialized before Yuan. Organism, life-giving spirit. Species, elven clan. Bloodline, unknown. Attribute, unknown. Trait, unknown. Talent, unknown. Skill 1, unknown. Skill 2, unknown. Path of advancement, unknown. What on earth? This bewildering attribute panel momentarily led Yuan to question if he had made a mistake. At that moment, the life-giving spirit, having calmed from her excitement, turned to Yuan, noticing his furrowed brow, and offered a charming smile, saying, "Do not worry, I can no longer read minds." Her words snapped Yuan back to reality. Gazing at her smile, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, rubbing his brow before asking, Wait. How old are you?" At this moment, the youthful visage of the other party left him utterly unprepared. Upon hearing his words, the Shengshi jingling paused momentarily. She then responded, "Not accustomed? I thought you would prefer interacting in this manner." After speaking, under Yuan's gaze, she suddenly seemed to transform. In an instant, the youthful innocence vanished, replaced by a demeanor of composure and aloofness. "So, would you like me to engage with you in a more mature manner?" Her tone was flat, imbued with the weight of worldly experience, starkly contrasting with her previous lively appearance. "Is this still a game?" Yuan was taken aback. "Of course. I can adopt an even more severe demeanor." As she spoke, it appeared she was on the verge of another transformation. Witnessing this, Yuan quickly waved his hands. No, please revert to your previous form." "As you wish, master." Instantly, she resumed her innocent and charming appearance. "What do you call me?" "Master." That sounds rather odd. Let us choose another title." "Very well. How would you like me to address you?" Yuan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Scratching his nose, he said, "Let us come up with a name for you first." "No, wait." Unexpectedly, she shook her head vigorously. "I already have a name." "Oh, what is it?" After tilting her little head in thought, the Shengshi jingling replied, "Mugu." "Mugu?" Yuan echoed, nodding. "All right, Mugu, how old are you?" "I should be 4,880. Mugu recalled earnestly, yet the number she uttered nearly left Yuan in shock. "I can't quite remember. My current memories are rather hazy. I need a good rest. Perhaps then I will recall." After saying this, she stretched languidly, her perfect figure on display, prompting Yuan to avert his gaze. "Then you should return to the beast seal and rest." "Indeed. I have been in a wooden statue state for over 4,000 years. I truly need the rest." Immediately, her form transformed into a flurry of light, flowing into the beast seal nestled in Yuan's brow. Oh, I almost forgot. Suddenly, Mu Ge's voice resonated. Whoosh. Following this, a burst of emerald energy shot forth, colliding with the illusion from whence she came. Instantly, the illusion dissipated, revealing a gray woodland. Almost simultaneously, his phone began to ring. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Lei Shi. A wave of perspiration washed over him as he noted the 60 missed calls, not just from Lei Shi, but also from Zhao Shan and others. Hello, Lei Dao Shi. Yuan. You finally answered. Where are you now? Are you hurt?